After becoming the emperor, I contracted a strange illness. Every time I sleep for a day, my cultivation will increase by a year. So I buried myself for a year. People unknowingly called me the shortest-lived emperor, saying that I encountered the strongest heavenly calamity when breaking through the earth realm, was counterattacked by the heavenly path, and ascended into the divine coffin right after becoming the emperor. A great dream in a year. The divine dynasty I founded gradually declined. Fortunately, my unfilial descendants never forgot me. At the time of the family's extermination, they dug up my old tomb and used my emperor's corpse to resist the attack. At this moment, I reappeared in the world with supreme imperial majesty. At this moment, the current emperor is kneeling in front of a small grave, earnestly kowtowing, and constantly muttering in his mouth, "Ancestors." The imperial decree you left behind said that if the Su God dynasty encounters a life-threatening crisis, your tomb can be opened, and the crisis will be resolved by itself. Future generations are unfilial, deliberately ordered to dig up the grave. I hope your spirit in heaven will not blame me. Ancestors, I have offended you. Shortly after, Su Zhan waved his sleeves, and a chain of iron was thrown out. However, the expected explosion of the tomb did not happen, and the small mound remained intact, without any damage. This made Su Zhan's face change again. This ancestor had been dead for a billion years, but on the tomb, one could still feel some kind of rule flowing and operating. At the moment when Su Zhan was dumbfounded, a row of golden characters gradually appeared on the tomb. Later comers, do not think of taking shortcuts. If it is truly a matter of life and death, remember to dig with your hands. Su Zhan was so shocked that he didn't know how to respond. This ancestor is really peculiar. He tried to dig with his hands, and indeed, it was easy to open without any obstacles. Then, Su Zhan was completely stunned. There was a peaceful corpse lying in the coffin. Strangely, this corpse had been preserved for thousands of years without any decay, perfectly intact. Suddenly, a dreamlike voice sounded. Faking death? What year is it tonight? I slowly opened my eyes, confusion flashing in them. Su Zhan trembled and replied, "Ancestor, I am the 1002nd successor monarch of the Sushan dynasty, and now it is the 100th era of the Wogung." "What is it?" I, who was originally calm, stood up in an instant. "I just slept, and it's been a billion years? I was the second-generation king of the Sushan dynasty back then. My eldest brother, Su Dao, was devoted to cultivation, a cultivation maniac. The reason my father wanted me to succeed was that I had exceptional talent and became the youngest saint king in less than 1,000 years, just one step away from becoming an emperor. People thought I was eager to succeed and eventually suffered the backlash of fate, not knowing that it was just my cicada shedding its skin. When I was about to embark on the right path, a primordial divine mountain awoke within me, with endless myriad rules cascading down. How the primordial divine mountain appeared, I do not know. Since that day, I found that every day I slept, my cultivation increased by a year. I'm done for. My father, my brother, what should we do now? I stepped out of the coffin and asked in a hurry, "Are you asking about the founding king Su Qianquan?" There are not many records in the Su family's ancient books, and there are not many records about the ancestor Su Daolao either. Ah, really impressed. I slept for a billion years, then closed my eyes to feel my cultivation. Very good, completely unaware of my own realm. You unfilial descendants, why didn't you wake me up earlier? Ancestor, this is the resting place of our Su family ancestors. Who would dare to come in and disturb the graves? Besides, no one knew you were still alive. Go back first, I will come to find you later. I took a step forward, standing above the mausoleum, a great dream for countless ages. Never thought waking up would be so different. Indeed, just a tomb with clothes and hats. Are you still alive? My eyes shone brightly, seeing everything about the emperors and kings of the past dynasties. What shocked me was that many of these kings had not actually died, but their current state was very wrong. Is it the ancient Forbidden Land? I will personally go there at that time. My eyes flickered as I looked at the extremely difficult place in the eastern wasteland, muttering to myself, the ancient Forbidden Land is a recognized forbidden place in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and those who have ventured into it have never been able to come out alive. I sat cross-legged in the void. In front of me, a long river of time was evolving. The cause and effect of the Su family is me. My pupils contracted slightly as I whispered softly. At the same time, in the extremely difficult land of the eastern wasteland, the ancient forbidden zone trembled. In the center of the forbidden zone, a huge tree eye slowly rose. This eye was huge, emitting a suffocating aura. At the moment the eye rose, the entire eastern wasteland trembled. Oh my, what is that? A giant eyeball. I feel like my soul is about to shatter. Some monks had a pale face, horrified. Just one glance and they felt their souls were suffering a terrible blow. Such a huge pressure. Even the realm of the God Emperor, When facing it, feels like the soul is going to tremble violently. Some powerful god emperors are shivering in secret. The higher their cultivation, the stronger the impact they feel. What kind of existence is there in the ancient Forbidden Land? Saints? Great emperors? In an era where saints do not appear, great emperors do not reveal themselves, could there really be a current great emperor inside? The elderly saint murmured softly, I am already very old. My life is coming to an end. There is not much time left. It might be better to let me take a trip and see the supreme existence inside. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. At this moment, I am sitting cross-legged in the void, staring straight at those huge eyes. I know that those huge eyes are looking for me because I have touched the karma. Wait for me. Soon I'll be there for you, Susie said softly, in the middle of the ancient Forbidden Land. What is seen? Who is peering? A hoarse voice rang out from the center of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land. Holy Emperor, I saw a man. I tried to trace his location, but he was clearly there, but I could not feel his presence. He was terrifying, as if he did not exist in this time and space. Another voice rang out. No one could be seen, only voices coming out. Don't mind him. This generation of monarchs from the Su God dynasty is a bit of a crotch-puller. He's only at the Divine Emperor realm until now. Find a way to help him break through. At least at the Sage realm he'll be qualified to be a cauldron. The Holy Emperor's icy voice came out once again. Yes, Holy Emperor. It seems that someone is far away. Soon, the Su family's bloodline must reach the Sage realm before it awakens a bit. Their bloodline contains the rule power of the Taiku Divine Mountain. Now it's already gathered 1%. Wait until all of it is gathered. This emperor, invincible in the world. The Holy Emperor's voice loomed large and finally disappeared completely. Su Shinchao. Su Zhan went out some time ago and returned with serious injuries. Now is a perfect time to overthrow the Su God dynasty. In the Divine Constabulary, Lin Divine Marquis Lin Xiaoran sat in the main seat and looked at the surrounding indecisive ministers and said, whether Su Zhan's serious injury is real or fake is yet to be proven. After all, no one knows who seriously injured him. What if it was a trap? Marquis Nantian Nangong's servant said with a grave expression. Yeah, this is no joke. Once we fail, we'll be immortalized. Sun Ji, the Marquis of Donyang, concurred. We've been preparing for so long. Haven't we been preparing for this day? The opportunity is now before you and me. Take advantage of his illness. The Su God dynasty has ruled the Su family for too long. It's time for someone else to sit in that position, even if he, Su Zhan, is in the God Emperor realm. So what? Don't forget that my Lin family's old ancestor is still alive. Lin Xiaoran was full of ambition. What? Lin Yun is still alive? Wasn't he already vaporized 1,000 years ago? The hearts of the various ministers set off huge waves. Lin Yun was the Lin family's #1 powerhouse, who failed in his attempt to reach the God Emperor realm 1,000 years ago, resulting in his sitting down. But now Lin Xiaoran was telling them that Lin Yun was still alive? Even if it wasn't the God Emperor realm, I'm afraid it was still a half-step God Emperor. That would really bring them some security. After all, now at least it seemed that Su Zhan's injuries were very serious. It was just that I didn't know how many % of his battle power could still be utilized. With a half-step Divine Emperor sitting in their midst, they relaxed quite a bit. Apart from Su Zhan, there's another difficult character. The Li family of the War God's mansion. Someone said gruffly. The Li family was loyal to the Su family. Full of loyalty, and only the Li family was hereditary in the entire Su God dynasty. The ancestors of the Li family all had great achievements against the Su Shan dynasty. Moreover, the Li family's contemporary god of war, Li Baojun, was also at the peak of divine king cultivation. Unlike other god kings, Li Baojun's cultivation was truly beaten up. His foundation was simply too strong, and he had great hopes of becoming a divine emperor. At the same time, he had tens of millions of soldiers, and almost one person had the entire Su Shan dynasty in his hands. It can be said that where he has ambitions, half of the Su Shan dynasty will have to be surnamed Li. In order not to be successful, he has repeatedly taken the initiative to want to dilute the military power in his hands. For this reason, Su Chop said something. If the war god Li family has any second thoughts, I will stretch out my neck for you to chop. The words brought tears to the eyes of Li Baojun. 10,000 million years have passed, and the heaven and earth aura of the eastern wasteland has become so thin? Walking out of the mausoleum, Suzy frowned. No wonder the current Su Shan dynasty couldn't produce any strong people. The aura of heaven and earth was so thin that even those with outstanding talent would find it hard to improve. That's a far cry from 100 million years ago. Chapter 4, Half-Step Divine Emperor. Walking out of the mausoleum, Suzy raised her eyes and looked out. It wasn't just Suzy. There were many other great powers that likewise utilized various means to cast their gaze towards the ancient Forbidden Land. At the edge of the desolate Forbidden Land, an old man with a withered body was standing there. He was the same sage who had ordered the mountain to be sealed earlier. The desolate ancient forbidden land was perverse today, and he thought that this was an opportunity to perhaps take this chance to extend his lifespan. In case there was enough chi, one might even be able to ascend to the great sage realm and extend one's lifespan by tens of millions of years. Ha! Want to use the old immortal to scout the way? You life-hungry old things. The saint's head hung low as he naturally sensed several existences around him with cultivation levels no less than his. These people had been awakened this time, presumably because they wanted him to act as a pawn. Boom! An overwhelming aura abruptly erupted from within him. This wrinkled and withered saint's body blossomed with a terrifying light. In just an instant, the light dispersed and a middle-aged man with black hair flying appeared. He used the last bit of his essence blood to raise his state to the extreme. Unless he finds a chance, he will die. Either roll or fight. The man looked up to the sky, and the pressure of a saint steeply skyrocketed in his eyes. Why should Dao brother be shocked? We are just spectating. We don't mean anything else. Someone was hidden in the void and did not leave. You old undead. Since you don't want to leave, let's fight. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, a long spear appeared in his hand, rusted on it, not knowing how many years it hadn't been used. His entire body then tore through the void with his lance in hand, appearing high in the sky in an instant, before stabbing down into the void. Bang! Wherever the lance passed, the void exploded. Couldn't take the shot. Put! There was crimson blood dripping down from the void. Fellow Daoist, do you want a fish to die? There were angry, frightened voices ringing out in the void. Get lost if you don't want to die, or else the old man will fight to the last drop of his blood and force you all to go all out, all accompanying the old man to his death. The middle-aged man said harshly. Excuse me. The saints hidden in various parts of the void left one after another. It wasn't that they were afraid, but they were worried that once they struck out, their chi and blood would decay, causing their few lifespans to plummet. Want to pick a peach? Where could it be so good? The middle-aged man was no pushover. It's unlikely that they will do something that burns themselves and illuminates others. After the saints here disappeared, he looked into the distance. His eyes flickered, and finally sighed as he turned around and entered the ancient forbidden land. He won't last much longer. He possessed some sort of saintly magic treasure that concealed his form. After he went and all the major powers lost him, unless a great power used an observation-type emperor soldier, it would be difficult to find him. Su Zi was unaffected. He was able to see that after the saint entered the ancient forbidden land, he had just stepped into the inner perimeter, and before he could reach the core area, he was swallowed up by a black mist. His corpse was left without any bones. A saint, like a mole cricket. Marquises, what is the purpose of this late-night visit to the temple? I wonder. Outside the golden palace, an old eunuch with a shrill voice sat on top of the alabaster steps while drinking wine and asking at the three figures that suddenly appeared. Naturally, it's a face-to-face meeting with the king, Lin Xiaoran said indifferently. The monarch has taken a rest. Do not disturb, all divine lords. Please return. The old eunuch spread his palms and made a please gesture. Old eunuch. Usually it's just a matter of remembering that you're a big red man beside the king. Do you think that we're afraid of you, a filthy eunuch? The Nandong servant's eyes erupted with a terrifyingly cold aura, causing the temperature of the air around him to drop quite a bit. The old eunuch wasn't annoyed either, showing a smile that didn't care. The divine constabulary is joking. This is a rule set by the king. Please return. The old eunuch raised his pale hand and drank the strong wine in his hand. And what if, say, we must see the king? Then the old slave can only use this remnant of his body to hold you all back. The old eunuch remained unchanged. Ha ha ha. When did an old eunuch dare to run wild in front of us? Sanjai was so angry that he laughed. Is that so? The Yusha would also like to learn from the superior skills of all the divine marquis lords. The old eunuch, Phantom Chakra, stood up and his aura changed. The mighty pressure rolled and crushed towards the three divine constables. What? You're the Phantom Chakra? Aren't you dead? Lin Xiaoran and the others' faces changed wildly. Not only was he shocked by the name of the Phantom Chakra, he was even more shocked by the Phantom Chakra's cultivation. Surprisingly, it was a half-step god emperor. This made Lin Xiaoran's trio feel as if they had lost their lives. Wait, Lord Phantom Shade. Misunderstanding. We'll retreat now. Servant Nangong hurriedly shouted out. If you've come, don't leave. But the king has said that those who come are guests. Can't even drive them away. So don't go. Wait until the people behind you show up, and then you can leave. The Phantom Chakra smiled, lightly sealing the three people's cultivation. The three were then lifted and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 5, The Saints of the Current Generation Sitting. Your Majesty. Outside the side hall, Phantom Chakra's voice rang out. Bring it in, Su Zhan said indifferently. Your Majesty. You, just after entering the house, Lin Xiaoran's three people's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, where was Su Zhan still a trace of serious injury? He had a full head of black hair and an imposing aura, and his entire person had a kind of imperial aura radiating out, causing several people to tremble with fear and trembling. Surprised? Do you know that I have been waiting for you for a long time? Don't leave after coming this time. Su Zhan just lightly glanced at a few people and said, Your Majesty, my Marquis Lin's family is loyal to Your Majesty. Heaven and earth can tell. Lin Xiaoran immediately said, The Southern Marquis is equally loyal to His Majesty and to the Sushan dynasty, and has never dared to have second thoughts about the Sushan dynasty over the years. Nandong's servant's face turned pale and hastened to express his loyalty. They really didn't expect Su Zhan to be such a dog that he was pretending to be seriously injured. Fortunately, they had only come today to test Su Zhan and hadn't done anything rebellious yet. Lin Xiaoran was kneeling on the ground in death. His eyes had a brilliant light flowing through them. Their Lin family had other backhanders, and now they were afraid that relying on the power of a few of their marquises would not be enough. Go back and redeploy. Go, throw a few people to me to the Black Water prison. Put out a message declaring that the assassin entered the palace today, although I captured him, but aggravated his injuries, and will return to heaven in a few days. Su Zhan said to Yusha, Your Majesty is trying to force out the people behind these families? The Phantom Chakra's eyes glowed, and he hastened to lead the way. At the same time, he was a little frightened in his heart. Being able to control a big family like the Lin family, he was afraid that the power behind it was not simple. At the very least, there was the figure of a god emperor in its wake. As for the Lin family's old ancestor, Lin Yun, who was a half-step divine emperor, the intelligence system of the Su divine dynasty had poked around clearly. Only the Lin family still thought they were hiding it well. There's one more thing. It's just as well if they come out. It doesn't matter if they don't come out. Set up the whole palace in a festive manner. I'm going to welcome a big shot. Ha ha ha. Su Zhan erupted into a hearty laugh. Yusha couldn't help but be a little dazed. He had been following Su Zhan for many years, and had never seen Su Zhan smile so happily. Su Zhan had been conscientious after taking the throne, fearing that a mistake would lead to the downfall of the Sushan dynasty. This also led to the once number one heavenly pride of the Su god dynasty, whose cultivation rose slowly to death after succeeding the throne. The many forces surrounding the Su god dynasty had long been eyeing the Su god dynasty. If they hadn't been confused about something, the Sushan dynasty might have long ceased to exist. You kid, you still have the heart for this nonsense? A gust of wind blew into the great hall and Susie's figure appeared. Your Majesty, be careful. The face of Yusha changed wildly, and almost without thinking, he directly blocked in front of Su Zhan the moment Suzy appeared. This man is unbeatable and unfathomable. Yusha's eyes were dead set on Suzy. Even though Suzy didn't reveal a single trace of aura on his body, the Yusha felt that he was an abyss, capable of devouring him in an instant. You are loyal enough. Suzy kindly smiled. He then pointed out a finger, and a golden light instantly disappeared into the body of the Phantom Chakra. The Phantom Chakra was shaken. There was a surge of vitality within him that swam throughout his body. He felt the thing that had been cut, surprisingly slowly begin to grow. This pleased him greatly. It's even quite a bit bigger than it used to be when it wasn't cut. A severed limb is reborn. This is a saintly means. Why don't you hurry up and thank the old ancestor? Su Zhan naturally understood at a glance, and immediately said with a smile, Many thanks, sage. Yusha is grateful. Phantom Chakra dropped to his knees in an instant and cowed out violently. He grew up in this divine palace and became a eunuch by chance. Su Zhan had said more than once that if Yusha wasn't a eunuch he could become the grand commander of the divine palace. Phantom Chakra accepts the order. Su Zhan opened his mouth. Minion Yusha accepts the decree. The Phantom Break had just stood up and hurriedly knelt down towards Su Zhan. Effective immediately, you are appointed as the grand commander of the divine palace. And the safety of my divine palace is in your hands. Su Zhan said with a smile. Minion, no, the last general leads the way. Phantom Chakra was grateful. If you utilize it well, it might be able to improve all of your foundations and help you ascend to the God Emperor realm. Suzy nodded and said to Yusha, with a single glance, he was able to see through Yusha's roots and past. Mindful of his loyalty, Suzy didn't mind helping him out. Phantom Chakra left in excitement. He knew that the Sushan dynasty had truly risen, with a saint of the hour in attendance. Who dares to be reckless? There are only two things he has to do. Over there is loyalty and guarding the shrine. Tell me in detail how today's Sushan dynasty has become like this? Seeing Su Zhan standing up, Suzy nonchalantly sat up and asked, Old ancestor, in that era after you, the Su god dynasty experienced splendor, and there were even a number of saints who once appeared. Suchop seemed to be in deep thought when he said this. At that time, the Sushan dynasty was thriving, and there were even more heavenly princes, but I don't know why. But successive generations of kings seem to have died one after another after reaching a certain realm. Or they couldn't be seen alive or dead. Chapter 6, The Holy Monarch Suzy. Hearing this, Suzy couldn't help but think of everything he had projected. The desolate ancient forbidden land is targeting the Sugod dynasty? But why didn't they just step in and destroy the Sugod dynasty, instead of arresting all of these monarchs? Can it be that the origin of the Sugod dynasty is not simple, with something that even in existence like the desolate ancient forbidden land would covet? Suzy tapped the armrest lightly. No, the one thing that even they would covet is something that I'm afraid I'm the only one in the entire Sugod dynasty that has it in my possession. And that is the mountain of the ancient gods within the bloodline. Suzy muttered to herself. Take a drop of your essence blood. Suzy gently waved his hand at Su Zhan, and a drop of blood that emitted a brilliant light appeared at the center of Su Zhan's brow. Only strangely enough, the drop of blood was a golden color. Su Zhan said breathlessly. Old ancestor. Well, at least wait for my permission before you take it. Although he lost a drop of essence blood, it didn't have much effect on Su Zhan. The drop of golden-colored blood was dripping and spinning in front of Suzy. Boom! Su Zhan's huge divine thoughts instantly disappeared into the golden blood droplets. Su Zhan, who was on the side, turned white. Suzy's mere overflow of a trace of divine thoughts, he felt like he was going to die as his body was freezing cold. Although he had some guesses about Suzy's cultivation, but at this time really feel that the cultivation of this old ancestor must be shocking the world and weeping God general existence. The aura of an immortal. The Sugod dynasty Su family is actually descended from an immortal. A divine light shone in Suzy's eyes. He had never studied the origins of the Su Shan dynasty before this. After all, a sleep is 1,000,000 years. Although it's deeply hidden, there is a hint of the rules of the Taiku Divine Mountain. Suzy understood that this was someone rushing towards their bloodline. Right now, the trace of rule power in Su Zhan's body hadn't been activated yet, and even Suzy almost couldn't project it. Perhaps only if Su Zhan's cultivation truly became a saint, this trace of the immortal Tao rules of the Swire God Mountain would be activated. The kings of the Su Shan dynasty through the ages were presumed to be gone in this way, taken captive by a powerful being. The purpose was simple enough. It was for that trace of immortal Tao rule power. Their family, the Su family, comes from an uncomplicated background. He had slept for 100 million years, and each year was even 365 days. One day of his sleep was equivalent to 1 year of cultivation. 365 days equaled 365 years, and 100 million years equaled 356,000,000 years of Suzy's cultivation. That's over 30 billion years. It was a pig that had cultivated for so long that it had become an invincible immortal. Moreover, Suzy could feel that his lifespan was already endless. He, indeed, lived forever, cultivating to his realm. Every move, every word and action was a matter of words, and there was no such thing as a heavenly gong imperial law. It also doesn't use any divine spells at all. Shoo! Suzy finished reading and pointed a finger on top of the golden-colored blood. While he activated the power of the immortal Tao rules as much as he could, he also left Su Zhan with a strand of the great emperor's imprint. Su Zhan's qualifications were very good. It was that his cultivation was delayed by the divine dynasty. This great emperor's seal comprehension was enough to allow him to quickly advance to the saint realm, or even great saint. With the activation of the immortal Tao rules in his body, he would also be able to quickly become an immortal in his future cultivation. Tens of thousands of years for less, tens of millions of years for more. Although Suzy had a way to make Su Zhan instantly become a great sage king, or even a great emperor of the current generation, he would not do so. This way Su Zhan would have no foundation to speak of and would be trapped in the great emperor realm for the rest of his life. This was not something Suzy wanted to see. Su Zhan thanks the old ancestor. The moment the drop of blood returned to Su Zhan's body, Su Zhan's aura began to skyrocket. Almost instantly, he broke through to the saint realm. Suzy gently waved his hand, and the heaven and earth visions directly dissipated before they even appeared. Becoming a saint, there would be earth-shattering heaven and earth visions, the aura of heaven and earth feeding back, the golden lotus in the void blossoming, and the saint's silhouette manifesting in the world. But at the moment it's calm as water. Su Zhan naturally understood the old ancestor's intention. Su Zhan quickly suppressed his cultivation after rejoicing. Suzy nodded darkly. Su Zhan did not lose his mind by the rapidly increasing cultivation. He suppressed his rapidly rising cultivation and stabilized his realm at the early saint stage. Enjoy the restful time, Suzy said with a smile on his lips as he looked at Su Zhan. Although Suzy's smile made him feel like a spring breeze. At this moment, Su Zhan was a little chilled. Fighting in the same realm, whether it's you or the younger generation of the Sugod dynasty, I don't care. Dying only means it's too trashy. If you can't even defeat the same realm, don't say you're a descendant of the Sugod dynasty's imperial family. Suzy had projected and seen some glimpses of the future, but he wasn't worried. After all, he was back. He had nothing to say if he lost in the same realm. But if any old miscreant dares to make a move, then don't blame him. After all, he hadn't killed anyone in years. After so many years had passed, I'm afraid that the world had forgotten about him. The Holy Monarch, Lin Yuan Holy Land. Here a temple floated in the air, and all sorts of rare birds and beasts ran around. It looks gorgeous. At this moment, all the major powerhouses of the Lin Yuan Holy Land gathered together. I think that the Su God dynasty can no longer support the name of the Eastern Wasteland Sacred Land Power. Eastern Wasteland Power. It's time to reshuffle the cards. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said softly as he looked at the major powerhouses underneath with no expression on his face. I think the Sacred Lord is right. What virtue does the Su God dynasty have? Just one God Emperor wants to dominate a party and be equal to us? Ji Wuhan, the Grand Elder of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, immediately agreed. He had been looking at Su Xinjiao unfavorably for a long time. Chapter 7, Plotting in the Holy Land. I don't think it's a good idea. The Su God dynasty has produced saintly existences in the past. You should know that although a saint's lifespan is not so long as to live forever, it's easy to live for 10 million years. An elder continued after musing. Who knows if Su Xinjiao is showing weakness? In case this is a trap, even if we are able to take down Su God dynasty, our Lin Yuan Holy Land will definitely suffer a heavy blow. At that time, the fish and mussels will fight for each other, and the fishermen will benefit. The second elder of the Lin Yuan Holy Land thought it was inappropriate and shook his head. Where exactly did the past saints of the Su God dynasty go? Without a word, and without hearing that they died outside, they all disappeared at their peak, without a single breeze. Strange. There were strong people mingling and talking. Could this be a trap? All their saints are sealed in the immortal crystals, waiting until the great world comes? Tens of millions of years have passed, and no saint of the Su God dynasty has ever appeared, either dead or self-appointed. So what? They are all ants in front of the Saint Lord. Saint Lord Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. Furthermore, the several great clans of the Su God dynasty can be the eyes of the Saint Lord, and after so many years even their generations have never seen a saint of the Su God dynasty. This Saint Lord suspects that they don't have any saints at all right now. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said once again. All in all, the powerful below had a mixed statement, with a 50-50 split between agreeing and disagreeing. I think it might as well be. The Lin Yuan Holy Land joins forces with the Netherworld Holy Land, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Ancient Market Holy Land, and the like to travel to the Su God dynasty to explore the depths on the grounds of a young generation sparring match. And if the Su God dynasty doesn't have any saints, then we'll annex it. Grand Elder Ji Wuhan proposed. What the Grand Elder said is very true. The aura of heaven and earth in the Eastern Wasteland has become thinner and thinner over the years, and with the Su God dynasty taking up too many cultivation resources, we have no choice but to do this. An elder smiled grimly. Since that's the case, then this seat will repair a letter and send it to the Misty Holy Land, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Ancient Ruins Holy Land, and then the four major forces will set out for the Su God dynasty. The Sacred Lord of Lin Yuan clapped his hands. Holy Lord is wise. Many elders loudly agreed. That's right. Since it's a competition for the younger generation, it's natural to fulfill it by gathering all of the Lin Yuan holy sons, candidate holy sons, holy maidens, and so on. Holy Lord Lin Yuan gave the order. Sacred Lord, I heard that the Su God dynasty has already experienced a war power break, so this time we'll completely exterminate their younger generation. Ji Wuhan shook his eyelids and said with a smile on his face, there have been some abnormalities in the Emperor's soldiers these years. It seems like a great world is coming. Before the great world comes, we must be prepared for everything. In this life, I, Lin Yuan Holy Land, will pour out everything I have to cultivate a great emperor to come out. Great emperor? I don't know how many epochs there hasn't been a great emperor. One great emperor is enough to shelter my Lin Yuan Holy Land for tens of thousands of years without falling. Lin Yuan Holy Land, forever. Hearing the words of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord, everyone shouted in unison. Awaken the progenitor, there will be a place for him in this great world. It's also time for the world to recognize and know him, to let them know what it means to be a true demon. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said once again. What? Rinjin? That countless epochs ago was once known as the Lin Yuan Holy Land's #1 demon, Lin Jun, who was the most capable of being a great emperor in the Eastern Wasteland. I heard that there was no hope of becoming an emperor in that era, and that the pride of many great powers had sealed themselves in the immortal crystal, using it to wait for the great world to come. In this way, the Lin Yuan Holy Land will definitely shock the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The many elders of the Lin Yuan Holy Land looked uplifted. By the will of the Holy Lord, the cultivation of my Su family's descendants is too poor. In the Su God dynasty, Su Zi's huge divine thoughts instantly covered the entire God palace. Not even a saint's great formation could stop his divine sense. He covered the entire divine palace, viewing every blade of grass and tree clearly. The cultivation of the Su family's descendants was really a bit miserable. The highest cultivation of the young generation in the martial arts arena is only in the realm of the Void Dao, and the age of their bones is 800 years old. It's going to fall out of the younger generation's sequence in another 200 years. Such a cultivation level could only be described as a genius, not a heavenly pride. In the outside world is an unimaginable existence, but behind the Su family bloodline is a bit intolerable. Somewhat interesting. Surprisingly, the inheritance has fused the emperor vein, as well as my Su family's bloodline. Bone age of 430 years old. Cultivation level of the Zunshur realm. Not bad. There is finally a good seedling. Realm division, martial apprentice, martial artist, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial Zun, Zunshur, void Dao, Janai, transported one, supreme, celestial god, divine king, divine emperor, saints, great saints, saint king, quasi-emperors, great emperors, true immortals, red dust immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors. The aura of heaven and earth is weak, and the Su God dynasty has borne the brunt of it, turning into an existence at the bottom of all the great powers. As the saying goes, the great world has come. Su Zi sighed, then strolled towards the martial arts arena. Chapter 8, The Saints Are Coming. 10,000 million years had passed, and there were many branches of the Su family bloodline descendants. The middle of the divine palace is the main vein, also called the ancestral ground. The remaining branches are distributed throughout the areas governed by the Su God dynasty. Every 5 years, the Su God dynasty would put the most talented offspring from each branch through a talent test. Those who are gifted and qualified will be accessed to the divine palace for training. At the same time, this branch would be rewarded with quite a few cultivation resources from the divine palace. What Su Zi was going to do was simple. He was going to activate the bloodline within the Su family's offspring. It came pretty fast. Su Zi stopped his steps and looked into the void. 1,000,000 miles away, a figure came tearing through the void. This figure was extremely fast, and his cultivation was so strong that he could tear through space at will, traveling through the void storm. This is a tactic that only saints have. In barely 10 breaths of time, this figure had already appeared outside the Su God dynasty divine palace. It was an aged old man, dressed in plain clothes with his hands hanging low. The weird thing is that he's a human head with eagle claws, and it looks astonishing. Someone from the forbidden zone. Susie gently shrugged her nose, then said, "Since we're here, let's settle the matter of the desolate ancient forbidden land first." After Suzy finished speaking, this person slowly dissipated in place, as if he had never appeared. Surprisingly, it's already a saint? Su Zhan is in seclusion at the moment. In the place of his seclusion, the old man figure slowly emerged with a surprised face and said, "Who are you?" Su Zhan was Harry. He had already become a saint, but he hadn't thought that there were still people who could unknowingly appear inside his retreat room. Although this person presented an old appearance, his eyes were sharp and frightening. If one looked closely, one would realize that these eyes seemed to be the same giant eyes that appeared in the desolate ancient forbidden land. And at the same time, the great formation of the Su God dynasty did not react in the slightest. This means that this person is frighteningly strong. At least a great saint cultivation. Su Zhan instantly stood up and sweat. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes without finding a place to get there. I had thought that I would have to wait for at least another 1,000 years, but I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. The eagle-clawed old man said indifferently. It was very plain, yet there was a powerful sense of oppression. And Su Zhan's saint cultivation was completely inadequate in front of him. He was originally ordered to come to help Su Zhan become a saint, but he didn't expect that Su Zhan had just become a saint already. This was something he hadn't expected. At the same time, he always felt something was wrong. It was reasonable to say that becoming a saint would trigger a heaven and earth vision, but he had not captured it. That was something that puzzled him. But at this point he clearly didn't want to care that much. Make an edict of succession, and come with me. Eagle Claw Lousy looked at Su Zhan and said, "Who the hell are you? Where are you taking me?" Su Zhan was horrified to realize that he could not move a single muscle and was imprisoned to death. "You'll know when you go, and you'll see your ancestors then," the eagle-clawed old man said indifferently. "What?" Su Zhan's face changed drastically. He also recalled the ancient records that the successive kings of the Su family had been born without seeing their bodies. Is it possible that all the ancestors of his Su family have been captured in this way? The moment this thought came out, cold sweat broke out on Su Zhan's forehead. The idea is just horrible. The successive generations of their Su family monarchs were like piglets, being bred, and when the time was right, someone would show up to take them away. It is not known what they were taken for, but Su Chop knew that it was definitely not good. No wonder the Su Shan dynasty's fortunes have declined so much over the years. One saint appears and is taken away. One appears and is taken away. No major power can afford to be caught like this. Treating my Sushin dynasty as your breeding ground? Right at this moment, a flat but rage-containing voice exploded within the retreat room. Su Zhan's face was instantly ecstatic. The eagle-clawed old man, however, instantly shrunk his eagle eyes furiously. There are still strong people in the Su God dynasty. The old man's eagle eyes erupted with radiant to the extreme light, seemingly reflecting the heavens. But no matter how much he pushed, his eagle eyes couldn't see Suzy. This made the eagle-eyed old man feel bad. His body is an ancient divine eagle. A pair of eagle eyes cultivated to the great completion can reflect the heavens, see through the fog of the world, pointing to the origin of all things. Even the traces of great emperors could be spied, but these days those eyes seem to be failing. It also made his heart sink and his face harden. 10,000 million years have passed, but I didn't expect that there would be a change today. RIP. The eagle-clawed old man was about to vanish almost instantly by tearing open the void rift. He was going to tell the Holy Emperor about this variable. Come when you want and leave when you want? Do you really think I, Sushin dynasty, am a vegetarian? Suzy's figure slowly emerged. As soon as his words fell, the void seemed to become impenetrable in an instant. No matter how hard the eagle-clawed old man tried, he could not escape from this side of space. At this moment the eagle-clawed elder was sweating like a pig. He knew that he had run into a real powerhouse today, but he couldn't figure out who was helping Su Xiao. It couldn't be someone from the Sushin dynasty anyway. There was no way that someone from the Su God dynasty could have grown to this point under their noses. This was something that the eagle-clawed elder was still confident in. The only other possibility is that the Sukin dynasty has hired outside help. Although their desolate ancient forbidden land was powerful, there were still forbidden lands that stood shoulder to shoulder with them. For example, the Taicho Forbidden Area, the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Area, and the Ancient Forbidden Area. Who is your excellency? I am the Eagle General under the Holy Emperor of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land. Is it possible that your excellency is trying to make a feud with the desolate ancient Forbidden Land? The eagle-clawed elder forced himself to calm down and looked at Suzy and said, Who is this seat? The first ruler of the Su God dynasty that you captured, Su Qiankuan, is my father. Who do you think I am? Suzy's face was expressionless. Su Qiankuan is your father? How can that be? Su Dao was taken captive by me long ago. You can't be Su Dao. Are you Saint Ruler Suzy? The eagle-clawed elder was appalled. The most powerful person in the Sushin dynasty was the then founding king, Su Qiankuan. One's strength was unfathomable, reaching the peak of Sage King. At that time, they didn't know that the bloodline of the Su God dynasty's Su clan contained fragments of the Swidden Mountain, so it didn't go after Su Xiao. They waited until Su Zi succeeded to the throne and died from the backlash of his failed attempt to cross the threshold before they began to act. The dead Suzy was naturally not their target. The eagle-clawed elder was also at the peak of Sage King, but he was no match for Su Qiankuan and coughed up blood in defeat. But afterward, he came carrying a great emperor's decree and suppressed and captured Su Qiankuan and Su Dao. But they hadn't expected that Saint Ruler Suzy had swindled his way to death? And one death is 10,000 years. The outside world's aura was so thin, but he surprisingly didn't even show his old age. If it was sealed into the immortal crystal, it definitely couldn't escape his eyes. This is very unusual. The eagle-eyed old man could no longer maintain his composure. This was a terrifying existence that was able to easily suppress him. This person's cultivation was at least that of a quasi-emperor. The gap between a Sage King and a Paragon Emperor was an unbridgeable chasm. Chapter 9, Sage King Gotham. The eagle-clawed elder knew that this time it was really planted. What's worse, he didn't have the great emperor's decree with him. Otherwise, even a quasi-emperor would only be able to kneel and beg for forgiveness under the great emperor's decree. His cultivation was enough to gain a foothold in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, so he had let his guard down over the years. It was originally thought that the aura of heaven and earth had declined and many powerful people had sealed themselves off. Although he was a Sage King, his lifespan was naturally not endless, but there were great emperor rules in the desolate ancient Forbidden Land that could suppress the speed of the flow of years. There was another reason. It was an ancient race, and its life force itself was longer than that of the human race. That's why he was able to live for so many years and still have surging chi and blood. These eyes of yours? Stay. Suzy didn't say any more nonsense, only to see him stretching out the middle finger of his index finger and snapping it downwards towards the eagle-claw's eyes. Humph. The eagle-clawed old man instantly let out a muffled grunt. His eyes were hollow and dark inside. Black blood then gushed out wildly. His eyes were snapped hard across the room by Suzy. These eyes were a light golden color and could be considered a supreme treasure. Not only could it peer into the 8 directions, but it even had a terrifying kung fu technique hidden in it. It was only that the eagle-clawed old man was imprisoned by Suzy, and the technique could not be used. Boom! A purple flame instantly appeared in Suzy's palm, continuously searing the eyeballs. Afterwards, he directly threw it to Su Zhan and said, It's already been refined. If it's utilized well, it can instantly kill saints and seriously injure saint kings. Even a quasi-imperator would have to be seriously injured if he's unsuspecting. That's right. Set up another big formation. Su Zi waved his big hand. And at once, densely packed immortal gold, sacred weapons flew out from the treasury of the Sushan dynasty. These were the accumulations and underpinnings of the Su God dynasty over the years. But now it is directly consumed by most of it. But Su Chop was not sorry at all. This is the supreme means of the old ancestors. The Sushan dynasty has, indeed, risen. Su Zhan played with the two eyeballs in his hand, although it was a bit diabolical, but thinking that this thing could seriously injure a sage king or even a quasi-emperor made him feel excited. In the imperial capital of the Su God dynasty, a ray of light continued to blossom in the surroundings. There are gold, blue, purple and so on, incomparably bright. The light penetrates the sky, dazzling people. A large formation rose from the ground, an attack array, a defense array, and a spirit-gathering array. The Su God dynasty's 10,000-year heritage was enough to support this horrifying consumption. What's going on? Why do I feel that the aura of heaven and earth has suddenly become more than 10 times thicker? Su Chen, the number one powerhouse of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty, slowly opened his eyes while sitting on the ground. More than 10 times? This concentration is still increasing. My Sushan dynasty's aura is feeding back. This is a sign of great prosperity. In just an instant, countless people within the imperial capital city broke through their cultivation levels without warning. Some cultivators stuck in bottlenecks instantly broke the mirror. This. Marquis Lin's residence. Lin Yun paced the hall with an anxious face. Suddenly the aura of heaven and earth instantly became thicker. Moreover, he couldn't have peace of mind. Although news came out from within the palace that Lin Xiaoran and the others had sneak attacked Su Zhan, causing Su Zhan to deteriorate from his serious injuries and Lin Xiaoran and the others to be captured as much as they could. But Lin Yun didn't dare to travel to the divine palace alone. He was afraid that this was Su Zhan's treacherous plan. Now that the aura of the imperial capital of the Sushan dynasty had suddenly revived, it was even more anxiety-inducing for him. He had been sending people to watch every move of the divine palace and the war god's mansion, and as long as there was a breeze from either side, he was going to run away. But now that there is no movement in the divine palace, Li Brejan of the war god's mansion has already entered the divine palace to meet the king. So Lin Yun was still in the Marquis Lin's residence. He felt vaguely uneasy inside. Men, pack up your things and leave the Sushan dynasty immediately. Thinking about it, Lin Yun immediately ordered. He felt that there was something abnormal about Sushan Chao nowadays, making him very uneasy inside. He gave a direct order. As for Lin Xiaoran, dead is dead. After all, it doesn't matter if the huge Lin family loses one person. Old Marquis, where are you going? Just as Lin Yun was about to run away, a voice instantly caused Lin Yun to freeze in place. But when he saw who was coming, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's just the chief eunuch of the palace. Nothing to be afraid of. You think the divine palace doesn't know that you swindled your way to death? The king doesn't know? The grand commander of the phantom sharks looked at Lin Yun with a disdainful expression. So what if I know? You guys think I'm still in the peak god king realm? Lin Yun was first shocked, then he laughed up at the sky. Su Zhan had underestimated him after all. I didn't know that he was already a half-step god emperor. It was just a Dain superintendent, not a threat to him. If it was Li Badian, perhaps he would still be a few points scornful. Kill them, let's go. Lin Badian pointed one hand at Yusha, then turned around and was about to leave. Go, you're afraid you won't be able to leave. The phantom chakra appeared in front of Lin Yun in a single step with a calm demeanor. Lin Yun was horrified. The speed of the phantom break was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. He instantly understood that the cultivation level of this great inner chief was above him. What realm was above him? Naturally, it was the God Emperor realm. This discovery shocked Lin Yun. Since when was there a divine emperor hidden in the divine palace? And a eunuch? Lin Yun's face was filled with despair. He didn't put up any resistance and could only fold his hands. He only hoped that the one behind him would be able to save him. One could only hope for that great man from the Lin Yuan Holy Land. But it was clear that he had underestimated the ruthlessness of the phantom chakra. He thought he wouldn't be tortured much if he tied his hands, but reality bloody well told him that was impossible. The sound of skin and flesh being shredded resounded through him. A stabbing pain reached his soul, causing Lin Yun to nearly faint. His pipa bone was directly penetrated by the soul-snatching hook in Yusha's hand. The entire soul-snatching hook was dark and looked like it was emitting a ghostly black gas that made one's body cold. Yet this is only the beginning. You also taste this commander's soul-devouring needle. This is what happens when you betray the king, and this commander wants to make feel this despair in sobriety. Only two large needles of about 10 centimeters emitting a cold light appeared in the palms of the Yusha's hands. This kind of needle Lin Yun felt like his soul was going to be frozen when he even looked at it. This kind of needle was reasonably useless against a god king, let alone a half-step god emperor. But the current Lin Yun was imprisoned, his body's cultivation completely unable to be utilized. Chapter 10, Sage King, abolished. Yusha threw out the two soul-devouring needles in his hand. The soul-devouring needle landed directly on Lin Yun's head and then penetrated down. Ah! Lin Yun couldn't stand it any longer and roared in pain to the sky. The soul-devouring needle penetrated his skull and stirred in his brain. This pain goes to the bone. If the cultivation was weaker, he was afraid that he would die of pain alive. It was also the fact that Lin Yun was a half-step god emperor that prevented him from being killed by the pain alive. But this was precisely where he was most tormented. You can't die if you want to, and even fainting has become a luxury. The Sai chakra tugged at the chains of the soul-snatching hook in his hands, dragging Lin Yun along the streets of the imperial capital as he did so. Behind Lin Yun were the tortured Lin family members. Broken arms and legs were normal, and there were several people who were cut into human sticks, wailing in their mouths. They were all securely bound with chains around their necks, and even when they became human sticks, they were dragged along the ground. It's really too bad. People were coming and going in the streets of the imperial capital, and everyone was talking. What is this? These people are so miserable. They're all like this, and they're even being dragged around in chains? Yeah, it looks like they're wearing official uniforms. When did people from the palace become so tyrannical? The Sushin dynasty's chi seems to have run out. Someone sneered. Clank! A sudden piercing sound of a sword coming out of the body buzzed one's eardrums. Put! A cold light flashed, and the man who said that the Sushin dynasty had run out of gas was instantly pierced through by a sword and nailed to the spot. He couldn't even speak, and instantly gasped. The Su God dynasty shelters you and others. If you think the Su God dynasty is bad, you can leave. Yusha didn't even look at the body that was nailed to death by the sword, but turned to look at the crowd of the imperial capital and drank, while peacefully enjoying the shelter of Su Shinchao. While saying that Su Shinchao is wrong, a dog knows that it has only one master. These people, who tried to plot against the king and even entered the palace to assassinate the king, their crimes are too numerous to mention, and their crimes should be executed. Yusha finished pulling the wailing Lin Yun as he continued on his way. What? Plotting against the king? Assassinate the king? The crowd couldn't help but shiver. That's a big crime, especially cultivators, because of the long lifespan, not to mention the execution of its 18 generations. 88 generations may still be alive. Nowadays, the imperial capital's spiritual chi was so dense that it was almost tens of times that of the previous one, and it was quite a bit denser than the average Holy Land. How could they leave the Su God dynasty? Like Marquis Lin's residence, 2 marquis residences, including Marquis Nangong's residence, were raided, and all of them, from the old men of 10,000 years to the young children of a few years of age, were all arrested. The entire imperial capital was shocked for a time. Marquis, but the existence of great power, called a party of vassals, but this time 3 were directly uprooted. In fact, all 3 of them are still preparing for a rebellion and have not yet put it into action. After all, their family head hadn't come out again after entering the divine palace, and they had scruples. The reason why they didn't run away was because they hadn't started the rebellion yet, so naturally they weren't afraid of the king's condemnation. But they forget that since the beginning of time the powerful side has never needed evidence or reason to kill. You control the grand formation yourself. I plan to go into the desolate ancient forbidden land for a walk. Suzy handed over the control of the grand formation to Su Zhan and said slowly, Old Ancestor, I heard that great emperors have been born in the desolate ancient forbidden land. There are great terrors inside. Su Zhan said in a hurry. He was really worried. It was because it was difficult for even a sage king to survive inside. There's no harm in it. It's time to recall the successive kings of my Su God dynasty. Suzy shook her head with a breezy expression. The Su family's ancestors are really still alive? Su Zhan was a little excited and apprehensive at the same time. The excitement was that the Su family's ancestors that Su Zi's old ancestor had said were really still alive. The apprehension is that after so many years, even a saint would probably have a hard time surviving this long. After all, if you are taken captive, is it possible that others will still be kind enough to seal you in the immortal crystal, to keep you alive? By then, will the ancestors still be the ancestors of the Su family? Will they have changed their souls? Su Zhan did not dare to think about it in detail. It's better to let the old Suzy ancestor have a headache with all this. Anyway, old ancestor Suzy's cultivation was extremely strong, so nothing should happen. The eagle-clawed elder on the side was overjoyed. This Su Zi is too arrogant to want to break into the forbidden land alone? Isn't this just a death wish? But he wouldn't be stupid enough to say it, because it was the only way he had a chance of surviving. As for you, Su Zi looked at the eagle-clawed elder who interrupted him before he could finish his words. I can lead the way. the eagle-clawed elder hastily stated. Wow. I don't need to lead the way. The district is forbidden. Just level it. Su Zi's words were bland, but they caused the eagle-clawed elder's heart to set off a wild storm in shocking waves. What kind of person is this? Opening his mouth to say that the Forbidden Land is destroyed is. The ancient Forbidden Land had existed for an incomparably long time. Even some of the Dao lineages in the world had not existed for as long as the Forbidden Land had. Even in the chaotic ancient period, the warring era when great emperors came out side by side, no one dared to say that leveling the Forbidden Land was. Even great emperors didn't want to freely feud with the Forbidden Land. One could imagine how terrifying the existence inside the Forbidden Land was. Now a random person who doesn't know what's good for him jumps out and dares to provoke the Forbidden Land? The eagle-clawed old man wanted to laugh, but he held it hard, because he didn't want to die yet, or he would have been hilarious, laughing at this Suzy who doesn't know any better. He was now looking forward to Suzy's expression after he traveled to the Forbidden Land. Just thinking of Suzy being rubbed on the ground by the Holy Emperor, the eagle-clawed elder felt a wave of relief. What are you fantasizing about? Suzy glanced at the eagle-clawed old man and said casually. The eagle-clawed elder's entire body was struck by lightning. With a mere glance, Suzy directly nullified his cultivation. That's right, just by looking at him. In an instant, his cultivation level was like a dam that had been swept away. The eagle-eyed old man was filled with horror. He was still thinking of bringing Suzy a way out in exchange for a way to live. By the time they arrived at the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, Suzy would have to die even if he didn't. That's when he'll be saved. But now that he was wasted, he who was already showing his old age was even worse at this time. His hair began to fall out almost instantly, and then he was covered in folds that could pinch a fly. The skin is even looser. The eagle-clawed old man was almost unsteady on his feet as his cultivation disappeared, and almost instantly his lifespan came to an end. At the moment he should have 100 or so years to live. This is the limit of mortal lifespan, but in the eyes of a monk there is no difference from a day. It's over. It's all over. After playing with eagles all my life, I didn't expect to be pecked blind by them in the end. The old man dropped to the floor. It slowly revealed itself. An ancient eagle that was almost bald without a few hairs, only without the eyes. Chapter 11, Sage King Flesh and Blood Treasure. Although its cultivation is all dispersed, its cultivation is extremely strong. It has already reached the peak of Sage King. This blood and flesh is a great tonic. After you get rid of it and slaughter it, you can boil the sinews and polish the foundation for the descendants of the Su family. Although the meat is a bit older, it's highly nutritious. This stuff is enough to build a solid foundation for the descendants of the Su family, and becoming a saint in the future is almost a nail in the coffin. Su Zi said to Su Zhan. The divine light in Su Zhan's eyes skyrocketed. Looking at the eagle-clawed elder was like looking at a superbly delicious dish. Anyway, it's not in human form, so there's no pressure to eat it. The blind divine eagle on the side was trembling all over. What are these people trying to eat it? I didn't realize that there was such a catastrophe coming at the end of my life. But it had no chance of resisting now. It understood itself very well that it was an ancient god seed, and its flesh contained the divine splendor of the holy Tao. Although his cultivation was lost, the essence of his flesh and blood did not dissipate. It's hard for him to escape death this time. The holy emperor will avenge me. It couldn't let go of any other harsh words, so it could only say this. If the holy emperor you speak of is non-human, I think he'll be coming to keep you company soon. Suzy said faintly. The moment these words came out, the eagle-clawed old man's massive body shuddered. You're thinking too much. The Holy Emperor was born far earlier than you can imagine. Even great emperors have to lower their noble heads in front of the Holy Emperor. And you? Ha! The eagle-clawed old man sneered unwillingly. It's a pity. It couldn't see the moment when Su Zi was pressed and rubbed on the ground by the Holy Emperor. I'll wait for you in the Yellow Springs. After saying this, the eagle-clawed old man stopped speaking. Old ancestor, why don't we think long and hard about this? After hearing the words of the eagle-clawed old man, Su Zhan became even more worried inside. If the eagle-clawed elder wasn't bragging, how terrifying should that saint emperor be? An existence that can make even a great emperor bow down. Great emperor? Not one has appeared in 10,000 years. In the 4 seas and 8 wastes that was a figure standing at the top of the pyramid. Such a big shot didn't dare to go against the holy emperor, and Su Zhan was really worried. There's no harm. From now on, all of the Su God dynasty will give this seat a high profile. The district great emperor is nothing more than that. Before Su Zi's words finished falling, his entire person had already disappeared. Su Zhan was already accustomed to the old ancestor's godly presence, but the old ancestor's words shook him to his core. What do you mean? A mere emperor is nothing more than that? Hear thou, do men speak? I'm afraid this old ancestor has blown his load. At the same time, an unspeakable sense of pride surged in Su Zhan's heart. The oldest member of my family is just awesome. Voice breaking, he immediately acted. slaughtered the eagle-clawed old man, threw in the hundreds of meters wide cauldron, and began to boil the great medicine up. What precious stand herbs, big medicines, all through to throw in. This time the Su family has really risen. Gather everyone from the royal family, as well as the god of war, Li Baojun, and call them all to me. Su Zhan excitedly commanded. Your Majesty, are you all right? My general Li Baojun is late to rescue you, please punish your Majesty. As soon as Li Baojun saw Su Zhan, he immediately kneeled down on one knee to apologize. He did his best to get here. By all rights, with his cultivation level, he should have arrived long ago. But Li Baojun was a person who followed the rules. He walked in step by step from the palace entrance without using his cultivation. It was because he received a message from Su Zhan that he was unharmed. Otherwise, the matter would have been urgent and he would have shown up a long time ago. Ha ha ha. Ah, broken army. Why are you doing this? I told you that you don't need to salute me when you see me in private. Su Zhan laughed brightly when he saw Li Baojun. As it happens, you have been summoned for a heavenly good. Su Zhan pointed to the cauldron that was cooking with divine fire in the distance and said, you will call the 10 most talented descendants of the Li family, and I will send them great opportunities. Li Baojun looked in the direction Su Zhan pointed to. There was a sudden blush. Because of the reason of the large formation that Su Zi had laid down, he couldn't sense it before and didn't release his divine soul at will. But at this moment, he released his divine soul, but his face instantly turned white. He hurriedly retracted his divine soul, even though he was dead. That kind of pressure almost shattered his divine soul. Your Majesty, what was the cultivation level of that divine bird when it was alive? Li Baojun asked with a trembling voice. Not high. The old ancestor said it's just the peak of Sage King. Su Zhan said with a smile. SH, what? An existence at the peak of Sage King? Li Baojun immediately broke his voice and shouted. Calm down. Look at your unseen face. Su Zhan had a look of contempt. Gulp. Li Baojun swallowed hard. Your Majesty, that's an existence at the peak of Sage King. Li Baojun smiled bitterly. By the way, Your Majesty, what old ancestor did you just say? Li Baojun reacted to the old ancestor that Su Zhan had just spoken of and hurriedly asked. He was one of the few people who knew the secrets of the divine palace. He knew that Sushan dynasty Su Zhan was the #1 powerhouse, and as for the previous monarch, it had long since disappeared. Old ancestor is of course my Su God dynasty's founding monarch, Su Qianquan's second son, old ancestor Su Zi. Oh yes, this Sage King demon was beheaded by old ancestor Su Zi, Su Zhan said as he looked at Li Baojun with a smile on his face. What? Saint ruler Su Zi? That youngest saint in history as recorded in the ancient texts? Li Baojun was stunned. The news I saw and heard today was more powerful than ever. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Congratulations to the Divine Dynasty. The Su Divine Dynasty finally has a Sage King of its own. Li Baojun's words carry too much sourness and helplessness. The Sushan dynasty had become more and more precarious over the years. The bitterness of this can be imagined. Now that there was a great Sage King sitting in the town, the Su God dynasty would no longer have to worry about the jackals and tigers lurking around. But Your Majesty, this great opportunity is something that Broken Sky can never accept. Li Baodian refused to call the descendants of the Li family into the divine palace to receive the baptism of precious flesh. This stuff is too precious. The Li family is not yet worthy. Broken Sky, putting aside our status as subjects, you and I are also brothers. Furthermore, your Li family has been loyal to the Sushan dynasty since the founding of the country. This is something I can see, and so can the entire Sushan dynasty's people. Su Zhan patted Li Baishan's shoulder and continued after a pause. So, this chance, your Li family deserves it. Needless to say, I still think that 10 places are too few. Your Majesty, 10 quotas are too many, too precious. I am grateful. I thank you in place of the Li family. Li Bantian, an 8-foot man at this time, even choked a little. It's only because Su Zhan said I instead of I. Alright, you arrange it down. By the way, not only your family's outstandingly talented geniuses, but also your and the Li family's war generals who have meritorious service to the Su God dynasty. Call them all here for me. The Su family will never treat those who are loyal to the Su family poorly, Su Zhan said as he looked at Li Baodian seriously. Chapter 12, Back from the Dead. Li Baodian left excitedly at his orders. This was definitely a great opportunity for his Li family. Beyond the ancient Forbidden Land, Su Zi stopped by. It wasn't just Su Zi. People from all the major powers appeared on the outskirts of this place. All of these forces knew that all of them appeared after that old sage went in and waited here. They didn't want the old sage to succeed in living out another life, but they were incredibly hopeful that the old sage would live out another life. In short, these people are incredibly conflicted. The fact that the old sage wasn't able to walk out meant that the Forbidden Land was still as dangerous as ever. Not something they could covet. The old sage wouldn't be a threat. If the old sage could successfully walk out, it meant that he really had obtained a great chance. allowing him to live out a new life. That means that the ancient forbidden land is no longer 10 deaths. There are many great opportunities inside, and the dying saints of all the major powers can have a fight. Even the great saints, sage kings, and other terrifying existences among those ancient Tao lineages might show up to compete for a chance. This led to the incomparable bustle outside the desolate ancient forbidden land right now. Susie's appearance did not attract the attention of these people. After all, Susie looked like she had nothing but good looks. Even the cultivation fluctuations on his body could not be felt. Many people who saw Susie appear only glanced at him before withdrawing their gazes. Out. It's him, he actually succeeded. A great chance has appeared in the ancient forbidden land, and with the chance of life, it means that we can renew our lives. Suddenly, a cultivator in the crowd made a horrified sound. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. It was like a little boy falling from a calm sea, instantly destroying everyone's inner wariness. All of their gazes looked towards that incomparably powerful figure. The owner of this figure was none other than the old sage who had previously entered the forbidden land of desolate antiquity, Lin Ran. At this moment, where was Lin Ran half as old as he was? It was clear that he had reached his peak state, and his chi and blood were thick, and his cultivation had skyrocketed. Everyone could see that at this moment, Lin Ran was definitely not just as simple as a saint. He had definitely broken through the cultivation barrier and become a great saint. This caused the eyes of the many old saints hiding in the void to heat up. It seemed like flames were about to erupt from their eyes, and the scorching heat inside them could no longer be held back. They were going into the ancient forbidden zone to look for a chance to extend their lifespan. Fellow Daoist, stay back. Dare I ask you what exactly is in the desolate ancient forbidden land? The void cracked open, and an old man with a figure like a withered man wearing a purple and gold Daoist robe very politely called out to Lin Ran, who was about to leave. What's in there? Won't you go in and see for yourself? Lin Ran's expression was indifferent as he condescended to look down on the purple and gold Dao-robed old man. Fellow Daoist, are you going too far with this? The purple and gold Dao-robed old man's face instantly turned unsightly, his eyes staring at Lin Ran in death. He was the old ancestor of the Violet Sun Holy Land, known as the Violet Sun Saint. The Tao lineage of the Violet Sun Holy Land had existed in the world for an unknown number of years and was very ancient. Thus outside, few people did not give him face as the Violet Sun Sage, which made him very embarrassed. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lin Ran's aura changed, and his entire body became sharp. The Xiang sage's face instantly turned pale. He had originally thought that this Lin Ran was nothing more than a saint, and that even if he had gained some chance in the Forbidden Land, at most his lifespan would increase. Even if his cultivation level was raised, it would only be at the early stage of Great Sage. One must know that he was the old ancestor of the Violet Sun Holy Land, a genuine Great Sage, and even the peak of the second stage of Great Sage, just a foot short of the threshold to go one step further to become an existence of the third stage of Great Sage. A mere Lin Ran, he could suppress with a backhand. But now, his entire being was stunned by Lin Ran. At this moment, Lin Ran's erupting aura directly pressed him to the point where he was about to lose his breath. Now, do you still think that what this saint has said has gone too far? Lin Ran asked gently as he looked at old Xiang ancestor with cold eyes. No, don't dare. The Xiang sage's eyes were lost in thought as he lowered that high head. He knew that if he dared to show one more word of disrespect, the next moment his soul would be scattered. It's humiliating, but it's all about staying alive. After all, he really did want to live. Otherwise he wouldn't have been on the verge of dying of old age and still not dare to enter the forbidden zone alone in search of a chance. He was convinced that as long as he was alive, then anything was possible. If it dies, it spawns. If you know, why don't you get out of the way? Lin Ran's words were like knives, and they carved into the heart of the Violet Sun Sage with sharp words. The Xiang Sage's lowered head eyes were filled with humiliation. Had he known, when Lin Ran had gone in and forcefully raised himself to his peak, he should have applied a hot hand and killed him. It was just that at that time, he and a few great saints didn't want to care about that at all. They just want to know if this saint will come out alive or not. The Xiang Sage walked to the side in humiliation, not daring to say more to Lin Ran. Kind of funny. Susie's face was full of playfulness. He had seen this Lin Ran just enter the inner circle before, and he had directly gone up in smoke. The one in front of him was naturally not the Lin Ran from before, but a double, an imposter. Chapter 13, The Sage King appears. But Suzy clearly had no interest in this, and he merely glanced at it. Fellow Daoist, if you don't give a clear explanation today, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to leave this place. Why don't you, fellow Daoist, come back to the Western Wasteland Taishang Holy Land with this seat and have a good discussion on the Tao with this seat? How about it? Lin Ran's feet lifted up before they could fall, and a voice directly froze him. Surprisingly, it's the Western Wasteland's Supreme Holy Land? Someone sucked in a breath of cold air incredulously. This fellow Daoist, I've known you since we first met, and you and I must drink 3 big bowls of agar after this incident. But why are you so surprised by what you said about the Western Wasteland Taishan Holy Land? A big man asked in disbelief. He naturally knew about the Western Wasteland's Supreme Holy Land, but he didn't understand it. The so-called Holy Lands he knew were all naturally the same. Just like the Lin Yuan Holy Land, the Ethereal Holy Land, and the Ancient Void Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland, all of which were a party of transcendent forces. The world in which these forces existed had long been untraceable, but he knew very well that these forces overlooked the world. The so-called Holy Land naturally had saints sitting in it. How can 3 big bowls of agar be enough? At least 10 big bowls. The skinny one who had just exclaimed out in shock remembered the immortal dew jelly inside the heavenly immortal building, and his harumphs were about to flow out. Oh, naturally, that's natural. The Hanyo's face was a little unnatural. Tianxian Lu's immortal dew agar jelly is one of the best on earth, and the price is naturally extremely expensive. 3 large bowls were already the highest limit that Han could bear. 10 bowls? That's not even worth the price if you sell him. He had already made up his mind to play disappearing when he heard it later, leaving aside the fact that he wants to hire Skinny. Isn't Skinny wrong? Greed is the original sin. As far as he was concerned, the thin man already had a way of taking his own life. The Western Wasteland Taishan Holy Land is rumored to have had 2 great emperors, each of which had suppressed an era and was a well-deserved great emperor Dao lineage. In the Western Wasteland, which one dares not give face to the Supreme Holy Land? Even in today's era when great emperors are not visible, the depths possessed by the Taishan Holy Land are absolutely terrifying. I just didn't expect that the Western Wasteland is so far away from here that even the saints of the Western Wasteland have come to the Eastern Wasteland, the thin man said with a sigh. He then shook his head and turned to the Han behind him and wanted to say something, but was shocked to realize that behind him had long been empty. In the distance it seemed that an ant-like figure could still be seen gradually vanishing into the void and disappearing. Slim felt his entire body go numb. What happened to being honest and open? What happened to the promised 10 bowls of fairy dew? Lin Rant's originally expressionless face also rippled. This person's cultivation was powerful, at least above him. This old man had a head full of silver threads, but he was red-faced and had a fairy-like appearance. And at a glance, it was clear that he still had a long lifespan ahead of him. At least it's not going to die anytime soon. In the future, when I have time to arrive in the Western Wasteland, Mr. Lin will definitely go to the Supreme Holy Land to pay a personal visit. Lin Ran arched his hand at the old man to lower his stance. Then tell this seat what's in there and if it's dangerous. Sage Taiyuan, sage of the Supreme Holy Land, opened his mouth. Sage Taiyuan then set up a soundproof shield. He clearly didn't want everyone else to know. Taiyuan, you've lived a long life. Why are you still so selfish? The void exploded as a voice directly penetrated the soundproof barrier arranged by Taiyuan. Several figures with extremely powerful auras then descended. The leader was a rather robust old man. His joints were thick and his body was filled with explosive power. His fiery red hair was especially dazzling. It seemed like heavenly fire, to burn the heavens, and even the surrounding void could not withstand the flames from that fiery red hair. Old devil Tianyan, I didn't expect you to have a good nose and come so soon. Since you're here, you'll all listen together, the Supreme Sage said indifferently. Exactly. Tianyan and the 3 people behind him had already appeared inside the soundproof enclosure between their steps. Being able to hear some things about the Forbidden Land, he didn't care about the Taishang Sage's insinuation that he was a dog's nose. Surprisingly, it's the Heavenly Flame Sage of the Southern Wasteland. Even he has come out. There were murmurs of light erupting from the cloudy eyes of old men who were frighteningly old. The Heavenly Flame Sing King, the old ancestor of the Southern Wasteland Emperor Flame Sacred Land, who had been self-appointed for millions of years, had now also come. When the Yen Emperor came out of the Emperor Yen Holy Land, he stunned a small half of the era. And although he eventually fell, the Emperor Yen Holy Land was not to be underestimated. Quite a few cultivators had already appeared around them, and they were anxiously scratching their ears when they saw a few Sage Kings listening to what Linran was saying inside. Not only them, but also some hidden old saints and great saints and the like. All of them were impatient, but at the moment they're not in a position to get involved, because the several people inside were all Sage Kings. They really didn't dare to participate. Don't prolong your lifespan without finding a way to do so, but instead lose your life here. It's really not worth it. They could only wait quietly in the void as well. If these Sage Kings dared to go into the Forbidden Zone, then they were bound to follow behind them to see if they could find some opportunities. Chapter 14, Cannon Fodder. What should be said and what shouldn't be said. Mr. Lin has already informed all the seniors of everything, so Mr. Lin will take his leave. Amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd, the soundproof shield dissipated and Lin Ran cupped his fists at the Heavenly Flame Sage King and the Supreme Sage King's several people and was about to leave. You're afraid that you won't be able to leave now, and even if what you said is all true, There's no guarantee that you won't pit against this seat and the others. The Supreme Sage King said expressionlessly. Not bad. You'll have to follow us in again. The Heavenly Flame Sage King nodded in approval. Seniors, you. Lin Ran's face changed. Naturally he wasn't afraid. But right now he had more pressing matters to attend to. That was what the Holy Emperor had explained. And that was to travel to the Su God dynasty. Hawkeye was dead. A powerful existence at the peak of the Sage King had died in the Sushan dynasty without a word. The Holy Emperor didn't send any more Sage Kings to probe for fear of alerting that powerful being from the Su God dynasty. That's why he was allowed to take over Lin Ran's body and travel in disguise as Lin Ran. Say so much for what? Tell you to go in and lead the way you lead the way well. This seat and others will naturally not treat you poorly. And when we come out safely, we will naturally let you go. And you can also shelter the forces you are in. Why not? If you refuse any longer, you will have the way to your death. The Heavenly Flame Sage King coldly grunted. Today, the desolate ancient forbidden land has changed. It is suspected that there is a heavenly chance present. This seat and others are compassionate, and also grant you and others a chance. You can follow us into the forbidden land to seek the chance. Keep all the proceeds for yourself. Tianyan flew into the void and said to the surrounding cultivators. There was an uproar all around. The Diyan Holy Land is worthy of being one of the top powers in the southern wasteland. Such a mannerism, it's really atmospheric, a cultivator said in a loud voice. Countless others chimed in. A bunch of idiots. There is a chance they will leave it to you? It's a great fortune for you to have survived until today. There were also many people who looked at the Heavenly Flame Sage King and the others with a wary expression. They know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. When things go wrong, they go wrong. These Sage Kings, they were afraid that they didn't believe Lin Ran's words, and wanted to have them, those of them, play the lead and act as cannon fodder, didn't they? The thought stirred up goosebumps. There are quite a few smart people who are already secretly and quietly withdrawing from this place, not wanting to get involved in the muddy water this time. To them, what the Heavenly Flame Sage King said was so ridiculous. What do you mean? All the chances you get are yours? Even if one was lucky enough not to die, could the opportunity obtained really be pocketed under the watchful eye of the Sage King? It's a dead move. You really don't want the chance that this seat gave you? Still want to sneak away? There were saints in the void who wanted to vanish as soon as they tore through the void, but the words of the Heavenly Flame Sage King caused their bodies to stiffen. Anyone else who wants to leave, go ahead. It's you guys who give your faces away, so don't blame this seat for being ruthless. The Supreme Sage King drank as his eyes blossomed with killing intent. There could be no more delay. They had to get in there right away. Hell knows how many more Sage Kings, great sages are on their way? The thing they had to do was to enter it ahead of time and get their hands on the chances inside. Maybe there was a method to become a paragon in there as well. Although they were a great power of imperial unity, the imperial laws of the Holy Land were not suitable for them to cultivate, and the imperial laws could only allow them to cultivate to the Sage King realm. It didn't allow them to go all the way to become a quasi-emperor or a great emperor. Someone who could become a great emperor was an existence that had amazed an era. That was an existence that hadn't lost a single battle since his debut, singing all the way to the top and beating everyone in the same class, even killing the enemy across the ranks. That was as simple as eating and drinking water. They all wanted to go further, not seeking to certify as an emperor, but only seeking to be able to become a quasi-imperialist, half invincible in the world. Everyone, all of you, into the Forbidden Land. Tianyan once again spoke indifferently. Heavenly Flame Sage King, I'm an elder of the Northern Wasteland's Donghuan Holy Land. There's an emergency inside my home and my daughter-in-law is about to give birth, so I hope you'll grant me permission to leave? There was a dying sage looking at the Heavenly Flame Sage King with a fawning smile on his face, a look of anticipation on his face. Although the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land in the Northern Wasteland had not produced any great emperors, it was at least a sacred land, so he thought that the Heavenly Flame Sage King would be able to give a face. So it's an elder of the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land, but it's a big flood that has destroyed the Dragon King's temple. Upon hearing these words from the Heavenly Flame Sage King, the saints from the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land instantly rejoiced, but the next sentence directly made his heart turn to dust. Your daughter-in-law giving birth is none of your business? Do you think that this seat will put the Eastern Brilliant Holy Land in its eyes? Since you want to leave, this seat will give you a ride. The Heavenly Flame Sage King flexed his fingers, and instantly, a small cluster of faint flames exploded out and flew towards the elder of the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land. No, Holy King, I'm willing to stay. The saint from the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land shouted in horror. The moment Tianyan struck out, he felt a boundless pressure descend directly upon him, and he was completely incapable of resisting for a single moment. He was, after all, just a saint, and a single strand of hair dropped by a saint king was enough to decapitate him countless times. Chapter 15, The Great Emperor. Ao Tian. The flame looked plain and ordinary, but only the saint of the Eastern Brilliant Holy Land knew that this seemingly weak flame contained a heaven-destroying energy. He couldn't move at all, and could only watch as he was burned into nothingness. The process was quick, so quick that he didn't have time to let out a single scream. The surrounding cultivators were completely appalled. All of the people who had previously said that the Heavenly Flame Sacred King's atmosphere were silenced as they looked at the Heavenly Flame Sacred King in horror. Until this moment, they didn't realize that they were just like a little cutie. Same, and kindly thought that these Sage Kings would bestow them with opportunities. How could they not know by now that this was an attempt to use them as cannon fodder? But how dare they? There were more than hundreds of thousands of cultivators here. There were disciples from various holy lands, holy dynasties, divine dynasties' superpowers, and even heirs. The scattered cultivators they could care less about, but one or two of these big powers might not roll over with them, but such a number of even the DN Holy Land, Taishang Holy Land and other existences whose strengths are top among the Holy Lands can't afford to hold so many Holy Lands accountable, right? Aren't they afraid? That was the question mark that popped up in everyone's head. They really can't figure out why. Could it be that a single Emperor Yen Holy Land? A single Supreme Holy Land, plus the Holy Lands where the few Holy Kings beside them were located, were able to fight against all the Holy Lands in the 4 seas and 8 deserts? To enter, naturally, but there is still a difference between entering on your own and being forced to enter. This young man can enter if he wants to, and if he doesn't want to, even a saint can't force him. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the place. When these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Most of the cultivators couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up and exclaimed in their hearts, "Little man, good journey." Yes, in their eyes this youth was already a certain death. Even saints are killed when they say so. How dare you, a little Karami of the Void Dao realm, speak to the Sage King like this? From the moment the words were uttered there was already a way to take death. But what was puzzling was that no matter if it was the Heavenly Flame Sage King, or the Supreme Sage King, or the Sage Kings beside them, at this moment, these Sage Kings chose to remain silent. This couldn't help but shock everyone. The bloodline of the Dragon Clan, or such a pure bloodline of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon Clan, and a hint of familiarity. Suzy stopped his footsteps that were about to step into the Forbidden Land and turned his head to look at the youth with some surprise. The bloodline of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon had already severed its inheritance back in his time. At that time, he raised a miscellaneous bloodline dragon, and there was a trace of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon's bloodline inside his body. But it was a fool's errand if he wanted to awaken the 5-clawed Golden Dragon's bloodline. But in this side of heaven and earth, why would there be a 5-clawed Golden Dragon with such a pure bloodline? Could it be that he had slept for 10,000 years during which time some earth-shattering changes had taken place? Suzy wasn't aware of it, and he didn't bother to go to the Time River to watch it. For him, it's none of his business? Earlier he had just felt slightly amused. Suzy shook her head, intending to enter the restricted area. Mr. A.O., you can make yourself at home. While everyone was puzzled, the Supreme Sage King opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it shocked everyone. What exactly is the status of this Prince A.O.? Even the high and mighty Sage King has to call out to him as Prince? Dare not be offended? A.O. surname? Could it be that this person is? Someone reacted with an unbelievable cry. What happened to the A.O. name? You say it clearly. Someone's heart was as insecure as a cat scratching, and he asked in a hurry. Oh, A.O. surname? Do you know what the A.O. surname represents? The A.O. surname is representative of, well, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, the man muttered in general. Boom! When these words came out, it was like a storm sweeping through, and everyone was shaken to their core. Gulp! Surprisingly, it's the East Sea Dragon Clan, that 5-clawed Golden Dragon Clan that is known as the #1 power in the 4 seas? Everyone was horrified. Although they had never seen this 5-clawed Golden Dragon Clan, they had heard of the clan's great name like thunder. History books have recorded that the East China Sea Dragon Clan has produced a returning bloodline, whose name is Ao Tian, awakening the 5-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline. His natural talent was astonishing, and the world knew that the dragon race had a long lifespan, and the lifespan of a Sage King was almost comparable to that of a great emperor, but their cultivation is extremely slow. But Ao Tian had broken this routine, and no one knew where he had appeared from. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Even the East Sea Dragon Clan at the time didn't know where he had appeared from. It was only known that he carried a pure 5-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline, and at that time, there were also Dragon Clan bigwigs who hit on his bloodline, but they were suppressed by him. According to rumors, he was only a few thousand years old at that time. To be able to suppress a Sage King at the age of a few thousand, his natural talent was enough to be considered earth-shattering. Since then, Ao Tian soared into the sky and directly certified as an emperor in just 10,000 years. That wasn't all. With the help of his bloodline, he was invincible at the same rank. He had entered several forbidden zones alone when he first became an emperor. There was speculation that he was fighting some existence in the forbidden zone, though not witnessed. Chapter 16, the little Loach becomes a heavenly emperor, but many have looked away from the forbidden zone. There, chi and blood rushed to the sky, and two chi and blood channels ran through the sky. It was two great emperors fighting. Even though they were separated by hundreds of millions of miles, they were still able to feel the terrifying to the extreme pressure. Just the aura alone was able to shatter 10,000 miles, causing all lifeforms for 10,000 miles to instantly become void. This was the might of a great emperor. That day's booming sound continued to spread in all directions, and even the entire great domain shook. If it wasn't for the great emperors who were preying on the periphery and counteracting the emperor's might, it was feared that the 10 million miles of territory beyond the forbidden zone would have become a scorched earth. No one knew the outcome of that battle, only that Aotian retreated in one piece, and although his body was stained with blood, his aura was as strong as a rainbow. After he left, there was a roar of fury sounding out in the forbidden area that did not subside for a long time. One must know that Aotian was only entering the Emperor realm for the first time, although the Great Emperor realm didn't have any first or second order, early or late stage grades, but the one in the forbidden zone was in existence that had lived for an unknown number of years. It should have been easy to suppress Aotian, but it wasn't. This made many people understand that even if Aotian had become an emperor, he was afraid that he would still be the topmost great emperor. Since then, the East China Sea Dragons have unified the four seas. Even the major powers of the 8 wastelands didn't dare to easily mess with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's prestige is growing with each passing day. Moreover, after so many years, from those times Aotian entered the Forbidden Zone after all of them returned in one piece, the Aotian after that never appeared again. 10,000 million years had passed, and no one knew if Aotian was still alive. There are rumors out there that Aotian has been seated. There were also rumors that Aotian had broken through to the realm above the great emperors and became a heavenly emperor, dominating the 4 seas and 8 wastelands with an endless lifespan. No one knows if it's true, but the 10,000 clans became more and more cautious and did not dare to provoke the Dragon Clan at all. It is important to know that the great emperor's means are beyond imagination. Although the lifespan of a great emperor was also limited, it was impossible to live forever. But who knows? Which of the great emperors in the Forbidden Zone is not in existence that has lived for hundreds of millions of years? From the immortal ancient, to the chaotic ancient, to the present, none of the great emperors in the Forbidden Zone had ever died. They have the means to be able to not die. Many great emperors had emerged from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and although these great emperors were not visible for so many years, who could guarantee that these great emperors must have sat down or been killed? Such as the Taishang God Lord of the Taishang Holy Land, the present-day Taishang Sage King's grandfather, and the Yen Emperor Fading Yen of the Emperor Yen Holy Land. Who dared to say that they had sat down? They just disappeared. Not died. Your last name is Ao? Do you know a little loach called Aotian? At this time, Suzy looked at Ao Yi and opened his mouth to ask, but then he smiled and shook his head again. Aotian might only have died of old age in the River of Ages, right? How can you be alive? How dare you? Who are you that you dare to call my Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor by his name? Ao Knight's eyes bloomed with a cold aura, and his body was filled with killing intent to rebuke. The little loach has become a great emperor? It's really a matter of the world. A large intestine wrapped in a small intestine. Suzy froze, then kindly smiled. Not a great emperor, but a heavenly emperor? This little loach has really gotten his creation from me. Suzy came to be interested, and chaos alternated between his eyes, and in no time at all, he had already gained insight into the past and present, and knew everything about Aotian. He was all but invincible in the world, and watching the long river of time was a snap. At the same time, in the deepest part of the East Sea, the splendid to the extreme Dragon Palace secret place. Who is spying on this emperor? A pair of huge incomparable golden eyes instantly opened, and an unspeakably domineering aura surged in all directions as the eyes opened. In just a moment, these pressures instantly disappeared again. Who the hell is it? Could it be Xian? Aotian put away the pressure of the whole dragon talking to himself. His huge divine sense could not detect the slightest information at all, and he was in the middle of his seclusion when he suddenly felt a fluttering deep within his heart, waking him up. The fact that an incomparably powerful existence was actually observing him across the long river of time caused him to be shocked and angered. He was surprised that such a being had noticed him, and wondered if it was a blessing or a curse. The anger was that he had disappeared for so many years, and at this point in his cultivation, he was deliberately downplaying his existence, but now it's being targeted, and that's a bad feeling. It was because he knew that there were true immortals that existed above the heavenly emperors. Immortals, who are the ones who live forever, are the ones who can truly live forever. Back then, the holy monarch failed to cross the tribulation and suffered a heavy blow. Instead, he sat down and died, and a trace of his heart's blood has accomplished me. And now, although my bloodline is pure and flawless, I have always made no progress at all above the heavenly emperor. The words gradually returned to calm, and the golden giant eyes slowly disappeared. In its place was a middle-aged man shrouded in golden light. He wore a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, and his entire person had an indescribable majesty, especially his eyes, which evolved the rising sun and setting moon, were appalling. His entire body then instantly disappeared like a ball of bubbles. It didn't occur to me that casually spitting out a mouthful of blood back then had in turn made it whole. It's really convincing. Suzy was speechless to the core. At that time, in order to put on a full show, he casually spat out a mouthful of blood, without thinking of spitting it onto the Aoteon he had raised. Chapter 17, Killing the Sage King in Seconds. At that time, he was precisely above the Sushin dynasty to cross the threshold. Casually biting through his cheeks and spitting out blood unexpectedly fell on Aoteon, who was tilting his head back to cultivate in the middle of the Beehive pool of the Sushin dynasty. At that time, Aoteon was nothing more than a small demon that had just been enlightened, and the bloodline on it was just too mixed and varied. Even if Suzy had wanted to refine it at that time, it would have been too hard and too difficult. But it did not occur to him that a mouthful of Suzy's blood contained a trace of the rule power of the Swidden Mountain. It was this hint of rule power that allowed Aoteon to metamorphose and directly soar to the heavens, becoming the supreme among dragons. Let the East China Sea dragons or even more transformed into the head of the four seas, regardless of whether it was the heavenly flame Sage King, or the supreme Sage King, or even the forces behind them, they absolutely did not want to mess with the Dragon Clan. Kid, this young man is talking to you. Are you blind or deaf? Ao Knight looked at Suzy as not very old, at most 20 years old, a little handsome, a look is and their own age. His anger was still building up at this point, because Suzy wasn't paying attention to him. He directly took a step towards the desolate ancient forbidden land. Uncle Long, abolish him and let him know that my Dragon Clan's ancestral heavenly emperor is not something that anyone can arbitrarily make up. When these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar, including the heavenly flame Sage King and the others. In Aoya's mouth, they learned extremely important information that Aoteon was actually not a great emperor, but a heavenly emperor. Aoye had wanted to rush up himself to teach the Suzy, who didn't know the heights of heaven, a lesson, but on second thought, this person was making such a big deal of it, so his cultivation might be very high. After all, he couldn't see through Suzy's cultivation. He was just like an ordinary person with no cultivation fluctuations. The more this happened, the more cautious Aoye became. This is surrounded by cultivators. Where are the ordinary people mixing in? That in itself is not ordinary. Young lord. A voice that was thick to the core came from the void. The void then cracked open, and a 4-clawed golden dragon whose body blossomed with a light golden color appeared in everyone's eyes. The dragon race is proud and has always disdained to transform into human form. They believe that dragons are born noble and should be above all races, so why bother to transform into human form? Why night that was all illusion for walking convenience. 4-clawed golden dragons. This is the legendary East Sea Dragon Clan. Such a pressure is surprisingly quite a bit stronger than the heavenly flame Sage King and the supreme Sage King. Some people's eyes were horrified as they looked at the 4-clawed golden dragon behind Aoye almost collapsing to the ground. The 4-clawed golden dragon's body was more than 10,000 miles long, giving a very strong visual impact. The depth of the Dragon Clan is truly beyond our reach. Even the protector of the way is in existence at the peak of Saint King. The scorn in the eyes of heavenly flame, Tai Shone, and the other Sage Kings was even greater. The head is like a camel, the horns like a deer, the eyes like a rabbit, the ears like a cow, the neck like a snake, the belly like a mirage, the scales like a carp, the claws like an eagle, and the palms like a tiger. Its back has 81 scales, with the extreme number of 99. His voice is like a bell. He has a beard by his mouth and a reverse scale under his throat. This 4-clawed golden dragon did not hesitate in the slightest and opened its claws towards Suzy. The gazes of the surrounding people looking at Suzy included contempt, celebration, fear, dread, and sympathy. If you piss off the dragons, a few lives won't be enough to pay for it. Not to mention, Aoye was still the crown prince of the Dragon Clan. This identity was enough to allow him to walk sideways in the four seas. At the same time, they also thought Suzy's brain was broken. Even the Sage King had pointed out Aoye's identity. Why would you still mess with him? It's not like the old man hanged himself. Suzy appeared that small in front of the huge dragon's claws. It was as small as a grain of gravel cupped in the hands of a giant. Anon! The moment the dragon's claws were about to grab Suzy, the 4-clawed golden dragon violently let out a loud and clear dragon roar. Subsequently, amidst everyone's unbelieving gazes, The four-clawed golden dragon instantly shrunk to the size of an earthworm and fell to the ground. It all happened so fast that no one knew what was going on. The four-clawed golden dragon that was still towering over the others instantly turned into an earthworm-like miniature golden dragon, leaving all the surroundings dumbfounded. Aoye was even more horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. A Sage King was instantly knocked back to his original form? Where could they not see that at this moment? The four-clawed golden dragon's breath was weak to the extreme, and could directly die at any time. The pupils of the Heavenly Flame Sage King and the Supreme Sage King contracted violently, and the same deep fear was on their faces. It was important to realize that the two of them were merely early-stage Sage Kings, while the Dragon Race's Sage King was a peak late stage. But right now, this peak Sage King's superpower was dying at the moment and was about to receive his box lunch at any moment. What's even more horrifying is that no one saw who did this. Although many people suspected that it was Suzy had just been standing there quietly without making a move. Not even a flutter of the sleeves. It makes a lot of people suspicious. I can't even see through him. Does this person have no cultivation? The Heavenly Flame Sage King used his fire eyes to try to see Suzy's cultivation clearly. However, he couldn't see or feel Suzy's cultivation at all. At this moment, Suzy really looked like a mortal, making the Heavenly Flame Saint King couldn't help but want to probe his reality. Chapter 18, Death of Onite. But the Heavenly Flame Sage King didn't act presumptuously. He didn't dare. Longbottom. Aoya's face changed drastically as he appeared next to Longbow. In the end, who is it? You dare to go against my dragon clan? Don't you dare to show your true colors? Aoye looked at the surrounding void and drank in color. He didn't think it was Suzy who had moved and automatically ignored Suzy. No one responded to his words, which made his face even more gloomy as water. Today was truly a heavy loss. A Sage King protector of the Tao had been wasted just like that. This was no small loss for any of their dragon clan. A rat who hides his head. Rats who stay in dark corners all their lives. Aoye continued his tirade. Although the protector of the Tao by his side was gone, he wasn't the least bit afraid of the powerful people in the shadows making a move against him. He dared to do so because he still had a life-preserving charm that he hadn't used. He now wanted to be able to provoke out that person who had secretly made a move, even if the other party was a paragon. What a racket! I don't know what to do. Suzy stretched out his little thumb and pulled out his ear somewhat impatiently. Shoo! Afterwards, he only saw Suzy bending his little thumb and flexing his fingers, and the object he had just pulled out of his ear directly pierced through space, instantly appearing in front of Aoye's head. I can't believe it's you. You're hiding. Aoye was first startled, then looked bashful again. An existence that could kill a Sage King in an instant without God's knowledge was only a quasi-emperor. As for why it's not a great emperor, those great emperors of the 4 seas and 8 deserts today hadn't appeared for a long time, and it was simply impossible for them to be great emperors. Heck, I've got put. Before Aoye had even finished speaking, the object passed through a curtain of light and directly pierced his head, and the object also permanently stopped in Aoye's mind. His own eyes were disoriented, and his divine soul was even obliterated in an instant. A golden 5-clawed golden dragon miniature appeared on the ground, only it was dead at the moment. Just now, Aoye wanted to say that I am protected by a strand of divine thoughts of a quasi-imperial powerhouse, but before the words came out, he directly died. That curtain of light was a talisman left to him by a quasi-emperor powerhouse, and even a quasi-emperor of the same rank wouldn't be able to break through it in a moment. However, it couldn't even block Suzy for an instant, as if it was nothing, a virtual void. Aoye, dead? Someone around the room froze. Hiss, Maru Spice. When Aoye died, things were definitely big. That was the crown prince of the East Sea Dragon clan, the next successor to the Dragon King, and it was also a 5-clawed golden dragon with a pure bloodline. Once he died, the dragon race would absolutely go crazy. Golden dragon lineage. To be able to birth 4-clawed golden dragon is already fortunate. 3-clawed golden dragon is the best of the dragon. 5-clawed golden dragon is the supreme level. Even for the East Sea Dragon clan, only 3 or 4 5-clawed golden dragons had been born over the years. If we take out one of them this time, the entire dragon race would have to go crazy. As for Suzy, everyone was looking at him like he was a corpse. The dragon clan would definitely send a terrifying existence to take revenge. At the very least, you have to be a quasi-imperialist. After all, the Sage King one was dead, so perhaps only a paragon emperor would be able to take Suzy down. Although Suzy had killed Aoye, these people were still unsure if Longbow had been killed by Suzy or not. After all, Suzy killed Aoye at least, but he didn't make a move against Longbow. Don't think that this seat won't kill you just because you're a descendant of that little Lo Cheotian. Suzy coldly glanced at Aoye's corpse, turned around and entered the restricted area. He took one step out of the bucket, and his entire person instantly disappeared. Quasi-Emperor. The Heavenly Flame Sage King was horrified. Even he couldn't capture how Suzy disappeared. There was only one possibility. That is, this youth is a quasi-emperor powerhouse. That wouldn't be surprising. It simply wouldn't be too easy for a Paragon Emperor to want to kill a Sage King. There were times when a single look from a powerful Paragon Emperor could cause a saint to die. Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he did not target Suzy earlier, or else he was afraid that he would be added to those lying on the ground today. At the same time an angry voice erupted from the Dragon Palace. Who the hell killed Aoyi? I want your whole family to be buried with you. It took millions of years for a pure five-clawed golden dragon bloodline to appear in my East Sea Dragon clan. You deserve to die. No matter who you are, this Dragon King is going to kill all those related to you. There were many dragons coiled densely outside the Dragon Palace. The colors vary, representing status and bloodlines. Red is the lowest ranked hybrid dragon and gold is the highest ranked. But at this moment, all of these dragons were prostrate on the ground, and all of them were trembling when they heard the roar of the one from the Dragon Palace. Subsequently, a golden light in the Dragon Palace rose up to the sky, reflecting the entire outside of the Dragon Palace into a gilt color. A giant golden dragon hovered over the Dragon Palace. This golden dragon was many times bigger than Long Bow, and the pressure on his body was even more incomparable to Long Bow. This is the present-day lord of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, Aoshin, a quasi-imperial powerhouse. Chapter 19 Dragon Race Paragons arrive together. It's been many years. It's been many years since anyone dared to provoke my East Sea Dragon clan. Now that my East Sea Dragon clan's young master has been brutally murdered outside, even a wisp of this seat's divine thoughts couldn't protect him. The person who killed him must be a quasi-emperor powerhouse. The immense and incomparable golden dragon stared at the eyes that were even more gigantic than mountains. The majestic voice spread throughout the four seas. Pass on this seat's order. The four seas Dragon clan's Paragon Emperors will come out at all costs, and capture the one who provoked my Dragon clan. And this seat will extract his tendons and refine his soul, so that he will not be able to beg for his life or his death. Ashin hissed. The entire four seas were all abuzz for a time. Someone dared to kill the Dragon clan's young lord Aoyi? This is a big deal. All of them knew that Aoshin was a purebred five-clawed golden dragon, and that this bloodline would become a great emperor in the future that would be the nail in the coffin. Once Aoyi died, it meant that the Dragon clan would have one less great emperor in the future. That was a great emperor, an existence capable of suppressing the world for tens of thousands of years. It was not even possible to become a heavenly emperor. After all, the present-day Dragon clan's old ancestor, Ao Tian, was the heavenly emperor, even though he had disappeared for a long time. But the divine soul jade plaque has been lit up for ages and has never been extinguished. And this is the bottom line of the dragon race. They have no fear of all the great powers of the world. Being all, a heavenly emperor sitting on the ground was enough to make them forget what fear and despair meant. Soon, all 7 quasi-emperors in total from the Four Seas Dragon clan were all gathered in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea had 4 of them alone, and the remaining 3 major seas, each had only one quasi-emperor powerhouse. The Dragon Palace in the East Sea is a 2-clawed golden dragon, 2 4-clawed golden dragons with a 5-clawed golden dragon. The North Sea is a black dragon, the South Sea is a purple dragon, and the West Sea is a yellow dragon. Golden dragons are at the top of the dragon food chain and have a very strict hierarchy. Even the 2-clawed golden dragon is more noble than other colors. Target: the desolate ancient forbidden land. No matter who it is, this seat will make him pay a heavy price. Aoxin opened his mouth with an icy killing intent that instantly spread out. Desolate ancient forbidden land? Dragon King. The desolate ancient forbidden land is that person's dojo. I'm only afraid that person is not to be messed with. The black dragon Long Tianqing frowned his face a little unsightly and said, a big old man. Really, the more you live the more you go back. He's not good at messing with the desolate ancient forbidden land. But I, the dragon race, am good at messing with it? So afraid of death. Why don't you just go back and hug your wife and children? The 2-clawed golden dragon Ao Lai coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. You. Long Tianqing's face was gloomy, but he couldn't say anything. Although Ao Lai's bloodline was impure, just a 2-clawed golden dragon, being able to cultivate to a quasi-empire that was all luck. But it can't be helped. Who let someone else get their hands on the word golden dragon? What? Could it be that this seed is wrong? He has great emperors in the desolate ancient forbidden land, but my dragon race doesn't? Ao Lai said proudly. When these words came out, Long Tianqing and the remaining 2 dragon race paragon emperors fell silent. Ao Lai was right. The dragon race had a great emperor, only named the East Sea Dragon Emperor, not the great emperors of the other 3 seas. Although the 4 seas are currently united and are all subordinate to the East Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea doesn't treat them as dragons. Originally, the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea had the highest number of Paragon Emperors. Although there were no great emperors, they were definitely not to be underestimated among all the great powers. At its peak, the number of quasi-emperors in the three major seas exceeded 15, an extremely terrifying number. It was because the four seas were united. Almost all dangerous things the East Sea Dragon Emperor had the three major seas paragon emperors on. It eventually leads to death and disuse, leaving each of their three major seas with a paragon emperor to hold up the facade. Even if the three seas were indignant and had complaints, they didn't dare to speak out and could only swallow them. Who made their bloodline patchy and impure? And their ancestors hadn't produced any great emperors? The East China Sea Dragon tribe was originally the weakest of the four seas, since the emergence of Ao Tian directly into the strongest, and finally it is the unification of the four seas. At his command, no one on the four seas dares to disobey. Moreover, the three major seas were truly subservient to Ao Tian, because Ao Tian never favors one over the other, and almost always treats them equally. However, ever since Ao Tian disappeared, the Dragon Emperor came to power and began to enslave the three major sea areas in a big way, with bloody and tyrannical means. It has long been a source of complaint for the three major seas. Nowadays, it has even weakened the top fighting forces of the three seas by an unknown amount. Go on. This is the image left behind before Ao Yeo died. Find him, catch him, and bring him back. Several millimeters of light instantly drilled into the minds of the 7 paragon emperors. Aha! How can you not see it? A blur that can't even be deduced from his true face? The 7 paragon emperors viewed the glow, and within the glow was Su Zi's portrait. But the portrait was blurry, and it was as if a layer of heaven was obscured on it, so that they could never see it. No matter how much they pushed, they never got a clear picture. This person has a heavenly opportunity to cover up. We can't even deduce it with our combined efforts. I'm afraid that his cultivation is far beyond us. Long Tianqing, who was dressed in black, said with a heavy face. Once Long Tianqing said this, the purple dragon paragon and the yellow dragon paragon all nodded their heads heavily. It's just a small tactic. Since we know it's a forbidden land of the desolate ancients, isn't that a good thing? There are quite a few people in the picture who saw this madman who killed my young master. Won't we know who he is by the time we arrest a few random people? Ao Lai said disdainfully. Chapter 20, A Great Emperor's Decree. Ao Lai's words caused Long Tianqing and the purple dragon quasi-emperor and yellow dragon quasi-emperor to turn pale. Are they talking about who saw Suzy? They were saying that this person was able to obtain the cover of the heavenly plains, which in itself was something very unusual. How high did that cultivation have to be, so that even they, the quasi-emperors, were unable to gain insight? The other party was definitely a meritocracy, and it was even possible that the other party was a great emperor. This was something that Long Tianqing worried about with the purple dragon and the yellow dragon. They didn't know how Or's brain grew. Could it be that the Golden Dragon clan could also have an existence with a bad brain? As expected, Ao Lai, who had become a quasi-emperor by sheer luck, was really an idiot. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a member of the East Sea clan, Long Tianqing really wanted to get the other party killed. Even so, Long Tianqing even wondered if it was again this Dragon King who wanted to get rid of their only 3 remaining paragon emperors. He had to think so. As for the remaining 3 paramount emperors beside Ao Lai of the East Sea clan, they were all in a high and cool demeanor the entire time, as if they felt that talking to the black dragon, the purple dragon, and the yellow dragon was a matter of losing face, cold face the whole time. The black dragon really wanted to throw his dragon whip at the opponent's face in the next moment, so that the opponent would know what cruelty meant. The East Sea Dragon clan was indeed powerful, but that was only a 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon clans of the 3 seas had given birth to a dozen or so quasi-emperors in less than 10 million years. And the East Sea? Just 5. The most powerful one is the current lord of the Dragon Palace. Black Dragon thought to himself that he would not be weaker than him. After all, amongst the dozens of quasi-emperors, it was impossible for the 3 of them to survive without some means. The sky is covered. This person should not be underestimated. This seat grants you a great emperor's dharma decree to help you. As soon as the Dragon King's words came out, Long Tianqing's eyes that had lowered his head in an instant rose in coldness. He seemed to be seeing a way out for the North Sea Dragon clan, and if he succeeded, the North Sea Dragon clan might not have to live this groveling life. As for failure, the price is extermination. Ancient Forbidden Land. Su Zi had already disappeared, but it was as if everyone outside the desolate ancient Forbidden Land had not returned to their senses. All of them stood still for a moment, including those sage kings. It's not that they don't want to go, it's that they don't dare to go. Su Zi had already entered the Forbidden Zone, and the Dragon Clan would definitely come in force with a dead successor. If they dare to leave at this moment, if the Dragon Tribe comes and if they are not happy to find Suzy to find them to vent their anger, then it will be the end. It would be better to wait here and tell what you know and still have a chance of survival. They're just so conflicted. When the difference in strength and power is too great, They will try to find ways to brainstorm all of the other party's ideas. To be sure, although the Heavenly Flame Sage King, Supreme Sage King, and the others were calm and without waves on their faces, their hearts were turbulent and agitated. The Dragon Clan was a big deal, and even if they were the top echelons of various holy lands, they didn't dare to offend the Dragon Clan. This time, because Suzy had finished off the young lord of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Clan's great powers would surely arrive in person. And even though they were not the ones who had decapitated him, Tianyan and the others could not absolve themselves of the blame. After all, they were the ones who brought everyone together. If it wasn't for this, Aoyi would not have stood out to show a wave of superiority. Suzy was even less likely to compare Dragon Supreme Ao Tian to a small earthworm. This would not enrage Aoyi, and Aoyi would not let Longbow kill Suzy, and Suzy would not make a move. So, they are still responsible. Although the responsibility was small, who knew if the Dragon Clan would liquidate them all together in a fit of rage? They, the Sage Kings, didn't have a clue in their hearts either. So much so, that they had asked for help from the power they were in earlier. They hoped that there were Paragon Emperors among their own forces who would come to their rescue. After all, how could the Paragon Emperor be so high and mighty that he would arrive in person just because of them? Little Karami? To be able to send a piece of paper with a decree is already a great gift to them, but they both guessed wrong. The quasi-emperor of the power behind them had more than just arrived in person, and had even prepared quite a few heavenly treasures as an apology. Offending the Dragon Clan, that's a big deal. This person, truly damned, has involved us in this vortex, and now that self-preservation is a problem, what is there to talk about searching for a chance? When the Dragon Clan's strongest person arrives, I will definitely charge this person with his egregious brutal behavior. The Supreme Sage King gritted his teeth and whispered, "Shu, be careful what you say. That person's cultivation is definitely at the quasi-emperor realm. If you're not careful with what he hears, it's hard to protect your life." A Sage King hastily silenced his voice. The Supreme Sage King's face instantly changed drastically upon hearing this, and then he looked around and let out a fierce sigh of relief after not seeing Suzy. The Supreme Sage King looked at the Heavenly Flame Sage King with a gloomy face. If it wasn't for this old piker, he would have charged into the Forbidden Zone with Lin Ran all by himself. There simply wasn't that much later. This old piker wants to use these cultivators to scout the way and fill their lives. When it's really a spoiler. Who knows if there are still holy sons and daughters of various great powers and the like in the crowd. The others they're not afraid of. Fear is afraid of encountering those great powers' designated heirs among them. Chapter 21 Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Earlier, they were overwhelmed by the great opportunity, and now that they had calmed down they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. One dragon clan they already couldn't afford to mess with, and at this time, if a few more great clans, holy lands, emperor clans, king clans, and so on jumped out, then they really might only have to die to thank for their sins. Fortunately for Suzy, he only killed one Aoyi and the others didn't suffer the repercussions. The sad thing was that the one Suzy had killed was Aoyi, the one that was a dragon clan with a heavenly emperor in place. But for now they all just have to be silent and wait here. When the dragons came there was no other way but to lower their stance and give thanks. Of course, in an instant the Heavenly Flame Sage King had even entertained the thought of directly exterminating these people on the scene. As long as we could drive all of these people to extinction, perhaps we could escape the dragon clan's probing? By then it will be heaven knows and earth knows and he knows and a few saintly kings know. But the idea only popped up for a split second before he snuffed it out. One dragon clan made them tremble with fear. If they added a few more big powers, the forces behind them were at risk of being exterminated. And ordinary small sects or loose cultivators are okay to exterminate. It's hard to say about the heirs of the great powers. All of these people must have amulets on them. And even more so, protectors who might be even stronger than them. Even if they weren't better than them, running away would still be possible. When it really came to that time, it was estimated that they would have to die even if they ran to the ends of the earth. And that would be called truly having no way to go up to the sky and no door to go down to the earth. Boom! Suzy had already appeared in the core area of the Forbidden Zone with a single step. Prior to this, the core area was densely covered with endless Empyrean rules. Even a quasi-imperialist would perish on the spot if he touched it. But Suzy regarded it as nothing. It was eerily quiet in the Forbidden Zone. Not a sound at all, causing a slight uneasiness and throbbing in one's heart. "Get out!" Suzy reprimanded lightly. The voice was not loud, but it instantly spread throughout the forbidden area. The forbidden area glowed, and a large formation rose up, trying to block Suzy's voice. But it's futile and useless. The entire forbidden area was a huge dojo with traces of the great emperor's enlightenment on it. There was a single emperor's Dao rune. If an ordinary person were to obtain it, it would be enough to ascend to heaven in a single step after comprehending it. But these emperor Dao runes were no different from trash in Suzy's eyes at the moment. Fellow Daoist intruding into the core area of my forbidden zone. What is the meaning of this? The void rippled, and then a figure slowly solidified. It was a rather large man. He wore a golden Dao robe, a golden crown on his head, and his eyes were like electricity. His aura was horrifying. His entire body stood there like the center of heaven and earth, causing people to want to worship him. This person was the sacred emperor prisoner of heaven, the lord of the desolate ancient forbidden zone. The ancient forbidden zone had existed in the world for an unknown number of years, and it could be said that it had almost existed with the world. Even Prisoner Sky didn't know how many years he had lived. The desolate ancient forbidden zone had always been mysterious, and no one knew its information. Why? You really don't know? Susie said softly with her eyes lowered. Doyle. Prisoner Sky's tone was a bit heavier as he continued. You trespassed into this emperor's forbidden area and still come to question this emperor? Where on earth did you get the courage from? Fellow Daoist? The imprisoned Heaven Sane Emperor was convinced that the young man in front of him was definitely in existence on the same level as him. He also didn't want to break out into a conflict with it, so he didn't directly offend Suzy in terms of words. So many years have passed. He's been living with it for so many years. Not that he wants to. Rather, he was doing something big, and if it came to fruition, he would gain a qualitative metamorphosis. That metamorphosis is absolutely amazing. Fellow Daoist, please still leave, or don't blame this emperor for making a move. The Holy Emperor sent the guests directly. Are you seriously going to let this seat leave? Suzy looked at Prisoner Sky with a smirk. A secret power then flowed out from him. The face of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, Prisoner Sky, changed drastically on the spot. You're from the Su family. Prisoner Sky's pupils contracted violently as he felt an emotion called to fear. Such a strong aura of the Taiku Divine Mountain. But there's no aura of immortality on your body. You're not from the immortal realm Su clan? Ha 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 ha. God help me. God help me. Prisoner Sky looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. This time he was truly relieved. The hard work of waiting for billions of years was to captivate the people of the Su family of the Su god dynasty in the lower realm. As long as the other party became a saint, he would capture him just for the meager to extreme sliver of the Taiku Divine Mountain fragment within the other party's body. Prisoner Sky's gaze towards Suzy changed. Getting wild and excited is more dangerous. The power of the Taiku Divine Mountain in Suzy's body was something he had never seen before. It was that dense and mesmerizing. Suzy's eyes were as unruffled as a clear spring from the beginning to the end. Since that's the case, then you don't need to leave this place anymore. When this emperor refines you, this emperor will soar to the heavens and return to the immortal realm. Prisoner Sky was so excited that he was trembling. I think you've got one thing wrong. Suzy's voice pulled Prisoner Sky back from his imagination. You don't think that just because you're in the heavenly emperor realm that you can compete with this emperor, do you? Chapter 22, False Immortals. When Prisoner Sky finished speaking, his aura changed abruptly. An instant of incomparably berserk aura surged out wildly from within his body. The sky and the earth changed in a flash, and the wind rose. There were purple electric arcs crackling above the 9 heavens, converging into a river of lightning. All the powerful people of the 4 seas and 8 wastes awoke at this moment. Who, in the end, is going to cross the threshold to become an immortal? How could there be such an existence in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? One boulder actually made a horrified noise. The boulder then cracked open a slit, and a green light shot up into the sky. This was an ancient heavenly emperor. He had been sitting here for an unknown number of years, and all the dust that had accumulated on his body had wrapped him into a huge greenstone. He had been sitting withered for many years in order to penetrate that glimmer of mystery and then ascend into immortality. But the mystery of it was never realized. Now that he was awakened by this ray of immortal Dao Qi, his face was filled with horror. One could only see this ancient heavenly emperor standing in the void, his gaze looking in the direction of the ancient forbidden zone in the eastern desolate. His eyes looked like they could pierce through the sun, moon, and stars, just staring fixedly like that. It's actually him, the lord of the desolate ancient forbidden zone. Ugh, it seems that this lifetime this emperor will not be able to penetrate the secret of becoming an immortal. The cyanide heavenly emperor sighed softly. This emperor came from the red dust and will eventually return to the red dust. He didn't go back and continue to sit withered, but stood in the void just watching. As of today, he is going into the world. Surprisingly, someone wants to become immortal before me? I'd like to see who it is. Aotian instantly appeared outside the desolate ancient forbidden land in a single stride. It's not you. Who could it be then? Aotian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked into the middle of the ancient forbidden zone. He had challenged many forbidden zones after becoming a great emperor, and this desolate ancient forbidden land was naturally included. But back then, the person he challenged was an aged great emperor who was simply no match for him. The other party is dying. Life expectancy is not much. Cultivation and combat power is going downhill. Long gone from the peak period. Aotian didn't kill anyone painfully at that time, because he sensed a pair of eyes always on him. As long as he moved to kill, the owner of those eyes might just appear to kill him, so he chose to make a draw and then leave as fast as he could. Nowadays, it was either that aged great emperor in the forbidden area who had cultivated into a false immortal, or that being who had been secretly watching him back then. His feeling was not wrong. The reason why the Forbidden Zone had survived for ages was because there was no telling what kind of ancient existence existed in it. Such an existence would have to be at least at the Heavenly Emperor cultivation level. Otherwise they couldn't suppress those great powers in the outside world, and they didn't deserve to be called a forbidden area. Aotian suddenly frowned. It was because he had discovered the corpses of 2 dragons outside the Forbidden Zone. One of them was even a 5-clawed golden dragon. And it's still his first blood, his grandchildren's generation. Who did this? Aotian's eyes instantly turned cold, the coldness in his eyes almost condensing into substance. His cultivation was completely restrained, like an ordinary person. He was the old ancestor of the 5-clawed golden dragon. He was the one who led the rise of this clan, and he was also the one who made the frequency of 5-clawed golden dragons appearing in this clan become higher. Now that someone had killed their clan's purebred 5-clawed golden dragon, this was simply unforgivable. RIP. Without waiting for these people to reply, the void was suddenly torn apart, and a massive pressure descended directly. This. 7 figures as if they were ancient gods and demons stood in the void, their gazes coldly looking down. It was as if the space around their bodies had come to a standstill, and each one of them had an incomparably terrifying aura. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators below felt like they couldn't breathe anymore, and it was a bit hard to breathe. After all, these paramount emperors are still collecting their chi. If their chi is fully opened, more than 90% of the people here will die. Paragon emperors? It's actually 7 paragon emperors. The heavenly flame sage king's face directly changed wildly at this instant, and fear directly erupted within his eyes. It wasn't just him, the several sage kings around him were all like this, their faces as blue as death. They knew that these were the strongest of the dragon race. This time, the dragon clan had made such a big deal that they had 7 paragon emperors in one strike. I'm afraid they're all going to be accounted for here. Aolai's face was full of condescension, his eyes looking down disdainfully at the many cultivators below. He felt it was an insult to look down on him, so he's just eyeballing down. There's no need for this seat to say anything, is there? Whoever killed Aoyi, come out and die yourself. Aolai had a cold smile on his face. He's a paragon, high above the rest. He felt that once his words came out, the person who had beheaded Aoyi was bound to be scared less, crawling and running out to beg for forgiveness on his knees, and then be bowled over by your own lust. Long Tianqing eyes lowered. At this time there is simply no right to speak the words of their 3 major Cs, can only let Aolai perform. But all of a sudden his eyes looked as if he had seen something, and his whole body instantly gave a jolt. When he went to look closely again he realized that the figure had suddenly disappeared. He didn't think he was hallucinating. That figure was clearly the Aotian Emperor who had disappeared for a long time. Chapter 23, The Shame of Aotian. He couldn't be wrong. That figure was Aotian. Their 3 major Cs enshrined Aotian's idol. The figure was already etched into the depths of his mind. Long Tianqing fell into deep thought. What caused Aotian to appear here? Could an Aoyi really be able to make this heavenly emperor, who hadn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years, show up? No. Even if Aoyi was important, it definitely wouldn't be important enough for the heavenly emperor himself. Long Tianqing's originally stupid heart fell directly into the abyss at this moment. Aotian appeared, and his plan was directly aborted. Could it be that my North Sea Dragon clan will always have to submit to the East Sea? There is no more possibility for my North Sea Dragon clan to turn around? Long Tianqing hissed in his heart as he was filled with unwillingness. The Dragon King of the East Sea Dragon clan had been suppressing the dragon clans of the remaining 3 major seas, causing their peak battle power to decay repeatedly. And if this continued, perhaps all 3 seas would gradually be assimilated, or even, outright extermination. Originally they had the backbone to resist, because there had also been great emperors in their ancestry. But none of these great emperors showed up. Perhaps it has sat down, perhaps it has ascended. No one knows. All Long Tianqing knew was that their great emperor had given up on them. If Aotian didn't come because of Ao Night, then it was only possible that he came because of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Long Tianqing took a deep look at the forbidden area. Their group came here and didn't notice anything strange in the forbidden area. But that flash of mighty pressure made them quite appalled and fearful. That was definitely a pressure that only great emperors had, and it was simply not something that they, the quasi-emperors, could carry off. The good thing is, it comes and goes quickly. I am invincible in all the world. What can you fight me with? Prisoner Heaven put away his half-immortal might and looked at the young man in front of him and asked. I see. You're the saint ruler who tried to impact the Emperor realm back then but suffered a backlash and sat down? I just didn't think that you would fake your death, thus escaping the first big raid. Even if you cultivate into a heavenly emperor after such a long time, you'll have to obediently contribute your blood to me today, as long as I absorb and refine your precious blood. From now on, the heavenly emperor will be the starting point for this emperor, and even if I were to ascend to the immortal realm, I would still have the strength to fight for that supreme position. Prisoner Sky's eyes were filled with a fervor that seemed to burn through the entire heaven and earth. He had waited for this day for far too long. Originally, according to this progress, he would have to wait for at least billions of years before he could have a chance to gather all the fragments of the Swire God Mountain. But now that Suzy took the initiative to deliver the goods to his door, would he have any reason to refuse? This emperor said who cultivated into a false immortal. So it was you. You were the one who hid behind the curtain back then, right? Aotian appeared behind Suzy with his hands clasped behind his back, standing in the air and looking at Prisoner Sky. Because Suzy's back was facing Aotian, Aotian did not see Suzy's front face. He didn't even remember Suzy. The only thing he remembered was that he was once the spirit pet of that Sushin dynasty monarch named Suzy. After he claimed the title of emperor, he even wanted to make a move to directly erase the Sushin dynasty. This way no one in the world would know that he was Suzy's spirit pet. But in the end he didn't. Not because he was mindful of the meager feelings he once had, but because he suddenly felt something in his heart. The hint of immortal Tao divine flower contained within a mouthful of Suzy's blood could allow him to wash away all the lead, and his bloodline even directly metamorphosed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. How terrifying should Suzy herself be? That great emperor's calamity himself was able to cross it easily, couldn't Suzy? He thought back to the scene when Suzy crossed the threshold at that time. Although it was countless times more powerful than the calamity he had crossed, Suzy could have been all lighthearted earlier and did not suffer a single bit of damage. Not even the robes were torn a bit. It was the last thunderbolt that directly hit Suzy hard enough to kill him? No way. This was the answer Aotian got. What does that mean Suzy is plotting? He doesn't know. But all these years he didn't bother Sushin Chao. He was afraid that Suzy was still alive. Back then, Suzy was the youngest sage king in history. The terror of natural talent. Let a person fear. Can be said that the younger generation look up to see its back. Even many old monsters cultivate their whole life than the human Suzy cultivate a few hundred years. But there was never the slightest word from Suzy for so many years. Aotian himself was hibernating. He was a heavenly emperor, an existence worshipped by all races, and the lord of the dragon race. How could he return to Suzy's side and continue to be a spirit pet? The experience of once being a spirit pet beside Suzy could be said to be the shame of his life. Now he felt it was time to end the shame. After the matter of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, he was about to head to the Su God dynasty. Now that he was a heavenly emperor, he wanted to see if Suzy was dead or alive. You little mudskipper won't go and stay put, and you still dare to come to this emperor's forbidden zone? Back then, this emperor was in seclusion to a critical juncture, or else a single finger would have been able to crush you. Where would it have been your turn to come to the forbidden zone to spread your wildness? The memory of the moment Prisoner Sky saw Aotian came flooding back with a sneer. You seek death. Aotian's face became incomparably ugly the moment he heard the little loach. Because it's taboo for him. Once upon a time, that was what Suzy had called him, and it was the shame of his life. Chapter 24 Aotian wants to kill Suzy? Once he was Suzy's spirit pet, and he was the little loach. But now that he was the supreme celestial emperor, the title of little mudskipper was a disgrace. He would never allow anyone to call him that. Not even Suzy, the former owner. That's his bottom line. Boom! Aotian's aura was in full swing, and the heavenly emperors might instantly surge towards all directions. Almost at the same instant, all of the people in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands all felt this terrifyingly extreme pressure. This is the might of a great emperor. Has a great emperor revived? No! Even my holy land's imperial weapon is wailing. This isn't a great emperor. This is still a heavenly emperor. Surprisingly, a heavenly emperor has appeared. The great world has truly arrived. An ancient existence broke through the seal from within the immortal source and emerged, filled with horror. Almost at the same time, the celestial emperor of Qingshi appeared on the outskirts of the desolate ancient forbidden land and stepped in to resist Aotian's pressure as much as he could. The mighty pressure of a great emperor was enough to cause the entire eastern wasteland to panic, and some weak cultivators were even blown up on the spot by this pressure. Not to mention the heavenly emperor's pressure. Aotian Dragon Emperor? Surprisingly in the middle of the desolate ancient forbidden land. Is this a desire to fight the Lord of the Forbidden Land? Celestial Emperor Qingshi took a step into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. He also wanted to observe. Little mudskipper, put away your intimidation. Just as Aotian wanted to fight with Prisoner Sky, a single word was what caused him to almost kneel down on the spot. Aotian looked at the figure in front of him with his back turned in astonishment, the expression on his face bright and dark. The original dusty memories awakened with a bang. The original everything, where is he forgot? Just he sealed in the deepest part of his heart do not want to face just. The figure with its back to him now gradually overlapped with the one he remembered. Saint, Aotian's voice was hoarse, yet it was tinged with incredulity. You're not dead. You really are alive. Aotian felt his words tremble. He was clearly already a heavenly emperor, but at this moment, facing Suzy even gave birth to a thought of pulling his legs out and running away. How can this seat die when you, a little loach, are still alive? Suzy slowly turned around and looked at Aotian. Words were flat to the extreme. Boom! When Suzy turned around, the moment Aotian saw Suzy's face, the entire person's mind resounded with a boom that seemed to subdue him. The face in his memory overlapped with the person in front of him. This person is the holy monarch Suzy. How are you still alive? Aren't you dead? No, you must be an imposter. Aotian muttered to himself in a maniacal tone. Are you deceiving yourself or not? Or are you deceiving me? Suzy's eyes were as calm as water. Go to hell, even if you live. So what? I'm now the heavenly emperor Aotian, not some little loach. You are the shame of my life. Today, wash it away with your blood. Aotian's eyes glowed red, and his entire aura instantly climbed to the peak. Aotian didn't have the slightest reservation and struck out with a killing move. He appeared in his own body. It was a 5-clawed golden dragon covered in gold and filled with majesty, but at the moment it was boiling with murderous intent. The 5-clawed golden dragon had threads of heavenly emperor laws hanging down above its head, a symbol of having gone to the extreme of the heavenly emperor realm. Anon! Aotian yelled up to the sky. Its sound waves are enough to shatter the stars in the sky, and the sun, moon and stars will all be reduced to pieces in an instant. Only Aotian's body was covered in dragon chi, and his golden chi and blood shattered the void, turning into fragments that exploded in all directions. This was the heavenly emperor, and just his chi and blood alone was enough to collapse a paragon emperor to death. Golden light raged, and the endless rules of the heavenly emperor transformed into a heavenly sword as Aotian charged and killed. Terrifyingly incomparable. But Suzy still had a breezy face and didn't even make a move to interrupt Aotian. Looking at Suzy, who was motionless even in the face of Aotian's attack, imprisoned heaven even wanted to directly step in and save him. This was after all his blood food. His ascension to the immortal realm depended on Suzy. He couldn't afford any accidents. Just as Aotian's attack was about to strike Suzy, Suzy finally made a move, but it was only out of one finger. One pointed out that it seemed like an eternity. Even heaven and earth were frozen in an instant. This finger didn't seem to have much power, but only the few heavenly emperors on the scene knew how terrifying this finger was. When this finger came out, it would surely cause the heavens to crumble and cut through the sky. Prisoner Sky was the first to change his face. The terror of this finger was so great that even he would have a hard time blocking it. And this was just a random move by Suzy. Prisoner Sky is not a little cute, and for the first time he felt what it meant to be afraid. This second-generation monarch of the Su God dynasty was a bit frighteningly strong, afraid that his cultivation was not just as simple as a heavenly emperor, right? It might even be a true immortal. However, where in this world is there a true immortal? You will be guided by immortal light when you reach that realm, so you can't stay at all. At this time, Aotian was even worse. His entire dragon body was trembling. He faced Suzy's attack straight on, and only he was qualified to say how strong Suzy was. A finger only, just out of his attack, will be directly collapsed. The heavenly emperor law is even instantly collapsed into a rain of light, bright and incomparable. Chapter 25, Heavenly Emperor willing to be a slave. Aotian's entire dragon froze instantly. He didn't expect his full strength strike to be so easily neutralized. Not only Aotian, but also Qingshi Heavenly Emperor, Prisoner Heaven, the two heavenly emperors. At this moment, all of them froze. Aotian and Prisoner Sky. They all knew Suzy's details and knew that Suzy must not be simple after living for so long. But I didn't expect it to be so uncomplicated. Easily defusing Aotian's attack, Prisoner Sky thought to himself that dealing with Aotian would not be so easy. Although there was a trace of immortal Tao rules in his own body, it was only a trace, and although he would win in the end, it definitely wouldn't be so easy. A hint of immortal Tao rules is a false immortal, not even a half immortal. The immortal content is really too low. As for Celestial Emperor Qingshi, at this moment, he was even more appalled. What the hell? A fake immortal had just appeared, and now a person whose cultivation could not be seen had even appeared. When did the Four Seas hide so many powerful people? Are you kidding? Truly, the Celestial Emperor of Greenstone dared to swear that in all the countless years he had lived since his birth, he hadn't been shocked as many times in all that time as he was today. Only one great emperor would appear in one era in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, let alone a heavenly emperor. Every great emperor was extremely gifted and was able to suppress all the heavenly prides of his generation. Bang! A loud bang came, only to see that Aotion had already transformed into a human form, and then fell into the ground from his knees high in the sky, just straight down on his knees, 2 giant craters below his knees. Dense cracks spread out in all directions with Aotion's knee as the center. You have to know that this is the forbidden area of the Lord's dojo. Every inch of the land contains a great array of the world. Even if it is a great emperor cannot hurt the flowers and grass a little bit of soil half a point, but now hardened and rotted by Aotion's knees. One can only imagine the gold content of this kneeling. Holy monarch, I'm wrong, I'm just a small loach. It's because I've been blinded by my inflated strength all these years, and I hope you'll forgive me for not recognizing MT. Taishan with my eyes. From now on, I will remain your spirit pet. A little loach. Aotion no longer looked like he was bitter and unruly with Suzy. He was now like a devout believer, kneeling beside the faith in his heart with immense devotion and loyalty. I'll follow you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I definitely won't dare to go west. If you tell me to fight the Lord of the desolate ancient forbidden land, I definitely won't dare to fight the son of the Lord of the desolate ancient forbidden land. The prisoner Sky on the side was filled with questions. Why don't you just show your loyalty and bring me along? Are you afraid I won't die fast enough? Yes, prisoner Sky had been afraid, but he knew he didn't have the slightest way back. There was a deadly enmity between him and Suzy, and there was absolutely no way it could be resolved. He had captured hundreds of successive kings of the Su God dynasty, and among them was Suzy's father. These people have not died over the years, but they have suffered immensely. Their cultivation was sealed and they were imprisoned in the immortal source, suffering the pain of condensing their essence blood day after day. It was reasonable to say that even a sage king wouldn't be able to hold out after so many years, but the successive kings of the Su God dynasty were surprisingly still alive. You're not regretting it, you're just afraid of dying to go. Also, blame this seat for the fact that there was a trace of essence blood caught in a mouthful of tainted blood that was casually spat out back then, which allowed you to metamorphose into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Suzy's words were plain but caused the remaining 2 to be struck by lightning. A trace of essence blood can create a heavenly emperor? Heavens! What kind of god is this Suzy? Countless fragments flashed through the cyanide heavenly emperor's mind. Prisoner Heaven was right. The blood on Suzy's body could directly allow him to fly up in the daytime. And true immortals were only the starting point. His future achievements were limitless. So yeah, you might as well return to your little loach body. No, don't, please. I really know I'm wrong. I'm willing to serve you as my lord for the rest of my life. And I'm even more willing to offer my divine soul brand to be a servant for the rest of my life. Please don't waste my cultivation. After Aotion heard Suzy's words, he hurriedly shouted out. He's really scared now. His all-out killing move did not have the slightest effect on Suzy, so one could imagine how powerful Suzy was. It was ridiculous that he thought Suzy was at most in the same realm as him. The gap between them was just too big, so big that he couldn't even see it for himself. You're wrong? If you're wrong, then die for your sins. It just so happens that the younger generation of my Su God dynasty is too weak, so let's use your physical body to give them a boost. As soon as Suzy's words fell, Aotion's heart trembled dramatically. Suzy, this is not wanting to leave him a way out. No, Aotion roared up to the sky, but it's all futile and useless. No matter how much he urged his cultivation, it was as if his body was frozen and he could not use half of his cultivation at all. Extinguish. Suzy just spat out a word from her mouth. Instantly Aotion's face became terrified, as if he had seen something terrifying to the extreme. His eyes then gradually emptied out, turning him into a soulless corpse. This is good stuff. Don't waste it. Aotion's essence was a 5-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of miles long, which was enough for all the first families of the Su God dynasty to all be uplifted. Words follow the law. Surprisingly, who the hell are you? How is it possible for words to follow the law? Prisoner Sky looked at Suzy with a pale face and stumbled on his feet. In the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, people had always thought that great emperors were the ones who followed their words, but Prisoner Sky knew very well that not only great emperors, but even heavenly emperors could not follow their words. They were just driving a little bit of the will of this small world, and then they were said to be following the law. Prisoner Heaven knew very well that even true immortals couldn't follow their words. The current him only had endless fear and panic towards Suzy. Bang! Without warning, there was a loud bang. Both Suzy and Prisoner Sky looked towards the direction of the loud noise, only to see the celestial emperor of Greenstone kneeling straight on the ground. Suzy looked at the cyanide heavenly emperor with a questioning face. This was because the direction that the celestial emperor of Greenstone was kneeling in was exactly the direction that he was in. Kid Chang Shi, pay respects to the supreme immortal. Qingshi is not talented and begs the Supreme Immortal to take in the kid to stay by the side of the Supreme Immortal to saddle up for the Supreme Immortal. Aoshi fell to his knees and lowered his head deeply to make contact with the earth and said in a high voice, "You're a big old man, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a kid in front of this seat?" The corners of Suzy's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He could tell at a glance that Aoshi was older than him by an unknown number of years. "Don't worry, Supreme Immortal, I'm definitely not a stream of Aotion. I'm willing to offer my divine soul to serve you for life." Celestial Emperor Qingshi's expression was solemn and firm as he uttered these words. "There's no need. Divine souls or anything else doesn't interest this seat." Chapter 26, The Ancient Ten Fowls, Prisoner Cow. In the presence of this seat, you have no secrets as well as voices of the heart that can be hidden from this seat. This seat happens to be short of an oddjob man by my side. You're quite resourceful, so stay by my side. Suzy's eyes were really poisonous, and with one glance, he saw through Celestial Emperor Qingshi's life. This person is still considered to be pure in nature, and has never done anything harmful in his life. A lifetime of specializing in the path of meditation. "Thank you, Supreme Immortal." Aoshi was respectful. The prisoner Sky on the side was moved with intent. He would be willing to become Suzy's slave if he didn't die. But, obviously, he doesn't have that qualification. There was no way Suzy would give him the chance either. "All generations of my Su family's strongest cultivators will awaken a strand of the Swift God Mountain Seal when their cultivation reaches the Sage Realm. And it is this strand of the seal that you are eyeing to lay your hands on, my Su family. So not only are you going to die, you're going to die horribly." Suzy turned to look at prisoner Sky, who was standing not far in front of him, and said softly. At this moment, where was the prisoner Sky with half the aura of a fake immortal? The entire person was shaking like a sieve. "Wait, you can't kill me. I know the hidden secrets of the Su family. As long as you promise to spare me, I'll tell you. I can tell you with certainty that the Su family is not simple. Even after so many years have passed, the successive generations of your Su family's monarchs are all still alive and undead. Of course, I'm not easy. Aren't you curious at all? Although a heavenly emperor's lifespan is long, it definitely won't be everlasting. But I've lived from the ancient times until now, and I've survived the deaths of I don't know how many great heavenly emperors, and today my lifespan is still very long." Prisoner Sky was truly afraid of death. Seeing that Suzy was going to make a move on him, immediately told him some hidden secrets, trying to trade this for a chance to live. Curious? Perhaps. But this seat does not need to know, for nothing in the world escapes this seat's eyes. If this seat wants to know, all it needs to do is stand at the end of the long river of time and watch. Suzy's words were domineering, and he thought he had the strength to do so. Impossible. The long river of time can't. Even immortal kings can't. Even red dust immortals can't walk to the end of the long river of time. They can only stay for a while. Moreover, a red dust immortal who wishes to watch or even change the river of time would have to suffer a terrifyingly heavy blow or even fall. Prisoner Sky looked at Suzy incredulously. He didn't believe that Suzy even had this kind of cultivation. One must know that the rules of this world would never allow a realm above the heavenly emperor to exist. When the cultivation level is reached, they will be forcibly extradited to ascend. Earlier, he had thought that Suzy's realm was definitely a half-immortal, or even just a step away from a true immortal. But it didn't occur to me that Suzy would dare to speak out of turn like that. Still want to swim in the river of time at will? And to walk to the end of the river of time to watch it? What a joke. Prisoner Sky said so much just to get Suzy's attention, so that Suzy would think that he was of great use and wouldn't be able to behead him. It also made Suzy realize that he was able to know so much, and that his background was not simple. You talk so much, but you just want to live. But you know what? It's really hard for a little outcast like you to make the seat take you seriously, even if you are the prisoner bull, one of the 10 fiends of the Swire. Suzy shook her head and said softly, "What?" Prisoner Sky's mind instantly roared in his head, causing his mind to go blank. He hadn't told anyone about Prisoner Bull's identity, but only his children in the Forbidden Zone knew about it, and since coming to the lower realm, he had never revealed his original body. All of those who were able to reach the Forbidden Zone thought that he was a human, but now it was seen through by Suzy at a glance. "You're strong, I admit it, but since you've seen my identity, you should know that you can't afford to mess with the Ancient 10 murderers, even if I am an outcast." Prisoner Sky forced himself to calm down after the shock and drank at Suzy. He had wanted to use this matter as a killer to save his life, but he hadn't thought that he wouldn't have the slightest bit of privacy in front of Suzy. The Taiku Prisoner Bull clan, rumored to be one of the descendants of the ancestral dragon, but then it gradually formed its own clan, and even vaguely stood shoulder to shoulder with the Taiku dragons. The Taiku dragon clan itself was called one of the 10 evils, and the Prisoner Bull clan relied on their own strength to squeeze into the ranks of the 10 evils. As for the 5-clawed golden dragon clan, it was considered the topmost clan in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, but in front of the Prisoner Bull, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Every one of the 10 fowls of Taiku was ferociously famous, with immortal kings having appeared in their ancestry. This seed has already said that you, an outcast, really doesn't have the slightest value. Su Zi's words caused Prisoner Sky's face to turn incredibly ugly. Yes, he was an outcast of the Prisoner Bull clan, or else he wouldn't have been discarded in this barren lower realm. His own bloodline was impure, with impurities taking up 90% of it, and even the Prisoner Bull clan had given up on him. But he was the biological son of the current patriarch of the Prisoner Bull clan. Even though he was a hybrid unpopular, but it's also the man's own son. If he dies, Suzy won't be safe either. Too much nonsense. You won't die easily. You'll have to suffer for as long as the successive generations of kings of my Su family have been tortured by you. Shoo! As soon as Su Zi's words fell, a ray of light shot out from his fingertips to land on Prisoner Sky's body. Prisoner Sky couldn't even resist. The strongest person of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the generation of heavenly emperors unexpectedly had no power to fight back and could only watch. No, I'm Prisoner Koan's own son. You can't do this to me. Do you know who Prisoner Koan is? That's the most powerful person of the Prisoner Bull clan. Prisoner Sky was now really panicked. The finger that Su Zi had pointed out had directly caused him to lose all his cultivation, and he couldn't even feel his life passing by anymore. This means that the other party can let him live like this for 10,000 years without dying, but with it must have come endless torment. Torture will? Let him beg for his life and die. Suzy looked at Aoshi and asked, "Don't worry, Lord. Qingshi has also dabbled in torture. He once obtained a book of torture techniques, and his level of torture is above par." Aoshi nodded his head in a hurry. "Okay, over to you." Suzy said the whole thing and disappeared. When he reappeared he was already standing in a blood-colored palace. Everything here smelled of blood, and there were hundreds of immortal sources, large and small, floating in the air, forming a bizarre connection between them. Some connection seemed to have been established, and a vein-like connection occasionally appeared between them, looking eerie. Beneath these immortal sources were pools of blood, reflecting the entire palace in blood red. It looked no different from a haunted house. Su Zi knew that this palace was a magic treasure, infinitely close to an immortal weapon, that had been quenching this blood, wanting to quench the trace of the rules of the Swift God Mountain from all that blood. Chapter 27, Su Zi's Disciple, Heavenly Wasteland. Su Zi's face was gloomy. It was the first time since his awakening that he had developed anger. All the generations of the Su family's monarchs have been captive in this immortal source. That's right, captivity. They looked no different than livestock. While feeding them heavenly materials to ensure activity, they were frantically condensing the essence blood in their bodies. All of the people inside the immortal source had fallen into a deep sleep, not knowing how long it had been since they had awakened, and they knew nothing about the outside world. They are unconscious and don't even realize that they have been having their blood drawn. Each one of them was as good as a human stem, not much better than a dry corpse. Skin without luster, like old tree bark, is already chapped. As for the appearance, simply cannot bear to look at, already cannot see as a human face. Break! Su Zi waved one hand. Hundreds of immortal lights surged into the immortal source. This was his origin, containing endless power of vitality. When one's cultivation had reached his level, the origin was endless and unending. Not to mention that this little bit of origin was equivalent to a single hair of the entire Taishan mountain. If these people were to be released directly, the moment they touched the air after losing their immortal origin seal, they would directly turn into flying dust. Su Zi of course had other ways to awaken them, but he didn't want to. After all, these were all descendants of the Su family. In addition to reviving their vitality, he would also send them a great creation to help them forge a perfect foundation. As for the immortal Su family, what happened to the Su family in the lower realm was actually the same as Prisoner Sky. They were all outcasts. Otherwise they wouldn't have been brutally driven away from the lower realm. That's right, it's brutal. Because in the lower realms you have to cultivate to a true immortal. It's harder than a mortal ascending to heaven. It was different in the immortal realm. The immortal realm was covered in the immortal Dao laws, and being able to cultivate to a true immortal was too easy compared to the lower realm, even though it also depended on talent. And these cultivators' physical body for years and years under the immortal rules were subconsciously changed and baptized. Compared to the lower realm is enough to make them the same class truly invincible. It's fine if the Su family of the upper realm never shows up. If they dare to come looking for trouble, then I'll have to take care of them altogether. Ka-ching! The sound of an immortal source shattering rang out. Subsequently, more than 200 figures hovered in the air. Immortal light blossomed on their bodies, and a huge stream of vitality erupted within them. The damaged bodies recovered almost instantly, and what was even more shocking was that the loss of chi and blood they had suffered for so many years was actually recovering at a terrifying speed. Here? A hoarse and obscure word rang out. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes covered in blood. His voice was raspy because he hadn't spoken in many years. "Father," Suzy called out softly. "Kid," pronounced Purple. "Homophone. Why are you here? Go now." The memories in Su Qianquan's mind revived like an ocean the moment he saw Suzy. He hissed and growled towards Suzy. He himself knew exactly how horrible the people who detained him at the time were. He was a sage king, but he didn't even have the strength to fight back, and was captured almost instantly. He became the founding king after coming to the lower world alone with his 2 children. I didn't think it was still being missed. Su Qianquan had never been able to figure out who had targeted the 3 of them, father and son. He guessed that it should be the Su family from the upper realm. "Father, it's all right already. It's my child who's late." Suzy sighed softly. "After today, the Forbidden Zone will not exist, and an earthworm will have to be split vertically." Suzy's words were morose. "Yes, Lord." As soon as his words fell, the void around him squirmed, and then Qingshi appeared carrying prisoner Sky in his hands. Where was the prisoner of heaven at this moment that had the slightest bit of human appearance? It's covered in bloody scabs. He had been tortured by Qingshi for quite a while. Originally he was a heavenly emperor with an incredibly powerful physical body, but at the moment it was like a lost dog. Not only was his divine soul scorched with the emperor's fire, but even his divine soul was used to test the mortal invention of 3 knives and 6 holes, frying in a frying pan, and splitting a body into 5 horses. Su Qianquan had just wanted to speak, and when he suddenly saw that the person who detained him had become like this, he could not help but freeze. That's a great emperor, or even a heavenly emperor. Now like a dead dog, he was paralyzed. Su Qianquan had always thought that prisoner Sky was in the great emperor realm. "Who dares to act recklessly in my restricted area?" A thunderous voice exploded in the ears of the crowd. The great emperor's mighty pressure then surged even more. An old man with white hair strolled through the void, but without waiting for this old man to pretend, he directly stumbled on his feet and planted himself from the void. It wasn't Suzy and Aoshi who made the move. He was the one who got scared. What did he see? His father, prisoner Sky, was actually lying on the ground twitching like a dead dog. In that instant, prisoner Ren only felt that his Sky had directly collapsed in an instant. The prisoner's Sky is his Sky. He is very old and has very little life left. Previously, it was even after the battle with Aotian that led to the decline of Qi and blood. If not for the imprisonment of the Sky to seal him, perhaps he had already sat down and died. Now his father, the man who stood up to the heavens and the earth, the man who had sworn to become an immortal king to go back to his clan to wipe out his past shame, had been tortured into this state. His worldview collapsed. One must know that the heavenly emperor was absolutely powerful in this world. It can be called the lower realm battle power ceiling. Now it's being rubbed against the ground. Originally, he had felt something in his heart, and that was why he broke the seal from the immortal source. Now this scene was literally tearing his liver apart. "Let us go and I can tell you a shocking secret." Prisoner Sky watched his own son fall, and cried out weakly at that moment. "Do you remember your disciple, Heavenly Wasteland?" Seeing Suzy's expressionless face, prisoner Sky gritted his teeth and said, "Heavenly Desolation." A youth wearing clothes sewn from animal skins appeared in Suzy's mind. That youth was called Sky Wasteland, and was the most talented person Suzy had ever seen besides himself. He had the heart of a red-blooded man, and his divine soul was pure and unblemished. It was Suzy who met and taught in a small world on one side back then. Although there is no name of master and disciple, there is the reality of master and disciple. He struck across the long sky with the invincibility of youth, beating the heirs of the major royal clans who didn't dare to raise their heads. Among his peers, he is even unrivaled, and has never tasted a defeat since he was a child. You know, he was born in the wilderness. Back then, when the small world was trying to defend itself against the exotic foreign races, Suzy was also trying to sharpen the heavenly wasteland, which eventually led to that situation. At that time, Suzy was also only at the beginning of the Sage King realm, and had not yet inherited the throne of the monarch. Chapter 28, Confrontation. Sky Wasteland's life was very hard, and he never slacked off for a moment in terms of cultivation. He desperately cultivated, wanting to change the fate of the human race. Nay, heaven forbid, there is always someone who wants to harm him. Suzy's gaze was languid, as if he had returned to that year then that world. That year, the small world suffered a heavenly crisis. Boom! At the heavenly abyss, a figure stood between heaven and earth like a god or a devil, their bodies bulging with mana, a breathtaking aura erupting from their bodies. Crane Wushwang, you people of the other realm are dreaming of stepping through the heavenly abyss to enter my 9 heavens and 10 lands today. The 9 heavens and 10 places shouted at an old man dressed in white and immortal. Suzy, one of the few great powerhouses in the 9 heavens of the human race, with an unfathomable cultivation level. Behind Suzy were 10 young men and women, and by looking at their cultivation, they knew that they were rare young talents. Suzy, I don't care where you came out from, but we are just days away from stepping through the heavenly abyss, and we are only waiting for the last border desolate king to pass away, and the heavenly abyss will naturally break down without attack. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are sheltered by heaven and earth, and after so many years the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss is already beginning to diminish. So how long can you guys hold out? Crane Wushwang was indifferent and bland. Behind Crane Wushwang there were also 10 unparalleled prides of the otherworldly regions. There are no saint kings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the most powerful ones are the saints. But there were more than 10 sage kings in their foreign realm? As long as one steps through the heavenly abyss, the 9 heavens and 10 earths can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Is that so? Even if the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss were to subside, wouldn't the sage king still not dare to step in? After Suzy said this, Crane Wushwang fell silent. Indeed, even though the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss was gradually weakening, although the sage king's strength was heavenly and it wasn't impossible to forcibly cross over, the price to be paid was something that even the sage king would have to weigh. But the process of waiting is nothing more than waiting for death. If the people of the 4 seas and the 8 deserts don't help them, there is no possibility for them to survive. That's right, they were just waiting to die, because everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands knew that the heavenly abyss would shatter one day, and when the sage king of the otherworldly realm personally descended at that time, even the desolate king over there would be powerless to fight against the sage king. Right now, the existence of the border wasteland king was merely sustaining the power of the heavenly abyss, but there would come a day when the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss would disappear, and by that time, the imperial pass would have no one to guard it, and it wouldn't be able to guard it at all. It was only that this last remaining border wasteland king had the certainty of maintaining the heavenly abyss for 500 years, and within 500 years the saintly kings of the foreign realm could not easily pass through. Even if the sage king wanted to come over now, paying the price was definitely not something they could afford, even if he was a sage king. That kind of price was just too much, otherwise the sage king would have broken the heavenly abyss a long time ago. The fact that the sage king hasn't come over yet is enough to show that even the sage king doesn't want to touch that kind of price easily. 500 years in a flash. We can afford to wait. Suzy, you should consider thinking about whether you can leave alive today. Behind Crane Wushwang a young man sitting in the void indifferently opened his mouth. As soon as this youth opened his mouth, the 9 exotic region celestials who were by his side were silenced at the same time. This young man was wearing a purple robe. His face was gloomy and cold, and it was like resonating with heaven and earth between one breath and one inhale, with a horrifying sound. How dare you? Is King Su also something you can make up? Behind Suzy an imposing young man chided. This person was the heavenly pride of the Heavenly Tao Academy in the 9 heavens, named Ho Yu, and his strength was already in the heavenly god realm, which was incomparably powerful. Realm division, martial apprentice, martial artist, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial Zun, Zun Shur, void Tao, John I, transported one, supreme, celestial god, divine king, divine emperor, saints, great saints, saint king, quasi-emperors, great emperors, true immortals, red dust immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors. Boom! The youth behind Crane Wushwang's eyes erupted with brilliant pillars of light shooting towards Ho Yu. This gaze was full of destructive power, capable of determining life and death with a single glance. Ho Yu's face changed greatly in an instant. This youth just lightly glanced at him, and he felt that this glance was filled with a gloomy and destructive aura. He was forced into a lock and couldn't get out of it. Ho Yu was sweating profusely, his face covered with panic. This was the first time in all the years since his debut that he felt so powerless against a pride of the same level of heaven. This man is not to be trifled with. Put. Ho Yu ran his entire body's mana, but he was still penetrated and spat out a large mouthful of blood straight away. If it wasn't for Suzy gently waving his hand next to him to protect him, he would have died. Suzy's face was pretending to be grave, and those 9 heavens and 10 earths celestial pride behind him were even more horrified. Alas! It's still too hasty. The depth of the 9 heavens and 10 lands still lacks too much. Suzy originally didn't want to interfere, but seeing a good seedling behind him was a bit unbearable. He had just come to the small world just a few decades ago and became the head of the Heaven's Path Academy. All of you take a good look. This person's name is Mo Tianxiu. He is the first son of the Sage King, and is also the existence that has been hailed by the foreign regions as having the most hope of becoming a sage in the future. Suzy's pupils contracted violently when Ho Yu and the others said this. The first son of the Sage King. This kind of identity was definitely a dazzling to the extreme existence no matter where it was placed. Moreover, to be able to become a saint in the future, this kind of natural talent was enough to astonish the world. Today, we will not talk about anything else. The people of the 2 realms will compete and spar. You win. We retreat. We win. Hand over the 2 broken Great Emperor artifacts you have on you. Crane Wuxuan looked at Su Zi with an unchanged expression. This void was located in the heavenly abyss, and saints below were not affected by the rules of the heavenly abyss. This competition was proposed by the foreign domain, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths won the peace of the imperial pass for 500 years. The 9 heavens and the 10 lands lose, and the kings of the foreign lands come out to break the imperial pass. Chapter 29, Unknown Origin. You guys see clearly, this one on the opposite side is the most representative existence amongst the extra-dimensional heavenly prides. He's not just the offspring of a sage king, he's also the representative of the younger generation of the extra-dimensional region. Motion Evil, the first son of the sage king. Rumor has it that when he came out of the world, the domain shook and black fog filled the air. These may seem ordinary, but these black mists are ominous origins. Where the black mist passes, all spirits are lost. Even the heavenly god realm can't stop its erosion, losing their spirit and degenerating into darkness. Hearing Su Zi's words, none of the heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were creeped out. This wasn't just the first son of the Sage King. His own cultivation was already frighteningly strong, and now he seemed to have quite a bit of mist in his body. These mists made Motion even more unfathomable and unnerving. The Sage King's cultivation was through the heavens and on the earth, and every word and action was a rule of the Tao. The Sage King's cultivation is heavenly, and glorifying his true name can make him manifest his sainthood. Sage King's first son. Just this identity was enough to make Motion an existence that everyone feared. Seeing the prideful people on his side each showing fear, Su Zi frowned. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were already in a weakened state, and their heritage was not as good as the exotic regions, and his move was only intended to make them realize their shame and surge forward. But it seems, this time it backfired. If it wasn't for the sake of honing the heavenly wasteland, he would have wanted to slap these people of the foreign lands to death to count the pleas, especially Crane Wuxuan Crane Invincible. Their names were really too pretentious. Crane was expressionless. Did they really need 2 broken and tattered Great Empress artifacts? No. A mere 2 broken Great Empress artifacts were not worthy of Motion personally sitting here. What they wanted to do was to suppress the heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, causing them to despair and letting the 9 heavens and 10 lands take a good look at what it meant to have an insurmountable chasm. Let them be afraid. Let them survive in endless fear for the next 500 years, waiting in fear for the other world to descend. Death is not scary. What is scary is the process of knowing when it is coming and waiting for it to come. 500 years is enough time for us to grow to a realm that is now unattainable. And by then, what is a mere saint? A young man behind Suzy spoke softly. The sound was not loud enough to be soul-stirring. This man's face is handsome and resolute, and his eyes seem to have the sun and moon changing, and the Qiankuan evolving, and the end is profound and incomparable. The originally gloomy complexion of the 9 heavens and 10 heavens instantly brightened. It might not be possible for others, but it was entirely possible for this man who spoke. He was Su Zimu's personal disciple. Although the two had never called master and disciple, they were a bit closer than master and disciple. To know, this young man's heavenly wasteland talent was earth-shattering, and in this era he had even hardened himself to walk out of his own path. Such an existence was enough to be called an unearthly heavenly pride that shook the ancient world. As long as he didn't fall, his future step into the Sage King realm, or even a great emperor, would be a nail in the coffin. But it was ridiculous that such a heavenly pride was ruthlessly suppressed by the major powers in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and even eliminated. If it wasn't for Su Zi being one of the most powerful existences in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, this youth would be afraid that the grass in his grave would be several meters high. Kunichi, you go fight. Motion opened his mouth indifferently while sitting in the void. Yes. Koani respectfully arched his hand towards Motion and appeared in the heavenly abyss. This place was covered in oceanic power of laws, but it had no effect on saints below. My name is Kunichi. Who comes to die? Koan Yi's expression was haughty, and his mouth was full of banter as he looked at the pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands with a disdainful expression, as if in his view the other party is not what strong general, but a group of dirt chicken dog. He can be destroyed with his hands. I'll fight you. With a bellowing cry, a silver white lance appeared in Hoyu's hand, pointing diagonally at Koan Yi as he appeared on the heavenly abyss battlefield. I, Hoyu, will take, today. Hoyu was imposing and opened his mouth to Koan Yi, but before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Koan Yi. For a dead man's name is not worthy to be known by me. A sneer slid across Koan Yi's face as he looked at Hoyu with a look of disdain. You! Hoyu's face was unsightly. His entire face flared red, which was infuriated. Take your life. Hoyu was holding his breath in his heart, earlier being subdued by one of Motion's eyes and spitting out blood. This was a disgrace. He couldn't even catch a single glance from his opponent. Now that he was actually belittled by an unknown and nameless person from a foreign domain, Ho Yu felt like he was going to vomit blood again. At least, he was considered a renowned heavenly pride in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He took the lead. A long silver-white spear instantly piercing through the void, appearing directly in front of Koan Yi like a god. Koan Yi's face remained unchanged, and the sneer on his face became even more intense. A heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands? It's nothing more than that. Just as the silver spear medicine nailed through Konichi's head, a sudden change occurred, only to see the void in front of Koan Yi suddenly begin to wriggle. And then the lance that was originally supposed to pierce through Koan Yi unexpectedly and bizarrely appeared in front of Ho Yu's head. Ho Yu instantly paled. Chapter 30, The Void King Clan. Ho Yu instantly tried to draw away, but the time was too short for him to retrieve his lance. He was too familiar with his lance, and once it was out it was difficult to retrieve it in an instant. He was never able to figure out how his lance suddenly appeared in front of his head. Ho Yu with doubt, with endless unwillingness, and with bleak blood flowers, his godly soul was destroyed. His head was pierced by his own lance, and he died by his own hand. The art of void transformation. This is the untold secret of the Void Koan clan, the king race of the otherworldly realm, being able to instantly move a piece of the void, making it impenetrable, and being able to move an opponent's attack in front of them without them realizing it. It can be described as being godawful and defensible, Suzy said with a grave expression. Meanwhile Suzy was a little frustrated. The difference in strength between the young generation of prides from the 9 heavens and 10 lands was too great. He actually didn't really want to intervene in all of this and could only pretend that he was in the Great Sage realm. The Void Koan clan was originally a great clan of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but unfortunately, of course, they resolutely defected to the foreign domain, which is a disgrace to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They became a royal family in a foreign land and were worshipped by all the spirits. They are ashamed that they were once of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Sky Wasteland was silent. Such a traitor can only be cleansed by blood. Waste. Koan Yi snorted softly with condescension before turning back behind Motian. Crane invincible. You go for the rest, and kill them until they are cowed. Motian still spoke indifferently. Yes. Crane invincible opened his mouth. Crane invincible? This person is not to be underestimated. He's the son-in-law of the great sage Crane Wushwang, and at the same time, he's one of the leaders of the younger generation of the foreign domain, with an immense talent. Such a heavenly pride actually listened to Motian's scheduling without any complaints. It seems that the assessment of Motian has to be redone, Sky Wasteland said with a solemn face. Crane invincible, as his name suggests, has not suffered a single defeat since his birth and is invincible all the way. Among the foreign domains the reputation was sky-high, being the object of worship of countless foreign domain prides. It was unbelievable that such a lofty person would willingly listen to Motian's dispatch. You have to know that the Crane family is not a royal family, but that high and mighty imperial family. A true emperor had once appeared in its ancestry. I'll do it. A heavenly pride among the 9 heavens and 10 lands stood out and bit his teeth and drank. He was at the heavenly god realm, and Crane Xia was also at the heavenly god realm. So even if there was a gap, how much worse could it be? No, you guys, together, Crane invincible said with his hands behind his back, standing quietly in the middle of the heavenly abyss with a joyless and sorrowless expression. He stood there as if he were one with heaven and earth. Arrogant. Just too arrogant. This is not putting all of us in our eyes. Arrogant. Hearing Crane peerless words, the remaining heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands instantly exploded. They were all celestial pride. All of them had their own arrogance. And Crane Xia's move was tantamount to rubbing their faces hard on the ground. Only Heaven's Desolate frowned slightly. His intuition told him that Crane Xia was not simple. What? You're all afraid of me alone? In that case, I'll let you have another hand? Crane Wufei had one hand behind his back and one hand in front of him. It wasn't that he was pretending. It was the confidence that came from powerful strength. In his eyes, the so-called heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands? No more than that. Too arrogant. Let me meet you. A celestial pride behind Suzy appeared in front of Crane Wushwan with a single leap. I'm in. I'll do it. In that case, add me. In less than a moment, there were already 8 celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands who appeared opposite of Crane Peerless. Strike, or you won't have a chance to strike. Crane Peerless remained bland in the face of the 8 celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was of the Emperor clan, and he himself had the pride of being an Emperor clan. He also has an invincible heart. Asshole. A heaven-opening bronze greatsword appeared in the hands of one of the celestial pride, and the entire person had a powerful and profound sense of strength. The bronze greatsword in his hand was a void Dao weapon that was incomparably powerful. Only to see the bronze greatsword blade lingering, without any fancy toward Crane Xia hacked down, like a big mountain directly to be Crane Xia directly suppressed. Even the void could not withstand the sharpness of this blade, and a void crack appeared steeply. Crane Invincible was breezy, with one hand behind his back, just a split second before the big knife was about to cut on his head. He struck. There's no extra movement. Within his wide sleeve robe, a slender palm like white jade appeared. His palm formed into a claw unexpectedly grabbed directly towards the bronze greatsword. Seek death. That heavenly pride shouted angrily. Crane Wuxia dared to use his physical body to resist a void Dao realm weapon. He was only in the heavenly god realm. How could he dare? He thought it was just Crane Invincible belittling him. Therefore, he operated his entire body's magical power, and his entire body erupted with terrifying saber intent, causing the bronze greatsword to become more and more terrifying. With this slash, he was going to make Crane Peerless, who had belittled him, pay the price. He was going to directly decapitate Crane Invincible with a direct slash. Clang! And then the imagined beheading of Cranewater didn't occur. Instead, there was a piercing sound of gold and iron. Crane Invincible's hand steadily grasped the bronze greatsword. His 5 fingers were glowing, and there was great mana running through his palms. Chapter 31, Stealing a Beam for a Pillar. He actually wanted to wear out this bronze greatsword. The void was distorting, and silk cracks actually appeared on top of the bronze greatsword. This caused the proud faces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands to change drastically. Is this Crane Invincible really in the heavenly god realm? To actually wear down a void Dao realm weapon with his bare hands. How terrifying was that? Retreat! Seeing that Crane Peerless had actually directly ground his weapon, he looked fearful, directly giving up his greatsword. The entire person was about to retreat rapidly. Can't go. Crane Invincible's index and middle fingers came together to pierce through the void with one finger. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! You! That heaven's pride's gaze was dull as he looked at Crane Peerless with lifeless eyes. His head was directly pierced through by 2 fingers, and his yuanshan was covered in cracks before exploding. His body then exploded into pieces. What? The faces of the remaining 7 heavenly prides changed drastically. Their cultivation was not on par with the dead one, and even if they were strong, they were not strong enough. Such a cultivation level unexpectedly couldn't last a single move in the hands of Crane Invincible. It sent chills down their spines. Come back. You are no match. Sky Wasteland stepped out. He was going to make a move. Come back. This will only lead to a wasted life. Suzy said with a sigh. The difference is just too great. He didn't want to interfere too much in the development of a small world. Staying here was the maximum he could do, and he was staying here just for Sky Wasteland alone. Although the 7 Celestial Pride did not want to leave the battlefield, they also knew that Suzy was right. They would never be able to receive a single move from that terrifying Crane Invincible from the other world. Their figures flashed towards Suzy's direction. Leave when you want to? Come when you want? It's ridiculous. This is a battlefield. A battle of life and death. Crane Invincible's face showed sarcasm. His entire body then disappeared as if it were nothingness directly in place. Put. Touch. Ah. Dean. Help me. Blood constantly dripped and dripped from the void, and limbs and broken arms constantly appeared. With a single strike, Crane Peerless would take away the human life of a 9 heavens and 10 earths heaven's pride. Boom! Suzy was glowing. On his body, 2 tattered great imperial artifacts erupted with immeasurable light, illuminating this side of the universe. He took one step out of the time shards surrounding him, a step that was tens of thousands of miles away. He was going to make a move to save the heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They might die, but definitely not senselessly at the hands of Crane Invincible. Even if he died, he would die on the future battlefield with the foreign lands. Moreover, these were all good seedlings from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and their future achievements would be very high. Suzy, are you looking for death? Crane Wuxuang stood in the void, his robes hunting, only to see him casually wave one hand. The universe in front of Suzy directly exploded, and the terrifying fluctuations instantly blocked Suzy. Get out of the way. Suzy bellowed. His sleeve robe glowed, and a great emperor's aura was awakening. It was a great emperor's broken artifact on his body reviving. After all, he was only playing the role of a saint, not a great saint yet, and could not fight against a great saint yet. He could only resort to the broken great emperor's magic weapon. It was a sleeve robe that was once a great emperor's personal robe, soaked in great emperor blood and born with a spirit. After countless thousands of years it was sacrificed and refined into a great emperor's magic weapon, a protective magic weapon. But now it was in tatters, with only this arm's length left. Although it had the aura of a great emperor, it had long since ceased to be a great emperor. Suzy, you're really looking for death. Crane Wuxuang's face was cold. The entire person took one step and instantly traveled billions of miles. This was not his extreme speed. He had only appeared outside the heavenly abyss in one step, and he didn't want to easily touch the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss. Boom! Crane Wuxuang didn't put up a fight. He was a deterrent in his own right. His massive strength was instantly displayed. The void shattered, and dark thunder fell from the sky in the void. shattering a 10,000-foot cliff. The vault of the sky rioted, and the clouds instantly exploded directly into the air. This was the great sage. Not only was his life long, but his means were even more powerful. Crane Wushwang stood right in front of the heavenly abyss. Suzy stopped in her tracks. He's struggling. He's hesitating. These are good kids. They don't deserve to die here. He could feel Crane Wushwang's shocking killing intent, but if he made a move, Crane Wushwang would surely die. The 9 heavens and 10 lands had long since changed drastically, and there hadn't been a great saint for an unknown number of years. He was playing a peak saint, not a great saint. Now Crane Wushwang was not only locking him with his killing intent, he was also locking onto Sky Wasteland. He could tell that Crane Wushwang's killing intent towards Sky Wasteland was even stronger than his. It made him stop in his tracks. Tian Wasteland was his most optimistic descendant. There was no one, even those powerful heavenly prides of the Su God dynasty could not compare to a single Tian Wasteland. He only wanted to preserve the heavenly wasteland. As for the development of the world, let him go. In his opinion, if given the time, heavenly wasteland would one day become one of the most powerful group of people in heaven and earth. This, Suzy was convinced of. So, he hesitated. AI. It's still too soft-hearted. Steal the beam to preserve their divine souls. Suzy sighed inwardly. Although he had always emphasized non-interference and non-intervention, when it really came to it, he still stepped in. Of course, he had only struck out to make the other side think that these celestial pride were dead, but in reality, they had been stolen by him. Chapter 32 Motian says might. Touch. The last heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands fell and exploded into streams of light. With Suzy's hesitation, 8 renowned celestial pride from the 9 heavens and 10 lands completely fell. Suzy threw himself up to the sky. He wanted to go mad with hatred. Secretly a few divine souls were directly collected by him into the tattered Great Emperor Dharma artifact for warming. It wouldn't be long before they were able to remake their physical bodies with the help of an imperial artifact. In order to sharpen the heavenly wasteland, he had to pretend to be hesitant and had to stop striking out to rescue these heavenly pride. The cosmic galaxy in front of Suzy had a big explosion, and countless large stars were turned into fragments and drifted away into the void under Suzy's roar. Dean, I can still fight. The 9 heavens haven't lost yet. Sky Wasteland stepped forward and walked straight to Suzy's side to speak softly. He has a heart of invincibility. He is unrelenting. He has not lost a single battle since his debut, and he has come out with a different path of invincibility. He was born at the end of the microcosm, and fought fiercely in the 9 heavens against the heavens, and any enemy he had defeated was never regarded as a rival by him. Sky Wasteland looked sad and choked. These are his old friends. Several of them had agreed before they left that they would get drunk and have a good time upon their return. But now, it's all a passing fad. All of them died on this battlefield. Invincible. Back off. Emotian said to Crane while as he appeared on the heavenly abyss battlefield at an unknown time. Crane Invincible's gaze was fixed dead center on Sky Wasteland, and he smelled a hint of danger from him. I can battle him, Crane Invincible said with some stubbornness. Stand down. Chilliness flashed in Emotian's eyes. In an instant, Crane Invincible only felt goosebumps rising all over his body. It was as if Emotian's body contained an indescribable might and great terror, which made Crane chilled. Yes, Crane Invincible winced fiercely, then lowered his lofty head. Crane Wushwang outside the heavenly abyss frowned slightly. Crane Invincible was his own son, one of the leaders of the younger generation of their foreign domain. However, when facing Emotianxie, Crane Invincible didn't have a trace of invincible might. Instead, he was afraid of Emotianxie for a few minutes. This made Crane Wushwang upset, very upset. His son, Crane Invincible, was gifted with great talent and had the appearance of a great emperor. Which one of such people is not a supreme talent? But it was such a gesture in front of Emotianxie. Although Emotianxie was the first son of the Sage King, giving some respect would be fine. There was no need to be so lowly, right? I don't know why, but I'm tempted to kill you. Your blood should be delicious. Emotian said softly as he looked at Sky Wasteland. Yeah, I'm the same way. I really want to break your neck. Skydrake opened his mouth. Sky Wasteland felt like his blood was boiling and active. The man in front of him was definitely the strongest person in the same realm that he had encountered since his debut. If he were to be killed off, it would definitely be able to strike down the many unearthly celestials of the otherworldly domain. It would make the otherworldly domain not dare to underestimate the 9 heavens and 10 lands. If he was able to get rid of the other party at this time, the 9 heavens and 10 lands might have one less terrifying enemy in the future. A great enemy that is terrifying to the core. Come back. Heavenly Wasteland followed suit and was about to head to the Heavenly Abyss battlefield. But as he took a step out, he was called back by Suzy, the new Dean. Dean. Sky Wasteland looked at Suzy in disbelief. It seems that the other party's purpose today is you. Some of your deeds seem to be known to them, and they're trying to get rid of you. Even if you win now, you won't be able to kill Mo Tianxie. He has a great sage behind him. Crane Wuxuang will also definitely not stand by and watch him be killed by you. Otherwise the wrath of the Sage King is definitely not something that he, Crane Wuxuang, can withstand. As long as you go, it's a desperate situation. If you don't go out, I can guarantee you 100 years of peaceful cultivation. Sky Wasteland was silent when he heard Su Zi's words. As long as he went out, he would either be killed by Mo Tian evil, or Crane Wuxuang would rise up and directly strike to obliterate him without regard to the laws of the heavenly abyss. He's still too weak now. Knock on the border. When Mo Tianxie saw that heavenly desolation was stopped by Su Zi, he immediately drank. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke rolled thickly in the direction of the foreign domain, and an imposing black torrent rolled in. At the same time the heavens and earth shook, and in the direction of the foreign domain 10 or so auras shot straight up into the sky, like a great sun illuminating both heaven and earth. Boundless sage pressure covered the sky. The saint who was as bright as a great sun. That pressure, as long as it was tainted with a little bit of the heavenly wasteland, felt like it was going to instantly burst into pieces, and it simply couldn't afford to withstand such a pressure. Luckily, there was Suzy beside him to ward off as much of this pressure as possible. Suzy's face was serious. Was this the saints of the foreign realm trying to force a war with the 9 heavens and 10 lands? I wonder how many sons and daughters of the 9 heavens and 10 earths will die in battle this time. At the same time, he looked at Mo Tianxie. This birdman's position was not ordinary. Able to directly command the saints of the foreign domain to go to war. No one would dare to disobey. Suzy only felt that his hands were really itchy and wanted to expose his strength to directly put him to death. But on second thought, he wanted to push the potential of Sky Wasteland. Mo Tianxie's expression was cold. Since Sky Wasteland was not going to fight, it would be good to force him to fight. One must know that in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there are still quite a few people who have defected to the foreign domain. The role of these people was to constantly hunt down the most dazzling heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, causing a break in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chapter 33, The Great Sage of the Foreign Lands. Su Zi's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Mo Tianxie. If this person is not removed, there may be no peace in the 9 heavens and 10 earths from now on, because he knew that people like Mo Tianxie were the most difficult to deal with, and that he would not stop until he was dead in order to achieve a certain goal. You will never stop until you get what you want. He wanted to get rid of Mo Tianxie at this moment, but he didn't want to interfere. The first son of the Sage King, and still the only son, although there were a frightening number of life-preserving talismans on his body. When Su Zi made a move, even the Sage King would have to drink hate. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly the heavens and earth began to tremble. This was the Tao of the heavens and earth resonating with certain powerful existences. The Tao of heaven and earth was leaping and cheering. Heavenly Wasteland, however, instantly changed his face drastically. Several silhouettes whose breath was so powerful that it caused one to tremble loomed at the end of the sky. They were like they had existed for eternity and lived with the heavens and the earth. And a terrifying aura of devouring the heavens and cracking the earth erupted from each one of them. It was impossible to see their faces. It was as if they were in darkness, and all around them were great cracks in the void, cutting the void in front of them. Great saints. So many great saints. What is the foreign domain trying to do? At this moment, several saints appeared on top of the walls of the border gate and roared out of breath. Are they trying to forcefully cross the heavenly abyss? Aren't they afraid of backlash? A sage asked incredulously. I wonder if the Borderland King will still make a move this time. Someone in the crowd murmured in a low voice. Borderland King? It's been a few hundred years since the last time I made a move. It's hard to say whether the Borderland King is still around or not. Someone sighed. No matter what, this time it looks like the foreign domain is coming in hot. Everyone, get ready to meet the battle. Some old saint who was frighteningly old said, Die fighting, die fighting. Countless people drank with steely eyes. It's a battle to defend the homeland. Though death is not an option. A battle to the death? Are you worthy? A sneering voice rang out quite abruptly. Instantly all the soldiers up and down the city walls looked towards the silhouette that made the sound. It was an old crone with a head full of silver hair. She was hunched over, pestle and mortar of a golden snake head scepter. The whole person looked trembling and shaky, like a candle in the wind that was about to be extinguished at any time. But the moment these generals saw it was her, all of them chose to remain silent. No matter what, this old crone can be said to have devoted her whole life to the border, and her achievements can be said to be of great merit. She's entitled to say that about anyone here. Ugh. Anyway, everyone prepare to fight to the death. All the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands are all counting on us. Everyone, please. Snake Taijun finished solemnly bowing deeply to all the border generals. Boom. All the generals' hearts and minds were shaken. This is a high and mighty saint. and today he bows to them. Some indefinable sourness spread out in their hearts. Their hearts sank, knowing that this time the 9 heavens and 10 lands might really be going through a tragic battle. But they were fearless. For the sake of the mountains and rivers behind them, for the sake of their families behind them, they are willing to die fighting. Seeing what the Snake Taijun said, all the saints' gazes flickered. Snake Taijun was worthy of being a veteran sage, able to drive the heart of the army with a single word and action, causing everyone's morale to skyrocket. If the great sage is determined to knock, the border is in danger. A teenager looked out in the direction of the foreign land and sent a message to all the saints, saying, even if they suffer a backlash, even if they will die after suffering a backlash, but even if they do, it will definitely be after all of my saints in the 9 heavens and 10 lands have fallen that they will die. At that time, the 9 heavens and 10 lands will fall. It will fall to a breeding ground for foreign domains. The teenager is named Yui. Looks like a teenager. Eyebrows clear. Eyes contain vicissitudes. In fact, the years are frighteningly old. Through 100 robberies immortal, Nirvana become a teenager. Although he is a teenager, his cultivation is unfathomable. It was said that he was only half a step away from being able to touch the Great Sage realm, an old monster from the same period as the Snake Taijun. Is it true that people from that place don't show up? A sage asked unwillingly. Feather Sage, you have the bloodline of the Emperor clan. You've always been well informed. Tell me, appear? Do you think they really care about our deaths in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Or are you still pinning your hopes on others? Putting our lives on someone else's shoulders? Have you lived to be a dog for a handful of years? The Snake Taijun fiercely stomped the golden snake-headed scepter in his hand into the void and drank in a colorful manner. The Snake Taijun was not very good-tempered, and she was especially furious when she heard that someone had placed her fate of the 9 heavens and 10 earths on that nebulous 4 seas and 8 deserts. I'm angry with them and I'm sorry for them. That saint's face flushed red, wanting to open his mouth to retort, but he still held back. The Snake Taijun was at the peak of sainthood, and his battle power was terrifyingly terrifying, and was by no means something he could contend with. The old me here does not ask for you to be able to fight for the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I only hope that some of you will not drag your feet, or else the old me will kill you with a thunderous strike. The Snake Taijun said with a face full of killing intent undisguised as she looked at some of the saints among them. Chapter 34, Crane Wushwang, the Foul and the Evil. There were saintly gazes flickering, but they disappeared in an instant. Fei Yi's face was bland and he didn't say anything. Everyone knew that the Feather Clan had a great Emperor's Cave, and that the Feather Clan had almost no rivals in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There are also legends that the Feather Tribe in the ancient times was the 4 seas and 8 deserts after the great Emperor. Just do not know what reason was sent to the 9 heavens and 10 earth. On the contrary, no one doubted that the Feather Clan was the descendant of a great Emperor. There were saints who wanted to get the answers they wanted from Fei Yi's mouth, and apparently, Fei Yi didn't want to open his mouth. Everyone knew that even if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were broken, the Feather Clan would most likely remain unharmed. Because they were after the great Emperor, the energy behind them was something that even the foreign domains had to weigh. Buzz! The void squirmed, and Su Zi appeared on the city wall with Sky Wasteland. Dean Su, why are you two the only ones back? Where are the others? A sage asked in a hurry. It was because one of the 10 heavenly prides was a descendant of his children and grandchildren with astonishing talent, and was expected to step into the saint realm. Murphy, the Snake Taijun's face instantly became serious. It occurred to her that it was estimated that all of these heavenly prides had fallen. Are the exotic heavenly prides really so terrifying? The Snake Taijun still issued a query. Terror? Suzy laughed at herself. Crane Invincible is alone, fighting the 8 great heavenly prides of my 9 heavens and 10 lands, and no one is a match for him in a single move. Suzy shook her head. What? One person fighting 8 people? In the same realm? Suzy, did you see it clearly? Is it really the same realm? A saint asked incredulously. You have to know that these people are all hand-picked heavenly prides of the 9 heavens, an outstanding group of people. In the same realm 8 surrounded us surprisingly is not a move of the enemy. Crane Invincible. This is how horrible people? Crane Invincible isn't the most terrifying. Emotion Xia is the most terrifying. Maybe I can go 50-50 with him. At that moment, the Sky Wasteland on the side murmured. Instantly, the Snake Taijun's eyes skyrocketed and swooshed to appear at Tianwu's side excitedly pulling on his arm. Well, I have a unicorn child in the 9 heavens as well. Some of the saints' faces were gloomy. All of their descendants died on the battlefield, but only one, Tian Lang, returned safely. So you fought with that Crane Invincible? A sage's breath erupted to press toward Heavenly Wasteland and asked. Heavenly Wasteland frowned lightly. This saint lineage had a not-so-small beef with him, always wanting to get rid of him. Now taking advantage of the fact that his descendant died in the heavenly abyss, he actually wanted to turn on him directly. Wang Shang, I hope you will respect yourself. Suzy took a step forward, his body's sage pressure pouring out without reservation, directly tearing Wang Tianho's sage pressure to shreds. At the same time, this pressure directly smashed down on Wang Tianho's body. Put, Suzy, you. Wang Tianho spat out blood from his mouth and looked at Suzy as he roared in horror. Yue, who was on the side, likewise had a certain kind of refined light flashing through his eyes. Suzy's cultivation. It looks like he's hiding a lot. After the essence of light Yue stayed on the side of the old god. Not saying much, this Suzy was a later person. Very young, but the exact number of years, Fei Yi could not tell, only to know that this person seemed to appear out of thin air, and his cultivation was frighteningly strong. No fighting, Skydrake said truthfully. Ridiculous, a slip of the tongue, to say 50-50 without ever having fought? Wang Tianho laughed indulgently. He thinks it was Suzy who preserved the sky wasteland. Suzy, as the same heavenly pride from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What makes you only protect heavenly wasteland? Is it hard to believe that other heavenly prides are not worthy of your protection? If you Suzy wanted to make a move, you would surely be able to bail them out. Why don't you? Wang Tianho roared. He wasn't just talking about the offspring of his Wang family, he was incidentally pulling the other families along with him. He wanted to see if Suzy would stand up to the 3 great saints all by himself. That's right, 3 of those 9 heavenly prides that died were the direct descendants of saints. He didn't believe that Suzy dared to directly stand up to the might of the 3 great saints. Yes, no matter what, heavenly wasteland cannot die. Suzy didn't want to explain too much and just said lightly, Suzy, it's fine that Tian Huang is regarded by you as a personal disciple, but how could you do such a bad thing? My clan juniors are having some friction with the heavenly wasteland, but how can you put them to death? To make way for the heavenly wasteland? Suzy, you must give us an explanation today. Wang Tianho's words had to be said to be somewhat murderous. He stood on the moral high ground. He stood in the sunlight pointing his finger at Suzy. Oh, Suzy just said one word faintly. So, what are you going to do? Go to war with me? Suzy's words changed, and the air instantly quieted. Wang Tianho instantly looked like a duck with its neck pinched, stammering for words. If you don't dare to fight, shut up. When do I, Suzy, need to give an explanation for what I do? If you want to fight, then fight. Suzy warily drank again. Wang Tianho shriveled up on this. He really didn't dare to fight with Suzy for the last time. The other 2 saints did not open their mouths from the beginning to the end, nor did they question Suzy. This made Wang Tianho quite annoyed. It's not that the abbot didn't save, but the other side has a great saint pressing the battlefield. Heavenly Wasteland didn't want Suzy to be wronged, and immediately stood out and said, Humph, then tell us which great saint from the foreign realm is pressing the formation. Wang Tianho asked with a cold smile. Great sage, Crane Wushwang. A few words were slowly spat out from Sky Wasteland's mouth. Chapter 35, The Eve of the Great War. What? Crane Wushwang? That great sage Crane Wushwang who once had a sage king try to take him as a disciple but was rejected by him? None of the saints present were unmoved. Crane Wushwang. This was a person with a fierce reputation, and the blood debts in this person's hands were simply too many. In the last epoch, he even killed billions of living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands with his own strength, and his blood flames were monstrous. He even came close to forcibly casting a half-king artifact with the blood of billions of living beings, but ultimately failed. Although it failed, the might of this ferocious weapon was the most top-notch even in the Great Sage realm, and could suppress most Great Sage spells. Surprisingly, it's Crane Wushwang, a sage said bitterly. In that case, it's a mistake to blame Brother Su. The other 2 saints with dead descendants spoke one after another. The other side had Crane Wushwang pressing the battlefield, and it was good that they were able to come back. Most of all, yes. The other party's Mo Tianxia, this person is in the realm of a heavenly god, yet he gives me a feeling of great terror. There seems to be an ancient great monster hibernating within his body, ready to choose someone to devour. Sky Wasteland hesitated to speak again. What? Snake Taijun and the others had serious faces. The name of Heavenly Wasteland had been heard of quite a bit in the 9 heavens and 10 lands even by saints like them. They also had to admit that in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the Heavenly Wasteland truly belonged to the leader level. The fact that such an existence couldn't see a person of the same realm in a foreign realm really shocked them all. This person is the son of the Sage King, Mo Tianxia. Although he is in the Heavenly God realm, he has a deep foundation and is personally taught by the Sage King. There is never a shortage of all kinds of heavenly treasures, and all kinds of heavenly feats of the Emperor's collection are never in short supply. The current you are just short of the bottom line. Polish yourself and develop your potential, and when you grow up in the future, you may not be able to fight with one of them. Suzy said gently to Sky Wasteland. He had deep expectations for Sky Wasteland, hoping that he would be invincible all the way and fight his way to invincibility. Phew! Sky Wasteland took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. He was confident that he was not weaker than anyone in the same realm. Even if it was the first son of the Sage King, Mo Tianxie. Knock, knock, knock. Ancient war drums that made one's blood boil muffled like thunder rang out. This was a war drum made by a great power in the ancient times who had beheaded a desolate savage bull of the Saint Realm and refined its skin. Its sound was like thunder, capable of speeding up one's blood and boosting one's battle strength by 30%, capable of bringing about group gains, and was an unparalleled magic weapon. Here it comes, prepare to meet it. Su Zi was the first to step into the high altitude and looked out beyond the heavenly abyss, where black clouds rolled in and a boundless army opened up. At the back of the army an aura tore through the heavens and earth. Each one was like an ancient god or devil, looking down with cold eyes. These were the saints of the foreign realm, each of them carrying disdain and indifference. Above great saints wait outside the heavenly abyss. Below great saints, everyone enters the heavenly abyss battlefield. Mo Tianxie's gaze was grim as he looked at the border and said. After saying that, Mo Tianxie directly took the lead in crossing towards the border. Behind him several saints followed quietly. The rules of the heavenly abyss battlefield are like the sea. Above the saints want to enter the inevitable suffer backlash. Below the saints, including saints, but unharmed. This was also the reason why Mo Tianxie let the great sage wait outside. Above the heavenly abyss there was a dilapidated palace floating on top, with branding left behind by various weapons, or knife marks, or axe marks, or gunshot holes, scars and bruises. These were said to have been left behind by the Sage King, but the Sage King also paid a heavy price while retreating. The now broken palace was as silent as ever, like there was no more life inside. A dead city. The truth was that both the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the other realm believed that the strong King Sealer inside was no longer there, but anyone dared to attack it directly. They couldn't fathom it, and at the same time they were very scrupulous. This was a palace that made even the Sage King retreat. What virtue could they have? That's why the Foreign Domain's army didn't even look at the broken palace above their heads and headed directly towards the border wall. It's a waste of time to watch it. Didn't you guys say that if I, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, sent out a heavenly pride to spar with a heavenly pride from a foreign domain, you would give me hundreds of years of no war in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Wang Tianhou asked in a high voice with a trembling tone in his words. This time the foreign lands came in force, and such a large-scale outpouring of troops had not occurred in centuries. Even if he was a saint, he was a bit chilled. The heavenly abyss cuts, and there's another person on your side who left without a fight and didn't abide by the rules. So naturally, we're going to declare war today. Since you don't follow the rules, you'll pay for it with blood. Sneer flashed across Mo Tianxie's demonic face. Who are you? Is a saint's speech something that a junior like you can talk to? Get lost. The Wang clan members behind Wang Tianhou loudly scolded Mo Tianxie. Chapter 36, hand over the heavenly wasteland and you can be exempted from fighting. He is Mo Tianxie. Sky Wasteland spoke lightly. What? The Wang clan? This transported one-realm powerhouse directly lost his voice at that moment, and mischievously took several steps backward. There was still shock and awe on his face. One must know that he is a strong recluse realm. Although there is no hope for the Saint Realm in this life, it is still the strongest realm under the saints. At this moment, he was intimidated by a heavenly god realm junior, causing many people to snort. Mo Tianxie, my 9 heavens and 10 lands are vast and have countless heavenly prides. If you want to spar, the big deal is that we'll send some more heavenly prides to spar with the heavenly prides of the foreign regions. But you have to retreat. Wang Tianhou heard that Mo Tianxie's reason for attacking the 9 heavens and 10 earths border gate was so strange when he immediately said, what's the loss of some heavenly pride, as long as the foreign domain can retreat? Asshole. What are you doing, Sage Wang? Using my heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands as a bargaining chip in exchange? The snake Taijun drank with hatred. Actually, Sage Wang's words are not without merit. Another saint spoke. I agree. There were constantly saints speaking. There were a total of 10 saints at the border of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and at this time, surprisingly, half of them agreed. Fei Yi and the other 3 saints did not open their mouths, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Only Snake Taijun and Suzy objected. It doesn't really have to be that much trouble. At this time Mo Tianxie stood in the void and looked at the 10 saints on the walls of the border gate and said, just hand over the heavenly desolate, and I, Mo Tianxie, can guarantee that there will be no war at the border for 500 years. The moment Mo Tianxie said this, Wang Tianhou and the other 5 saints instantly erupted a shocking divine light within their eyes. This, then, is the turning point. Are you serious? Wang Tianhou couldn't wait to ask. 500 years without war is enough to make them all tick. As for 500 years later, maybe the strongest people from the 4 seas and 8 deserts will come out to reinforce us? Who can say? No way. Suzy said bluntly and directly. Suzy, Don't you think about the 9 heavens and 10 lands? 500 years is enough to change a lot of things. And when the 4 seas come after 500 years, we'll be able to cross over. A saint said directly. Emotian's conditions made their hearts flutter. Although heaven's desolation was amazing, what kind of heaven's pride was a heaven's pride that hadn't grown up? It's just a bargaining chip. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch him. Half of a great emperor's magic weapon appeared in Su Zi's hand, his black hair flying, and his peak saintly aura on display. Fellow Daoist, it's better to hand it over. Fei Yi, who had never spoken, said softly, Yui, are you going to stop me too? Su Zi's body was flowing with mana, and his eyes were bursting with divine light as he looked at Yui, showing signs of making a move at the drop of a hat. Fellow Daoist, it doesn't even need to be 500 years. I can guarantee that all predicaments will be solved by then. Yui said softly without haste. He had the face of a teenager, but none of the saints present dared to underestimate him. Yui, I know that your feather clan has the so-called Great Emperor's Cave with extraordinary depths, but I, Su Zi, am not afraid either. Su Zi didn't move out the underpinnings of the Heaven's Path Academy behind himself. Rather, he was going to be hard against the feather clan lineage with himself. Is that so? Fellow Daoist, it's just too easy to break. Fei Yi seemed to be talking to himself, shaking his head and sighing for Su Zi. He only knew a few things about Su Zi, but over the years, Su Zi had really hidden himself too much, and they hadn't been able to figure out where Su Zi had appeared from until now. It's like it came out of nowhere, without the slightest heel. Shameful, to have to hand over my unicorn children of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in exchange for no war? Disgusting as hell. Snake Taijuan's face was full of wrinkles and indignation, and she wanted to stand on the same side as Su Zi. Selling out the heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in exchange for 500 years of peace at the border. This was something they couldn't do. If you want to fight, then fight. At the same time, Su Zi and the Snake Taijun understood even more deeply in their hearts that the exotic domain was not trying to decimate the heavenly wasteland. Rather, they valued the potential of the heavenly wasteland even more and wanted to assimilate it. Even the foreign domains valued it so highly, and these saints on their side wanted to hand it over with their hands. It was simply ridiculous. Su Zi was also more certain that he wouldn't take it lightly, as these people were truly hopeless. Even if they spelled out all these saints and gave the heavenly wasteland just a few hundred years to fight for, the heavenly wasteland was enough to grow to the point where it terrorized the foreign realm. But these people are short-sighted and cannot tell the difference. Su Zi felt the need to have an epiphany and directly become a sage king and then take away the heavenly wasteland. But now there's a bit more to stimulate the potential of the sky wastes. Watching their situation get tense, Emotian Xia was happy to do so. Instead of rushing, he watches the show. Su Zi and Snake Taijun actually didn't guess wrongly. Emotian Xia didn't want to kill Tian Huang, but rather wanted to take him as a follower. Fellow Taoist Su Zi will leave it to me. 2 to hold the Snake Taijun, and 2 to send the heavenly wasteland out. Feathery said. Sky Wasteland sighed softly. In front of absolute strength, he's nothing. He was like an object. He didn't even need his consent. His life was in someone else's hands. He didn't like the feeling. Boom. Yui, how dare you? Su Zi directly exploded, seemingly not holding back at all. His right arm glowed with a hint of Great Emperor pressure awakening, followed by an immortal light slashing down towards Yui. Fei Yi's face was grave as he looked at the plain and unadorned immortal light that slashed down towards him. He knew that Su Zi had gone all out, wanting to split the victory in one blow and split to preserve the heavenly wasteland. Immortals show the way. Feathery Yi's heart glowed, and a small bloody knuckle emerged from his chest. The moment this knuckle appeared, the crowd only felt that the Great Emperor's mighty pressure was spreading over the sky, wanting to collapse the void in general. It's just a finger, but it's so terrifying. Great Emperor's finger. It's actually a piece of the Great Emperor's finger. Chapter 37, The Mighty Feather Clan. Although it was just a bloody finger, it did have the terrifying pressure of a great emperor on it. Although it was no longer in its heyday, it could power over saints. The gap between saints and great emperors had been insurmountable since ancient times. With just a single finger, a group of saints could be pressured to not be able to lift their heads, and even those with insufficient reserves were covered in cracks at the moment, about to burst into pieces. This was still the result of Yui not deliberately targeting them. Otherwise, they would have long ago directly burst into pieces the moment the finger appeared. Su Zi had a full head of black hair and his eyes were shining. The opportunity for his epiphany had come, and he had to do the whole show. This finger was obtained by Yui in the cave of the Feather Clan's great emperor, and he had been harboring it within himself, using his own essence blood to continuously water it. Hejiki kept the essence of the emperor's Tao in it, and it was definitely a great killing weapon when taken out when necessary. And indeed, it does. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands where there were no great saints, A cut-off of a great emperor's finger was definitely a terrifying great killing weapon. It could be said that one could almost dry over any strong person on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Unfortunately, he had met Su-zi, a sage king from the 4 seas and 8 deserts. It was also the youngest sage king in the 4 seas and 8 deserts. This is a broken magic weapon left behind by the once great emperors of your 9 heavens and 10 lands when they conquered the foreign lands. Even if it's a broken magic weapon, using it to deal with people like you is considered dirtying the great emperor's reputation. Su-zi caressed the tattered sleeve of the tattered great imperial phantasm, and the tattered sleeve trembled as if it was about to come to life. Su-zi was able to feel the emotions of this broken great emperor's magic weapon. Strongly displeased. Is it possible that this is the kind of person his master guarded to the death? Everyone did not pay the slightest attention to Su-zi's words, you 9 heavens and 10 lands. Come on, let me see what kind of depth the descendants of the legendary great emperor have. Su-zi's entire body glowed. His figure was erect, and glistening white armor emerged on his body, with glistening light flowing from it, looking quite extraordinary. Su-zi's aura rose and rose again, almost immediately touching the great sage realm, but it stops short. Even so, it caused Wang Tianhou and the other saints to change their faces drastically. They didn't dare to move the heavenly wasteland at this moment. At least they would dare to wait until Yui had suppressed Su-zi. Otherwise, Su-zi in his current state would want to kill them simply as easy as a hand, even though they were all saints. The gap between saints and saints is a big one. 2. They knew very well in their hearts that a supreme figure like Su-zi could not find a few out even in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Fellow Taoist, are you really going to fight to the death? Fei Yi looked at Su-zi with a light frown on his brows and asked. He was just trying to block Su-zi. There was no intention of fighting to the death. But at this moment Su-zi was exploding to kill. A fight to the death? Yui, are you worthy? Perhaps the true sage king behind you has come to be qualified to say such words, and only qualified. Su-zi replied in a domineering manner. Arrogant. Yui's childish face carried a bit of anger. Although he had the face of a teenager, he was frighteningly old and could be said to be at the front of the line among the saints present. It was because of his cultivation of certain emperor laws that caused him to return to his old age, wanting to perform an act against the heavens and break through the great sage realm in one fell swoop. But nay, he was never allowed to advance an inch, only one step short of stepping in, but this step trapped him for tens of thousands of years. Big talk. Su-zi, do you really think you're invincible? Is my Feather Clan ancestor not something you can just make up? Is my Feather Clan Sage King also someone you can call out? How many years has it been? No one has ever dared to declare war on my Feather Clan. You're the first. It's just right to use your blood to tell the world that the Feather Clan shall not be humiliated. Behind Yui, there was a silver-haired old man who drank with majesty. This person's name was Fei Fan, was Fei Yi's own grandson. He wore a golden Dao robe and had an extraordinary demeanor. He was currently the patriarch of the Fei clan. The cultivation level was just a hair short of crossing into the sage realm. A strong person. Let's go, boy. Seeing Su-zi being held back by his own ancestor, and the snake Taijun being held back by Wang Tianhou and other saints, Fei Fan directly took a step out, stepping on the sun and moon, and appeared in front of the heavenly wasteland. Stretching out his bushy hand, he directly grabbed towards the heavenly wasteland. If the saint had someone to hold him back, then he, the invincible one under the saint, would naturally not have the slightest difficulty in dealing with heavenly wasteland. His palm glowed, and it was filled with forbidden mana. Wanting to directly confine the heavenly wasteland, then give it to Mo Tianxie. Fei Fan's mouth was tinged with a smile. This kid was finally going to die. Get out! Su-zi's one hand glowed, and the sage laws poured out towards Yu Fan like an ocean. Feather Fan burst into pieces on the spot, not even having time to react. Not to mention that you're not a saint. Even if you were a saint, you wouldn't be qualified to act recklessly in front of this seat. Su-zi was bashful, but his words were domineering. With these words he was sounding the alarm for all the saints. Even if they were saints, it was easy for Su-zi to kill them. Su-zi, do you really not put my Feather Clan in your eyes? You are seeking death. Yui seemed to be a young man who had come out of reincarnation, and his entire person had an indescribable might. At this moment, his own grandson was mercilessly obliterated by Su-zi, touching his reverse scale. Chapter 38, Saints all out to suppress Su-zi? It also touched the Feather Clan's reverse scale. The Feather Clan was a well-deserved hegemon in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It had been many years since anyone had provoked the Feathered Clan. There is a saying circulating in the 9 heavens and the 10 lands: all the Feathered Clan members have lived a good life. All enemies of the Feathered Clan are repenting in the cycle of reincarnation. Very domineering, very arrogant. This is the Feathered Clan. But today, they have met a tough opponent. Fei Yi stopped talking nonsense, and his finger that emitted the pressure of a great emperor violently erupted with a bright and extremely bright light. This light was a convergence of the rules of the great emperors, like a sharp sword piercing through the heavens and earth. This was a fatal strike from the great emperor's domain, and a saint could not receive it at all. Suzy took a step forward, the time fragments revolving around him as he seemed to have broken his own limits, his speed skyrocketing. His whole being had a forward-looking sharpness, and he was metamorphosing. His body was glowing, and he extended his palms at the same time. He actually wanted to use his physical body to fight against the rules of the great empress, arrogant and unaware of death. Yui sneered. This was a fatal blow from the great emperor's domain. Who among the saints would dare to block it, and carry it hard with their flesh? Even great saints or sage kings wouldn't dare. Suzy favored the unusual path and was about to use his physical body to carry it hard, taking the risk of using the great emperor's rules as an oven to polish the physical body extreme realm. Is the dean about to step into that step? Sky Wasteland's entire body looked unusually agitated. The dean said that he had been waiting for hundreds of years, and all that was missing was an opportunity, a complete opportunity for the great emperor's rule. Now this opportunity presents itself. The great emperor's sword light that erupted from that broken finger directly disappeared into Suzy's palm as much as it could. Suzy didn't put up the slightest resistance. In just an instant, Suzy's palm was directly worn down and dissolved by the powerful sword chi directly. His palms disappeared completely. The wounds were full of great emperor's sword chi, making it impossible for him to recover from his wounds. The sword chi then instantly drilled into Suzy's dantian, wanting to churn his dantian into pieces and make him an invalid. Put. Suzy coughed up blood, and he looked grave, because a little inattention and he really will die. Buzz. Only Suzy threw out two broken great empress artifacts, a broken sleeve and a broken section of a stick-shaped artifact. At the same time, he waved his big hand and brought Sky Wasteland to his side. The two tattered great empress magic artifacts guarded them to the death. Meanwhile, Suzy sat down on a plate and kept coughing up blood. The vitality in his body was rapidly dissipating. Suzy, you are considered a generation of heavenly pride. It's a pity that you're stupid. So stupid that you want to polish yourself with the rules of a great emperor in the vain hope of reaching heaven in a single step. How is it possible for a holy human body to withstand the great emperor's rules? Fei shook his head with a cold smile. He could see at a glance what Suzy wanted to do, but he didn't panic in the slightest because he knew that Suzy would never succeed. At this moment, Suzy was sitting on the ground. His body was tattered and torn, and was pierced through countless holes by the sword chi. The vitality in his body was also fading crazily, and the aura on his body was instantly weakened to the extreme. The entire person was bloody and looked as if they were wearing a blood-red armor. Acting is really tiring. I should have known to take away Sky Wasteland directly and forget about it. Suffer. Suzy's breath was weak on the surface, but inside, he was spitting madly. He's bound to die. Take advantage of the fact that his breath has weakened to the extreme and his control over the broken great emperor's magic weapon is incomplete. Open it and capture the heavenly wasteland out. Yui took the lead after saying that. It was his first real shot. The saintly laws in his body were majestic like a river in the sky, and his breath was surprisingly not weaker than Suzy's. At the peak of saints, strike, leaving two saints to hold back the snake Taijun. The remaining saints all struck out to take advantage of Suzy's inability to completely control the broken great emperor artifact at this time, to force it to break open to first capture the heavenly wasteland out. Several saints joined hands, all without the slightest reservation. Their aura was horrifying, with an unrivaled momentum. Everyone under the city froze. What does this mean? Why are these saints in their own family the first to fight? But with the words that Emotiancier uttered, they instantly understood. Hand over the heavenly wasteland, and there will be no more war at the border for 500 years. It makes a lot of people tick. It also makes things difficult for a lot of people. Heavenly wasteland, a well-deserved heavenly pride, had burst into bright light on this side of the battlefield with great deeds. He had even decapitated the pride of the younger generation of the king and emperor clans of the foreign domains, and his battle records were astonishing. But now it was time to hand over such a man, and many were reluctant. Of course there were also many people who secretly sneered. All of these people had a grudge against the heavenly wasteland. At this moment they were naturally happy. They even couldn't wait to laugh to the heavens on the spot and sing to the wine. Stop! Heavenly wasteland stood up and looked at the saints who were frantically attacking. He took a step of his own straight out of the protective circle. The current Suzy was in a moment of urgency. If he allowed these saints to attack, the crippled great emperor's Dharma weapon wouldn't be broken, but it would run out of mana. Suzy would really be in danger then. Now he had to buy time for Suzy. It was the only thing he could do for this benefactor. Seeing heavenly wasteland come out, all of these saints really did stop. To them, Suzy was bound to die, and there was little point in fighting any longer. Master! Skydrake cried out softly. This was the first time he had called Suzy master. He then turned resolutely to look at Emotiancia. 500 years without war. Can it be true? Naturally. Emotian nodded his head. Chapter 39 A Living King. Fine. I don't need them to escort me. I'll go myself. Sky Wasteland took a step off the city wall. He had his pride. He was a descendant of the Borderland King. He had an unyielding pride. He walked step by step until today. And it can be said that he has not tasted a single defeat so far. And his hands have pushed countless great enemies sideways. And he has even risen to the depths of a barren mountain. Nowadays, he was so successful in battle that even the descendants of the kings and emperors from outside the domain had lost more than 2-digit numbers to his hands. His natural talent was astonishing, and he fought bloody battles for the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But even so, those so-called saints of the human race who now stood on the city walls wanted to hand him over into the hands of their enemies. Sky Wasteland knew what would face him once he entered the domain. A farewell to the Sky Wasteland. The gates were wide open under the walls. There were countless generals who appeared to shout loudly. They are spontaneous and they are calling for the Sky Desert. But they had nothing to do but to send the heavens deserting with such cries. Alas! This is my 9 heavens' unparalleled pride. In the future he might create a legend. It's too much of a pity to fall into a foreign land like this. A terrifyingly old cultivator under the border wall said with a soft sigh. This, I'm afraid, will chill the hearts of many. Heavenly Wasteland's great war achievements and being a direct descendant of the Heavenly Tao Academy's president. Being able to fight against the extraterrestrial King Clan's Imperial Clan without being defeated. This is enough to explain many things. A general said. Sky Wasteland. You can't travel there. Someone above the city gates couldn't help but cry out loudly with a sour heart. But Sky Wasteland resolutely turned around and firmly took one step at a time towards the direction of the domain. He knew that this trip would be bad for him. The worst outcome is not a death, but a life of torture by the people of the other world. The junior Sky Wasteland bids farewell to the Border Wasteland King. Sky Wasteland said as he arched his hand towards the sky. There was a palace hovering there in the sky above the heavenly abyss. That was the first blockade line to guard the border. Mainly to guard the great saints as well as saint kings from outside the domain, preventing them from entering the heavenly abyss. Boom! The suspended palace seemed to be wailing, seemed to be trembling, as if it was angry at the inequities that had befallen the heavenly wasteland. Can it be that there are still living beings in this palace that haven't died? Still guarding this place? A saint said in disbelief. For so many years, they had never seen a living being come out of the palace, and they had even thought that there were no living beings here for a long time, because even if they were saints they couldn't feel any breath of life inside. Ridiculous, ridiculous. In the midst of the suspended palace, there was a hoarse voice ringing in everyone's ears. The voice was hard to hear, a little obscure, like someone who hadn't spoken in years suddenly speaking. Is that a living Borderland King? Someone at the border droned incredulously. Even the 8 saints blockading the Suzy Snake Taijun instantly felt themselves creeped out. There was actually a king alive here. This king doesn't care how you guys fight for power in the back, or even make my desolate clan lineage a sinful lineage. But you guys should never, ever put my desolate clan's later generation of supreme celestial pride to death. As he said this, the palace above the heavenly abyss began to vibrate violently. It was as if they were suppressing some kind of emotion. The living Borderland King. The Borderland King is alive. The Snake Taijun, a sage, instantly began to tremble all over his body and loudly shouted. There is even a border wilderness king at the border. What is a border wilderness king? With heavenly war achievements, and monstrous war power. It turns out that everything that happens at the border is of concern to the king of the border wasteland. But it is just that he can't separate his mind from it. Even convicting the descendants of the Borderland King is sinful veins. The Borderland King knew about it. But the Borderland King did not return the favor. They could distinguish between right and wrong. And besides, they needed to sit here to prevent the great saints of the foreign domains as well as the saint kings from entering the heavenly abyss to invade the border. But now, these pampered saints challenged their bottom line again and again, which made the Borderland King angry. They held down this place for the sake of all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but their descendants were constantly being suppressed and even exiled. Now the dazzling pride of the desolate Vane clan was going to be sent to a foreign land to commiserate? The border desolate king did not agree. If they couldn't even guard their own descendants' children, then what was the point of them guarding this place? Yes, they were the first line of defense guarding the 10,000 races, but the brightest scion of their desolate Vane was actually going to be sent outside the domain to beg for peace by the people they were guarding? Borderland King. It's the Borderland King. The Borderland King is still alive. They didn't die. They've been silently guarding the border. A cultivator shouted loudly. Surprisingly, still alive. Feathery stood on top of the city wall. His eyes looking into the air. That huge palace eyes have an inexplicable luster said. At the same time an ominousness began to spread in his heart. Borderland King. The existence of a sealed king. His own strength should not be underestimated. The cultivation of the Borderland King among the rumors could possibly be in the Sage King realm, and even if he wasn't a Sage King person, it would definitely be a top-level combatant in the Great Sage realm. Such an existence Fei Yi was still somewhat terrified in his heart. Originally, they had thought that the Border Desolate King had long since ceased to exist, or else why had the Border Desolate King never appeared for so many years? Even when they suppressed the Desolate Vein, the Border Desolate King never appeared. This caused the minds of some people in the Nine Heavens to become active, and they kept tampering with certain facts while constantly suppressing the Desolate Vein. After tens of thousands of years, the Desolate Vein clan was finally successfully suppressed to the point where they could only meticulously survive in the depths of the Great Desert. But what no one expected was that even in that kind of harsh place, the Desolate Vein still had a heavenly desolate walk out, and did so in an unrivaled manner. Even the younger generation in their saint family had no one who could rival them, which caused certain people to begin to sit up and take notice. Borderland King. Hand over the heavenly wasteland in exchange for 500 years of smoothness at the border. After 500 years the people from that place will come out, and then all crises will not be solved by then. Although Yui on top of the city wall was a bit frightened, he still opened his mouth and said with great righteousness, this couldn't help but make him balk. When the Borderland King became famous for suppressing the border, he was still a little kid. It could be said that he grew up listening to the legend of the Borderland King. Yui was making it clear that handing over the heavenly wasteland wasn't his intention, but rather that he was doing it to keep the border safe for 500 years, which puts him directly on the moral high ground, pointing the finger. Then the Border Wasteland King didn't pay any attention to Yui. Sky Wasteland. My son and son of the Wasteland Vein. As long as you don't want to, this king can protect you. The Borderland King's voice rang in everyone's ears. When these words came out, Snake Taijuan's old face filled with folds was instantly surprised. The Border Wasteland King wanted to protect Tianwu. This was good news. However, Yui and the other saints' faces changed drastically. Chapter 40, Heavenly Wasteland. I'll take care of it. Border Wasteland King. I know that Sky Wasteland is your clan, but you have to think clearly. It's worth it to trade Sky Wasteland for 500 years of smoothness. How many fewer strong celestials can I lose in 500 years at my border gate? Wang Tianho spoke again. His words were obvious. Protecting the heavenly wasteland meant that the Borderland King didn't care about the lives of the cultivators at the Borderland Pass, and this was forcing the Borderland King's hand. It's better for you to be quiet when this king is talking. Boom! The Border Wasteland King opened his mouth and said. At the same time, a huge palm flew out from the palace towards Wang Tianho on top of the city wall. Border Wasteland King. How dare you! Wang Tianho was furious. The Border Wasteland King was directly trying to take a shot at him, and when he did, it was an insulting shot. A slap. Wang Tianho roared. He didn't dare to underestimate the Border Wasteland King's strike, only to see a golden turtle shell appear in his hand. It was a saintly tortoise shell with amazing defense. This golden tortoise shell soared against the wind, blossoming with 10,000 golden lights, directly enveloping Wang Tianho in it, rather impregnable to all laws. But the Border Wasteland King looked like he already knew the result after the slap and no longer paid any attention to it. Break me! Wang Tianho's Saint Realm cultivation exploded because he had sensed that if he didn't explode his cultivation, perhaps this slap could directly take his life. Even with a turtle shell, it still couldn't be stopped. At the same time, he was really creeped out because this slap was merely a casual strike from the Borderland King. The surrounding crowd was horrified. This was a saint? The moment Wang Tianho exploded his cultivation, it was like they were suffocating. That radiant as a great sun like Wang Tianho. That saint's pressure, as long as it was tainted with a little bit of them, were going to instantly burst into pieces. They simply couldn't afford to withstand such a pressure. Luckily, there were saints beside them to ward off this pressure as much as possible. Pop! Bang! Even Wang Tianho, who had gone all out, had his old face change drastically the moment he came into contact with the palm, as the golden turtle shell unexpectedly shattered apart directly the moment he touched it. That slap directly hit his face, and in an instant, half of his face along with half of his body instantly exploded directly. Border Wasteland King. You insult me! Wang Tianho, who flew out miserably backwards, shouted miserably. That's right, the Border Wasteland King didn't want to kill Wang Tianho directly. This slap was just a warning. As for why he didn't kill, perhaps only the Borderland King himself knew. The Feather Clan saint on the side saw this scene, his eyes constantly flickering, and it was as if something was evolving in his eyes before finally returning to nothingness. Better keep a little quieter while the king is talking, or else, die. The Borderland King's voice once again came out and said, this time making all the living beings at the border pass stand solemn. Is the Borderland King ready to make a move? Who was Wang Tianho? He was a famous sage powerhouse in the upper 9 heavens. That was a powerhouse that ranked high in the entire upper 9 heavens. but now he could only shut up in humiliation. His eyes were full of a piece of resentment, as if he and the Desolate Vein clan had a general hatred. The small one killed none of his Wang family's younger generation was its opponent, and now an old one came out with a slap that left him without the ability to fight. Now you can tell this king your choice. This king can protect you. They won't dare to touch you. The Border Wasteland King's voice once again rang in everyone's ears. The saints who suppressed the Snake Taijun and Suzy all looked towards Tianhuang. This was a perfect opportunity to get rid of Tianhuang. If they missed it this time, it would be hard for them to have a chance in the future. Heavenly Wasteland, in exchange for 500 years of smoothness at the border, your achievements are known to the world. Some saints still didn't hold back their sorrowful words. If Heavenly Wasteland doesn't go to the outer domain, the wars that will break out in the future will all be because of Heavenly Wasteland alone. And I have to say that this old undead saint has a very deep heart. The people from that place will come out in 500 years? The Border Wilderness King couldn't help but snicker and ask, how many years has this king been guarding the Border Wilderness? I can't remember. Which of the 6 kings of the Border Wilderness didn't put life and death at risk to guard here? Whether the people in that place will come out or not you know in your own heart. And now it's just this king left. When he said this the Border Wasteland King sighed in a somewhat lonely and despondent manner. Originally, there were 6 kings guarding the Border Wilderness, but now he was the only one left, and the remaining 5 kings had long since fallen silent. However, all 6 of them were all Desolate Vein powerhouses, and while they had left their families behind to come here to defend the border, their clansmen were subjected to unequal treatment. This made the last remaining Borderland King angry, going berserk. As long as you don't want to, this king can guarantee the stability of the border for 500 years. No one dares to touch you or your family. You can choose in peace. The Border Wasteland King said to Sky Wasteland. The Border Wilderness King didn't want Sky Wasteland to have a mental burden and directly broke his concerns. The Heavenly Wasteland was then shaken as a whole. The living Border Wasteland King actually had the backbone to be able to block the enemies from outside the domain for 500 years. In that case, he would not have to plunge into the domain. King of the Borderlands, does this appearance cause you to carry an irreversible weight? Sky Wasteland asked as he raised his head to look at the hovering palace. Silly child, the 6 kings of the Desolate Vein, have not thought of leaving alive since I came here. And today there are even some people who have extended their tentacles to the body of my Desolate Vein's heavenly pride. So if I don't make a sound, I would really think that my Desolate Vein is ruined. Child, staying here is my mission. It is my promise to the 5 dead Border Wasteland Kings. You are still young. You don't have to be like this. If you can't even protect your own loved ones, you can't even protect them well. Even if you become a powerful person of the 10,000 ancient times it will make your Dao heart tremble. And your loved ones will not be there when you look back suddenly. The Borderland King said. He wanted Heavenly Wasteland not to take this step. They were sitting in front and waiting to die, but the rear was constantly suppressing their lineage. Was this something a human being could do? That's right, they were just waiting to die, because they all knew that the heavenly abyss would shatter one day, and when the saint kings of the otherworldly realm personally descended, even the Borderland King would be powerless to fight against that many saint kings. Right now their existence was merely sustaining the power of the heavenly abyss. But there would come a day when the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss would disappear, and by that time the border passes would have no one to guard them, and they wouldn't be able to hold them at all. This is nothing more than this last remaining Borderland King having the certainty of maintaining the heavenly abyss for 500 years, and within 500 years the saintly king of the foreign realm will not be able to pass through. Even if the Sage King wanted to come over now, paying the price was definitely not something they could afford, even if he was a Sage King. That kind of price was just too much. Otherwise the Sage King would have broken the heavenly abyss a long time ago. And now the Sage King hasn't sent it over enough to show that kind of price even the Sage King doesn't want to touch it easily. Heavenly Wasteland's heart is heavy. The Border Wasteland Kings are holding the determination of certain death to hold down the fort here. They have paid too much for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But how did the 9 heavens and 10 earths treat them in the end? Ruthlessly suppressing the descendants of their lineage, causing the desolate lineage to continuously decline. The so-called powerful to pay the price is the loved ones. Powerful after the town guarding the border desert, but in the end their loved ones' clansmen are constantly suppressed, and even mercilessly wiped out. Is it really what I want? Sky Wasteland couldn't help but ask himself in his mind. If for the sake of the border he had nothing to say, but this is clearly Wang Tianho and others found an excuse to send him to the foreign domain. He knows better than anyone to enter the foreign domain of 9 deaths. The foreign domain of those big names will certainly not let go of him. For the sake of the border to be free from invasion for 500 years. He was willing to throw himself into the foreign land, but these people handed him over to the foreign land for their own selfish desires. Now that the Borderland King had promised him that he could hold on to the border for 500 years, Tianwu had already made up his mind in his heart. A group of ugly-faced people. Ah, since the king of the border wilderness has promised that he can protect the border for 500 years, then I don't have to commit myself to a foreign land, do I? Sky Wasteland first looked at Wang Tianho and the others who had a grudge against him to sneer. Naturally, little friend doesn't need to travel. The Snake Taijun looked at Sky Wasteland and said with a smile. The words of the border wilderness king not only gave confidence to the heavenly wilderness, but also gave saints like the Snake Taijun a peace of mind. As long as the other party's great saints and sage kings couldn't get through, then everything would be fine, and the border would definitely be able to last for 500 years. 500 years is a long time to say, but in fact, it goes by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 41, Suzy Murder. Ugh, a soft sigh rang out, instantly causing goosebumps to rise on all of the people present, because they were all too familiar with the voice of the person who sighed. Isn't that Suzy's voice? No, you're a peak saint, not even a great saint. You're really able to receive an attack conjured by a great emperor's finger? What are you playing at? Wang Tianho and the others only felt their necks stiffen as they slowly turned their heads to look in Suzy's direction. To their horror, although Suzy was still sitting cross-legged, the injuries he had sustained earlier had already recovered as much as possible. That's the power of the great emperor's laws. A saint survived the great emperor's laws? And healed from his wounds? Master! Sky Wasteland looked at Suzy with a surprised expression and shouted. This seat just wants you to see clearly that in this world, there are people who can be worth putting your life on the line to protect, but it definitely won't be these people. Suzy pointed at Wang Tianho and several other saints and said to Tianwu, you go to a foreign land as a price in exchange for 500 years of peace, while they, the rats, are enjoying their comfort in the great backwaters? Sky Wasteland. Use your head in all things. Do you really think that they can attack over now? According to their nature, if they are able to come over, do they still need to negotiate with you? Suzy's words were slow yet caused the heartbeats of everyone present to slow down a few beats. Suzy, don't talk nonsense. Everything we do is for the sake of the border. 500 years is more than enough time for us and so on to come to the rescue. Wang Tianho directly retorted. For people as greedy and fearful of death as you are, you don't think about how to break the situation, but even put your hopes elsewhere? Truly hopeless. Suzy shook his head as if looking at a dead person. Is that too much to say, fellow Daoist? Since the Borderland King has said that he can protect the border for 500 years, the heavenly wasteland naturally has no need to go to a foreign land again. Fei Yi whispered with a cloudy face. He was tempted to remain as calm as he had been earlier, but it can't be done, because he realized that he couldn't even see through Suzy anymore. This Suzy had really utilized the great emperor laws to metamorphose successfully, and his body was as deep as the sea, completely unable to see the end. All of these saints were numb. It can still work like this? Especially Yue. He really wanted to try. After all, Suzy's success was right in front of his eyes. Heavenly wasteland, you can choose to remain here. This seat guarantees that no one will dare to touch you for 500 years. If you are in the same realm, this seat will not make a move. If some old undead are disrespectful, this seat does not mind destroying his clan. Suzy's words were soft, but they carried an unrivaled dominance. The moment these words came out, all of the great saints' faces changed drastically. They knew that Suzy had metamorphosed, but they couldn't tell exactly what realm it was. At the very least, they are all at the level of great saints. Suzy, what do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that we are this bad? Also, do you really want to make my 9 heavens and 10 lands a battlefield for the sake of a heavenly desolation? Do you tolerate the warriors of my 9 heavens and 10 lands dying in battle? The wounds on Wang Tianho's body were slowly healing, and at this moment, he looked incomparably oozing. Despite the fact that half of his body was still oozing blood, he still stepped forward and said, the performance was righteous and forward-looking, as if it was really for the sake of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Of course, before that, this seat will slaughter a few barking dogs, Suzy said as if she suddenly remembered something. Afterwards, his entire body disappeared into thin air. Suzy, how dare you, fellow Daoist? Wait, Wang Tianho's face changed drastically and drank. Then Yue also cried out with a change of face. Saints such as Wang Tianho were technically on the same side as him. Now that Wang Tianho was suffering, it was only right for him to come forward and defend it. Otherwise the rest of the saints would be suspicious of each other and would not support him. Get out! Suzy appeared directly in front of Yue and slapped down towards his face. How dare you insult me? Yue was furious. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one had dared to directly smack him in the face, which made Fei Yi's face gloomy. He was a descendant of a great emperor. How had he ever been so insulted? But when he was running his body's magic power, Suzy's slap had already imprinted on his tender face. Put! Yue was shocked. This Suzy was definitely not in the great sage realm. Surprisingly, he had left him powerless. Even the great emperor's finger in his body was sealed. In an instant, Yui's entire head instantly exploded. It didn't kill him, but it left him with irreparable injuries. Ignoring Yui, Su Zi's palm formed a claw towards Wang Tianho. Su Shang, don't, let me go, I won't dare again. When Wang Tianho saw how miserable Yui was, his face immediately changed and he hurriedly begged for mercy. You should know that Yui is said to be a descendant of a great emperor. I don't know how many life-preserving talismans he has all over his body, but he was slapped by Su Zi and his head was smashed to pieces. Although the head will slowly recover, it has injured the origin, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to advance in cultivation in this lifetime. Therefore, Wang Tianho was really afraid. He was as easily as a small chicken in Su Zi's palm. He kept begging bitterly, hoping that Su Zi would let him live. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how powerful Su Zi was. Noisy, boom! There was mana rippling in Su Zi's palm, and then Wang Tianho's entire body was left without bones. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath, knowing that Su Zi had broken through and metamorphosed, but did not think that it would be this powerful. Saints in its hands are said to be killed. Sky Wasteland was thrilled that Dean had indeed succeeded. The rest of them, this seat will keep them for you, and when your cultivation is strong, you can deal with them yourself. Su Zi ignored the other saints and turned to Sky Wasteland. The others who targeted Sky Wasteland with those who used to have a poor relationship with Sky Wasteland were all silenced. There was no one who could check and balance Su Zi now, and his words were holy orders. You can choose to stay in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, or you can choose to go to the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Su Zi once again threw down a heavy bomb and said, the 4 seas and the 8 deserts were the same in their eyes as the immortal world was in the eyes of the 4 seas and the 8 deserts. It was a level higher than their world, with strong people like forests and saints everywhere. Su, Elder Su, dare I ask how to get to the 4 seas? A sage asked stiffly. When your cultivation level reaches, you'll naturally know. Su Zi's face was expressionless. He waited for Sky Wasteland's answer. Su Zi, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands is the last straw for us in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Why don't you tell us? This time Fei Yi once again drank. His head hadn't fully recovered and he looked bloody and horrible. But he stood up again, because he's going to push Su Zi against everyone. He didn't believe that Su Zi dared to decapitate everyone. Chapter 42 Emperor Yu Fan of the Feather Clan. Who are the people of the 4 seas to help you? Su Zi asked curiously. On what grounds? Just by virtue of the fact that my Feather Clan's great emperor was once a giant on the side of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Yui said proudly. Oh, is the great emperor of your Feather Clan a fellow called Fei Fan? Su Zi asked curiously. Since they were both surnamed Feather, that's why Su Zi asked. Not bad. My clan's great emperor is none other than Old Man Yu Fan. Su Zi, it's not too late for you to admit your mistake. You injured me. As long as you follow me in the future and contribute your origin to me, I can forgive you. Yui had a condescending look on his face. The feathered emperor's life is also quite brilliant. How did he have this offspring of yours? Su Zi instantly lost interest in talking to Fei Yi. It would have been possible to spare his life for the sake of Emperor Yu Fan, but now, it was not necessary. Great Emperor Yu Fan had once entered the Forbidden Zone alone, wanting to sweep the Forbidden Zone and open peace for the human race. As a result, he was attacked from the back and encountered several great emperors, and finally sat down in the Forbidden Zone. Su Zi, you are reckless. The name of an old ancestor is also something you can call out directly? Also, how do you know my Feather Clan Great Emperor's real name? Yui looked at Su Zi and drank. He became more and more certain that Su Zi was perhaps from the 4 seas. Su Zi appeared out of nowhere 100 years ago, crushing many strong people who couldn't lift their heads, and they could never find Su Zi's heel. Now, only Su Zi being from the 4 seas could explain it. Not far away, Motian Xie, who was being arched by several saints, frowned more and more tightly. What's going on? At first these people still looked scared to death, and were about to hand over the heavenly desolate. What's with all the talk about the Great One now? I say you guys, if you don't hand over the heavenly desolate, we'll let the border pass bleed to death today. Crane Wao Xie opened his mouth at Emotian Xie's gesture and drank indifferently. When this seed is speaking, I'm most annoyed with people gabbing on the sidelines. You're a junior, don't you even know the basic rules? Heavenly Wasteland, go, tell him what it means to be polite. Su Zi spoke to Sky Wasteland. Yes, Master. Sky Wasteland bowed to Su Zi then said respectfully. He now no longer addressed Su Zi as Dean, but directly addressed Master, and Su Zi did not refute it. Heaven's Desolation walked towards Crane Invincible without a care in the world. In the absence of a sage king, his master was enough to protect him, and this was something that Heaven's Desolation was very confident in. Humph! Behind Motian Xie a sage coldly grunted. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed. and the saintly pressure was about to directly descend on Heavenly Wasteland's body. How dare you play tricks in front of the seat? It seems you don't want to live. Su Zi's eyes narrowed slightly. Lifting his hand was a finger. This finger pierced through the void, appearing in front of the saint behind Motiancia in an instant. How? That saint's eyes were wide open with disbelief. But there was no one to puzzle him out, because in the next instant his head was directly pierced through and his soul was destroyed. Boom! The blood of saints dripped down to the ground, forming a terrifyingly huge crater, and the power of killing and destruction rushed to the heavens. Motiancia's complexion completely changed. When had Su Zi beheading saints become so easy and comfortable? Su Dishang, I advise you not to make a mistake for yourself. Motiancia was worried that this Su Zi would recklessly rush up to behead him. There was no great saint by his side. All the great saints could be outside the heavenly abyss, and there were only about 10 saints around him. If Su Zi insisted on taking a shot at him, then he might be a bit dangerous today. But of course, it was only a bit of a threat. What kind of a thing are you? Even your father in front of this seat maybe bend down and bow his head to look down on this seat. Su Zi looked out of the corner of his eye, majestic and domineering. After the refinement of the emperor's finger, he had now reached the quasi-emperor realm and only needed to return to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands to be able to immediately cross over and become an emperor. Besides, he had awakened the Taigu divine mountain within him, and he couldn't wait to go back to sleep. Don't be arrogant. It's just a mere great saint. There are more than 10 great saints in my domain. Even the saint kings are more than a handful. Motiancia said meaningfully. He wanted to shock Su Zi into throwing in the towel. Snort! Su Zi did not open his mouth again, but directly waved his sleeve robe at that moment. It was as if heaven and earth had been separated. Motiancia and the others were instantly sent out 10,000 miles away, and only an indifferent-looking Crane Wufei was left in the same spot. This was the battlefield that Su Zi had divided for Heavenly Wasteland and Crane Peerless. He's going to use this to home the Heavenly Wasteland. He was really optimistic about Sky Wasteland. Naturally, he wanted Heavenly Wasteland to become one of the most powerful groups of people in heaven and earth in the future. Su Zi, Motiancia's face was ugly as he roared out in a low voice. He was the first son of the Sage King, and he was the leader of the younger generation of the foreign domain. The king of the younger generation. Even the great saints of the foreign domains had to treat him with courtesy when they saw him, and no one had ever dared to ignore him like this. Is this seat's name something you can call? I was going to leave you as a disciple of this seat, but you are so ungrateful. So let's teach you a lesson on what respect means. Su Zi was a slap across tens of thousands of miles. Su Zi, do you think you're invincible just because you become a great saint? Let me tell you, your eyesight is nothing more than that. You can hardly reach the realm of Saint King in this life. Motiancia's black hair flew, and his windless voice was low. No one in his life had ever dared to casually slap him around. Now a freshly promoted great saint dared? This wasn't insulting him. This was insulting his father, that one of the strongest sage kings outside the domain. Boom! Motiancia's body erupted. Radiant light rushed through the sky in the middle. An unspeakable pressure then descended steeply. An immense and incomparable shadow appeared behind Motiancia. Saint, King of Saints, Mo, Dao. There were saints in the 9 heavens and the 10 lands shouting in terror. There was no way around it. Mo Chuan's might was simply too prevalent. And the fact that he had become a Sage King for so many years and was able to suppress other Sage Kings from lifting their heads was enough to see how powerful he was. Just a single Saint King Divine Soul brand could cause all the saints in the 9 heavens and 10 lands to change their faces drastically. There were also those like Yui, whose ancestors had once appeared as great emperors, who were unexpectedly afraid of a Sage King. It was a disgrace to his ancestors. Who dares to touch my first son? As soon as the Sage King void behind Motiancia opened his mouth, his voice shook the entire border. Pop! Afterwards, this shadow directly shattered. It was directly shattered by Su Zi's slap without even a single ripple. Motiancia's face changed drastically. This was the first time in all these years that he had developed an emotion called fear. Who dared to disrespect him before under the patronage of Mokshin? Even the great saints had to be pleasant when they saw him. Pop! The slap eventually landed on Motiancia's face. It was loud, but there was no fatal injury. Chapter 43, The Sage King Wants to Enter the Heavenly Abyss. Ah! Motiancia felt the insult from Su Zi. However, he could only look up to the sky in impotent rage, knowing that this was a deliberate act by Su Zi, but he no longer dared to call Su Zi by his name. No matter. I will kill him, Crane Invincible said with confidence as he stood in the middle of the battlefield that Su Zi had drawn out. Boom! If you dare to touch my son, even if the heavenly abyss is present, I will extract your soul and refine your spirit to fall into the darkness for eternity. In the direction of the otherworldly region, a fluctuation that was terrifying to the extreme came from the area, followed by the cold and frightening voice of Mo. This is the end. Mo Chuan has come out of the gate. And that was just manifesting the Dharma heaven and earth. Let's see how you're going to end this now. Fei Yi exclaimed out in shock while mocking. You are a waste. A waste has no right to live. Suzy suddenly turned back and the eyes of the divine lightsword surprisingly condensed two substantial columns of light toward Fei Yi shot. With this strike, even a Sage King in person would die. No, Suzy, how dare you? How dare you kill me? Yui with a face of incredulity then directly vaporized in place. Bang! The crowd of the Feather Clan behind Yui fell to their knees with faces full of stupefaction. The Yui elder ancestor of their clan had died just like that? No! Feather Clan people's sadness lost voice cry. From today onwards, their clan will be completely towards the decline. Without a saint to sit on the sidelines, they were not destined to be able to support their entire family. Over the years, they are used to being high and mighty in the Feather Clan, and they can determine the life and death of a person with a single word. And the people and forces that they have offended are just too many. Once Yui fell, their Feather Clan would surely usher in a raging storm of retaliation. Beyond the heavenly abyss, several extremely strong figures appeared outside the heavenly abyss. The leader was a burly middle-aged man, and his calm face contained a monstrous rage. Even the surrounding powerhouses at the same level as him were a bit nervous. This person was Mo Qian, the father of Mo Tianxie. No matter who it is that dares to touch my son, even if it's the heavenly abyss, I'll see if this heavenly abyss stops me or not. As Mo Chuan took one step, the void collapsed, while the entire heavenly abyss was like an unreadable gully, with runes lighting up all over the sky in a crooked manner. The entire heavenly abyss glowed, forming an unbreakable shield woven from the power of rules. At the same time, the tattered palace above the heavenly abyss glowed and dropped bits of starlight. Boom! When the starlight fell into the heavenly abyss, the entire heavenly abyss began to boil in an instant, as if it had instantly changed in quality. An infinite amount of rule power instantly erupted. King Mo, do you really want to enter the heavenly abyss? A sage king beside Mo Chuan frowned and asked. Naturally, no one can stop me today, Mo said firmly without looking back. Alright, we'll pillage for King Mo. King Mo, please. The Sand King and the several Sage Kings accompanying him took up their positions ready to run their full magical power to clear the way for Mo. What do you guys mean by this? Mo Chuan looked back at the several Sage Kings and asked in a cold voice. There's no point, since King Mo wants to go in. The few of us will naturally go all out to help King Mo. The Sand King said with an expressionless face. Good, very good. Mo gritted his teeth. King Mo, as long as we wait another 500 years and that desolate king dies, the 9 heavens and 10 lands will naturally be in our possession. Why bother taking the risk now? The Sand King spoke lightly, but the meaning in his words was already obvious. If you want to go, you go. We'll give you some help on the periphery at most. To get us all in, all one can say is ho-hum. How terrifying it was inside. They, the Sage Kings, had a deep understanding of it. Once you forcefully break through, you will be seriously injured, or your origin realm will fall, and you will not be able to advance an inch in this lifetime. If that were true, the blow to them would be absolutely fatal. Who wouldn't want to go further when they've reached this point in their cultivation? That's your son in there. It's none of our business. Besides, your son has a supreme talent, so if he dies in there it will definitely be a good thing for the remaining Sage Kings. No one was willing to see 2 Sage Kings from one gate appear in the future. Of course, if their offspring were as outstanding as Mo Tianxie and were in there right now, then they would definitely make a move to go in together. Now, in 3 words, impossible. Why risk it? Mo was silent. His son's talent is so great that the younger generation outside the domain can only look up to him, and his future achievements will definitely not be low. It could even surpass him. Can he not save it? At this moment, Mo was silent. It wasn't true that he was the strongest in the domain, but he was only the strongest in battle, and he was in the same realm as the other Sage Kings. If it's in a wounded condition, these guys combined he'll die. If he forced his way in, it would be better if he didn't suffer a serious injury. If he suffered an irreversible injury even if he succeeded in rescuing Mo Tianxie, he believed that these people in front of him would definitely give him the heaviest attack. So Mo hesitated. In that case, we can only let those great saints go in for a walk. Mo made up his mind almost instantly. After hearing Mo Chuan's words, a look of disappointment flashed across the Sand King's face. Crane Wushuang meets all the Sage Kings. At this time, Crane Wushuang came to the side of Mo Chuan and the others and saluted without being overbearing. Wushuang, your family's invincible and heavenly evil are both trapped inside. There is a great saint inside who should have just broken through in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This king wants you to lead these great saints into it and bring out all of the 2 children. Safe and sound. Mo Jia looked at Crane Wushuang with a kind smile on his face. He once wanted to take Crane Wushuang as his disciple, but he refused. Crane Wushuang is indeed a good seedling. and as his name suggests, he is unrivaled in the world. What? A great sage powerhouse has been born in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Crane Wushwang's face was solemn. Not bad. This person's battle strength is average, but he has a special means to shatter a strand of this king's divine soul, and should not be underestimated. Mo nodded. Crane Wushwang's eyes narrowed slightly as if he was thinking about something. What? Could it be that you don't want to go save invincible and heavenly evil? When Mo sure saw that Crane Wushwang was thinking, his words immediately turned cold. Crane Wushwang had already understood everything between the flashes of his gaze. These sage kings wanted them to serve as cannon fodder. They didn't dare to go in on their own for fear of being sneak attacked by another sage king when they came out. It's a good idea to play the game. Crane Wushwang knew that in the beginning, because Mo wanted to take him as a disciple, he was rejected by him, and this matter ended up being known by whoever messed it up. Mo's face is definitely not looking good. The sage king himself said he'd take you as his disciple, but you blatantly refused. Although Mo had always acted charitably, only Crane Wushwang knew that Mo definitely hated to get rid of him. It's just that before not accepting him as his disciple, Mo sure once praised Crane Wushwang for having a promising future in being a good seedling. You can't just kill someone because they haven't worshipped yourself, can you? So that's why Crane Wushwang was able to live to this day. Chapter 44, Even great emperors cannot live forever. Naturally, no one dares to disobey Saint King Mo's orders, and Wushwang will do his best. After figuring out what was at stake, Crane Wushwang still decided to step across the heavenly abyss by himself with a group of great saints. He was also eager to see what kind of great saint had been born in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Could it be an acquaintance of his own? March, heavenly abyss. Crane Wushwang stood with his hands behind his back and drank in front of the 10 or so great saints. At the same time, he glanced at the several godlike figures in the rear without a trace. Someday, there must be a place for myself among them. Crane Wushwang was convinced. Besides, he could already feel the barriers beginning to loosen. That day couldn't be long in coming. Now is not the time to turn the tables on Mo. Boom! As they entered the heavenly abyss, the rule force in the heavenly abyss began to go berserk. The boundless power of the laws wanted to surge into their bodies. These great saints who looked out of the corner of their eyes in equal time were at this moment like weak lambs that could be deprived of their lives at any moment. Crane Wushwang also summoned his entire body's mana, trying to prevent these forces of law from entering his body. Once these laws enter the body, something will go terribly wrong. They were like maggots attached to the bones, capable of destroying the foundation within the cultivator's body. The more powerful the cultivation, the more powerful the backlash. Ah! Suddenly one of the great saints let out a miserable scream. Everyone looked toward him. Hiss! All of them sucked in cold air, only to feel that their souls had been killed. That great saint was surrounded by the power of laws all over his body, constantly eating away at his origin. It was as if they were alive. Not just the origin, but even the flesh and blood were torn. That great saint's cultivation was already weak, and after being drilled into by the power of the law almost in a moment, he turned into withered bones and fell down into the abyss. This caused the other saints to swallow hard. It was said that the heavenly abyss was terrifying, but no one had told exactly how. They used to be dismissive of it, but now they are coy about it after experiencing it firsthand. What you hear from other people's mouths will always feel average, and only by experiencing it for yourself will you realize the horror of the heavenly abyss. Wushwang, let's just retreat. 19 great saints came in, and we've lost 3 of them in just a moment. We don't even know if we'll be able to go in alive at this rate. A great saint beside Crane Wushwang running his magic power to support himself bitterly said, they are really scared now. Get out? Where do you think we're going to end up if you come in here and don't get the people back? Crane Wushwang said blandly without seeing the slightest strain on his face. What? Just for the sake of 2 little brats? We might take on so many of our great saints. This deal isn't worth it in any way. There are great saints and great saints roaring. Only in this do they dare to show their anger. Humph. That's natural. My son's life is naturally not worth so much money. But Motian's life is worth much more. If my son is the only one in there, I'll just go alone. Why involve you all? Crane Wushwang's words made the surrounding great saints surprisingly feel good. It's a pity. We still have to speed up our pace. If anything happens to Motian, all of us present will be buried with him. Crane Wushwang once again gave the great saints a strong dose of medicine. He wants these great saints to start resenting from the bottom of their hearts. And this year he will plant a seed. In the coming year, when he became a sage king, he would naturally take root and blossom. At that time, there was no need for him to say anything. He only needed to ascend to the heights and beckon, and these great saints would naturally come to cast their lot. But if you want them to be grateful, you have to give them some help. Boom! Only to see Crane Wushwang flip his palm, and in his palm was a large blood-red cauldron. There was bright red blood boiling inside that cauldron, constantly bubbling as if it was boiling. A monstrous aura came from within. Those who smelled it without exception just felt like they were suffocating. None of the great saints present felt panicked. Great Sage Wuxuang deserves to be called the #1 person in the Great Sage realm. With just this soul-refining cauldron out, who in the Great Sage realm can be defeated? There were great saints who lamented as they struggled to fend them off. This soul-refining tripod's prestige was not even inferior to the name of a Sage King. Just because this soul-refining tripod once killed hundreds of millions of living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, all of their flesh and blood were absorbed and refined by the soul-refining cauldron, which forged the soul-refining cauldron's mighty name. It was an unapologetically large and ferocious weapon, which had a hefty reputation for ferocity and could be described as frightening. But at this moment, the soul-refining tripod was surging against the wind, and soon rose to the size of a large mountain, enveloping all of the great saints in all of them. These great saints suddenly felt the pressure diminish, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, perhaps they could walk to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Of course, if a Sage King came in, the soul-refining cauldron wouldn't be able to cover it at all, and it would shatter in an instant. Great Sage Wuxuang, the favor of saving your life will not be repaid in words. If there is a need in the future, I will definitely go all out, a great saint said solemnly. The corners of Crane Wuxuang's mouth turned slightly upward. His purpose was accomplished. Sky Wasteland, come over and fight. Crane Invincible stood in the middle of the battlefield with an imposing presence. He was confident that he was semi-invincible at the same rank because there was a truly invincible Emotianxie above him. The once invincible Crane was truly invincible until he met this pervert Emotianxie. That battle had subdued him, which was why he listened to Emotianxie like that. But today, as long as he defeated or even killed the heavenly wasteland, then his cracked Tao heart would be able to be mended. At that time, he would still challenge Emotianxie and defeat him. Crane Invincible's ambition was great. He wanted to be the #1 of the younger generation. To be truly invincible, after defeating Emotianxie he was truly invincible. Without a word, Sky Wasteland took a step directly into the middle of the battlefield. Let's split the difference today, Crane Invincible bellowed. He then rushed straight towards the heavenly wasteland. There was no such thing as a trial and error between them. And the moment they struck, it was a killing move. Crane Invincible's palms glowed with an inexplicable power flowing through his palms, making them indestructible. The same Sky Wasteland's fists were wrapped in golden light and sharp. One palm and one fist transformed into a trail of residual shadows as they frantically smashed into each other. A rumbling sound rang out, shaking one's eardrums. Crane Wufei's face gradually became grave. He majored in the law of flesh, and his flesh was indestructible. But at this moment, he couldn't help Heavenly Wasteland in the slightest. You have to know that he was practicing the Sage's law, and it's been cultivated to great success. This Heavenly Wasteland is a lot stronger than expected. Sky Wasteland was equally surprised in his heart. He has always believed that the flesh is like an oven, indestructible in order to travel heaven and earth, to achieve true eternity. His natural talent was rare in ancient times, and he walked out of a different path, which had no main cultivation, both cultivating his physical body and developing his own potential. He firmly believed that after the human body's potential was developed, it would one day be able to become immortal. Becoming immortal was what Suzy told him. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the highest cultivation level was merely a great emperor. Nor can the Great One live forever. Chapter 45, the great saints of the foreign lands arrived together. Suzy had once said that no one had taken this path of his, but if he succeeded in this way of cultivation, his fleshly body might be able to harden against immortal weapons. So compared to the flesh, heaven's desolation is not afraid. Boom! Heavenly Wasteland exploded his chi and blood. His golden chi and blood rushed straight into the sky, as if a dragon was taking off from the sea spectacularly. Drink! Under the eruption of his chi and blood, Tian Wuan's entire aura skyrocketed, and the void under his fist exploded, producing an extremely terrifying vibration. Indestructible golden body. Facing this punch from Sky Wasteland, Crane Peerless face changed. Then he revolved the Undying Bible. The entire person was wrapped in purple streams of light. The Undying Bible was really strong, an ancient art of honing the physical body. The fists and palms of the two collided together again. Brilliant golden and purple light erupted. Boom! This place was shrouded in golden and purple light, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Those with weak cultivation even felt their eyes go blind in an instant. The battle inside could only be seen clearly by a god king or above. Are these really two heavenly god realms? Someone asked bitterly. Why was it that even they in the god king realm felt their hearts tremble? If they were in a battlefield like this, I'm afraid that a punch or a slap in the first round just now would have shattered them. Is this the Jedi pride? The light dispersed. Everyone rushed to look. Crane Wufei stood there expressionlessly, both his hands shrouded in his sleeve robes. Sky Wasteland's right hand trembled violently. This What the hell is going on here? The Sky Wasteland lost in the first round? Someone asked. No. Look, Crane Invincible is dripping blood. A sharp-eyed person said aloud as he looked at Crane Invincible's hand hidden in his sleeve robe. Ha ha ha. I am very fortunate to have this heavenly pride in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Some people are truly detestable. To want to give away such a heavenly pride? This is damaging the chi of my 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is truly a blessing for my 9 heavens and 10 lands to have such a Chilan child. Snake Taijun held a golden snake head walking stick. The appreciation in her eyes was undisguised. Only those saints who had previously targeted Heavenly Wasteland all had their faces redden with embarrassment. They didn't dare to say half a word at this time, fearing that Suzy would remember them at this time and directly kill them. At this moment, Crane Wushwang's face was calm, but inwardly, he was in turmoil. This collision, he actually lost? This is unbelievable. Knowing that he had never lost in the flesh even when facing Emotion Siet, the palm that was shrouded in his sleeve robe at this time was covered with dense cracks, like it was going to shatter apart at any moment. The point was, he ran his mana but realized that he couldn't heal the wounds for a while. You're strong, but that's about it. Crane Wushwang's words were calm but full of killing intent. Yeah? Then come and fight. Heavenly Wasteland was seething with wariness. Sky Wasteland directly threw a punch. He still didn't use any weapon. His flesh was his best weapon. Only this time this punch contained great divine power. It's the Emperor's fist that he realized on his own. That's right. A little guy in the heavenly god realm had actually comprehended the Emperor's law on his own. How amazing was that? That's something I'm afraid no one would believe. Of course, the current Emperor's fist was not a true great Emperor's fist, but rather a fist technique that corresponded to the realm. And the higher his cultivation level, the stronger the Emperor's fist naturally became. Even so, under one punch, no one of the same rank could be defeated. Humph. Void transformation. Crane Peerless snorted coldly and used the Void Koan clan's secret art, the Great Void Art. This art was mysterious and unpredictable, capable of moving and transforming the void, being able to move the opponent's attack without God realizing it. This was something that Crane Wushwang had spent a great deal of money on back then before exchanging it and giving it to Crane Wuyu to cultivate. Heavenly Wasteland's Emperor Fist was enough to push a strong person of the same realm sideways, but at this moment, it was as if he had struck the air. Even, a void portal appeared in front of him, and he was vaguely able to see his fist coming towards his head. Relying on outside forces is not your own after all. The Heavenly Wasteland did not fluctuate in the slightest. His punch was still slamming down towards Crane Invincible's head. Arrogant people end up dead. Sky Wasteland, you are no exception. You will die under your own fists. Crane Invincible sneered. The art of the Great Void, a proper Great Sage spell, is said to be able to move the entire starry sky when cultivated to the extreme. The Heavenly Wasteland was really too conceited to stop, presuming to break all laws with one force. Unbeknownst to him, a Sanskrit script was faintly pulsing on the Emperor's fist at this time. Not truly visible and vague, but the feeling it gives is ancient, pale, hegemony. To actually carve out a word from one of the ancient imperial scriptures? Suzy said softly as he looked at Sky Wasteland's fist with both eyes thrusting. The Heavenly Wasteland is really unusual, to the extent that he wanted to inscribe the Emperor's scriptures onto his own hands and even his own body, to incorporate all of this into his own Dharma and Tao. How terrifying would it be then? Boo! The void produces a light sound. The heavenly desolate fist glow directly broke through the Great Void Art. A fist then slammed into Crane Invincible's head. Crane Invincible's face changed drastically. All of this was really undeserved. One should know that the Great Void Art he cultivated was even more refined than the Koan clan's heir. But at this point it was a lost cause. The price of loss is life. Stop. Just then, a violent roar came from the heavenly abyss. 13 figures as radiant as the great sun appeared at the end. With a roar, Crane Wushwang's sound wave crushed down towards Heavenly Wasteland. Get out! Suzy snorted coldly, and all the sound waves disappeared into nothing. The Crane Invincible who originally had hope floating on his face was ashen at this moment. Put! Heavenly Wasteland's fist shattered his body, and Crane Invincible directly exploded. His body and bones were nowhere to be found. Originally, this shouldn't be like this. Crane Peerless still has many backhanders that he hasn't used, but he was too conceited, thinking that the Great Void technique wouldn't be enough to kill the Heavenly Wasteland, but delaying it for a while was not a problem, so he pressed on with no protection whatsoever. Who knew that Heavenly Wasteland had broken the Great Void technique with a single punch? He didn't have time to react at all, and Crane Invincible did die a very hasty death. As the leader of the younger generation, many of the great aptitudes had yet to be displayed, and he was directly killed on the spot. He died of his ego. My son! 13 great saints descended in unison, and the leader was none other than Crane Wushwang. Crane Wushwang's eyes were red and he was breathing heavily. His only firstborn son died on his watch. I want you all to be buried with me. The entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. All of you will die. Crane Wushwang roared up to the sky. It's over. This is going to be the end of us in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All great saints. There was despair in some people's eyes. It's all your fault, Su-Zi. If it wasn't for you, how could I, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, have encountered so many great saints forcibly crossing the heavenly abyss? You are the sinner of my 9 heavens and 10 lands. Suzy, you deserve to die. I curse you for eternity. There were saints hissing with resentment. All shut up. Couldn't it be that if it weren't for great sage Su, these great saints of the other realms wouldn't have come in? How did the 9 heavens and 10 lands come to have you eggless saints? The snake Taijun on the side had a look of hatred on her face. A bunch of losers. Just by yourselves you dare to question this seat? Suzy just said lightly. Subsequently, in everyone's unbelievable gazes, those saints who had just opened their mouths all exploded in place and turned into flying dust. Chapter 46, Refining the Sky and the Earth and Yourself. At this moment, no matter if it was all the people in the 9 heavens and 10 lands or the dozen or so great saints from the foreign realm, all of them froze on the spot. Not Buddy? When did such a strong man appear in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? What's the fuss? They were also great saints, but they definitely couldn't do what Suzy did so lightly, killing a group of saints with a single look. At this moment, Crane Wushwan was in a state of furious rage, his eyes scarlet red as he looked at heavenly wasteland. The fierce killing intent in his eyes all poured out towards sky wasteland. Bang! Suzy snapped his fingers, and heaven's desolation only felt the scenery around him instantly regressing heaven and earth. By the time he came back to his senses again, he had already appeared behind Suzy. Great Sage Wushwang, quickly take us away. Seeing Crane Wushwang appear aside, a trace of joy finally appeared on Mo Tianxia's face, but then he froze. Wushwang turned his head to look at Mo Tianxia, but what kind of eyes did Wushwang have? Without the slightest bit of emotion, Mo Tianxia even keenly perceived that the depths of Wushwang's blood-red eyes unexpectedly flashed with killing intent. This made Mo Tianxia's mood sink to the bottom. His biggest card was the Sage King Void, which could suppress ordinary great saints. But for a top-notch great saint like Crane Wushwang, I'm afraid that he couldn't be subdued and could only be injured. Moreover, his biggest card had been broken by Suzy before, and he was now like a lamb to the slaughter. On one side were the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and on the other side were Crane Wushwang. And now Mo Tianxia actually felt that people from both sides wanted to kill him. Now he's in a bad place. A very bad place. Sitting around and waiting for death. He might have to drink his life away today. What are you guys waiting for? We'll talk about the matter of the 9 heavens and 10 lands later. Now take me out of here immediately. Mo Tianxia's eyes skimmed over Crane Wushwang's blood-red eyes to look at the 12 great saints behind him and drank. He wasn't half as polite to these great saints. Those great saints looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing how to move. They are literally numb at heart right now. As soon as he came, he saw a great power of unknown cultivation in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, killing several saints with a single look, causing them to not dare to move at all. He could only place his eyes on Crane Wushwang and ask what to do. The Mo clan's young lord Mo Sage King's son Mo Tianxia died in battle in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so naturally we should avenge Mo Tianxia. Wushwang withdrew his eyes from looking at Mo Tianxia and slowly spat out a few icy characters from his mouth. Hiss! All the great saints all sucked in cold air. This Wushwang was really bold and incomparable. How dare he speak like this? This is wanting to directly erase Mo Tianxia. Then tell Mo that Mo Tianxia was beheaded by the people of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Mo will definitely enter the heavenly abyss without any consideration, and will kill the 9 heavens and 10 lands with blood flowing into the river. There is even the possibility of genocide. Crane Wushwang, how dare you? How dare you? Boom! Before one of the great saints beside Crane Wushwang could finish his words, Crane Wushwang shot out without warning and tore this person's body apart, crushing his origin. All of the great saints in the foreign domain were shocked by Crane Wushwang's ruthlessness. Crane Wushwang was worthy of being the number 1 person under the Sage King realm. Even with a sneak attack, people in the same realm were instantly stripped of their origin and transformed into mortals, falling 10,000 meters into the air. Mo Tianxia's eyelids jumped dramatically. Things were out of control. Unbelievably, Crane Wushwang had gone crazy because Crane Wushwang's death actually wanted him to follow and accompany him to the funeral. Crane Wushwang, think clearly. If you move me, my father won't let you go. You definitely won't be able to cover up today's matter. Sooner or later, my father will know that it's you who did it. Mo Tianxia stabilized his mind and shouted towards Crane Wushwang. And you guys, you should know my father's weight. My father is the strongest among the foreign domains. If he knows that you guys are also involved, no one will be able to save you from the heavens and the earth at that time. By then, the families, clans, and parents behind you will all be slaughtered. Mo Tianxia shouted with the great saints behind Crane Wushwang. As expected, All of those great saints' faces hesitated once they heard Eternal words, and some even wanted to leave this place. They really didn't dare to participate in this mess today. On one side was the 9 heavens and 10 lands that had always been regarded as weaklings by them, but it was this weakling place that had given birth to a terrifying existence. On one side was the first son of their native Sage King, and now someone was actually trying to finish him off, which made them terrified. Whoever leaves, don't blame me, Crane Wushwang, for not reminding you that Eternal can't return, and you're all just dead even if you go back. Crane Wushwang's icy words caused all of those great saints who were beating a retreat to take a step in their footsteps. Assholes, what are you guys afraid of? He, Crane Wushwang, is strong, but stronger than a dozen of you great saints? I promise you guys, as long as you can get out, I'll ask my father to accept you guys as disciples. Eternal gritted his teeth and roared. With his life at stake, he couldn't help but get anxious. As expected, some of the great saints' eyes lit up at these words, having been led by Crane Wushwang earlier. Now that he thought about it, Eternal's words were very tempting. Shoo! Several air-breaking sounds rang out, and 8 great saints immediately appeared around Eternal. They firmly protected Eternal in the center. Obviously, they had already made the decision to guard Eternal out of the heavenly abyss. Ha ha ha, Crane Wushwang, you're finished, no one can save you this time. When I go out, not only you, but everyone in your Crane family will die. When my father wanted to take you as a disciple, you were unwilling and swept away my father's face, and from that moment on, I decided that I would take your proud son under my wing as a follower. You didn't expect that, did you? He's wagging his tail in my face like a dog. Eternal spoke word for word. Word for word. Crane Wushwang was still expressionless. Only Suzy discovered a hint of something. That was that Crane Wushwang's aura was very unstable, like he was trying to force a breakthrough. Well, Crane Wushwang is a seedling. Too bad it's not one of our own. Originally, I wanted to wait a bit for the substrate to be enough before breaking through. At that time of breaking through I will surely become the king of Sage Kings. It's a pity. It's still a sliver short. You all have to die today. All of you. A trace of hesitation flashed in Crane Wuyo's eyes before he directly exploded. Boom! The soul refining cauldron appeared and the grievances rose to the sky. Crane Wushwang unexpectedly jumped directly into the soul refining cauldron. He's going to refine himself? What a ruthless person. Refining the heavens and the earth to refine himself. Once he breaks through, even if he's not the strongest existence amongst the Sage Kings, he's still the strongest of the bunch. Suzy commented with interest. Master, isn't it easy for him to refine himself to death by doing so? Sky Wasteland asked with some confusion. Indeed it is. Failure will transform along with this cauldron into a great evil weapon on Earth that possesses spiritual awareness. And no matter who controls this cauldron in the future, there is a possibility that it will be assimilated and transformed into a murderous demon. Or even, taken. But if he succeeds, there will be a qualitative increase in his cultivation. And once he succeeds, he will be able to fight with a supreme power in the Sage King realm. Instead of becoming an early stage Sage King, Suzy slowly explained. You must look carefully, and you must not use this method in the future. After this matter is dealt with, Master will be leaving. It's time for you to choose where to go. Chapter 47, Killing Eternal, The Letter of Fame. Heavenly Wasteland's heart fluttered when he heard what Suzy said. Is Master still leaving? He had known from early on that Suzy was not actually from this world, and it was impossible for the 9 heavens and 10 lands not to record a supreme powerhouse like Suzy. Sky Wasteland had also been guessing that Suzy might have come from the 4 seas. He knew that his master was very young, not much older than him, and this kind of existence was estimated to be a renowned demon in the 4 seas and 8 wastes. Master, I still want to stay here. There are still many of my friends and relatives here, and I still have to fight alongside them. Sky Wasteland hesitated for a long time or looked at Suzy and said solemnly, Good, you have your own path to follow. Master is very happy. Before my master leaves, he will give you a life-preserving talisman, which can save your life at critical moments. Suzy reached out his palm and gently placed it on Sky Wasteland's head. Then Sky Wasteland only felt a flash of something instantly disappearing into his divine soul. He knew that it was something his master had given him to save his life. When you have enough cultivation, you can head to the Eastern Wasteland among the 4 seas and 8 wastelands to come and find me. Just ask Sushin Dynasty Suzy, naturally someone knows. Now, I'll help you get rid of these troubles first. My master's requirements for you are not high. 80 years to become a saint. 500 years to become an emperor. If you can't accomplish it, my master will treat it as if he doesn't have you as his disciple. Suzy said softly as he looked at Sky Wasteland. Heavenly Wasteland felt a great deal of pressure, because the ancient texts recorded that no one could become an emperor before the age of 1000. This was almost an unchanging rule. Anyway, No one had been able to break this boundary since the beginning of time. Perhaps only the supreme prides of the 4 seas and 8 deserts could break it. The fact that Suzy had set this time for him meant that someone had succeeded. For example, Suzy. When Suzy was born, there were illusory immortals who came on cranes to congratulate him. And there were immortal emperor scriptures that appeared out of thin air. Suzy was already at the peak of great sage when he turned 100 years old. And now that he was just under 200 years old, he was already at the quasi-emperor realm. And when he returned to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, he would be able to directly start impacting the great emperor realm. Cultivation didn't have the slightest shackle for him, and he naturally broke through when his cultivation level arrived. Bang! Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be shaken, followed by an intense baleful aura that rose up to the sky. A constant whimpering sound came from above the soul-refining cauldron, which was creepy. These were the trillions of living beings that had been pitted by Crane Wushwang. They had no sanity. This was out of instinctive fear. A monstrous suction force sucked them all into the soul-refining cauldron. The top of the soul-refining cauldron then unexpectedly cracked open with dense cracks. It then directly exploded, and a blood-red figure stood between heaven and earth, resembling a god and devil. His body was covered in dense scabs of blood, which made one's scalp go numb by the look of it. An overwhelming pressure instantly descended. What cultivation level is this? Could it be that he has really entered the legendary Sage King realm? How is that possible? When did it become so simple to enter the Sage King realm? It's over. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are completely finished now. The strongest person on our side is a saint. And with the addition of the Suzy Great Sage, it's not enough for the Sage King to look at. The heavenly abyss is dead. As long as the higher the cultivation of the opponent, the greater the cost of coming over. Crane Wushwang chose to enter the heavenly abyss before making a breakthrough. This way the heavenly abyss can do nothing to him. But he'll also suffer the backlash of the heavenly abyss when he goes back. Are you out of your mind? He came all the way here. How could he leave? Going back would require enduring the power of the heavenly abyss. Staying here would completely rule the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, what do you choose? Crane Wushwang indifferently looked at the several great saints beside Motian Xia and teasingly asked. Shoo! A great saint behind Motian Xia instantly struck out, so fast that everyone froze, only to see him instantly capture Motian Xia and confine him in the palm of his hand. Peerless Saint King, you know me. I first purposely pretended to be a defector before I took him by surprise and attacked him instantly to present him to you. Wu Deshang looked at Crane Wushwang with a flattering face and said. The other great saints had expressions like they had seen a ghost. How in the world can there be such a brazen man? At the same time, they were very remorseful inwardly. How come they didn't seize Motian Xia before them? They were rather chagrined. Nowadays, Crane Wushwang was already amongst the ranks of the Sage Kings, on par with the likes of Mo Chuan. If they had the shelter of Crane Wushwang, perhaps the Maggia Sage King wouldn't make things difficult for them. Shucks. I should say, what else would they go back for? Isn't it good to be free and happy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Everything here will be theirs. Crane Wushwang, you shall not die. You think you can do whatever you want just because you broke through the Sage King? You will never know how powerful my father is. Motian Xia hissed with his face twisted. He hadn't actually understood until now why Crane Wushwang wanted to kill him. What did Crane Wuyu's death have to do with him? The only thing he could think of was that Crane Wushwang wanted him to bury Crane Wuyu with him. That's the only thing that makes sense. This king accepts your defection. Kill Mo Tianxiu, and then slaughter the 9 heavens and 10 earths together with this king to avenge my son. Invincible, Crane Wushwang said with deep meaning. The remaining few great saints that stood beside Mo Tianxia's face changed. Crane Wushwang was wanting them to be stained with Mo Tianxia's blood, thus forcing them to go out of their way. In this way the Yellow Springs Bijou Mo must kill them, but if they don't do it, they're going to be splattered in blood right now. Kill! Wu Deshang gritted his teeth and stabbed Mo Tianxia's abdomen, directly stabbing him through. Of course he didn't kill Mo Tianxia directly. What a joke! There are difficulties to carry together. It is impossible for him to kill Mo Tianxia, and then others to watch the show. It's all a pitch anyway. Put. The other great saint expressionlessly smashed half of Mo Tianxia's body with a slap. Ah! Mo Tianxia roared up to the sky, not expecting that one day he would be treated like this. Originally, he was the absolute number 1 in the younger generation of the foreign domain. Originally he had a great life, and now everything was ended. The third great saint even abolished his origin with a single punch. Mo Tianxia died an extremely miserable death. The great saints who used to be kind to him were now all turning against him, each giving up a stab at him. How glamorous it used to be, and how miserable it is now. The moment Mo Tianxia died, Mo at the heavenly abyss felt it, and his heart was dripping blood with grief. He wanted to lose his mind and break into the heavenly abyss, but if he failed he would most likely be heavily injured, and he would be in danger if a Sage King struck at that time. Moreover, just now, He clearly felt a very powerful Saint King fluctuation that came from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This was a fresh breakthrough, and it was unknown if it was Crane Wushwang, or if this was a strong person born from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He had to meddle for 500 years, and when the 500 years passed, he would kill through the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Mo Chuan looked at the several sage kings beside himself with a somewhat unkind expression. He then let out a cold snort as he headed towards the other land. Chapter 48, Waiting for Death is the Worst Thing. He knew that these old Biden must have also felt the fluctuations of the Sage King on the other side of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He's going into seclusion. He's going into death seclusion. It would be best to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. And at that time, none of these Sage Kings would be able to escape. The 9 heavens and 10 earths must also be bloodied. Kill. With a command, Crane Wushwan took the brunt of the charge towards Suzy. He would first behead Heavenly Wasteland and then kill Suzy. He could never forget that Sky Wasteland was the one who killed his son. This revenge must be avenged, or else he had raised his realm for nothing? The soul refining cauldron was his backbone, and originally he wanted to come to a complete metamorphosis that would take at least a few hundred years. It's being brought forward now, resulting in a weak bottom end. Otherwise, if he waited a few hundred years until the soul refining cauldron completely absorbed and refined the essence blood of these hundreds of millions of people, he might have the chance to directly impact the quasi-emperor realm when he refined himself. This is a one-time boost that can only be used once, and there's a downside to using it in advance afterward, which is that it's never going to go any further. He stopped at the Sage King realm in his lifetime. All of this was caused by Sky Wasteland and Suzy. If it wasn't for Heaven's desolation beheading his first son, if it wasn't for Suzy's cultivation level being so high, why would he have directly used his reserves? Forcibly raise his realm? Die for me. The moment Crane Wushwan made a move, it was a killing move. He's going to hit Suzy and hold him down straight to the ground. The moment he struck out, the wind roared, and the sky turned blood red, setting off monstrous waves of blood, emitting a sickening smell of blood. And this blood wave has a very powerful corrosiveness, and wherever it passes, it is full of white bones. Phew! Suzy's mouth bulged, subsequently making a blow. Hoo. In a flash, the heavens crumbled and the ground flew away. And everyone felt for a moment that it seemed as if the entire heavenly abyss had been moved by this wind. Everyone was horrified. What kind of cultivation was this? A mere breath of air was actually able to blow the heavenly abyss outward by a long distance. Especially the few sage kings who were still standing outside of the heavenly abyss at this moment. They were originally sighing for not pitting Mo. Are talking and laughing. Suddenly the heavenly abyss and the blowing out of an evil wind. At first they did not care. After all, a demon wind, well, what is the big deal? What day in heaven and earth does not blow? It's just the size of it. But then they changed their faces. This was because the heavenly abyss unexpectedly enveloped all of them sage kings. In the next moment, put, it's the sound of blood and flesh melting away. As soon as they came into contact with the power of the rules of the heavenly abyss, it instantly dissolved most of their body's flesh and blood. The saint kings who reacted to the situation all exerted all their strength, running their great mana to wrap themselves up tightly. It was good that they were only in the edge area of the heavenly abyss. If they were in the center of the heavenly abyss, they would have to sit down and die if they couldn't react in just that instant. This time they were profoundly feeling the power of the heavenly abyss. How is the heavenly abyss moving? Is it expanding or moving toward us? Whatever it is, it's not friendly to us, a sage king said with an ugly face. After just a moment of contact with the heavenly abyss, they had suffered such damage, and if they wanted to pass through, they were afraid that they would have to pay a small price. Moreover, the wounds of the heavenly abyss were very difficult to heal, and the wounds left behind by just this instant of contact would take hundreds of years to heal. On the other side at this time, Crane Wushwan's entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken. He maintained his swooping position, but his entire body froze as he looked at Suzy. Not only him, but also the great saints of the otherworldly region. All of them froze in place. There was only one voice in their heads at this point. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? You're not in the Sage King realm. Where the hell did you come from? He Wushwan looked at Suzy with a face full of resignation. This seed has never said that I am in the Sage King realm. Suzy didn't hide it and graciously admitted it. Ha. Wrong from the start. It turns out that you are hiding an existence that surpasses the Sage King. Crane Wushwan laughed madly. It's really ridiculous and pathetic what he's doing. Originally, his calculations were unrivaled in the world, counting the many saint kings of the otherworldly regions on one side, and the many great saints on the other. Originally, all of this was calculated by him, and he was even ready to slaughter and take over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But it hadn't occurred to me that an existence that had surpassed the Sage King had actually appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This variable was just too big. so big that Crane Wushwang was completely devoid of essence. Revenge is out of your mind for the rest of your life. Suzy finished speaking and was about to make his move but was blocked by the sky wasteland on the side. Master, I want you to leave them alive. They have the blood debt of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in their hands. Please give your disciple a chance. I will personally go to the foreign realm to take their heads in the future. Sky Wasteland's tone was very solemn. The blood debt in the hands of these people was just too much. Not only them, but especially people like Crane Wushwang, who had pitted and killed hundreds of millions of living beings. And it would be cheaper for him to die like this. Yes, you can get out. You have 3 breaths to get out of the heavenly abyss or stay forever. Suzy looked at Crane Wushwang and the others and opened his mouth indifferently. These people naturally couldn't turn the tide in his eyes, but were stepping stones that could be used as a jumping-off point for Heavenly Wasteland. This was what Sky Wasteland himself had asked for, and even if he lost and died in the future, Suzy would not intervene. The light of survival erupted under the eyes of the great saints who had already despaired, and they immediately tore through space to leave. They didn't dare to make any stops at all, fearing that the other party would backtrack, and each one of them hated to exert their strength. Crane Wushwang's face turned pale as he took a deep look at Sky Wasteland, turned around and disappeared without looking back. He knew that from now on the identities were reversed, and they, the foreign domains, were no longer invaders and had become victims. After all, there was an incomparably powerful existence sitting in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and, from now on, he was going to start losing sleep. Death wasn't scary. It was the waiting for it that was scary. He would make no inch of progress in his life, remaining at the Sage King realm for the rest of his life. Moreover, entering the heavenly abyss to come was a great saint realm to come in, intact, and going out would not be so simple. Heavenly Wasteland becoming a saint, that was the nail in the coffin. Heavenly Wasteland's name was known even to the likes of Imo Zhuan from the foreign realm, which was enough to prove its gold content. Would such a person, sheltered by a great power, have low achievements in the future? There was only one thing that Crane Wushwang could do now, and that was to pray day and night, hoping that the Heavenly Wasteland gifted sage was the end of the line, and no more than that to give him a bit of room to grow, and that the great sage was the end of the line. Don't ever become the king of saints. The other great saints didn't think that much, they just wanted to leave quickly. Chapter 49, Done For. They saw Tian Yuan dive right in headfirst. They couldn't care less about the power of the laws now. A large portion of the rule force of the Heavenly Abyss when he entered the Heavenly Abyss earlier was held up by Crane Wushwang. That's why they dared to dive in headfirst now, the weak ones having died on the way in. Now they were at best seriously injured and almost never going to die. They knew that the current Crane Wushwang was struggling to protect himself, so where would he have the heart to care about them? It was still a question whether Crane Wushwang would come out alive. It was actually just as they expected. He Wushwang could be considered very tough in it. The soul refining cauldron was completely shattered, not evolved and sacrificed into a Sage King's magic weapon, so now he could only run his indestructible heavenly skill to resist bitterly. They came out? Did Crane Wushwang really break through to the Sage King realm? The Sand King felt the fluctuation of the Heavenly Abyss, immediately returned to the edge of the Heavenly Abyss to stare at it dead on. It's possible. That fluctuation can't be faked. There's no mistaking that it's Crane Wushwang's aura. This king knew that Crane Wushwang's natural talent was quite good, but I didn't think that he would achieve the position of Saint King so quickly. No wonder that old thing Mo wanted to take him as a disciple. If it had come to pass at that time, now the Mo plan would be 2 Saint Kings. Crane Wushwang is still very young to be able to reach the Sage King realm at such an age. He might even move up a bit in the future. Are we befriending him? I don't think it's necessary, right? Is it hard for him, a newly minted Sage King, to be stronger than us veterans? Befriending? Chicken King, the more you live, the more you go back. I think King Koan has a good point. Why bother to befriend him? You know that a genius who hasn't grown up is always not called a genius. And if you want us to befriend him, you also need him to be able to live until that time. Gentlemen, you don't want to have someone overpowering you in a few years, do you? We can still withstand one Mo, sure, but if there's another Crane Wushwang, we'll really have to be oxen and horses. The Sand King said sorrowfully. In that case, depending on the situation, I don't believe he walked out of the Heavenly Abyss intact. The corner of King Koan's mouth hooked into an evil smile. Don't you guys find it strange? A Sage King is enough to kill the 9 heavens and 10 lands with blood. How long has it been now? Why are they coming back? The red crown on the Chicken King's head quivered. Anyway, see what happens. All of them were all silent. Ahem. Crane Wushwang was the first to walk out of the Heavenly Abyss, but his appearance looked miserable. It was so tattered and torn that you could even see his heart beating inside his chest. There were bloody holes all over his body, constantly dripping blood out. All of the Sage Kings all turned pale. They were able to clearly perceive that Crane Wushwang was in a very wrong state at this time. Although he was severely injured, His aura was very strong. He was just like a wounded wild wolf at the moment, full of bloodlust and killing intent. The original black as ink black big has long since turned gray. This caused the Sage Kings who had been foolishly moving earlier to instantly extinguish the killing intent in their hearts. Don't mess with me and we'll all be at peace with each other. Otherwise, even if I die I can pull in 1 or 2 cushions. Don't doubt my strength. Crane Wuxuan looked at the surrounding Sage Kings with bloodshot eyes. His words were extremely calm but filled with killing intent. Seeing that the people around him had no intention of making a move, Crane Wuxuan disappeared in a flash, leaving only a few Sage Kings looking at each other. They really didn't dare to lay their hands on Crane Wuxuan in the state he was in just now. Although the injuries looked serious, they didn't hurt the origin, and it was still more than enough to pull in 1 or 2 cushions before dying. Ugh, the Chicken King sighed. Chicken, what are you sighing about? King Koan looked at the Chicken King and asked curiously. What a failure. So many of us were scared by a newly promoted Sage King. It's really a genie tie or no? Chicken King shook his head and said. Yeah, it's a real life to the dogs. Pop. King Koan had just finished speaking when he was slapped by the Chicken King. Ouch. What are you doing? King Koan, a sissy with a temper, instantly quit and questioned. Who the hell lives to be a dog? It's living on a chicken. I'm a god chicken family. Chicken King retorted. It's going to be hard to think about the future. With 2 people on top. The Sand King also sighed deeply. In the past, a single Mo Chuan they were still able to fight against when they were united. If they added another Crane Wuxuan, the days would be really hard. Say, he's a Sage King. Why doesn't he stay in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? There's still someone who's an enemy of his one move? Moreover, how come he didn't bring Motian Xia back? He didn't even bring back his own son. Could it be that he's being held hostage? Chicken King analyzed it carefully. What's the point of thinking so much? Isn't this coming out? Just ask and you'll know. King Koan said as he nudged his mouth looking in the direction of the heavenly abyss. As soon as his words fell, several ragged figures fell down from the edge of the heavenly abyss a moment later. The 3 great saints. At this moment, all of their auras were extremely shriveled, and their origin was almost corroded clean. No need to think also know that after today their realm will certainly fall, and still a plummet kind. Then the Chicken King and a few other Sage Kings learned the full story of what had happened from them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder Crane Wuxuan's hair turned gray. I thought it was some kind of trendy hairstyle. It turns out that the death of his son led to an attack of qi and blood. This is ed up. A suspected quasi-emperor powerhouse has appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? This is too damn scary. King Koan's pretty face. Oh no. Tender face changed again and again. Calm down. What do you mean by the suspected appearance of a quasi-emperor powerhouse? Chicken King had a bemused look on his face. That's a quasi-imperial powerhouse. Ah. A breath of air can blow the heavenly abyss over. How powerful must this ing be? Still ing chatting. Quick ing run. The next moment the Chicken King was wincing all over. Run? Where are you going to run? The foreign land is only so big. Can you run away from the quasi-emperor's search? Do you think the quasi-emperor will really let us go? Our hands are stained with the blood of cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Sand King held up his trembling hands in panic. Quasi-emperor, that's not a joke. That's a true powerhouse. An invincible person under a great emperor. Not to mention great emperors. How many years has it been since a quasi-emperor has appeared? They, the Sage Kings, wanted to go further, but they were never allowed to advance an inch. But they knew that in front of the paramount emperor, they were just a little bit bigger than ants, commonly known as big ants, and they couldn't even compare to ant minions. Right, hands stained with the blood of the people of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, naturally cannot escape the liquidation. But I have been in seclusion and did not kill the people of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chicken King exclaimed with a clap of his hands in excitement. Oh, your people, those chicken brothers are the main force of my foreign army. The sheer number of them, stained with a lot of blood, King Koan said with a cold smile as he looked at the Chicken King. What? Then I'll go back and clean house. Chapter 50, The Coming of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. The Chicken King was furious. He went back to arrest all the clansmen whose hands were stained with the blood of the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and send them to the border to atone for their sins. It is up to the people of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to decide whether to stay or kill. King Kun? King of Sand, King of Saints. They had to say it was a great idea. Anyway, starting today, the other land begins to descend into chaos. Susie didn't know all this, and even if she did, she didn't care. He first inflicted a will on Tian Yuan, which was able to last for 500 years, which was enough to keep the 9 heavens and 10 earths free from worry during this period. After 500 years, this will return to its original body, and whether the 9 heavens and 10 earths are dead or alive has nothing to do with him. He didn't do all this for the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but for the heavenly wasteland only. By the way, this is for you. Suzy suddenly remembered that the broken imperial artifacts from the Heavenly Tao Academy were still in his possession, and with a flip of his palm, he handed the 2 broken imperial artifacts to Heavenly Wasteland. Sky Wasteland, on the other hand, took it very solemnly. It didn't feel much to Suzy, but it meant a lot to Sky Wasteland. This was a tattered imperial weapon left behind by the past great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands who had died in battle, and it had a special significance not only to him, but to the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. You will inherit the Heavenly Tao Academy from now on, Suzy said to Sky Wasteland as if no one else was there. As long as your cultivation level is up, you will naturally be able to find your way to the world where Master is located, which is what you call the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. After Suzy finished speaking only to see him wave his one hand, a bronze door blooming with green light appeared in front of everyone. It gave the impression of being very old, and it was not known when it was made. Seeing the appearance of this door, many people instantly caught their breath. From the other end of the door there was aura surging wildly towards them. The richness of the aura shocked everyone. Is that the legendary 4 seas and 8 wastelands over there? What an amazing aura. Oh my god. I saw a dragon. Aren't dragons extinct? How can there be a dragon? Someone exclaimed in surprise. He saw an earth-colored dragon behind the bronze door. Little Loach, follow this seat from now on. Suzy performed the sleeve of the sleeve with a wave of his hand and put Aotion into his sleeve. Suzy then took a step and disappeared behind the bronze door. The bronze door slowly closed. Surprisingly, he casually collected a dragon. Someone froze with a dull stare. That is one of the 10 ancient ferocious ferocious and powerful, with many legends. Only in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can only be seen in ancient books. Greetings, my lord. Snake Taijun lowered her head and shouted with her golden snake-headed cane in hand. Shoo! A ray of light pierced through the void and landed on the Snake Taijun's body. It is? The Snake Taijun was overjoyed that Suzy had granted her a great creation. This was a heavenly skill, named Undying Heavenly Skill, the kind that Crane Wushwang practiced. If she utilized it well, she could go one step further and become a great saint. And in the future, it was not unknown for her to make a dash for the Sage King. Although Suzy didn't say anything to let them take good care of Tianhuang, what Snake Taijun was thinking in her heart at this moment was that she must protect Tianhuang and not let anything happen to it. Tianwu's gaze was firm. He was going to cultivate hard and polish himself for an early breakthrough, and after dealing with things here, he was going to leave to look for his master. Suzy had already paved the way for him. If he couldn't walk well like this, he didn't deserve to be Suzy's disciple. Moreover, it was believed that no one in the 9 heavens and 10 lands would dare to take a shot at him now. Suzy retrieved his thoughts and looked at Prisoner Sky indifferently. Nothing in this world can be hidden from my eyes, and I don't need you to tell me. Suzy didn't intend to let Prisoner Sky go just like that. He said that he would let Prisoner Sky die slowly in pain and despair, and he had to do what he said. As for Heavenly Wasteland, after so many years had passed, if he hadn't sat under time, he would have been a giant on one side by now. Sky Wasteland had his own path to follow, and he wouldn't deliberately set a cultivation path for others. It didn't matter if Tianwu or Aotion or the rest of the few disciples recognized Suzy or not. After all, even Aotion had turned into a sinful dragon. What about the rest of them? Would they turn into sinful sons? Suzy didn't know, nor did he want to know. After all, if he wanted to know, it was just a matter of visiting the River of Time to find out. It was fine if he got a good result, but if the result was not as good as he wanted, maybe he would just go out and obliterate the other party. It's like slaying the sinful dragon. Suzy, Prisoner Sky feebly tried to say something else, but Qingshi directly sealed his mouth with magic power, and his soul could not be used either. As for those disciples, take a step and see what happens. If the mood strikes you one day, go and have a look. If you meet a sinful disciple and are in a bad mood, think of it as cleaning up the house. Suzy thought to herself. Suzy took all the past kings of the Su God dynasty into the great world within his body. His origin could be described as extremely strong. For a moment these saints, great saints, and saint kings could not recover. They needed to completely digest this strand of origin, and their previous deficits could be made up for, and even their natural talents would all undergo a drastic change. Meanwhile, the Su God dynasty, today's Sushan dynasty, could be described as lively. How many years has it not been this lively? Oh, they're rushing to their deaths. Sujan sat high on the king's seat, coldly looking at the light in the skywards cold. If he hadn't plowed out Suzy's old ancestor, maybe he would have really panicked this time. But now, Sujan just wanted to stand up and shout, "Mano a mano, take your life." Even if Suzy didn't come back now, he wasn't vain at all, because there were great formations set up by the old Suzy ancestor. There were those that were main killers and those that were main defenders. Although I don't know how powerful it is, but I think that under the Sage King Gaga is messy to kill. The big formation was in charge of messy kills, and he was in charge of crunching. Moreover, he had refined a pair of the eagle-eyed old man's eyeballs with the help of old ancestor Suzy. That thing is a killer. All in all, Su Zhan did not panic in the slightest. Ha ha ha, the Lin Yuan Holy Land with Lin Yuan's younger generation has come to pay a special visit to the Su God dynasty. Wild winds howled in the sky and earth, and a huge bronze warship arrived above the Su Shan dynasty in the blink of an eye. The warship arrived first before the sound came afterwards, and this warship was not a mortal object, but a saint-grade warship. The space inside was large enough to hold 100,000 people. At the edge of the warship, there were several figures standing with their arms folded. They wore Lin Yuan Dao robes and each of them looked down on the imperial capital of the Su God dynasty below. These people's cultivation levels were not bad, with the lowest cultivation level being at the Divine King realm. There were also a few arrogant-looking young men, and one could see disdain and ridicule in their eyes. Chapter 51, Sacred Sects Come Together. Without exception, these young people were the young talents of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. There was the saint son of Lin Yuan, the saint daughter of Lin Yuan, the candidate saint son, the candidate saint daughter, and so on. Sacred Lord Lin Yuan, your Lin Yuan sacred land has come fast. To the west of the imperial capital a cloud of purple gas drifted towards the imperial capital. Wait until the purple gas to realize that it is a mass of purple clouds, and purple clouds above or two or two people in a purple cloud. They sit on the purple cloud on the tea discussing the Tao is not happy. Who am I? It turns out to be the ethereal Saint Lord. The ethereal Saint Lord hasn't seen you for many years but don't come back well. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said with a big smile. Yes, after a goodbye of several thousand years. This time when we meet, you and I will drink 3 big cups later. The ethereal Saint Lord nodded with a smile. The two of you are chatting now? A huge flying augur to the east of the imperial capital flew towards the imperial capital. This flying jiao was about 1,000 feet long, and on its back was a palace that was luxurious to the extreme. Atop the large and hideous head of the flying jiao, a middle-aged man dressed in a black fancy dress spoke. As soon as this person opened his mouth, the Netherworld Saint Lord and the Lin Yuan Saint Lord hurriedly arched their hands. This person was the Holy Lord of the ancient Void Holy Land, Gulang. Not only was this person's cultivation high, but he was also ruthless, and most importantly, he had heard that there were quasi-emperors still alive in the ancient Void Sacred Land. Even the Misty Holy Land and the Lin Yuan Holy Land didn't want to easily mess with this person. The ancient Void Holy Land deserves to be rich and generous, even using a Sage Realm Augur to use as a mount. Even the Lin Yuan Holy Lord was a bit greedy. In the past, they did have the idea of wanting to go to the East China Sea Dragon Clan to catch a dragon to use as a mount. That would be awesome. But since Ao Tian appeared, who dares to go against the Dragon Clan? Especially when Ao Tian unified the 4 seas. The prestige of the Dragon Clan became even louder. Who dares to mess with the Dragon Clan? Although this augur dragon wasn't considered an orthodox dragon race, it was a saint cultivation. Such an existence could even sit on a side of a great power. And now it's being used as a mount. Knowing that it was generally very difficult for mixed blood augurs to cultivate to the saint realm, this augur must have received a great fortune to become a saint augur. Ha ha ha, little Doyle, a mere augur. My ancient Void Holy Land is at hand. It's just a small augur, not worth showing off. Ancient Void Holy Land Holy Lord Gulang shook his head seemingly lightly, but the smugness on his face could not be concealed at all. Hoo! The sound of breaking air rang out, and a huge golden giant sword came whistling from the distance. Wherever it passed, Jin Gung's sword chi was strewn across. Even the void was shattered by the sword chi, which was unrelenting, and seemed to tear apart the entire imperial capital. But the huge sword eventually stopped. Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch, Jin 12. This time, it wasn't just the Lin Yuan Sacred Land and the Netherworld Sacred Land. Even everyone in the ancient Void Sacred Land all looked grave. The Heavenly Sword Sect was not something to be messed with for all of them. Every patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect was in existence against the heavens, and the number of disciples in the Heavenly Sword Sect would never exceed 1,000. These 1,000 people are all good at practicing the sword. People are small in number, but high in quality. Just like this time, for example, the Heavenly Sword Sect only had Jin 12 alone, with the 2 people from the Heavenly Sword Sect, Sword Son and Sword Daughter. In all, 3 people came, whereas the Lin Yuan Holy Land came with thousands of people. A lot of them come for the long view in the theater. After all, the Lin Yuan Holy Land had come with many elders and old ancestors. This time they came prepared. Greetings, Senior Sword 12. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said to Jin 12 with a humble attitude and arched his hand. You guys are busy with yourselves. I'm just bringing my 2 untalented disciples forward to practice. Jin 12 swept a glance at the 3 Holy Lands and waved his hand and said. He knew what these people were here for, but what business was it of his? He had only brought his disciples to cut their cultivation. Such a good platform has been set up. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't have a good competition? Yes. Senior, make yourself at home. Saint Lord Lin Yuan laughed lightly. He knew that this Jin 12 had really come to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition, and when the time came, he definitely wouldn't join them in the three great holy lands to turn on Su Shenchao. But this Jin 12 does not help Su Shenchao. Everything is fine. If he is on Su Shenchao's side, that would be a big headache. Although it was the Holy Lord of Lin Yuan who sent the invitation to the Heavenly Sword sect, but I didn't expect it to be this 1,000-year-old monster who didn't come out of the world to come personally. He had thought that it was the second in command of the Heavenly Sword sect that would come. That one was considered to have some friendship with him, and even if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't help the other party. Who is it? No airborne air is allowed over the imperial capital of the Su God dynasty. At this time a voice in the palace rang in everyone's ears. Rules are made for the weak. The strong never need to abide by the so-called rules. Saint Lord Lin Yuan sneered. This time they're here to pick a fight, not to swim and follow the rules. Go! The huge bronze warships instantly set out at the order of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord and slowly flew in the direction of the imperial capital. Not only did he have to imperil the air, he had to do it slowly. It's still a slap in the face of Su Shenchao. King, should we shoot them down? The palace in the middle of the phantom break face cold face full of killing intent said. He hadn't thought that these people would not only have to navigate the air, but also move forward slowly, which was a slap in the face of the Su Shen dynasty. From the time he was cured of his roots by Su Zi, his entire being was more and more in awe of Su Shenchao, who would not allow others to infringe upon him. Calm down. Let them be arrogant for now. Let them in, and when they come and have a good time with them. That's right. Go and call all those younger generations. There should always be some progress after eating the Sage King's meat, otherwise it would be in vain. Su Zhan directly commanded. Yes. Phantom Chakra respectfully retreated. This time, not only will I call for all of your most outstanding celestial pride to stay, I will also make all of you saints fall. A crazy light filled Su Zhan's eyes. A pang of fear ran through him now. Originally, he only wanted to use the mark to sweep away the spies hidden in the Su Shen dynasty, but he didn't think that it would alarm a few holy land sects. If he hadn't gone to dig up the grave and dug out Su Zi's old ancestor, then this time the Su God dynasty would definitely be finished. Fortunately, it was fortunate that he used to enjoy reading the autograph records left behind by past kings when he was ruling the country, and knew about such a secret as digging graves. Bring them to the drill hall, Su Chop said to the air. Yes. Li Baojun stepped out of the void and headed towards the four Holy Land sects. Only a saint could tear through the void. Li Baojun's cultivation had clearly reached the saint realm. Looking at the way he was still unskilled at tearing through space, one could tell that he had only just broken through. Su Zhan did not treat Li Baojun poorly, and shared half of that Eagle Eye Sage King's heartblood to Li Baojun. Li Baojun was originally a fierce general on the battlefield, and under the accumulation of thin hair he unexpectedly broke through the sage realm in a blur. Even Su Zhan was a bit stunned. After all, he had only reached the saint realm not long ago. Chapter 52, The quietness is heartbreaking. But the good thing was that nowadays, the Su God dynasty already had two saints on the surface. Flying is prohibited in the palace, so all of you should come down with this general. Just as the huge warship wanted to fly directly into the palace, a rude voice exploded in everyone's ears. The warship stopped with it. Saints! Standing at the bow of the ship, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord looked at Li Baojun, who had just drilled out of the void crack, his eyes emitting a dangerous light. Go down! Almost the next moment, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord ordered the warship to land. The Su God dynasty really did have saints, and the Lin Yuan Holy Lord was actually a bit confused for a moment. How many years had their scouts been in the Su God dynasty? Couldn't count. But never have I seen a saint from the Su God dynasty. Now that the saint of the Su God dynasty had actually appeared, it caused some panic in the heart of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord. The crowd from the Netherworld Holy Land then also slowly fell down and did not engage in any conflict with Li Baojun. Now was not the time to figure out the underpinnings of the Su God dynasty. This Holy Lord prefers to fly into the palace in the air today. What can you do to me? Gu Lang said with provocation as he sat in the palace behind the dragon. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord, the ethereal Holy Lord all stood to the side with their hands down. They wanted to watch the show. One also wonders what the Su Shen dynasty will take in response to Garang's provocation. A recently promoted saint isn't enough. Now that someone was able to go out on a limb and test the waters for them, they were happy to do so. Go, little Jiao. Break in for me. Whoever dares to stop give me a tear. A mere Su God dynasty. Do you really think you're a great power? Are you worthy? Garang said as he patted the Jiao Long's head seemingly. Roar! The dragon roared, its mouth laced with the sickening smell of blood as it charged towards Li Baojun. Li Baojun's face did not change at all. He was about to chop down towards the augur's head with his double axes in hand. Swish! Suddenly a white light appeared in the entire heaven and earth, and everyone's eyes were instantly blinded. They hurriedly released their divine souls to see what was going on, but the white light came and disappeared quickly, without waiting for them to explore. This white light instantly disappeared out of thin air again. Only a faint blade intent was left behind. Everyone was all at a loss. At the same time it made their hair stand on end and they were covered in a cold sweat. What is it? How could it cover the eyes of a saint? No matter if they were saints or great saints, all of them became blind in that instant. Humph! Will Crooked, little tricks scare this saint? Kerrang sneered after seeing that he was fine. Su Shinjiao must have been weak-minded and was pretending. But then he felt wrong, only to see that the augur that was previously bloodthirsty was painfully quiet at the moment. Everyone was then shocked to find that a line slowly appeared on the augur's head. The line spread from its head to the tip of its tail, and then the line turned blood red. It was split in half. How damaging. And it was split vertically. Someone said in horror. Kerrang instantly had goosebumps all over his body. If that strike had landed on his body just now, wouldn't he have been split in half instantly as well? No. Definitely not. They don't dare to cross paths with my ancient void holy land. Otherwise they would have just split me together. They must be trying to kill Jiao to warn me. Killing Jiao Long is still justifiable. But if you kill me, the ancient void sacred ground will be immortal. Or, that strike just now could only kill saints with lightning speed, but not great saints, and that was confusing to the eyes? Gu Lang understood the true meaning of it in an instant. Su Shinjiao categorically did not dare to move him. The next moment ancient void became condescending again. In fact, it wasn't just Gu Lang. Even the Ling Yuan Saint Lord Ethereal Saint Lord thought the same way, believing that only saints could be killed. Otherwise why not behead Gu Lang along with him? Only Jin 12 of the Heavenly Sword sect had a solemn face. The outside world knew that he had a strong cultivation and was even honored as the Sword King, but no one knew that he was the Sage King. With that strike just now, even he could only vaguely see a heavenly blade chopping down. Humph. When I see Sujan later I will definitely make him pay for this loss to my ancient void holy land. Gu Lang landed on the ground with the many elder disciples of the ancient void holy land coldly humming. He still chose not to walk through the air, although he was not afraid of being a great saint. Most of the elders among them who had come this time were at the Divine King realm and a few saints. And these people were afraid. Cool. Really cool. The old ancestor deserves to be called an old ancestor. The great formation that was casually set up is actually able to kill saints at will. I really want to try out the full power. Sujan sat at the highest position in the martial arts arena, unable to stop the excitement in his heart. Old ancestor went to the forbidden zone. I don't know what happened. Not long ago several terrifying auras erupted in the direction of the forbidden zone. And I don't know if they are the auras of great emperors. And I don't know if the old ancestor is alright. Sujan couldn't help but worry as he looked in the direction of the penalty area. Though the old patriarch said that the great one, Trasher, he had only just retracted his gaze when he saw Suzy standing right in front of him. It immediately scared Su Chop into a jolt. He almost flew right out of the ozone layer from the shock. Old ancestor, can you not be so godlike? This will scare people to death. Although Sujan complained with his mouth but his movements were not slow at all. He hurriedly stood up and gestured for Su Zi to take a seat. How is it, old ancestor? My ancestors of the Su family, are they still alive? Sujan's words were a bit hurried, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Suzy. The successive kings of the Su God dynasty who were taken captive totaled 208. All of them are still alive. Don't worry, they're already fine. I've already placed them in the divine palace, and they'll be able to recover in a while if they're quick, Suzy said with a smile as she sat on the throne. It was the first time he had laughed so much since he had awakened. After all, sleeping for tens of thousands of years, the Su God dynasty is still there. His father, his brother is still there. And the change of the years these people have not sat in the river of time. Enough to make Su Zi happy. Great. It's really the blessing of the ancestors. No, it's the blessing of Suzy's old ancestor. Sujan was in tears for a while. The surrounding maids and guards had never seen Sujan like this before. In their hearts Sujan was the emperor, full of majesty in every word and action at all times. And who is this young man? How come he's called old ancestor by the king? How did he appear? Originally, there were guards who were just about to make a move to save the day when they heard the conversation between the two, instantly and silently retracting the steps they had taken. Today is lively. The Su God dynasty also needs a baptism. This is a good opportunity. Suzy nodded as he looked at the group of people walking to the martial arts arena in the distance. This time make sure these people come and go. Sujan stood next to Suzy full of killing intent. Chapter 53, The Four Great Sacred Ground Sects Surprise. The Su God dynasty has been laying low for many years, and this time it's going to give the world a big surprise. Su Zhan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Su Shenchao is in your hands now. It's fine for you to make decisions on these matters. It's not possible that I'll always be staying in the Su God dynasty, and after so many years have passed, I'd like to visit the immortal realm as well. Suzy lazily reclined on the seat, looking up at the sky with her eyes slightly narrowed. In the end, though, Suzy was old enough that her consciousness was still stuck at a few hundred years old. Ideologically, he is also still just a young man. He also wanted to go to the immortal world to have a look at the so-called Su family. Ah, old ancestor, are you leaving? Su Zhan was filled with dismay. It was important to realize that the reason why the Su God dynasty had risen to prominence was entirely because of Su Zi. It was also Su Zi who brought back the successive kings of the Su Shan dynasty. All dynasties experience a boom and a bust, and now that the successive kings of the Su God dynasty have returned, it can be said that they have reached their prime. But in the future, if the successor of the Su God dynasty is not worthy of the position, or if he or she is ferocious and tyrannical in nature, all of these may become a sign of a dynasty's weakness. Besides, I can't keep it in charge, and when it does I'll just watch it go to ruin. Susie's words were briskly seeming to be about a rare and ordinary thing. However, it was like a bolt from the blue in Su Zhan's ears. He understood Su Zi's meaning. If the future successor of the Su God dynasty was not worthy of his virtue, even if he was overthrown, Su Zi would not care anymore. On the contrary, if his virtue was worthy of his position, then even if Su Zi and the others were not in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, the Su Shan dynasty could continue. Subsequent Scion Su Zhan. I've been taught. Su Zhan bent 90 degrees to Su Zi and said seriously. Not far away the 4 Holy Land sects were currently walking towards the martial arts arena on foot under the leadership of Li Baojun. Li Baojun in the front to lead the way. Suddenly found that the crowd behind them actually did not follow. Thought they were going to do something wrong again, and so he frowned towards the back of the room. Suddenly realized, all of these people were staring blankly in the direction of the martial arts arena. Although the distance was still far away, but they were all cultivators with naturally good eyesight. What did they see? Su Zhan, who was wearing a bright yellow emperor's robe, was bending down and saluting at this moment. Then who was the young man sitting in the seat where Su Zhan should have been sitting? The king of a divine dynasty was actually bending down to a young man and looked respectful. Are they seeing ghosts in the middle of the day? Everyone's heart felt a little bad. Did you not read the calendar today? First, a knife flew inexplicably and decapitated the augur dragon. And now such a bizarre scene? This Su Shan dynasty is really evil. Especially the 3 of them. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord, the Ancient Void Holy Lord, and the Ethereal Holy Lord. For an instant they only felt their steps were so heavy. At this moment they actually gave birth to the absurd feeling of a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Yo, all of you are here uninvited. Do you want to compete and break bread with my Su God dynasty? Su Zhan saw that the words of the 4 Holy Land sects were frivolous. We have met the So Divine Dynasty monarch. The current ones had so much doubt within them that they didn't dare to turn their backs on the Su Shan dynasty for the time being, and could only lower their postures. What I saw today was unbelievable. We naturally want to befriend the Su God dynasty, which has existed for a long time and has a deep heritage, so naturally we won't make enemies, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord said with a smile, only the smile more or less forced. Originally, they had come to find trouble with Su Shenjiao, but now it was so bad that they couldn't even see through Su Shenjiao's bottom. You want to befriend my Su God dynasty even if you come here uninvited? Fine, I'll give you face today. Today, no matter if you are of the younger or older generation, you can challenge me, both to distinguish between the high and the low, as well as life and death. Su Zhan revealed a smile, only this smile was like a demon in the eyes of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord and the others. A chill arose in the bottom of their hearts. What is Su Zhan trying to do? To keep all of them in the Su God dynasty? How could the Su God dynasty have such depth and courage? You have to know that they are the top Holy Land sects. How strong is the Su God dynasty to dare to go to war with the 4 Holy Land sects? They don't believe it. In that case, I, Lin Yuan Holy Land, will take it. Ji Wuhan, the Grand Elder of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, stood out with a smile if nothing else and said, he had just seen his own Lin Yuan Sacred Lord frantically winking at him. He thought that his own Holy Lord had asked him to agree, so he directly stepped forward at that moment. The moment these words came out, the face of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord changed. I damn well told you not to agree. Can't you see that today's Su God dynasty has a billion points out of place? Even Su Zhan is in the Saint realm. Lin Yuan roared wildly in his mind. Usually this Grand Elder Ji Wuhan was quite smart. Why was he so stupid today? The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said that he couldn't figure it out. How did he know that Ji Wuhan had been salivating over Su Shenchao for a long time? A power that had the title of a divine dynasty but not the strength of a divine dynasty. The cultivation resources within were bound to be eye-catching. Ji Wuhan had been on his mind for a long time, although the previous scene had scared him as well, But what was he afraid of if his own holy lord wasn't afraid? Good. So very good. Suzhan laughed out loud. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Suzhan instructed the guards to move one wooden stool to the martial arts arena, signaling the crowd to take their seats. Everyone's eyelids fluttered wildly. This you do theater also please do you do full set okay? What the hell is a one-horned wooden stool? No, even if you sit on a wooden stool, how come it's still a mutilated wooden stool with only 1 foot? Suzhan's actions caused the 4 great Holy Land sects to become even more flustered. What are you doing? Did you throw yourself into the net today or what? You're not even acting anymore. Unbridled. Su Chop, how dare you make my plus Saint Lord sit in such a chair? This is simply an insult to my sacred lord's ass. Ji Wuhan saw the one-legged wooden stool and instantly became furious, pointing at Suzhan and opening his mouth to rebuke. On your knees. Li Brijian coldly grunted. The power of the saint landed on Ji Wuhan's body. Ji Wuhan's face changed drastically, and his entire body instantly fell to his knees. He was suppressed to death by the saint's mighty pressure, and it was hard to even move a finger. Dare to disrespect the king. What are you? Li Brijian looked at Ji Wuhan with a face full of killing intent. Holy Lord, help me. Ji Wuhan's face was pale. He was only at the peak cultivation level of a god king, and now that he was being suppressed by a saint, his body felt like it was going to explode from the pressure. At least, they are also elders of my Lin Yuan Holy Land, so it's fine to punish them. There's no need to drive them to extinction, right? Lin Yuan looked at Li Baojun with an ugly face and asked, in the Sugod dynasty we have to act according to the system of the Sugod dynasty. Previously the matter of the imperial capital imperial heir, the Sugod dynasty, did not care. Now you and the others are going to stomp on your noses? Li Baojun drank without retreating in the slightest. Humph. When did the life and death of my Lin Yuan Holy Land elder need to be determined by a whatsoever Sugod dynasty? Chapter 54. I admit I just spoke a little too loudly. Just then, an old man walked slowly in the void. The pressure on Ji Wuhan's body dissipated just as his words fell. Greetings to the Grand Supreme Elder. The crowd of the Lin Yuan Holy Land immediately got up and respectfully bent down to salute. You, the Holy Lord, really don't have a bit of courage left, and you don't dare to let out a fart even when your own family is being bullied? The old man ignored Li Baojun and the others, as if he was educating the Lin Yuan Sacred Lord as if no one else was around. The Grand Taishan Elder is right, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord said in a hurry. And you guys, you're that afraid of death at your age? Watching others bully those from the Lin Yuan Holy Land? The Lin Yuan Grand Taishan pointed at the several old things in the Lin Yuan camp and chopped his head off. The crowd rushed to say yes. I didn't realize that even you, an old ghost, had come out of the mountain. Lin Yuan Grand Taishan Lin Fei looked at Jian 12 and said, I didn't think that you, the old undead, hadn't died yet. Jian 12 said indifferently with an expressionless face, do you all think that there is no one in my Sugod dynasty? You're chatting like no one else is here? Susie asked curiously as she stretched. The heavens are vast. I can chat wherever I want. What? Su Shinchao has a problem with that? Just like the Sugod dynasty, I can come and go as I please. Lin Fei said as he looked at Susie with disdain. TSK, 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 and going wherever you want? So powerful. Why don't you go to the Forbidden Zone and have a chat with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone? Su Jun smacked his lips in disdain and asked. Lin Fei was momentarily stumped for words that he absolutely could not say. The Forbidden Zone is also something you would never dare to enter. Little doll, beware that trouble comes out of the mouth. Lin Fei said with a sense of humor. Old ancestor, he's just too much to whip. Whip him to death. Su Zhan stood on the sidelines and jumped in excitement. In his opinion, Lin Fei already had a way to take his death. Old ancestor? Everyone's face changed, and all of them looked at Su Zi. Su Zi was actually the old ancestor of the Sushan dynasty? Earlier, they had been speculating about who exactly Su Zi was, being able to make Su Zhan stand obediently on the side. Now everything is clear. That is the old ancestor of the Sugod dynasty. Usually those with the word Laozu are not simple. Dare I ask you which dynasty of the Sushan dynasty you are the monarch of? There was some rudeness earlier. I admit that I just spoke a little too loudly. I hope that you will bear with me. When people get old, they just like to blow off steam and pretend to be a pussy. Lin Fei immediately solemnly arched his hand toward Su Zi and said seriously, what's the point of asking blindly when you don't know even if you tell me? Su Zhan drank with a condescending face. Profi was holding back a bit, but at this time he didn't dare to lash out, because he was appalled to realize that this young man he couldn't even see through. Maybe he was just a mortal. Maybe he was far beyond his own cultivation. Profer picked the second one. Of course, after all, who the hell would allow a mortal to sit on it? Forget it, let's start the competition. They'll stay for now. There'll be a lot of people with itchy hands later. The moment these words came out, The people from the 4 Holy Land sects were shocked again. How many times have they been surprised today? Forget it. I'm too lazy to count. Anyway, they were shocked by Su Zi's words. Could it be that there were still old monsters reviving in all of the Su God dynasty? The Ichihan Su Zi was talking about were definitely not the younger generation of the Su God dynasty. And they naturally still knew something about what the younger generation of the Su God dynasty looked like. Apart from the younger generation, then the only ones left would be the old undead of the Sushin dynasty throughout the generations. The moment they thought that there were even old undead being revived in the Su God dynasty, they just felt chills going straight to the sky. Did Sushin Chao really intend to wipe them all out? Did the Sushin dynasty really dare to go to war against the 4 great sacred land sects? Everyone's heart is not in it right now. It was only the young disciples under their sects who each had a leap of faith on their faces, wanting to fight the younger generation of the Sushin dynasty. They wanted to use the younger generation of the Sushin dynasty as a whetstone, as a pedal. Begin, Suzy said with a wave of her hand. Yes, old ancestor. Sujan waved his hand, and all of a sudden, the young talents of the Su God dynasty appeared. Not bad, average. Su Zi nodded. The person with the strongest cultivation before he left was Su Kan, with a cultivation of the Void Dao realm and an age of 800 years. Realm division, martial apprentice, martial artist, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial Zun, Zun Shur, Void Dao, Janai, transported one, supreme, celestial god, divine king, divine emperor, saints, great saints, saint king, quasi-emperors, great emperors, true immortals, red dust immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors. Putting it outside was genius. Putting it in the Sushin dynasty was a better natural talent. His disciple, Heavenly Wasteland, was already in the Divine King realm at less than 500 years old, and was about to break through to Divine Emperor. A comparison of talents shows which is stronger or weaker. Moreover, after returning to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands back then, Su Zi had also traveled to a number of famous mountains and rivers, and had taken in several disciples, all of whom were superbly talented. Almost 500 years ago, he was already at the God Emperor cultivation level. If he hadn't appeared, there really would have been a break in the Sushin dynasty. The strong ones were not strong enough to go anywhere, and the weak ones were weak enough to go anywhere, and if this continued, the Sushin dynasty itself would slowly be overthrown. Now that their cultivation had skyrocketed after taking the blood and flesh of the Sage King, the current Su Kan's cultivation was at the Supreme Realm. What made Su Zi a little bit surprised was that little guy with the Emperor vein in the Su family bloodline. He was actually hiding his cultivation. One must know that when Su Zi watched before, he was not as powerful as Su Kan, but now he was even higher than even Su Kan's realm. He's not very old and has pretty solid roots. Su Zi nodded. Having this kid in the Sushin dynasty could renew his life for hundreds of thousands of years, but Su Zi had no intention of accepting disciples anymore. He was going to enjoy his life for the next endless years. Maybe he would accept disciples again, but not now. At least he'd have to know how many sinners he had now before making a decision. After so many years of not seeing each other, perhaps some had forgotten that they had a master. It was now 10,000 million years in the past, and compared to the short decades he had taught, it was simply negligible, and it was normal to forget. Suzy pressed on without any hope. That's Su Kan, the number 1 powerhouse of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty? As soon as the younger generation of the Su God dynasty appeared, someone looked at the leader and asked suspiciously. They do wonder. Over the years, all the major Holy Land sects had heirs walking around outside, leaving behind a notable reputation. Only the Sushin dynasty did not. Not a single one. In the end, there were still some good people who had inquired about the younger generation of the Su God dynasty. The strongest person in the younger generation of the Su God dynasty was Su Kan, Void Dao realm. The Void Dao realm was truly laughable, and the Sushin dynasty surprisingly didn't have a single one that could hold up the facade. And the weakest cultivation of the heirs of the major powers were all in the Recluse 1 realm, or even the Supreme realm. But now these people couldn't laugh because they felt the fluctuations generated from Su Kan's body. It was clearly the Supreme realm. Moreover, the younger generation of the Su God dynasty behind him all had notable cultivation fluctuations on their bodies. Chapter 55, Arrogant Su Chan. The young talents of the 4 great Holy Land sects all looked solemn. They really didn't expect Sushin dynasty to hide so deeply. Didn't they say that the highest cultivators were only at the Void Dao realm? The waves of supreme aura on Su Kan's body couldn't be completely concealed. This was because Su Kan had only just broken through the Supreme realm and was not yet able to control the meticulousness. Su Fan in the crowd was like an ordinary person standing in the crowd without any presence, like a small transparent. At this moment, Su Kan could be described as a dignified person. His entire aura was very strong. He looked out in all directions. his gaze slanting at the young talents of the 4 Holy Land sects. Sukan pays his respects to the king. Sukan slowly walked to Sujan's front and bent slightly. His tone of voice couldn't be described as respectful. In the Su Shan dynasty, as long as one is of the first bloodline, one is qualified to inherit the throne of the future monarch. Sukan thought that he had come out on top amongst all the direct lineages. He was the strongest amongst the direct lineages of the Su clan before his cultivation level was raised. And now that he had crossed 2 realms in a row, he was naturally spirited. The throne of the future Su Shan dynasty monarch would not be his. Asshole, can't your eyes see that my Su family's old ancestor is here? How can you worship me first? Su Zhan's face darkened as he directly rebuked. This Su Chan is getting more and more assholish. Even if he can't do a big salute when he pays his respects to the king, he even automatically ignores Su Zi? What's going on in his head? Ha! Sukan has met the old ancestor. After Sukan's face carried a slight surprise, he also slightly bent down to salute. We, the old ancestor, meet the king. Compared to Sukan's behavior, the others were undoubtedly very respectful and reverent. Get up all of you. Pick yourselves. Choose yourselves. Now is the time to sharpen your skills. One battle in the same realm. No one shall interfere in the battlefield. The winner lives. The loser dies. Suzy directly announced the rules. The moment these words fell, all of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty were in an uproar. They are all flowers inside the greenhouse. Have not been outside the real experience of blood and fire. Have not experienced the Ui guile. Now they're even told to spar. This caused many of the younger generations of the Su God dynasty to turn pale. Originally in high spirits, feeling that they would definitely be able to make a heck of a name for themselves today, now a slight sense of trepidation and uneasiness had arisen in their hearts. These people could all be the heavenly pride and proud daughter of the Holy Land sect, and the other party would definitely not hesitate to kill them if they lost. Suzy, of course, saw the scene, but he didn't have a soft heart. A strong man was a vase if he didn't improve himself in battle. Which of the other most powerful people in history besides him, Su Zi, didn't walk across mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Which hands are not stained with blood? Of course, Su Zi hadn't experienced a bloody battle before Paragon. It was just that he was the battle and others were the blood. Old ancestor, is this too cruel? None of them have experienced real killing. Su Chan frowned and opened his mouth towards Su Zi. Is it because of them, or because of yourself? Su Zi asked with deep interest. Naturally, it's because of them. I am the strongest person of the younger generation of the Su family of the Su God dynasty. Why would I be afraid of that? Sukan spoke with great righteousness, completely for the sake of the others. Is it cruel for you to say? Su Zi asked, pointing at Su Fan in the middle of the crowd. Su Fan froze. He didn't expect old ancestor Suzy to point at him and ask. No, strong people will never be flowers inside the greenhouse. They are all out of the war. Talent is certainly important, but the experience of blood and fire is also inevitable. Our generation of cultivators should fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with people. Although Su Fan didn't know why Suzy asked himself, he still said what was on his mind. Would you like to refute that? Suzy nodded and looked at Su Chan again and asked. Su Chan was momentarily speechless. He then looked at Su Fan without a trace, and the gloom in his eyes flickered. It's this Su Fan again. It's him again. How did he dare to go against me? I should have known that I should have gotten rid of him when I first arrived. Su Chan growled madly in his mind. With this move, he not only wanted to lift the life and death situation that Su Zi had described, but he also wanted to make all of the Su family's children thank him, paving the way for his future path as a king. And he really didn't want a life and death battle. If he won it would be fine. If he lost, it would be over. Then again, the 4 great Holy Land sects could all have heavenly god realms and supreme realms among them alright. Su Zi shook his head. He naturally saw Su Kan's expression. Originally, the heavens and earth had changed drastically and entered the end of the end times, and the entire 4 seas and 8 wildernesses were the same, and could not be compared to his time at all. Now 1,000 years ago, to be able to reach the supreme realm was already a supreme heavenly pride that was 1 in a billion, and those who were able to reach the heavenly god realm were even more rare. One must know that in Su Zi's era, even in the lower realm, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there were dozens of existences that had reached the heavenly god realm before the age of 500. Now that the heavens and earth had just begun to recover, the Su God dynasty had unexpectedly given birth to only one demon, Su Fan. It was really going downhill. Beware of the wind that flashes your tongue. Brother Fan is so incredulous. Then let Brother Fan pick first. Su Chan said to Su Fan in a conspiratorial manner. Then I am flattered. Su Fan's face was calm, seemingly not caring about Su Kan's words. Su Chan then made a move that no one expected, including Su Zi. Su Kan, a direct descendant of the Su God dynasty, requests that old ancestor accept Su Kan as his disciple. Su Chan knelt down on one knee and said loudly as he arched his hand towards Su Zi. Everyone froze. What is this charter? Someone cluelessly asked. Clueless fruit on a clueless tree. Clueless tree for you and me. How would I know? If you ask me? There was a rebuttal. It's really life. A big gut. This seat doesn't want to accept disciples for the time being. Start. Suzy usually referred to himself as I only in front of his own people, so it was evident that he was now a little displeased. Su Chan. This person has such a bad heart that he doesn't even know his own surname when he has some strength. Can't even do the most basic courtesies. Do you really think he rose to the top by his own efforts? If it wasn't for Su Zi decapitating that eagle-eyed Sane King, would they be able to have Sane King meat to eat? Eating Sage King meat was a luxury. With a bit of strength, he starts to expand and has no eyes for his elders. This person, if he becomes a king in the future, he will be the king who destroys the country. Old ancestor. In the future, when I become the king of the Su God dynasty, I will definitely open up the borders and promote my Su God dynasty to a great extent, with a common respect within the domain. Instead of backing down because of Su Zi's refusal, Su Chan began to show his cards. He's pretty much the next king of Chingachgook, with the highest cultivation among his peers, and being a direct descendant of the Su family. Who else but him could succeed the throne of the monarch? It's the Su family's ancestral motto that those who have the ability to do so will be the ones to do it. Dang it, asshole, I'm not dead yet. Su Zhan's face reddened with anger. Chapter 56, Li Family Bloodline Curse. He had never seen anyone so brazen. He, Su Zhan, is still very young and it's still early for him to abdicate, and now Su Chan is even thinking about the throne of the king? This guy really doesn't have a brain. Or has he become lawless to this extent? Oh, are you really sure that you are the future king of the Su God dynasty? Suzy asked with an expressionless face. That's natural. Who else but me? Su Chan rose proudly to stare at the 8 directions. He has that confidence. His mother's clan was a great clan of the Su God dynasty, and although he was not a direct descendant of Su Zhan, he was at least a direct bloodline of the Su family. He is the strongest cultivator of the younger generation, and according to the ancestral training he is the future successor. Good. Su Zhan, listen to my order. Su Zi directly drank at Su Zhan. Old ancestor, Su Zhan is at your service. Su Zhan instantly fell to his knees just as loudly. The monarch actually knelt down? What kind of status is a monarch? Even an old ancestor doesn't need to be like this, right? The younger generation of the Su family was truly stunned. No matter what kind of power it was, there was no one who said that the head of the power knelt down to the old ancestor. How high this old ancestor's status must be. Effective immediately, the ancestral training is abolished. What do you mean the one with high cultivation succeeds the king? If you have bad character and cultivation, you're still a king who destroys the country. Now like this goods can become the future king? Still confident. I can't wait to slap him to death counting beg. Su Zi pointed at Su Chan and cursed. Su Chan is a pig brain. How can this kind of person be a king? He hadn't wanted to care before today, but now that the problem was out there, it needed to be fixed. What king with a bubble in his head came up with this ancestral rule? Tell me about it. If he's still alive, I'll have to hang and whip him. The more Su Zi said, the more angry he became. It was really a miracle that Su Shenxiao was able to come this far. Then you don't need to look for him. He certainly wasn't taken captive and has long since sat down. Su Chop said with certainty. Su Kan on the side had long since lost his eyes and stood in place at a bit of a loss. He hadn't expected that Suzy would shatter his dream of being a king with a single sentence. He was the future king. That was pretty much the consensus of everyone. Now that the dream had been shattered, Su Kan's entire body had gone a little crazy. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? How dare you abolish the former monarch's posthumous edict? You really think you're somebody? Do you know who my mother's clan is? The imperial capital Li clan. Do you know Li Baojun? That's my great uncle. My own great uncle. If it weren't for my Empyrean Li clan who has been fighting in the outside world and has made great achievements for the Sushan dynasty, how could the Sushan dynasty have been peaceful for so long? And do you know how long my Li clan has existed? Almost as long as the Su God dynasty has existed. And you say it's abolished? Have you ever asked the Li clan? Have you asked my father? Su Chan laughed wildly to the sky at this time, tears coming out of his eyes as he laughed. He laughed at Suzy for being so ignorant. The Li family of the imperial capital was a war god family, and was considered the defining pin of the Sushan dynasty. How did he grow up alive? You are given one incense stick to put him right. Suzy was a bit speechless. War godly family? He knew it. A very loyal family that had existed since his time. A dedicated loyalist for so many years. It was important to realize that in his time, the war god of the Li family, the war god of the war god family, was actually a woman. This woman's name was Li Linglong, and her reputation resounded through the divine dynasty since the first time she went to war on her father's behalf. She even slaughtered 10 million people in the city with her own strength, and was a well-deserved female god of killing in that era, also one of Susie's admirers. Only at that time, Susie was not very old and did not have the idea of wanting a Taoist couple. So many years have passed. I think that the valiant female killing goddess back then has long been into the reincarnation. Li Baojun, get your ass over here, and Su do guide you too. Su Zhan directly transmitted his voice, and his words were filled with monstrous grievances. It was the first time he had seen old ancestor Suzy get angry, and it was hard on himself if he didn't give an explanation this time. Not too long after, Li Baojun and Su Duduguide all came to the martial arts arena. After learning the cause and effect of the matter, Li Baojun was furious. Asshole, from today onwards, my Li family will no longer have anything to do with you, and if my sister doesn't agree, she'll also get the hell out of the Li family. Li Baojun was fuming on the spot. The descendants of your own family don't even dare to go out and talk about the Li family as a war god family. How dare you, a foreign relative, take the Li family to pressure the monarch and Su's old ancestor? This is a dog's brain. Can be called the old ancestor of that is not the cultivation of the world to cry God? I implore the old ancestor to spare his life for the sake of him being a descendant of my Su clan. Su Duguide let out a deep sigh and slowly knelt down. He was originally an idle prince and didn't want to get involved in these disputes, but his own son was more ambitious than the sky, but his ability did not match his ambition, which created this. Yes, he can pick a person of the same realm to compete with, and if he wins he can live, if he loses he dies. Su Zhan nodded. Su Duguide still wanted to say something, but seeing Su Zhan's icy cold face eventually swallowed. Although he was Su Zhan's own brother, he also knew Su Zhan's character. Not that I'm saying, you've looked at me no less than a dozen times since you got here, and you've been dying to say something. What are you trying to say? Su Zi turned his head to look at Li Baojun and asked with a frown. My subordinate should be damned for offending you. My subordinate just wanted to confirm if you are or are not the Suzy old ancestor. Li Brejan immediately fell to his knees and said in panic. What? Suzy? 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 Saint ruler Suzy? The second generation monarch of the Su god dynasty? But the saint ruler Suzy who amazed an era back then? It is said that all of Su Zi's defeated men became great emperors back then. And it is also said that those who are able to be Su Zi's opponents will definitely become emperors in the future. But those who can be regarded as Su Zi's opponents, there are almost none. He's Saint Ruler Su Zi, the one who left a strong color in the ancient texts. He's also the youngest sage king in history. No one in the ancient world can match him. Even now, there are still people singing about him. Didn't they say he's dead? Bah! Did he sit down to pass through the great emperor's calamity? This is a really spicy pill. We kicked a titanium steel plate. After the 4 great Holy Land sects learned of Su Zi's name, all of those Holy Lord elders changed their faces. After living for so long, what cultivation level would Su Zi be at? Still in the Sage King realm? Almost impossible. Great Emperor? Heavenly Emperor? I don't know. Anyway, the minimum would have to be a great emperor. What? Someone else is impersonating me? Suzy asked jokingly to Li Baojun. Naturally, I wouldn't dare. It's just that my Li family's old ancestor once set up an ancestral motto, and it set up a bloodline curse, that the people of the Li family are loyal to the Su god dynasty in this lifetime, and if they have any second thoughts, their Tao heart will be broken. Chapter 57, Suzy, don't I look better than cultivation? This spell is planted in the bloodline, and although Su Can has the Li family bloodline, he has even more of the Su family's bloodline, so it's useless to him. Li Baojun spilled the beans on this hidden matter. Suzy instantly pulled Li Baojun to his side with a wave of one hand. The palm of his hand was then placed on the side of his head. It is indeed a curse that lasts for generations to come and will not go away. As soon as Su Zi got his hands on him, he felt the power of the curse that flowed through the bloodline in Li Baojun's body. Are you asking me to help your Li family get rid of the power of the curse within this body? Suzy asked curiously. If that was the case, he could take a shot. After all, the Li family had also served the Su Shan dynasty for so many years. No. Li Baojun hurriedly shook his head. My Li family will never say anything to the Su god dynasty, not just because of the curse, but because successive kings have regarded my Li family as a hand and foot. So how can my Li family be that ungrateful person? Li Baojun's words were powerful, not hypocritical and pretentious. It's precisely because your Li family is loyal to my Su Shan dynasty that I'm giving you a chance. A chance for your Li family's descendants. A chance to soar. Suzy said with a smile. No need. After something like Su Can happen today, it's better for my Li family to have a bloodline curse. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Baojun directly said. At the same time, he understood what Suzy meant by that. The Sage King meat was a great tonic for the descendants of the Li family, able to polish their flesh, making their flesh more crystalline, and even more so, making their foundation stronger. A solid foundation for the future. Li Baojun thanks you. Li Baojun fell to his knees and shouted. You see, I'm more than this, right? Suzy looked at Li Baojun's evasive gaze and asked again. Yes, and one more thing. Li Baojun clenched his teeth. His face reddened, as if it was somewhat difficult to speak. Speak boldly. Suzy's words were like giving Li Baojun a shot in the arm, giving Li Baojun the guts to speak up instantly. Yes, it's a saying passed down from our old ancestor Li Linglong. Li Baojun's face was red and the veins on his neck were bulging. The old ancestor said that if someone in the future generation sees Suzy again, tell him a sentence. And that sentence is, Suzy, I know you're not dead. Suzy, don't I look better than cultivation? After Li Baojun finished speaking, his entire body nearly deflated. The words of the old patriarchs letting the band remain shameful after all these years. Moreover, this sentence was top secret, and had to be memorized by every family head, and was one of the most important conditions of the family head handover ceremony. Quiet. It's eerily quiet. Put. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, old ancestor. I didn't mean it. I couldn't help it. Ah ha 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 ha. Su Zhan was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. He couldn't help it as his stomach hurt from laughing. Suzy showed a rare awkwardness. The stunningly beautiful face that was so overwhelmingly beautiful that it took her breath away came to mind. I can tell you good news, and bad news. Which do you want to hear? Suzy thought for a moment and said to Li Baojun. Then let's hear the good news first. Li Baojun's expression suddenly became serious. He was sure Suzy wouldn't say this for no reason. The good news is that your old ancestor Li Linglong is still alive and her cultivation is not bad, Suzy said with a smile. What? Li Baojun instantly stood up in excitement and looked at Suzy incredulously. Are you telling the truth? My Li clan's old ancestor Li Linglong is really still alive? Li Baojun was trembling with excitement. But if it's alive, why did it never come back? Is it because old ancestor has forgotten about our Li family? Li Baojun looked downcast. Since the old ancestor was still alive, how high should her cultivation be? At the very least, it would have to be a cultivation level like Suzy's. After all, it was recorded in their Li family genealogy that Li Linglong's talent spanned the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses. If it's such a high level of cultivation, why don't you come back for a visit? Could it be that the old ancestor is trapped in a certain forbidden place? If that's the case, even if we pour out the strength of our clan, our Li family will definitely rescue him, Li Brejan said firmly as he thought of a certain possibility. There's no need to think much. She's not even in this realm right now. Seeing that Li Baojun looked downcast, Suzy shook his head and said, Not in this realm? Then where can it be? Li Brejan looked confused. To them, the entire 4 seas and 8 wastelands was simply too big. So big that cultivators like them might not be able to finish walking in their entire lives. As for the upper world, that is only known by the existence of the major powers standing at the top of the pyramid. Not in this realm? Could it be the immortal realm? The faces of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord and the other great lords of power instantly turned horrified. How could a small Sushan dynasty have become so hidden and talented? It used to be thought of as hand-holding and random. Now, it seemed that the ancestor of a tiny family in the Sushan dynasty's imperial capital wasn't even simple. It wasn't even an existence that they could afford to mess with. They really had a brain fart before they dared to join forces to find trouble with Su Shinjiao. We can only take one step at a time now. This is also the reason why the power of the bloodline in your bloodline does not diminish. The stronger Li Linglong's cultivation level is, the more prevalent the power of the forehead curse in the bloodline will be. Of course, there are also benefits. When you reach the sage realm, some bloodline talents will awaken in your bodies. This is also considered a windfall. You should have awakened your bloodline power by now, right? Su Zi had felt the inheritance in his bloodline at first, hence the question. Li Linglong's cultivation is absolutely high and terrifying. Otherwise it would be impossible to plant a curse that has been passed down from generation to generation. And the time is long enough that it is reasonable to say that any curse should be worn out. But the Li families didn't. And instead the power of the curse became even more entrenched. This means that the person who planted the curse has not sat down and is still in the world. As long as one didn't surpass that person in cultivation, this curse could not be lifted for the rest of one's life. When I first broke through, I felt the monstrous fury come over me. The smell of blood was just too strong, and I instantly realized the true meaning of killing from it, being able to have unimaginable might on the battlefield. Li Brejan said truthfully after thinking about it. Well, not bad. When Li Linglong was known as the female devil slaughtering 10 million cultivators in the city, it was precisely the killing Tao. In the future, most of your Li family's bloodline awakenings will be the way of killing, using killing to prove the way. But it needs to be known that if you want to become an emperor you can only come out of your own path. Suzy cautioned seriously. In his opinion, Li Baojun, who could comprehend the true meaning of killing upon becoming a saint, had every chance of becoming an emperor in the future. but perhaps his gifted greatness will be the end of the line. And it was also because he had eaten the meat of the Sage King that he had this opportunity to impact a sage, to comprehend the true meaning of killing and possess the qualifications for the Emperor's way. Chapter 58, Battle for Life and Death. For the sake of Li Linglong, Su Zi directly transmitted a strand of the true Tao of killing among the 3,000 great Tao to Li Baojun. This strand of the great Tao was enough for Li Baojun to go far, far away. As for the Su Shan dynasty, Su Zi wasn't worried at all. When they became saints they would naturally be able to open the fragments of the ancient divine mountain in their bloodline. The talent will grow exponentially in time. Su Fan, you pick first. Same level of cultivation realm. Su Zi took a direct roll call. After Su Zi's words, Su Can was even more pale. Originally, he had wanted to pick one that was a level below his realm and win the match. Although it was not shameful, it was the best chance to save his life. Now that Su Zi was directly asking for a battle at the same realm, although he had a chance of winning, it was too dangerous, and an inattention was death. Yes, Su Fan said respectfully. His gaze then looked towards the people in the same realm as him in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Old ancestor Su Zi said he wanted to fight in the same realm. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation anymore. I choose Lin Yuan Holy Son Lin Jun. Su Fan's voice was not loud, but it shook these younger generations deaf and blind. What kind of person is Lin Jun? That's a peerless pride that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. And also the holy son of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, who was once ranked in the top 3 of the emperor ranking. His cultivation even reached the peak of the supreme realm hundreds of years ago, so I'm sure that after so many years have passed, it's very likely that his cultivation has already reached the heavenly god realm. How dare an unknown person from the Su god dynasty dare to directly challenge the progenitor? Isn't this looking for death? There were also whispered taunts. A purple-robed youth in the middle of the Lin Yuan Holy Land had an ugly face. He was the progenitor, or the holy son, and the future successor of the progenitor Holy Land, as well. But now not only him, but the entire Lin Yuan Holy Land was all in crisis, and it would be difficult for them to leave the Su god dynasty alive today. So, an unnamed minion dares to provoke him? He didn't know. Should he kill, or stay? If he kills him, he is afraid that the old ancestor will kill him in a fit of rage. If you don't kill it, only one person can come down from the ring, and the other will die. So Rinjin was torn and scornful. This time this seat grants you permission. If you win, you may leave the Lin Yuan Holy Land unharmed. Su Zi spoke directly to shatter Lin Jun's scruples. The divine light in progenitor's eyes skyrocketed as he sniffed. His dark hair fell over his shoulders, his eyes regal, and he couldn't wait. Boom! Lin Jun stood in the ring with a single stride, his cultivation exploding without reservation. Sure enough, it's the divine king realm. There will definitely be a place for progenitor in the future world. Someone marveled. Such a young god king is rare even among the major powers. Isn't that so? I reckon it's because the old ancestor of the Su god dynasty is still a bit wary of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, which is why he found an unknown little person to give them a leg up. Someone's old god is analyzing it. When these words came out, even everyone from the Lin Yuan Holy Land felt that it made sense. It must be that Su Zi was jealous of their Holy Land's imperial weapon. Well, that must be it. But in the next instant they overthrew all that imagery. This was because the cultivation level that erupted from Su Fan, who stood up on the stage, was clearly also at the heavenly god realm. What? How come? The Su god dynasty actually has a demon of the heavenly god realm? Viewing his bone age, this person is only about 300 years old. Hiss, demon. The Su Shan dynasty is hiding too deeply, and he's 600 years younger than progenitor Ah. When he reaches progenitor's age, how powerful should his cultivation be? Someone sucked in a cold breath. How ridiculous was what they said earlier. Would Su Zi be jealous of an imperial weapon from a holy land? This is how people have known Su Fan's cultivation realm for a long time. The faces of the 4 Holy Land sex executives were unsightly because even they hadn't been able to see Su Fan's realm. This kid definitely has cultivation concealing type magic treasures on his body, and they're not of a low grade. At the very least, they're all saint magic artifacts. Saint Lord Lin Yuan's face was ugly. What was a 10 out of 10 is now a 50-50 split. Surprisingly hiding his cultivation? Surprisingly, Su Fan is hiding so deeply. Su Chan shouted frantically in his heart. Today was supposed to be the battleground for his rise to fame, and now he's drowned in a sea of people, and no one will mention him because he doesn't deserve it, and it was still unknown if he would even make it out of the ring alive. If his cultivation was mine, today I would be the most dazzling one. Ah. Damn you Su Fan, you deserve to die. Ah. Kill him ah. Su Can's inner killing intent surged wildly. Even if you hide your cultivation, you don't have half a chance of winning. I've been immersed in the heavenly god realm for many years and will soon break through to become a divine king. Lin Jun's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Now that he had a chance to live, he naturally cherished it. As long as he won, then their entire Lin Yuan Holy Land would leave in peace. And when he became powerful later, he would definitely come to personally settle the score with Su Shenchao. Cut the crap. Let's see what happens under the hands. Su Fan waved one hand and a bronze lance appeared in his hand. It was covered in rust, and it looked like a mortal weapon, and a rusty one at that. Kill! Su Fan roared. Then his gun came out like a dragon and stabbed down directly towards Lin Jun. In the moment Su Fan stabbed down the wind and thunder, the void burst. Just the sonic boom produced let the surrounding cultivation weak ears congested with blood. On the spot cannot hear any sound. Lin Jun's face was heavy. Su Fan was definitely a terrifying opponent. Earlier he had underestimated Su Fan. He put away his contempt, only to see a layer of glittering golden light appearing outside his body surface with his hands forming a seal, covering his entire body in it. Though even more so, it enveloped him, looking rather sacred and unearthly. Sure enough, the moment Su Fan's spear touched the golden light, it was like a cow entering the sea of mud and it was very difficult and couldn't pierce in. Humph. Very few people in the same rank can pierce through my god's domain. You, too. Lin Jun's face was cold, and his words were full of pride. There were really very few people amongst the strongest at his level who could match him. Yes? Su Fan was still as flat as water. A touch of light then instantly erupted from the bronze spear in his hand. Su Fan began to power up, only to see the original still rusty lance instantly explode with eye-catching and blinding light. And then the light violently contracted to appear as a black hole. The moment this black hole appeared it unexpectedly absorbed all the surrounding light, creating a cycle of alternating light and darkness. A large Taiji diagram appeared, with extreme yang on one side and extreme yin on the other. It looks extremely mysterious. Preferably, it was the moment this Taiji diagram appeared that the lance instantly pierced through Lin Jun's defense. Lin Jun blocked his hands in front of his chest, and the lance instantly pierced his arm. Chapter 59, Divine Body and Imperial Body. Lin Jun's face was unsightly. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, I'm afraid that the lance wouldn't be as simple as piercing through his arm. It would have stabbed his entire body through. Ah! I have slumbered for eons. I was born for this epoch. I am a son of the epoch. Lin Jun roared up to the sky, his body's mana surging, shaking the lance nailed to his arm directly away. His face was maniacal, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Since his debut, it was still the first person of the same rank to be able to injure him this badly. A few epochs ago the 4 seas and 8 wastelands entered the age of the end, and there was no hope of becoming an emperor. So he sealed himself and waited until heaven and earth recovered, which is when he came out. His mana bulged and the void rumbled. This time he went all out, no longer passively defending. He wanted to crush the Su Fan with a single blow, only to see a blood moon slowly rising behind him. The blood moon slowly rose above the sea of blood, looking bizarre and powerful. Imagery. This is divine body imagery. Progenitor is a divine body. Someone exclaimed in shock. Divine body. Surprisingly, it's a divine body. A god body that is not found in trillions is able to suppress powerhouses of the same rank, and can even fight across realms. I just don't know what kind of god body he is. Ha ha ha. Lord Lin is the next holy lord of my Lin Yuan Holy Land, and is of the scarlet blood moon body. Grand Taishan Lin Yuan stroked his beard and smiled smugly. What? Surprisingly, it's the scarlet blood moon physique that ranks 96th on the divine physique ranking. This physique once blossomed with a dazzling light in the ancient past. It's an incomparably powerful physique. Some knowledgeable intellectuals lost their voices immediately. The divine body on the list of divine bodies to get one of its qualification to obtain the proof of the road. It can be said that if the midway does not fall, the proof of the road to become an emperor that is on the nail. If Lord Lin didn't fall, a great emperor of the day might appear in the Lin Yuan Holy Land in the future. It was enough to protect the Lin Yuan Holy Land from being immortalized for tens of thousands of years. The moment the scarlet blood moon came out, a terrifying fluctuation came from progenitor's body. Scarlet half moon chop. You are able to die under this strike. You have no regrets. This is my strongest strike. Everyone who has seen it has died, and you are no exception. As soon as Lin Jun's words fell, the half-blood moon chopped directly towards Su Fan. Like a sword that opened up the sky, it wanted to split the entire Su god dynasty in half. You think you're the only one with a divine body? A god body is merely qualified to become a great emperor, whereas I, being an indestructible emperor body, have the ticket to reach a great emperor straight away. Su Fan's eyes erupted with radiant light, and then Tao's body unexpectedly appeared to have inexplicable rhythms. What? An emperor body with a hint of emperor might? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in horror. That's right. Su Fan was originally an emperor vein plus the bloodline of the Su family, and had activated that trace of emperor might long ago. Just a hint of it, but it was terrifying. Especially Ling Jun. His blood moon slash just touched Su Fan's body surface like a snowflake touching iron, instantly disappearing into nothingness. His divine body was completely restrained, and there was no way to utilize the advantages of his divine body. My turn. Su Fan took one step out with a boom between heaven and earth, followed by the second step down. The heartbeats of all the people seemed to overlap with Su Fan's footsteps, whose sound was like muffled thunder, and their hearts were indescribably uncomfortable. Not good. This footstep has a special rhythm. It can even cause the power of hooking heaven and earth. Just 2 steps and I feel like my heart is going to explode. Some people died covering their hearts in horror. They were just watching the battle from outside the ring. The pressure didn't descend on them. Even so, they all felt the suffocating sense of oppression. It was hard for them to imagine how much pressure Ling Jun, who was standing opposite Su Fan, should be facing at this moment. In fact, it was true. Lin Jun only felt that his heartbeat was unexpectedly out of his control, vibrating along with Su Fan's footsteps. He hadn't felt anything in the first 1 or 2 steps before. He just felt his blood flow speed up and his body was hot. But the third step directly caused his face to change drastically. As Su Fan's third step fell, the void shattered, and the blood ran around uncontrollably in his body, causing many blood vessels to directly explode. On the outside it looked like he was exploding all over his body, a cloud of blood bursting out. As Su Fan's fourth step fell, Ling Jun only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and heaven and earth seemed to darken at that moment. Feeling bad, he operated his entire body's mana to protect himself while sealing his 6 senses. Not looking, not listening, not hearing. He tried to stop the strange rhythm by doing so, but it's all futile and useless. That strange rhythm was like forcing it directly into his body, making his divine soul resonate along with it. Put. As the fourth step was taken, a large mouthful of blood gushed out directly from progenitor, with a large amount of internal organ fragments mixed in with the blood. There are a total of 7 steps in the Emperor's steps. It is rumored that when 7 steps are taken, even great emperors have to fall, and for you to die in the 5th step is enough to be proud of yourself. Su Fan looked at Ling Jun indifferently, then his 5th step came down with a bang. Lin Jun faced bitter. How deja vu words are. He is too conceited. Did not expect that now Su Fan will be the words he said sent back with him. As the 5th step fell, progenitor's entire body directly exploded. Dead. Progenitor is dead. Progenitor who possesses a divine body is even so unbeatable. It's not that progenitor is too weak, but Su Fan is too strong. After today, Su Fan's name will resonate throughout the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Sajin cheered at someone. It's over. It's all over. The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord, and the others all looked like they had aged several 100,000 years in an instant, draining all the essence from their bodies. It was as if their whole body had become cartilage, and they could no longer stand up and were paralyzed on the ground. Of course, they had thought of resisting, and even wanted to send a message to invite the imperial soldiers of the Lin Yuan Holy Land to suppress Su Zi, but they were just thinking about it. They simply didn't dare to gamble with the future of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. If they died, perhaps the Lin Yuan Holy Land could live. If they resisted, the Lin Yuan Holy Land would probably have to be removed. At this time, Su Can trembled. In the past he relied on the fact that he had the highest cultivation to find Su Fan's trouble. He did not expect Su Fan to be this powerful. Incredibly powerful. Alright, now you can ask for help. No matter what forces you ask for, or the weapons left behind by your Lin Yuan Holy Land Great Emperor. It's all fine. I, Su Divine Dynasty, will take them all. Of course, you can also not invite them, and the Lin Yuan Holy Land will completely disappear as of today. Su Zi said directly to the crowd of the Lin Yuan Holy Land after the battle ended. As soon as Su Zi's words fell, the face of the Lin Yuan Sacred Lord turned ashen and his eyes dimmed. He is a sinner in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. The inheritance of the Lin Yuan Holy Land had been severed by him and his generation, and he had no face to face the ancestors of Lin Yuan. Chapter 60, the last strongest underlying of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Instead, it was the Lin Yuan Grand Tutor who gritted his teeth and stood up. Only a light was seen rushing up into the sky and disappearing in the direction of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Su Zi naturally knew that it was a transmission note, but it didn't matter to him. It was still the same sentence. Feel free to move help. He's invincible. It's no use. Grand Taishang. Today it's all because of my bad decision making that caused the Lin Yuan Holy Land to suffer a great calamity. I'm guilty. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord looked at the Grand Taishang and shook his head bitterly. Whether it's useful or not, you have to try it to know. That was the only chance for our Lin Yuan Holy Land. We were supposed to exchange our deaths for the inheritance of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, but the Lin Yuan Holy Land was all about to be extinguished. So the old man sent a message to the other Taishangs to bring the decree of my Holy Land here, perhaps in exchange for a chance to live, while having the opportunity to directly exterminate the Su God dynasty. At that time, my Lin Yuan Holy Land will leap into one of the most powerful forces. Why not? The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang directly transmitted his voice to the Lin Yuan Holy Lord. Seriously? What decree? Why don't I know? Hearing the transmission, the eyes of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord glowed. Humph. That's the strongest underbelly of my Lin Yuan Holy Land. The Holy Lord isn't qualified to know. You'll only be qualified to know the day you become a Supreme Elder. Grand Taishan Lin Yuan said with a cold snort. The strongest underbelly? Doesn't that mean that this wave is stable? What kind of decree is that? Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Saint Lord Lin Yuan asked once again. Of course it's the true immortal Dharma decree. That was left behind by the founder of my Lin Yuan Holy Land back then before he ascended. It can only be taken out when facing a crisis of extermination, and it can only be used once. If we use it this time, the decree will be nullified. But if we don't say anything, who knows? When we destroy the Su God dynasty in one fell swoop, then all the powers of the world will have to have an audience. Grand Taishan Lin Yuan said in a self-satisfied manner. The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang thought that his voice transmission would not be known by outsiders, but all of this was not known to be of the slightest use in front of Suzy. But Suzy didn't bother. Buzz! The void behind Suzy twisted, and Qing Shi appeared, standing respectfully behind Suzy. Carried in his hand was a tortured, inhumanly shaped prisoner sky. No, prisoner of heaven was not originally a human race, but the ancient prisoner of Bull's clan, one of the 10 fowls. In fact, rumor has it that the prisoner bull is one of the descendants of the dragon ancestor, only that its type and its shape do not resemble the dragon clan, so it was expelled from the dragon clan and became a separate clan. Even so, the fact that the prisoner bull clan was able to rank alongside the dragon clan as one of the 10 fowls was enough to see its status. Bang! The Grand Taishang of Lin Yuan, who had just stood up, directly fell to his knees once again the moment Qing Shi appeared. This time it was from shock, even wetting his pants. It wasn't just him. All of the people from the 4 great sacred lands sect all fell to their knees. Sorry, I forgot to put my breath away. Qing Shi smiled in embarrassment, and then put away his and prisoner Sky's auras. Like this kind of garbage goods, you are confined in a small world, slowly torture on the line. There is no need to take all over the world. After all, it is also the prisoner cattle clan. If one day his old father backed to his heart to want him to probe his position, then you can suffer from the old crime, Suzy said as he looked at Qing Shi somewhat breathlessly. Qing Shi sniffed and thought it made sense, then directly threw prisoner Sky into the small world. Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch Jin 12 looked at Qing Shi with a face full of horror as he recognized this person's identity. Heavenly Sword Sect leader Jin 12. Greetings to Celestial Emperor Qing Shi. Jin 12 brought his 2 disciples to kneel on the ground. The Heavenly Sword Sect? A long time ago name? I was close friends with your Sword Emperor, but alas, he wasn't able to go further and sat down in the ages. Aoshi shook his head rather regretfully. My Heavenly Sword Sect doesn't have any hostile intentions towards the Su Divine Dynasty, and this visit is just a sparring exchange, so I'd like to ask Heavenly Emperor Qing Shi to intercede for my Sword Sect. Gen Xii's words caused all 3 of the surrounding great powers to all have their souls shaken. Heavenly Emperor, oh Heavenly Emperor, a living Heavenly Emperor. The person who stood respectfully behind Suzy was unexpectedly the Greenstone Heavenly Emperor who had become famous many years ago. No wonder even the slightest hint of breath just now made them unable to resist falling to their knees. So what if it's the Greenstone Heavenly Emperor? Ha ha ha. This time it's not a loss. Not only are we going to destroy the Su God dynasty, but we're also going to destroy another Heavenly Emperor. It's still a heavenly battle feat. I, the Lin Yuan Holy Land, will be honored by all the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. The Rinpoche Grand Taishang shouted in his heart with excitement. Not only was the Lin Yuan Holy Land saved this time, but there was also the possibility that it would become famous for this and become the top of all the forces in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Oh, you have an old relationship with the Heavenly Sword Sect? In that case, this seat can refrain from destroying the Heavenly Sword Sect's Tao. Suzy looked at Qing Shi and asked. The Heavenly Sword Sect has offended the Sushin dynasty and the Lord, and that's already the way to take death. Although I have an old relationship with Sword Emperor, the first patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect, that was just our personal relationship. And Sword Emperor had entrusted me to let me look after the Heavenly Sword Sect for a moment or two. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, I fulfilled my promise to the Sword Emperor, and after so much time has passed, I'm not exactly breaking my promise, Aoshi said honestly. Celestial Emperor Qing Shi, my Heavenly Sword Sect really didn't think of doing anything to Sushin Dynasty. I just wanted to practice my disciples a bit, Gen 12 hurriedly explained. Well, this seat trusts you on this point, and indeed, you will not go to war with the Su God Dynasty. Suzy nodded in recognition of Gen Xii's words. Many thanks, Senior. Many thanks, Senior. Gen 12 sniffed and quickly caught out his thanks. Fortunately, The Heavenly Sword sect would not be destroyed because of this. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Then this seat asks you, since there's no hostility, why don't you abide by the rules of my Su God dynasty? The entire upper part of the imperial capital is forbidden to be airborne? Su Zi was still smiling earlier, but now his face steeply changed as he drank. Don't say anything? Isn't it because you don't want to follow the rules because you think my Sushin dynasty is weak? Don't you think in your heart that my Su God dynasty doesn't dare to do anything to you? Su Zi's words were not loud, but they shook Jian Xii's brain. Indeed, what Su Zi said was not wrong at all. He really didn't have the Sushin dynasty in his heart, so where would he abide by the rules of the Sushin dynasty? It was only that he couldn't look at the Sushin dynasty, but he wouldn't make an enemy of the Sushin dynasty either. It's just that he doesn't realize that it's the strong who have the right to speak. The moment they didn't follow the rules, they were already enemies of the Su God dynasty. This seat will give your Heavenly Sword sect a chance to fight against Su Kan in a battle of the same realm. If Su Kan wins, your Heavenly Sword sect will perish. If Su Kan dies, your Heavenly Sword sect will live. Su Zi looked at Jin 12 and said, no, it's not enough. Jin 12 was indeed a bit arrogant and didn't follow the rules of the Su God dynasty. Jin 12 is here to make amends. Put. A ray of swordlight appeared from Jian Xii's fingers, directly severing his right arm. Chapter 61. Kenshir was confused. Jin 12, except for his face being a bit pale, he didn't have any expression. What a ruthless person. Using his Sage King rule to chop off his right arm so that it can't be recovered. Unless he is able to reach the Great Emperor realm, this life is considered wasted. Celestial Emperor Qingshi nodded and said, Jin 12 had the elegance of the Sword Emperor back then, and just by virtue of this vigor, his future achievements wouldn't be too low. Moreover, he chopped off his right hand, which is his usual sword, which is equivalent to saying that his battle power will be greatly reduced. What this seat says still stands. If Su Kan wins, you die. If you win, he dies. Su Zi's face did not move. He knew that the other party just wanted to live. The ethereal Holy Land, the ancient void Holy Land, they did not make any reaction. He even mocked Jin 12 in his heart. What's the point of admitting fault so early? Can't you see the Lin Yuan Holy Land is already moving in for help? What if the Lin Yuan Holy Land's rescuers were able to topple the Su God dynasty, and they admit a gross mistake and self-harm? Really, Cheng Yuan, the hope of my Heavenly Sword sect is in your hands, Jin 12 said with a pale face to the young man carrying a sword behind him. Yes, Master, disciple will definitely go all out. Kenzi clasped his fists and said solemnly. At the same time, his gaze towards Su Kan was filled with seriousness and solemnity. An unassuming Su Fan had erupted to the point where he had to pay attention to his battle power. So how powerful should this person who was claimed to be the strongest of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty be? He didn't know, but for the sake of the Heavenly Sword sect, he was willing to fight. Even though he died, he had no regrets. The Heavenly Sword sect's sword son, Lu Qingyuan, seeks advice from Su Shin Chao Su Kan. Lu Qingyuan walked up to the ring and arched his hand towards Su Kan. Su Kan's face trembled dramatically. He would never have thought that it would be him against the Heavenly Sword sect's sword son. That was the Heavenly Sword sect, a sect on par with the Holy Land. And the Heavenly Sword sect's sword sons had traditionally been only one person. There were no candidate sword sons. Wasn't it said that he would choose a younger generation of the same realm to fight? How come it's now become a designation? Moreover, although Lu Qingyuan's realm was the same as his as the Supreme Realm, Lu Qingyuan had once battled the Heavenly God realm with the Supreme Realm and managed to behead him. The war record is absolutely stunning. Su Kan didn't even have the courage to fight with his opponent. Old ancestor, I was wrong. It was my arrogance. It was my ignorance of the rules that offended you. Instead of walking up to the ring, Su Chan directly knelt in front of Su Zi. He really didn't have the courage to stand up and fight Lu Qingyuan to the death. It's not up to you. What the old ancestor says is what the old ancestor says. Rebellious son, why don't you hurry up and go up and fight? Maybe there's still a chance of survival? Director Su Du drank in a colorful voice from the sidelines. Su Du Gai did not dare to have resentment in his heart, nor did he dare to resent Su Zi and Su Zhan. He knew that this was all Su Chan's own doing. Originally, if he hadn't been so ambitious, the throne of the king in the future would definitely be his. After all, a person like Su Fan, would he care about the position of a king? Definitely not. He cares about cultivating immortality, and his goal is definitely the visible and unattainable Great Emperor or Heavenly Emperor, or even higher. Guido Su has lived long enough to see all of this, but Su Chan was high-minded and proud, believing that he was the internalized future king, so he acted very domineeringly. He couldn't persuade him, and Su Chan couldn't change. Today is sort of a result of what was planted in the past. When director Su Du finished speaking, his entire body aged as if he was thousands of years old, and he was powerless. He knew that Su Kan was either dead or dead against Lu Qingyuan. The big one is kind of a waste. so I'll just have to work on building the little one. Lu Qingyuan, as a sword son of the heavenly sword sect, possessed a natural sword body and was naturally close to the sword. And when he was able to achieve the unity of the human sword, he was not far from becoming a saint. Yes, Su Chan gritted his teeth. The hatred in his heart for Su Zi, Su Zhan, and his father, Su Du Guide, reached its peak. He vowed that if he was able to survive this time, he would leave the Su Shan dynasty and wait until the future to definitely come back and reclaim everything he was supposed to have. What Su Zi, what Su Zhan, were all trembling under his feet. He walked to the ring with a full of hatred. He wanted to turn his hatred into motivation and beat Lu Qingyuan to death. Let's not test each other. Offense. Lu Qingyuan saw Su Can walk up to the ring immediately from the back of the sword box in the middle of the draw. A 3-foot blue blade words solemnly said, I have a sword that can cut through the heavens and break the earth. The first sword cuts through the heavens. Lu Qingyuan's first strike was his famous skill, a sword that cut the sky. The 3-foot green blade in his hand madly gulped this sword aura, and the stars fell from the sky, turning into endless sword intent that chopped at Su Can. The roiling sword intent was as terrifying as if it had cut open heaven and earth. No, I recognize. Terror surfaced in Su Can's eyes and he wanted to admit defeat. But before he could even finish his words, he was cut in half by this sword. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, even the intestines, and then gushed out a great deal of blood. Too dead to be seen, Lu Qingyuan was at a loss. Wasn't the Su Can in existence in the same realm as him? Why is it so unbearable? He was prepared for a bloody battle and even death. And this? He had thought that Su Can was known as the strongest of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty, and although his cultivation was not as good as Su Fan's, he wouldn't be very weak either. But even his first sword couldn't carry him. He still had the remaining few swords that he hadn't executed. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan was bewildered. The heavenly sword sect may live, and the legacy may remain. Suzy said calmly, many thanks for your great favor, Senior. Jin 12 brought Lu Qingyuan and another disciple to respectfully bend down and salute. Buzz. The void was fluctuating violently. A group of people were tearing through space, and these fluctuations were just too strong for everyone to be able to clearly feel. The face of the Ling Yuan Holy Land's Grand Taishang was delighted. Was it their Ling Yuan Holy Land's Taishang who had arrived? It's finally coming. He then blushed furiously. Not only him, all of them all stared blankly at the sky behind Suzy. Saints. The lowest cultivation level is a saint powerhouse. When did so many saint powers appear? I'm afraid that this quantity is the sum of all the great powers of the 4 seas and 8 deserts combined. Too terrifying. Just too terrifying. The Su God dynasty's underpinnings are as terrifying as this? This is the Su God dynasty we want to conquer? Isn't this looking for death? The weakest are all saints. I see that there are still a few breaths than our Grand Taishang are much more powerful. The Grand Taishang is a Saint King realm. All of the people from the 3 great holy lands of Ling Yuan Holy Land, Netherworld Holy Land, and Ancient Void Holy Land all went limp on the ground once again. The Su God dynasty's heritage is surprisingly so strong, and with this kind of lineup, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find a second major power out of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The entire 4 seas and 8 wildernesses is really going to change. Jin 12 looked at the figures that stood in the void like gods and devils, his eyes full of scorn. Su Zhan pays his respects to the successive kings of the Su God dynasty. These people were all at the level of old ancestors, naturally able to withstand this kneeling of Su Zhan. As soon as Su Zhan knelt, the Su family juniors behind him as well as the guards and others all fell to their knees. Chapter 62, Jesus couldn't save you. I say. Being taken captive back then was a blessing in disguise. Or else so many of us here would have survived until now. And a few of them would be considered good. Su Qiankuan, who was standing in the first place, said with a complicated expression, greetings to Elder Suzy. The many saints, great saints, and sage kings behind Su Qiankuan all shouted respectfully. There was nothing wrong with that. Su Zi was the second-generation monarch of the Su God dynasty, and there was only one Su Qiankuan above him, so all of these people were technically the direct descendants of Su Dao. Su Zi was unmarried all his life, so naturally he had no children or offspring. Only Su Zi feels strange. His heart is only a few hundred years old, and a group of middle-aged men bend over and call you an old ancestor. With a wave of Su Zhan's hand, hundreds of chairs appeared, and all the saints standing in the void took their seats. Father, you've broken through? Su Zi looked at Su Qiankuan. The fluctuation coming from above his body was precisely the quasi-emperor realm. Thanks to your blessing, most of us here have almost all broken through to the first rank. I didn't think that my Su Qiankuan's son would be so outstanding. Su Qiankuan said as he looked on with a smile on his face. This is his youngest son, born in the upper realm with amazing visions, but was suppressed by another lineage of the first family. If it wasn't for his willingness to give up the identity of the young master and was relegated to the lower realm by sealing his talent, maybe this child would have died long ago. Now his son was so frighteningly powerful that even the servants around him were heavenly emperors. Although for the Su family in the upper realm, the heavenly emperor was not even qualified to look at the door. But this was the lower realm, and the heavenly emperor was the end of cultivation. Originally, he had only planned to properly bring his 2 children to live out his life in this lower realm and forget about it. Leaving the Su family, he would no longer be a rival of the Su family. Now Suzy gave him hope. There is hope, although he does not want to be related to the Su family anymore. But his wife, that is, Suzy Sudao's mother, is still in the upper realm. Your elder brother has already left. He said that he had delayed for so many years and was going to go on a journey to try to catch up with you soon. Su Qianquan said deeply. Su Dao was originally a martial arts nerd, and as soon as he came out after being delayed for so many years, he wanted to be impatient to improve his cultivation, and Su Dao didn't want the captivity thing to happen again. It's a really bad feeling, I already know, and have given him an amulet that is enough to protect him from trouble. Brother, he's addicted to cultivation. That's a good thing. There's no need to worry, Suzy said softly. Suzy had already known when Su Dao left the Su God dynasty. He had planted a strand of the immortal Dao brand on Su Dao's body, and he thought that even if a true immortal descended, he couldn't do anything about it. Besides, if you want to return to the upper world, you can't do it without some cultivation. Suzy seemed to have read Su Qianquan's mind. Originally, I thought that I had no hope of advancing further in this life, but a trace of your origin power directly broke the heaven sealing seal in my body, so since I was given the chance I naturally had to put up a fight. Su Qianquan said very solemnly. Actually, you don't have to fight so hard. If you want to go to the upper realm, just let me know and you'll be there in a minute, and I can step in to smooth things out for you and the Su family. Suzy's words were plain, but they were full of dominance. He has the ability and the strength. There's no need. The shame of that year, I'm going to pay back by myself, and the honor of that year I'm going to get back by myself. Su Qianquan threw his voice and his words were grave. He could once be one of the heavenly pride people of the upper realm. It is only interesting to get back what you have lost by yourself. There was no problem with relying on his own son, but he didn't want to be the one to nibble on the lesser. Suit yourselves, perhaps I'll be traveling to the upper realm before too long, Suzy said softly. Several of his rebellious disciples were now in the upper realms. I wonder if they still recognized him as their master. And Li Linglong, leaving so soon? Su Qianquan was a bit reluctant. After all, how long had it been since father and son had seen each other? He, the father, had not done what fathers are supposed to do, and he blamed himself. Well, probably in 7 days, but maybe shorter, depending on when they come. Maybe it's when Qingshi breaks through, or when someone becomes a great emperor, Suzy said nonchalantly as she knocked her fingers on the chair. Them? Who are they? Su Qianquan was curious. A group of prey who think they are hunters are just that. They feed on the ascended ones. Occasionally a few will escape, but most are reduced to food. Suzy's words were flat. What? Isn't the place for ascension the immortal formation platform? How could it become someone else's food? Su Qianquan was horrified. He was a member of the Su family in the upper realm and knew a lot of things. It's the immortal formation stage, yes. But what about the moment of immortal formation when they directly break open the 4 seas and forcibly take people away? You know, the immortal formation platform doesn't react that quickly. Don't worry, this time they can't go where they come. Suzy was still lazy, but the words carried no doubt. This time he had even done a good deed, allowing the 4 seas and 8 deserts to completely revive. Who dares to bully my Lin Yuan Holy Land into having no one? Just then, a roaring voice exploded. Several silhouettes arrived in an instant. They wore the unique clothing of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, and each one of them was pale beyond recognition, their qi and blood drying up, with the appearance of not having long to live. But the cultivation levels were all solidly in the Great Sage realm. You are also capable of surviving until now, but today is just right. Send Buddha to the west. Send you to the western heavenly bliss. Su Zhan looked at the several saints of the Lin Yuan Holy Land with his hands behind his back and sneered as he drank. Boy, what a big mouth. Beware of breath bigger than foot odor, the Lin Yuan Taishang elder said sorrowfully. Yuha? What the hell? All saints? There are also several saint kings, and there are also breath surges that are much more powerful than even the saint king's qi and blood? At this moment, someone noticed that the hundreds of people sitting around Su Zi were all saints. It makes them soft on their feet, but the thought of what they had in their arms instantly turned them into high spirits again. Are you Su Zhan, king of the Su God dynasty? Exactly. Su Zhan proudly took a step forward and bellowed. Then why don't you bow when you see this great sage? Are you, Su Shan dynasty, looking for death? The Lin Yuan second supreme elder shouted. You have a brain problem, can't you see that there are so many saints behind Lao Zi? If you gabble again I'll send you to see your family's old ancestor. Su Zhan was furious. Is this person blind? Or does he have something else to rely on? Even with an imperial weapon one wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of hundreds of saints, right? He was surprisingly a little puzzled for a moment. Don't talk about any saints. Even if a great emperor is alive, the Sugod dynasty will be destroyed today. What I said. Jesus can't even save you. By the way, who is Jesus? Forget it, don't bother. Whoever you want. Chapter 63, The Extremely Terrifying True Immortal's Legal Decree. The great sage from the Lin Yuan Holy Land who had just arrived was first stunned. Then his words were openly wild to the extreme. Hearing such arrogant words, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. What kind of self-confidence was it to be able to say such arrogant words? Is this man out of his mind? Seeing so many saints also dare to speak out of turn? The people from the ancient Void Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land all had their souls shaken, wrapped in a feeling of exhilaration that they had never felt before. It's like wanting to just feather your nest and fly to immortality. Finally, is the reversal they've been waiting for coming? If they don't take sides now, when will they? The ancient Void Saint Lord and the Netherworld Saint Lord glanced at each other, both seeing stolen joy in the other's eyes. The supreme elders from the Lin Yuan Holy Land who dared to arrive like this confidently must have a backbone. And the source of that backbone might not be weaker than the Heavenly Emperor, or even above. After all, there was a Heavenly Emperor standing right behind Su Zi, the proper Celestial Emperor of Qingshi. This was the oldest Heavenly Emperor who had become famous for a very long time. The Sugod dynasty is in power, causing the people to suffer, and even killing my protector God Beast for no reason. Today I, the ancient Void Holy Land, along with the Lin Yuan Holy Land, will annihilate the Sugod dynasty. The ancient Void Holy Lord's voice was like a loud bell as he droned aloud. I, the ethereal Holy Land, shall be as such. The monarchs of the Sushan dynasty burned, looted, raped and defiled young girls, and did no evil, and their crimes are too numerous to mention, so they shall be exterminated. Ethereal Saint Lord's words directly caused the corners of Su Chop's mouth to tug. No, why don't you just exterminate it and find some reason? Even if you're looking for a reason, you're still looking for such a bull ***** reason. The ancient Void Saint Lord and the ethereal Saint Lord are sensible, and since the two of you share the same thoughts as my Lin Yuan Holy Land, it's all the more reason for us to unite and overthrow the Sugod dynasty. The Lin Yuan Grand Teiyukai stood out with a spirited smile at this time and said, "What Senior said is very true. Before the Lin Yuan Sacred Lord sent a letter to us, we have already formed an unresolvable enmity with the Su Divine Dynasty, and now that the Su Divine Dynasty is so devoid of humanity, it is natural for the world's group of heroes to put them to death together." Ancient Void Holy Land Sacred Lord Gulang said with a faint smile of righteousness, "I like it when you guys look so shameless, wanting to be my Lin Yuan Holy Land's ally. You guys aren't qualified enough, wanting to fight without bloodshed?" Old me said it plainly, if you want to live, you have to give enough sincerity. You want to not move a single soldier by casually echoing a few words? Do you really think I'm stupid? Just as the ancient Void Holy Lord and the ethereal Holy Lord were getting carried away, the Lin Yuan Grand Taishang said in a cold voice with a change in his voice. This was clearly wanting the two Holy Lands to hemorrhage money. Otherwise, in case the Lin Yuan Holy Land patted their asses and left with their underpinnings, their two great powers would suffer an old sin. What Senior said is very true. Our two families still have to rely more on the Lin Yuan Holy Land. So naturally, it's impossible to make that kind of move of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. I, the ancient Void Holy Land, am willing to offer a strain of immortality medicine. Garang's face was unsightly, and he only felt his heart dripping blood even as he spoke these words. However, he knew that since the Lin Yuan Holy Land had released these words, it naturally wouldn't let them have a good time. Besides, he didn't say give it now, not until after this is over. If the Lin Yuan Holy Land's underpinnings were truly capable of killing a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, then he would only have to endure the pain and hand over an immortality pill, which was the underpinnings of their ancient Void Holy Land. That was a great pill that had a chance of creating an emperor. If the Lin Yuan Holy Land's underpinnings were limited to losing with the Sushan dynasty, then he wouldn't mind having a hand in reaping the benefits. The light in Garang's eyes flickered. I don't have any immortality pills in my misty Holy Land, but I can give a page of great emperor scriptures to the Lin Yuan Holy Land, the ethereal Saint Lord said after a moment of contemplation. His thoughts were the same as the ancient Void Sacred Lord. All are old monsters who have lived for many years, not little white men. Ha, Mei. The Grand Taishang of Lin Yuan nodded with a cold smile. He naturally knew what the two were playing at. However, the Lin Yuan Holy Land was fearless, and after today, these Holy Lands wouldn't dare to find trouble with them in a short period of time. The immortal Dao decree could only be used once. Only a few of their Lin Yuan Holy Lands Taishang knew about it, and no one else knew about it, so perhaps it could be hidden for hundreds of thousands of years? When that time came when their Lin Yuan Holy Land succeeded in using the immortality pill to create an emperor and studied the great emperor's scriptures thoroughly, they wouldn't be afraid of flipping out. As long as they were able to deter them this time, their Lin Yuan Holy Land would be the true hegemon of the 4 seas and 8 wastes, and many holy clans would have to make pilgrimages. At that time, it was destined to have a lot of cultivation resources delivered in a steady stream. Heavenly Sword Sect Sword 12. Do you intend to coexist with the Su God dynasty? Grand Taishan Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Jin 12 and asked in a cold voice. I won't get involved in your feud. My Heavenly Sword Sect traditionally doesn't ally with any sects. Jin 12 said expressionlessly. Oh, good. The Lin Yuan Grand Taishan just sneered. Since he wasn't on his side, then go to hell. The Su God dynasty already has a way to take death. Take my true immortal's decree. The entirety of Grand Taishan Lin Yuan turned incomparably solemn and sacred, his mouth vibrating with words. Buzz. Then the entire 4 seas and 8 wastes were shaken, as if something was about to descend. What? The true immortal's decree? Garang lost his voice and exclaimed. He really hadn't expected that the Lin Yuan Holy Land would even have such a thing? That was a legal decree that a true immortal had once inscribed and written down, with the great power of suppressing the world, and now it was used on Su Shenjiao's body. It seemed that the immortality pill could not be retained. This time the Lin Yuan Holy Land was the real winner, and they were all losers. As the voice of the Lin Yuan Grand Taishan fell, everyone saw a green light rise up into the sky. This green light didn't seem to have any killing power, but it completely covered the entire Su Shen dynasty in an instant. Then a page of cyan-colored paper slowly rose. A vast breath came from the paper slowly, strangely let a person sunbathing in the spring breeze, without the slightest sense of oppression. Lin Yuan Elder Ancestor is above. Today, my Lin Yuan Holy Land suffers a drastic change in hundreds of millions of years. Someone wants to overthrow my Lin Yuan Holy Land and extinguish my Lin Yuan's flame. We request that Elder Ancestor help us to annihilate the enemy. The Lin Yuan Grand Taishan led all of Lin Yuan's executives to all bow and cry out respectfully. See, the nagging is really too slow. If we put it in front of others, we would have let him die a few times, and it's still his turn to beep and rattle? In the future, if there's any kind of legal decree or something like that left behind by the Su God dynasty, it's best to hold it in your hand and use it, or else you'll have to say a whole lot of things, and then you'll be second-guessed before you can even open your mouth. That is, they met the seat and kindly let them finish their performance, Su Zi said as he looked behind him to the Su family crowd. He was truly speechless. Boom! The green-colored paper instantly changed, and the pressure of the immortal Tao directly descended on the entire imperial capital of the Su God dynasty. However, everyone in the imperial capital of the Su God dynasty, regardless of their cultivation level, could not feel this pressure that could crush the heavenly emperor. What's going on? Grand Taishan Lin Yuan looked at the paper quietly suspended above his head in some astonishment. Why was it obvious that they had all activated the true immortal Dharma decree? And why was nothing happening to these people? Not only Su Zi and the others, even he himself couldn't feel the slightest bit of true immortal aura. This caused the Rinpoche Grand Imperial Prince to panic. Grand Taishan, could it be that too much time has passed, resulting in the loss of the immortal Tao's divine splendor, and that's why it can't exert its power? The prosperous sacred lord transmitted his voice and asked anxiously. All eyes were now focused on them in their entirety. Impossible. How could the true immortal Dharma decree have the immortal Tao divine flower pass away? It's absolutely impossible. There's something odd about the Su God dynasty. The Rinpoche Grand Taisho looked around and finally came to a conclusion. In that case, then forcefully summon the true immortal Dharma decree. When the Lin Yuan Grand Taishang said that, he slashed his own palm, and immediately the blood gathered into a line of blood towards the true immortal Dharma decree. The rest of the people from the Lin Yuan Holy Land saw this and slashed their palms, then hauled blood into the true immortal Dharma decree. The paper that had absorbed the blood instantly turned blood red, and then bloomed with monstrous blood light, dyeing the entire heaven and earth blood red. A streak of blood light erupted from the top of the paper, looking a different kind of poignant, brilliant and haunting. Scarlet-colored light continuously appeared, shrouding the entire imperial capital in its entirety, and from afar it looked like a blood cocoon. Who dares to exterminate my Lin Yuan Dao lineage? A voice then exploded in everyone's ears. Only the blood-red paper was trembling rapidly, as if something horrible was about to come out of it. At this moment, not only the Su God dynasty, but the entire 4 seas and 8 wastelands were shocked into losing their colors by this terrifying fluctuation. Chapter 64, The Word Roll in the Air. Suppressing the True Immortal's Decree. There was an immortal aura blooming behind the bloodlight, and endless immortal light filled the air, making people want to fly up in the daytime. A shadow then appeared above the paper. The silhouette was simply too big, almost covering the sky. Although it was only a shadow, The tremendous sense of oppression caused all of the people present except for Su Shinchao to gasp for air. The mana in their bodies stagnated, completely unable to function. This is suppression. Suppression from a higher dimension. In front of the immortal Dao realm, they were mole crickets, and they were also mole crickets caught in a swamp, only capable of being slaughtered. We pay our respects to the old ancestor. Everyone in the Lin Yuan Holy Land all bowed respectfully. What year is this? The gigantic immortal Dao Void opened its mouth and asked. It is now the beginning of the Wu Gung era, and hundreds of epochs have long passed since your era. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said respectfully. Time passes so quickly. This Dao will of mine has even remained in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands for so many years. Who dared to destroy my Lin Yuan Dao lineage? A trace of remembrance flashed in the eyes of the gigantic immortal Dao Void, and then spoke. It's the Su God dynasty. I still ask the old ancestor to take action to destroy the Su God dynasty. Supreme Elder Lin Yuan couldn't wait. He only wanted to completely destroy the Su God dynasty at this moment. If the Su Shin dynasty is not removed today, it will surely become a great danger in the future. Think about it. Other holy lands have at most 1 or 2 sane kings, and they are still existences whose chi and blood are decaying and about to be seeded. And what about the Su Shin dynasty? There were 7 or 8 of them that the Sage King saw right now, and there were even 2 or 3 existences with stronger auras than the Sage King, suspected to be quasi-emperor powerhouses. One of them, Su Qiankuan, the founding monarch of the Su God dynasty, had an even more powerful aura about him, as if he was about to break through. The most crucial thing was that these people had surging chi and blood. They looked like they were in their prime, and their lifespans were still long, and it was hard to know how many quasi-emperor powerhouses, as well as great emperor powerhouses, would appear in the future in the Su God dynasty. Su God dynasty. After so long the Su God dynasty actually still exists? I originally thought that once the most talented Su Zi of the Su God dynasty died, the Su God dynasty wouldn't continue for too long, but I didn't think that after so many years, the Su God dynasty would still have a climate. Back then, Su Zi was very powerful. Even I am not his opponent, but after all, heaven envies talents. Such a man of talent can't even cross the district's emperor's tribulation. Rather, it's his disciples who have successively succeeded in crossing the threshold. There was first a look of confusion in the eyes of the gigantic immortal Dao Void, then scoffed. Do you think it's possible? I mean, is it possible that he faked his death? Suzy asked with a smile on her lips. Absolutely impossible. Suzy's talent is rare in the world. If the fake death is also bound to have already ascended to the immortal world. But the immortal world he has never appeared from the beginning to the end. How can you say such questions? The huge immortal Dao virtual image was looking like turning his head to look at Suzy, and when he still wanted to say something, instantly the whole virtual image froze. Suzy? You're still alive? Are you really alive? No, you shouldn't be Suzy. You just have some resemblance to him. Are you his direct descendant? The gigantic immortal Dao Void was a bit puzzled and asked with an excited glint in its eyes. Doubtful because he didn't believe Suzy was still alive. Excited because he couldn't beat Suzy, but he could beat his offspring. That was an achievement, alright? Suzy had abused him badly back then. It had become his heart's demon, and the immortal tribulation was almost too much for him to overcome. Ji Lin Yuan Turtle Son. It seems that your vision is no different from back then. It's still the same garbage. Suzy looked at Ji Lin Yuan with a teasing, somewhat disdainful look at the corners of his mouth. Boom! Immortal Wayvoid's entire person was like being struck by lightning. What's with this familiar name? This familiar tone? And some nostalgia? No, not nostalgia, but anger, monstrous anger. Suzy, you're even still alive. You're really still alive. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that one day you would die at my hands. The immortal Dao Void looked up to the sky and laughed. The body's mind demon could now be removed. When he killed Suzy, this idea of his could return directly to his body, and by then, without the heart demon, it was not certain that his body would break through the existing realm. He didn't know what was happening to the present body either. After today, there will be no more Su God dynasty in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Suzy, you died billions of years ago. Now then die again. The words of Ji Ling Yuan's wisp of will grew colder and colder. With every word he uttered, the killing intent solidified. Until the end, he even gathered monstrous killing intent, showing the psychological damage that Suzy had caused him at that time. Until the killing intent poured out from the sky. Everyone was on the verge of suffocating from the pressure of this killing intent, and this was only directed at Suzy, while they were only exposed to a mere trace of it. At this moment, Suzy was standing at the very center of the vortex of killing intent. Only he has always been a ripple. Even if the other party was a wisp of will from a true immortal. A mere wisp of will dares to release killing intent? Get out! Suzy first spoke calmly, then he spat out the word roll. Chapter 65, True Immortals will softens and begs for forgiveness. When the word roll came out, it even directly manifested a large golden character that smashed straight towards Jilin Yuan's shadow. The word roll erupted with infinite golden light, dispersing all killing intent. Suzy, you dare to insult me. A wisp of Jilin Yuan's will was furious. Suzy dared to insult him with a single word. No, words come out of the mouth. Surprisingly, Suzy, just what realm are you in? Why are you so strong? The bloodlight that erupted from a strand of Jilin Yuan's will impacted on top of the golden roll character, but it didn't even shake it in the slightest, which caused Jilin Yuan to feel alarmed. How could Suzy's cultivation be so powerful? This was clearly the 4 seas and the 8 deserts. As long as one became an immortal they would be rejected by the will of heaven and earth of this place, and it was simply impossible to stay here for a long time. This is why there are no true immortals in the 4 seas. Even powerful existences like the Red Dust Immortal didn't dare to easily descend to the realm. Son of a turtle, you have to remember. Get your ass back to your main body. What you said today this seat will remember. If you want to destroy my Su God dynasty, let's see if your main body has that ability. When this seed travels to the immortal realm, it will naturally go to your original body to have a talk. Suzy didn't extinguish this will, but rather, he wanted him to bring a message to Jilin Yuan's original body. There's no point in killing it now and getting it over with. To make him die in waiting would be the best punishment. After all, death may not be scary, but knowing you're going to die and waiting for it is the scariest part. It's not good enough to say. It can drive a person crazy. Suzy, you and I don't have any great enmity between us. When will the grievances end? Seeing as I am from the same era as you, can you spare me? Jilin Yuan was really scared. Suzy was surprisingly strong and outrageous. This was something he had not expected. Moreover, he didn't even dare to guess what realm Suzy's cultivation level actually was, because the 4 seas may not know it, but once the moment he became immortal he clearly felt the oppression of the will of this world, and if he dared to stay for one more second he would be directly crushed to pieces. He didn't understand why the world will of a world was so powerful. Obviously he had become an immortal. Obviously he had already lived forever. The will of the world was so powerful. So why couldn't this world spawn a strong person who surpassed a heavenly emperor? He didn't know and didn't understand. Anyway, he knew that true immortals who were able to stay in this realm couldn't stay for even a single breath of time at most. Unless a cultivator of this realm has just broken through, then you will be given an incense stick of time to prepare for ascension. Why does he know? Because once upon a time his being tried. After becoming an immortal, it is natural to want to return to the lower realms to be worshipped by all the spirits for the sake of pretense. As the saying goes, if cultivation is not for pretending, not for the sake of manifesting sainthood in front of people, then it will be meaningless. But just after breaking through the world barrier he felt like he was being targeted by something that sent chills down his back. He was certain that as long as he entered the 4 seas and 8 wastes for more than a breath of time, he would be crushed and pulverized on the spot. He could only leave behind a true immortal's decree and cautioned his descendants that it could not be used until the scourge of extinction. The current him was just a piece of will, and his cultivation was definitely less than a tenth of a true immortal's, or else the will of the world would have crushed him long ago. But Suzy is different. That is clearly the words follow the law. That is definitely beyond the true immortal realm. But why did Suzy exist in this realm for so long? Why didn't the will of this realm care? The only explanation is that Suzy's cultivation has far exceeded the control range of the will of this world. The words are that the will of the world does not dare to control. What do you mean? What did the old ancestor just say? Asking for forgiveness? The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang asked as he looked around at the people of the Lin Yuan Holy Land with a bewildered expression. No, it can't be. It must be my ears that just went wrong. How could a powerful as the old ancestor, an ascended one, beg for mercy? How ridiculous. The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang shook his head fiercely, thinking that it was his head that was out of order and that he was hallucinating. But seeing that everyone in the surrounding Lin Yuan Holy Land was looking like they had seen a ghost, he realized that he wasn't hallucinating. But it was true. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. Why? Before even going through the motions, the old ancestor of his own holy land started to beg for forgiveness in a low voice. Just because Suzy said the word roll? They didn't feel any power, either. Suzy, you're an adult. Just let me go as a fart. Jilin Yuan's words were in a low voice. His eyes flickered, and he didn't dare to look at the many stagnant people in the Lin Yuan Holy Land at all. With his cultivation at his level, his essence had already gained true immortality and live and let live, so he naturally did not want to die. Isn't the reason for practicing for so many years to live forever? Now it's reached, and it's not easy, and it can be said that it took 9 lives to get there. Is it possible to give up immortality for the sake of the Lin Yuan Holy Land now? Impossible. As the saying goes, man for himself. Man for himself. Old Ancestor. You. The many Taishongs and disciples of the Lin Yuan Holy Land were all incredulous and speechless. Chapter 66 Lin Yuan Holy Land. Finished. Get out. This time Suzy no longer showed any mercy and directly drank. The blood-red page then directly turned into pieces under Suzy's rebuke, and the huge shadow disappeared unwillingly with it. Bang! The Lin Yuan Grand Taishong and the others, all of them dropped to their knees in a state of disorientation. There was no longer the slightest gleam in their eyes. It wasn't Suzy's power that made their hearts turn to dust, but the ruthless abandonment of their founding ancestor. It was tantamount to taking the last upright spine out of their hearts. Damn you! The Lin Yuan Holy Lord turned around and slapped Ji Wuhan's head without mercy, directly slapping Ji Wuhan's head into a paste in the instant before he could react. If it wasn't for Ji Wuhan's instigation, perhaps, the Lin Yuan Holy Land wouldn't have gone to extinction so quickly, and their vision of becoming the greatest power would still have a chance. But it's all a pipe dream now. Their Lin Yuan Holy Land, this time, overthrown. Aoshi, I'll leave it to you next, Suzy said to Aoshi with a slight twist of her neck. It's the Lord. Celestial Emperor Qingshi said respectfully. Then he only saw Qingshi holding his hands upwards, and a green stone emerged at the center of his hands. This was his original magic treasure, a heavenly emperor magic weapon. Since the Lord had explained it, he had to do it beautifully. How else could his value be reflected? Although he was a heavenly emperor, the ceiling of this world's battle power, but he knew that in Suzy's eyes he was an ant, weaker than an ant. Phew! This lapis lazuli seal surged against the wind and was wrapped by the rolling gale as it smashed down in the direction of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. At this moment, the Lin Yuan Holy Land was not different from usual. It was time to eat and drink, and if there was something, it was put aside in the heart. Look! What's that? A green-colored rock. Someone heard that whirring air-breaking sound and immediately raised their head to the sky and exclaimed in shock. What's there to see? It's just a piece of meteorite from the sky. This I have to catch. It's a good material for casting the original life magic treasure. Perhaps this is not inferior to the material for casting the Emperor's soldiers. Some people revealed greed in their gazes. Hee, such a large piece of heavenly meteorite. You want to swallow it all by yourself? Aren't you afraid of being propped up? Someone sneered. The clan definitely wants the big head. And the rest, naturally, is for those who can do it. They were completely oblivious to the crisis that had befallen them, and instead divided the spoils here and there. There wasn't much oppression blossoming above this lapis lazuli. It made all of them think it was just a piece of meteorite from the sky. This piece of meteorite fell completely within the range of their Lin Yuan Holy Land. Ha, with such a great chance, it seems that my Lin Yuan Holy Land is really going to rise. An elder laughed out loud. Quickly open the sacred ground formation and let this meteorite fall in. I wonder what kind of material it is. It looks like a piece of lapis lazuli, giving the impression that it can smash the entire Holy Land. Ha. This time, no one will be able to stop my Lin Yuan Holy Land from rising. When the Holy Lord returns he will definitely praise us greatly. There were flashes of excitement in the eyes of these elders. Humph. Old me will go and perform the sleeve Qiankuan first, and take it in before I say anything. An elder with a strong cultivation first snorted coldly, and then his entire body rushed up into the sky, only to see his body glowing as his majestic mana began to work, covering the entire lapis lazuli. Collect! His mana effortlessly wrapped the entire lapis lazuli in its entirety, and he bellowed inside his mouth. Alas! The credit that came to hand flew away. There were countless disciples who could only look up to the sky and sigh. That's not? This one is currently the most powerful existence in the Lin Yuan Holy Land, with a cultivation level that can be considered the peak of a god king, one step short of becoming a god emperor. Now all of the top brass of the Holy Land have gone out. Hugely. I don't know what they're doing. To fight with him, we people can't compete. Someone shook their head. Words were rather low. Where are the elders? Someone shook his head for a moment and looked towards the sky once again, and did not see the elder who flew up to the sky, and immediately asked in doubt. It's not running over the top of the bluestone, is it? That makes sense. But have you guys noticed that this piece of lapis lazuli is really big? So big that I feel how it's exactly the same as the extent of the Holy Land? Some people are puzzled. But then several figures flew away from them. Look at that look. It's as if there's a stern ghost behind him demanding his life. Alas! Fellow Daoist, what are you doing running so fast? Ah! What are you pulling me for? Let go quickly. Quickly run for your life. That elder just touched the lapis lazuli and was directly crushed into bloody mud. Not a single bit of dregs could be seen. The one who was pulled down first cursed angrily, but after seeing that he was no match for the other party and couldn't break free, he roared in a sharp tone. Ha! The previously distracted one who didn't know why froze right where he was. ******1. Taking advantage of his daze, the man immediately broke away from the arm that was pulling him, and instantly disappeared to dart towards the mountain gate. No! Then there's no need to run. We still have the Holy Land formation? It's said to be a great emperor formation, he said a little strangely as he looked around at the fleeing figures all around him. What about the Great Emperor formation? The Great Emperor formation can't even start, and the elders responsible for opening the formation are probably fleeing the mountain gate at this moment. I don't know who among the escaped hurled a curse. It's finished. I originally thought it was a great creation, but I didn't expect it to be a great disaster. Just as the elder in charge of opening the grand formation reached the mountain entrance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This piece of lapis lazuli just covers the mountain gate, but the outside of the gate is not covered. It's just a step away. He was actually puzzled as to why the grand array seemed to have suddenly malfunctioned. No matter how he activated it or how he urged it, he was unable to turn it on. Looking at the incoming boulder that was about to fall, this elder could only take a deep look at the former clan. Then he took a step and was about to walk out of the mountain gate. Bang! There was clearly nothing in front of him, but the foot he stepped out with felt like it had hit a steel plate, directly breaking his leg. This horrified him. He clearly hadn't even exerted much force. It's over. It's over. This isn't a meteorite at all. This is someone deliberately targeting the Lin Yuan sacred ground. This move is intended to overthrow it. It seems that my Lin Yuan Sacred Land's senior officers have lost all their lives out there. Otherwise, how could anyone dare to make a move against the Lin Yuan Sacred Land? I didn't join the Lin Yuan Holy Land voluntarily. Please let me live. This elder directly knelt down and shouted regardless. Now, there's no way out, so we can only survive. What if by some stroke of luck, someone else lets him live? Chapter 67, the two great sacred lands want to become subservient to the Su God dynasty? Or maybe, what if he's not an abusive person? After all, there's a reason for the injustice. It's none of his business. He's just a person in charge of the formation. I'm just an odd job disciple who has just entered for less than 2 days. I don't even sincerely want to join the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Thank you, senior, for rescuing me. Some people fell to their knees and chanted, even squeezing a few tears out of their eyes. Shameless. Some people's mouths cramped and they just couldn't look away. He then followed suit, falling to his knees and yelling, "Elder, be clear. I'm just a slave taken by the Lin Yuan Holy Land. I hate them so much. I beg Elder to save me." Under the threat of death, they tried to find ways to get rid of their relationship with the Lin Yuan Holy Land. There's no way around it. When lives are at stake, they just want to live. What's wrong with them? But what responded to them was the acceleration of the lapis lazuli's rate of descent. As the lapis lazuli rapidly descended, they were finally experiencing the feelings of that elder who flew up to the heavens. Oppression, pain, not being able to breathe, getting close enough to realize how intense the oppression is. The entire Lin Yuan Holy Land is deadlocked by this piece of green stone. Even if the surrounding emptiness is sealed by the green stone runes, allowed to enter and not allowed to leave. There may be innocent people in this, but the weak have no right to decide. The strongest are honored. Therefore, there is no such thing as the right way or the devil's way in the path of immortal cultivation. They all belong to one of the great roads, regardless of which powerful existence it was. He had definitely walked up from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and his hands were definitely stained with blood. The way of the devil? In fact, there are times when the devil's way is the sober way on earth. They are not bound to act. They do what they want to do, and their inner thoughts are clear. So naturally their realm rises quickly. Of course, only individually. No, spare me. I don't want to die yet. I still have a large amount of life left to enjoy. When they saw that the green-colored boulders were still falling, even many cultivators with weak cultivation levels already had cracks on their body surfaces, like a porcelain doll about to break. Blood spread from the cracks. They were so depressed that they couldn't speak at all, and there was only a thick aura of death and panic in their eyes. What exactly did we do wrong? What kind of existence has the Holy Land actually provoked? They're desperate. Boom! The huge lapis lazuli eventually fell, leveling the entire Lin Yuan Holy Land to the ground. There wasn't a single living being left alive. So, it's just a mana formation, not a meteorite from the sky. Before dying, someone has an insight into the truth and subsequently dies. This lapis lazuli seal condensed by the lapis celestial emperor remained in the Lin Yuan Holy Land forever. According to the later great emperors, the heavenly emperor's dharma seal was as strong as it was, and even after a long time had passed, the power of the laws on it hadn't diminished much. Lin Yuan Holy Land, gone. It's all over. The many executives of the Lin Yuan Holy Land cast their heavenly eyes and saw with their own eyes that their own Holy Land was suppressed by the celestial emperor of Greenstone, and not a single person escaped. Perhaps there were still people from their Holy Land who were still practicing outside, but from now on, they wouldn't dare to say that they were from the Lin Yuan Holy Land. The incense of the Lin Yuan Holy Land was considered to be completely cut off. Any other tricks? Feel free to use them. No matter what kind of rescuers you move, this seat will accompany you to the end. Su Zi looked at all the executives of the Lin Yuan Holy Land and said indifferently, since there are none left, let's get rid of them all. Su Zi spoke casually, as if slaughtering a few pigs and dogs, relaxed and cozy. Qin Shi directly struck out, causing all of these people to directly vaporize and disappear without a trace. Humph. Deservedly so. I already knew how could they like this be a match for Su Shenchao. I was just deliberately showing weakness to the enemy and penetrating into the interior of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, wanting to get some useful information for the Su God dynasty. I didn't think that Supreme Immortal Su would be so effortless. Truly a model for my generation. Ancient Wave represents the ancient Void Holy Land. From now on it will be reduced to a subordinate sect of the Su Divine Dynasty. If the Su Divine Dynasty says to go east, the ancient Void Holy Land will definitely not dare to go west. Gu Lang first spat in the direction of the disappearing Lin Yuan Holy Land executives, then earnestly knelt down in the direction of Su Zi and the others, his tone incomparably sincere. Those who didn't know thought that the ancient Void Holy Lord was a candid person, although Garang was 10,000 times unwilling to become a vassal of the Su God dynasty in his heart, but it was the only way to be able to survive. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. On behalf of the Netherworld Holy Land, I am also willing to become a vassal of the Su God dynasty and worship the Su God dynasty in the future. Seeing the tragic state of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, the Netherworld Holy Lord immediately knelt down and agreed. Becoming subordinate, the cultivation resources inside the Holy Land in the future would no longer be something they could distribute on their own. It was very likely that any Emperor scriptures, any immortality pills, would be taken away by the Su Shen dynasty. In order to stay alive, they have no choice. Moreover, they didn't have the same level of depth as the Lin Yuan Holy Land, being able to summon a true immortal void. Their two holy places hadn't produced any true immortals. Even if it had been out there it wouldn't have done any good. When people drink out a word, the true immortal void has to get lost. Chapter 68, Shock of the Bazaar. The cultivation resources within the ancient Void Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land can be taken at will by the Su God dynasty. Both Gu Lang and the Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land thought that they had given their utmost sincerity. What good is it to destroy yourself? It would be better to turn yourself into a vassal of the Su God dynasty. To put it mildly, one could also be a hitman for the Su Shen dynasty anytime, anywhere. These can be free labor. They really couldn't think of a reason for Suzy to refuse. They also thought that Suzy would definitely accept their defection. After you die, the sacred grounds of the sects you were in and the cultivation resources naturally all belong to the Su God dynasty. Suzy was unmoved. Suzy had never been polite to such people who wanted to destroy the Su Divine Dynasty. No, Senior, my ancient Void Holy Land still has some relations with the Dragon Clan of the East Sea. I hope you can spare me for the sake of the Dragon Clan, Garang said hurriedly and eagerly. His Saintly Augur was given to him by a close friend of the Dragon Clan, but all these years he had been out publicizing the fact that he had caught it himself. Oh, speaking of the dragons, have those dragons outside that forbidden land been dealt with yet? Suzy looked at Qin Shi and asked. Don't worry, Lord, everything is all taken care of. Instantaneous decapitation, guaranteed to be painless. Aoshi nodded unconcernedly. Mostly, those dragons were too annoying, crackling and talking non-stop, and a three-clawed golden dragon was even more loaded. Even Aoshi couldn't look away. That's why he wiped out those few quasi-emperor dragons. All of them. Go, you've been silent for so many years. It's time to show off, and it's time to show the might of the Su God dynasty. Suzy nodded to the group of saints sitting behind him. Take this with you, just in case. Suzy thought about it, but still casually beckoned a grass by the side of the road, and a golden light instantly disappeared into that grass. He handed this grass to Su Qiankuan. Okay, then let's bring it. Su Qiankuan knew the terror of Suzy and took this grass solemnly. This was a roadside weed, but it would surely exert great power under Suzy's enchantment. How powerful? Su Qiankuan didn't know. But at least he could deal with the kind of immortal Dao Void he had just seen. There are only so many saints here. All the rest will head to the ancient Void Sacred Land first, and then to the ethereal Sacred Land. But remember, one person picks an opponent, but you can't get them killed, because the next one has to be challenged. Su Qiankuan left behind a few saints, great saints, and led the remaining several hundred saints directly to the ancient Void Holy Land. Naturally, it cannot be divided into two parts, one going to a holy place. If they encountered an immortal Dao Void like today's, then they would probably have to be wiped out. Although, with so many saints appearing at the same time, they were definitely a horizontal existence in the entire 4 seas and 8 deserts, but it's still safer to exterminate one holy place at a time. On this day, A storm directly swept through the entire 4 seas and 8 lands. All of the great powers all trembled with fear. Hundreds of saints popped up all of a sudden in the Sugod dynasty. Who the hell isn't afraid of that? Moreover, I heard that 3 of the 4 top Holy Land sects, such as the Lin Yuan Holy Land, were all exterminated by the Sushin dynasty. There was also a Heavenly Sword sect that had dodged a bullet because it didn't get involved much in the fights between the forces. But yet, he also broke his right arm and knelt down to beg for forgiveness because of what happened in the imperial capital of the Sugod dynasty, Mikado. These news were not deliberately concealed by the Sugod dynasty, and they made a big deal out of exterminating the ancient void sacred land and the ethereal sacred land. Even the earthworms in the middle of the Holy Land were plowed out and split in half. The tactics are so ruthless that one shudders at the smell of them. Although the previous Sushin dynasty had heard of it from all the major powers, they didn't care much about it. It was really that the Sushin dynasty was too low-key. The Sushin dynasty also never said that it was close to any sect or Holy Land. So over the years, many great powers actually didn't know much about the Sushin dynasty. Most of all, they had even heard a terrible rumor. It was said that there was an immortal, a current immortal, a living immortal, inside the Sushin dynasty, because on that day, their entire 4 seas and 8 deserts clearly felt an unusual aura, with many great emperors, celestial emperors reviving over. They were all awakened by the scent. Then some old-timer who had existed for a very long time came forward and said that it was the breath of an immortal. Moreover, it was heard that some of the strongest people in the Sugod dynasty saw that someone in the Sugod dynasty directly killed that immortal by drinking out the word roll. All of the great powers didn't believe it, and they began to send out scouts for confirmation almost at the same time. And finally a message that sent chills down the spine of all of them. That is, almost all of the successive kings of the Sushin dynasty appeared, except for those who sat down normally. Moreover, the weakest among them were all at the peak of the Saint realm. The most powerful one was Su Qianquan, the founding monarch of the Sugod dynasty, who was at the quasi-emperor realm. And it was heard that the Sugod dynasty was preparing for Su Qianquan's transition to become an emperor. This news shocked all the forces. How many years had it been since a new emperor had appeared in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? Although these years had entered the end of the End era, it represented an even greater scarcity of heaven and earth auras. It simply couldn't afford to support a certified great emperor. Chapter 69 Traveling to the Sushin Chao dynasty. But now the Sushin dynasty is on the verge of creating an emperor. In the past, they would have just laughed and scoffed, but put it in the present, they pressed on to doubt it. It was because they had received another piece of news that was even more powerful than the appearance of more than 200 saints. The second-generation monarch of the Sugod dynasty, Saint Ruler Su Zi, was still alive, and with a single word, he crushed and shattered the shadow left behind by the once ascended true immortal of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. What realm was that Su Zi in? No one knows. The minimum is a true immortal. Moreover, they were fearful and uneasy that this was the first time in history that a true immortal had appeared in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. In the past, true immortals appeared in history. In ancient texts, all the forces began to move the moment they received the news. They prepared all sorts of exotic treasures and brought along the greatest sincerity, and all of them sailed to the Sugod dynasty. They're going on a pilgrimage. To be able to meet a true immortal once in person is enough for this life. Not only the Eastern Wasteland, but all the countable forces in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands all caught wind of it. Even some old monsters who had been sleeping for millions of years awoke and wanted to go to the Sushin dynasty to meet Su Zi and seriously inquire about the method of becoming an immortal. They only want to become immortal, and do not inquire about the world. Everything in the world for them is floating clouds. They had been trapped in the heavenly emperor realm for far too long, and they had been attending to the immortal cultivation laws but had never been able to get to the bottom of it. Now that the immortals are out in the world, they definitely can't sit still. The overlooking map of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses could clearly see that a stream of light was so bright that it was all heading in one direction. It was colorful and looked quite spectacular. Only some people were traveling in flying boats, and some people were traveling with their swords. It's good that most of them are gathered in the Sugod dynasty. This way it saves them a lot of effort. Since this is the case, I'll take care of it altogether. On the martial arts field, Su Zi had been sitting withered for several days. He hadn't slept all these hours. He had been deducing something, and now he felt the time had come. Eastern Wasteland Wuji sect. Wuji Heavenly Emperor pays his respects to Su Xian. Outside the imperial capital of the Sugod dynasty, an old man with white hair was hunched over, but his voice was unprecedentedly loud. The founding ancestor of the Wuji sect? Surprisingly, he's still alive? The Wuji sect was in existence alongside the Heavenly Sword sect back then, only that the Wuji old ancestor disappeared later on, which led to the Wuji Sword sect's gradual decline, and it is now no longer among the Holy Lands. Now that the Wuji Emperor has appeared. No, it should be the Wuji Heavenly Emperor. The Wuji Sword sect will be restored to its former glory. In the middle of a tea house in the imperial capital, someone with a deep gaze looked at the Wuji Heavenly Emperor outside the imperial capital with memories flashing in his eyes. He was also from the era of the peerless Celestial Emperor, but unfortunately he failed to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm and was sealed for so many years, being awakened by his descendants, then hiked in after arriving at the empire. In this small tea house, it was full of extremely powerful people from all forces. The tea house boy at this time was serving them tea with trepidation. Even the treasurer of the tea house felt that he would definitely not be able to collect any money today. So many powerful existences were completely beyond their ability to mess with. You have to know that these are spirit teas for him. They have wonderful uses for cultivators. The shopkeeper could only sigh secretly. Quickly look, the peerless Heavenly Emperor has come down, and he's actually walking into the imperial capital on foot. Gosh, even such a figure has to abide by the rules of the Sugod dynasty? Some people looked at the Wuji Heavenly Emperor who walked in, their eyes full of incredulity. So what if it's a Heavenly Emperor? In the imperial capital of the Sugod dynasty, even true immortals have to come down and walk in, a strong man said secretly. Naturally, he didn't dare to make a big show of saying that the Heavenly Emperor was wrong. That was the Heavenly Emperor, the ceiling of the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. Look, what kind of power is that? Surprisingly, it's using a boundary-breaking flying boat. What a great deal. Some people pointed at the flying boats hovering outside the imperial capital with envy. This was a boundary-breaking flying boat, which was said to be able to shift instantly and was an emperor-level magic treasure, capable of traveling through the universe. Moreover, it was not easy to refine a boundary-breaking flying boat, and very few forces were able to possess one. This is the logo of the Western region's departing Flame Clan. Can it be that the departing Flame Clan has also come? Someone's gaze stared with a somewhat solemn expression. Rumor has it that the Fire God is from the leaving Fire Clan, an innate deity, born as a god, capable of controlling all sources of fire in the world. And the leaving Fire Clan, as descendants of the Fire God, are naturally close to fire. But that's just a rumor. What is a deity? That is an existence that is unrivaled in the world. That is an existence that dares to compete with the immortals in the heavens. Someone shook their head and said, they didn't believe that there was any Fire God's existence in the departing Fire Clan. That or the departing Fire Clan would have risen to power a long time ago. Why is the Lee Fire Clan so powerful that they still walk into the imperial capital on foot? Some people shook their heads and didn't believe the rumors, believing them to be nothing more than blackmail. The Sun God Mountain has come to pay homage to Su Xian. Another deafening sound exploded. Almost everyone inside the tea house stood up with horror on their faces. Surprisingly, even the Sun God Mountain has come. You have to know that the Sun God Mountain is a forbidden area in the southern region, on par with the ancient Forbidden Land, and it's incredibly dangerous. And it's not even known if the him inside is a human or a ghost. Nowadays, all of these people from these Sun God Mountains were shrouded under black robes, completely making it impossible to see their faces. The Sun God Mountain came with 2 of them this time, and they also entered the city on foot after arriving at the imperial capital. See, even those from the forbidden areas don't dare to travel high in the air. They all have to abide by the rules of the Sugod dynasty. At this time, in the middle of the divine palace, the hands of Yusha, who acted as the master of ceremonies, were so excited that they trembled. He received gifts from all the major powers, and they were all exotic treasures. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea sent someone to deliver 10 drops of million-year-old dragon marrow liquid. Phantom Chakra's face turned red with excitement as he exclaimed, "Hiss, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea unexpectedly sent someone as well, and their top brass didn't even come, but sent someone? Moreover, this outburst is too generous, right? One shot is 10 drops of dragon's marrow liquid, and it's still at the million-year level. This thing is said to add 50% to the success rate of a cultivator crossing the Saint's Tribulation. Some people are drooling with envy. This thing, in no uncertain terms, is capable of making saints. You originally only had a 10% chance of becoming a saint, and after taking the million-year-old Great Dragon's marrow liquid, then your chances of becoming a saint would become 60%. This was definitely something that all the major Holy Land forces would fight over. Moreover, this thing was something that only the Dragon Clan had. And there definitely weren't many dragons holding out for just a dozen or so drops. They didn't realize that the top brass of the Dragon Clan had been pretty much exterminated. There was only one Dragon Palace master left in the Dragon Palace, even though he was a quasi-emperor powerhouse. But he's really afraid to come out now. Even Aotian's Divine Soul Jade Tablet was extinguished, and then all of those quasi-emperors were extinguished as well. Chapter 70, the beginning of the great change in heaven and earth. How dare he go out and sneak around? Aotian was an existence of the Heavenly Emperor realm. If such an existence had died, one could imagine how powerful the other party was. Moreover, The Dragon Lord guessed that it might be the same immortal from the Su God dynasty who had destroyed Aotian. That was why he had sent someone to offer 10 drops of million-year-old dragon marrow liquid in a fleshly manner. He wanted to use this to dissolve the hatred between that immortal and his dragon clan. He definitely didn't dare to resent it. He just hoped that the other party wouldn't come after him just yet. The Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch is giving away an absolute ancient elixir. What? Surprisingly, it's an absolute ancient Dan. That was refined from an ancient Dan formula from the ancient years. And all of them are some rare materials. And it's simply impossible to find some of them now. The Phantom Chakra took the absolute ancient elixir and opened it for inspection. Instantly, an incomparable fragrance instantly filled the noses of everyone present. Good fragrance, ah. I smelled a mouthful of this elixir's fragrance, surprisingly have a feeling that all the pores of my body are letting go of the soothing and incomparable feeling. Round in color, translucent with golden light, and emitting a tantalizing fragrance. This is truly a peerless ancient Dan. This Dan is said to allow great emperors to recover to their peak state in an instant. And although it is not able to increase their cultivation, just this one effect alone is enough to make those great emperors grab their heads. The Heavenly Sword Sect deserves to be deep, to have even something like this. Those cultivators around them exchanged words of admiration. The Wuji Sword Emperor sends the Wuji Emperor sword a sword. Hiss. At this time when the words of the Phantom Chakra had just fallen, everyone sucked in cold air. The Peerless Sword Emperor had actually given away his own original magic weapon. Was he so poor that he didn't have anything to give away? Simply giving away his own saber. The Wuji Sword Emperor had reappeared after so many years. His cultivation must be more than just at the Great Emperor realm. It must have reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. The value of that one imperial sword spoke for itself. Sun God Mountain. Send a Sun God Vine. Everyone was once again shocked and their faces froze. This is the Sun God Vine. It's said to grow in the sun, and it possesses the power of the Golden Crow, so it can be used to create a supremely masculine and rigid imperial weapon that will skyrocket in power. The Leaving Flame clan sends one indestructible red flame. The indestructible red flame is a kind of strange fire in heaven and earth. If it is fused, it can be transformed into a fire emperor. This departing fire clan has put in a lot of blood. This is directly equivalent to giving away a great emperor. The departing fire clan is not simple. It's very likely that they really are the descendants of the deity fire god. To be so generous, someone said with a heavy face, the departing fire clan was really too low profile. And it was only now that they realized that they didn't understand the departing fire clan at all. The Supreme Immortal has declared that all the major powers will enter the hall. The Phantom Chakra's figure stood straight, and although he was only at the Divine King realm, all the forces dared not call out to him. Yusha felt that this was the pinnacle of his life. The major forces of the people, after hearing the words of the Yuzhu, all rejoiced, hurriedly lined up one by one to enter the Golden Palace. They didn't dare to swarm in. It would be bad if they left a bad impression on the Immortal. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw the one youth sitting high on the monarch's seat. He had a handsome face, and his eyes seemed to have the sun, moon and stars in them, so bright that people didn't dare to look directly at them. All of them knew that this was that legendary Upper Immortal. We bow to the Supreme Immortal. All of them all knelt down and chanted towards Suzy. All of you, get up. Suzy's words were calm, but they carried an undoubted majesty. Tell us what you came for, Suzy asked casually. He knew these people were pilgrims for one thing, but some of them must have come prepared. Witnessing the majesty of the Supreme Immortal today is truly a blessing in one's life, and life is already free of regrets. Someone with piety in their eyes paid homage towards Suzy and said, Supreme Immortal, I want to know the method of becoming immortal. The peerless Heavenly Emperor stood out after a moment of contemplation and bowed and bent down to Suzy and said seriously. He had been stuck in this realm for far too long, but had always been denied the mysteries of becoming an immortal. If it were in the past, this seat could guide you on a path to immortality. But not now. The age of the end of the laws, where even certifying a great emperor is a luxury. Suzy looked at the Infinite Sword Emperor and shook his head. The Wuji Sword Emperor had grayish-white hair and was covered in sword intent, and after hearing what Suzy said, his eyes instantly dimmed. Even Suzy said that he couldn't become immortal. Could he only look up for the rest of his life? However, there will be a heavenly chance in these few days. Not only you, but all the heavenly emperors of the 4 seas and the 8 deserts will have a chance to become immortals. Suzy continued. What? The Wuji Sword Emperor and the several heavenly emperors present all looked at Suzy with ecstatic faces and hope in their eyes. If you want to become an immortal, you naturally have to transform the aura in your body into immortal Tao rules. In the age of the end, how can there be immortal Qi? If it were in the ancient Taiku period, one would naturally be able to feel the rules of the immortal Tao in the heavens and earth after cultivating to the heavenly emperor realm. Though it is rare, it can be transformed and completed with the accumulation of years and years. It is only a matter of speed and slowness. The fast ones will succeed, and the slow ones will sit in the years. In the next few days, the heavenly vault will crumble, and there will be a massive influx of immortal Tao rules. At that time, the heavens and earth will change drastically, and the aura will revive. Su Zi didn't have the slightest bit of impatience. Instead, he carefully explained, he was going to leave after all, so let's consider it as a good karma for the Su Shin dynasty. Whether the Su God dynasty existed or perished in the future, he would not interfere. This was the last thing he could do for the Su Shin dynasty. The vault of heaven is crumbling? Everyone noticed the word. This time, the heavenly dome collapsed, targeting great emperors and above, and almost no one was spared. But you and others, no need to pay attention. This is something you can't participate in. When the time comes, this seat will make its own move. Since you've come to the Su God dynasty, this seat will guarantee you a life, Su Zi said faintly. Hearing Su Zi say this, the various powerhouses at the bottom no longer spoke much. They knew that when Su Zi said that they couldn't participate, then something horrible was definitely going to happen. And this great event was directed at them, the great emperor, celestial emperors. Only those of them who had come on pilgrimage would be fine, but those who do not come on the pilgrimage may be in for a great tribulation. None of them doubted what Su Zi said because he was an upper immortal. They breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for their quick reaction, perhaps they would all have fallen in the midst of the great change. Su Zi said, now not only are they sheltered, but they even have a chance to become immortal. Their trip was so rewarding. Is the little bit of exotic treasure given away still called treasure? To be able to become immortal, even better gifts, they have to prepare their asses. Chapter 71, The Ancient Su Family in the Upper Realm. Qing Shi, today my father will first cross the tribulation to become an emperor, and you will then cross the immortal tribulation. Su Zi thought he should do a double take. Su Qianquan's transmigration would not necessarily attract those people to appear and come, but maybe the Sos will show up. But if it's lapis lazuli, it's almost 100% likely to attract them. After all, they feed on ascended beings. Lapis lazuli is just a delicacy in their eyes. Yes, Lord. Although Qingshi had doubts in his mind, he still respectfully answered. What he was puzzled about was, hadn't the Lord just said that? At the end of the end times, not to mention the rules of the immortal Tao, not even a trace of immortal Qi could be seen, but he believed that the Lord had heavenly powers and would be able to solve these things easily. The outcome of the matter was not what Su Zi had expected, and by the time Su Qianquan succeeded in crossing the Emperor's tribulation, those people did not appear. Su Qianquan's Emperor's tribulation was undoubtedly terrifying in the age of the last Dharma because the will of heaven and earth in the age of the last Dharma didn't allow for the emergence of great emperors. If you can successfully cross the threshold like this, it means that this person has the ability to go against the heavens. Su Qianquan's Emperor's tribulation had thunderclouds churning to cover the entire Su God dynasty. If it wasn't for the fact that he had one of Su Zi's innate origin power in his body, he wouldn't have been able to cross over at all. Immortal world. Su's immortal mist filled this place, and a palace was staggered and suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, it was actually built according to a formation. In the air, there are all kinds of flying birds emitting the light of Xiaorui, looking beautiful. There is a white crane with feathers like white jade, just a white crane, but it is standing on the top of the mountain to gulp immortal gas. Immortal gas is inhaled by it into the abdomen and spit out. It is blossoming all over the immortal light. Really extraordinary. There was a unicorn running on the ground, and with every step it seemed that the entire heaven and earth were trembling. Its limbs were as thick as pillars in the sky, and one step was enough to crush the heavenly emperor. The Qilin was one of the ancient 10 fowls with a great reputation in the outside world, but at this time, it could only run around the periphery of the Su family. Kirins are simply not to be found in the 4 seas, and even miscellaneous bloodlines are hard to see, even in the immortal realm. That was an object of contention for many great powers, not for any other reason than the fact that the Qilin possesses the strength of a red dust immortal when it reaches adulthood. If one were to cultivate them, they might not necessarily not become an existence such as an immortal king. In the deepest part of the Su clan was a huge and magnificent palace that was so high that one couldn't see the end of it. The entire palace exuded glittering light, covered with all sorts of obscure and difficult to understand runes. Looking at it, one could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary immortal weapon. But at this moment in the palace, there were 2 groups of people who were fighting each other. On top of it, there was a silhouette sitting on a high seat, and his face could not be seen. It was only seen that his entire body was wrapped tightly in chaotic mist, with only a pair of eyes that saw through the world, emotionlessly looking down at the 2 quarreling parties below. Absurd to the extreme. Su Qianquan is originally the young master of my Su family. Why was he relegated to the lower realms? What kind of heavenly wrath has he committed? There was a crane-haired old man in the left camp who had a shocking anger erupting from his eyes and questioned. This person was Su Zhantian, who was the Su family's grand elder. He was also Su Qianquan's most loyal supporter. It could be said that he had watched Su Qiankuan grow up. Only later, he took several elders and clan disciples to the immortal ancient battlefield to fend off the invasion of foreign devils. Only now did he return to the Su family to hear that Su Qiankuan had been relegated to the lower realms. How could he bear this? Su Zhantian, you are reckless. A middle-aged man on the right stood out and pointed at Su Zhantian and drank. Su Qiankuan gave up the position of the Su family's young master on his own. So how could there be any talk of being demoted? Feel free to ask the Su family about this. Su Nan said with a vicious wave of his hand. Put your mother's dog's stinking fart. Su Qiankuan was originally the internalized young master, and he himself was an unquestionable candidate to succeed the young master. And now you're telling the old man that he did it of his own free will? Su Zhantian directly opened the spray. Outrageous. You old piker. How can you swear? The corners of Su Nan's mouth shivered a little as she pointed at Su Zhanweather. What kind of existence was he? He was also one of the Su family's elders. His status would not be lower than Su Zhantian, and his cultivation was also in the same realm. Although his battle power was quite a bit worse than Su Zhantian, he was at least an elder. Who doesn't flatter him when they see him outside? Old monster. Are 1,000 years of fox you give old man to play what chatting ah? A handful of years old. Even still pretend to be very tender. Old me look all disgusting. Vomit. Su Zhantian pretended to vomit in disgust. What? Is what the Grand Elder said wrong? We have sacrificed our lives for the Su family. We are fighting in the front. And you are relegating the young master of our lineage to the lower realms in the back? The Su family, is this how they treat our lineage? Second Elder Su Xiong's words were well spoken and meant to be. The one sitting in the first place above, wrapped in chaotic mist, had his eyes downcast, unable to tell whether he was happy or sad at all. His eyes still flashed. Just that little brat Su Wei is worthy of being the head of my Su family? I'm not convinced. Su Zhantian and the several people behind him all nodded in agreement. The Su family is a family of 10,000 years, and is incredibly strong. There are 2 main chakras alone, with more branches than you can count. Since ancient times, it has been the most talented young generation among the direct line of the main vein that is selected to be groomed to become the next head of the family. Su Qiankuan was the person jointly elected by both main veins. Moreover, Su Qiankuan's Taoist couple's origin was not simple. No matter what you guys say. Anyway, there is only one young master in the current Su family, and that's Su Wei. An old man on the right stepped forward and said with a sneer. Not bad. Su Qiankuan voluntarily gave up the position of young master. Su Wei is naturally the rightful owner. Besides, Su Qiankuan is now in the lower realms, and I'm afraid he's long since been seated? What's the point of us talking about him? The right main vein, Su Jian, wanted to put things to rest and directly sit on the fact that Su Wei is the identity of the young master. You old thing. Back then I knew that you weren't holding back any good farts. Now it seems that the old man's intuition was still good. Really let your mother's dog fart? What kind of talent Su Qiankuan has? I'm sure you're well aware of it, aren't you? Even in the lower realm, that is bound to be an existence that is proud of the world's heroes. Such a supreme demon would sit down and melt. Su Zhantian scoffed at what Su Jian said. Then who knows? What if his talent is nullified? Su Jian said with expressionless indifference. Boom! An eerie silence fell over the great hall. Su Zhantian's body cultivation then directly exploded, seemingly toppling the entire hall. I knew things weren't that simple. So it's really your lineage that did the trick. Su Zhantian's aura surged wildly as his entire body erupted with shocking killing intent. Su Jian's face changed. Su Zhantian's aura was surprisingly this strong, more than a notch stronger than back then. This is the invincible might of killing the enemy on the battlefield. If Su Zhantian insisted on killing him, he was simply no match. Although they were in the same realm, you dare to make a move in the King's Hall? Do you really think I don't exist? Just as Su Zhantian wanted to make a move, the silhouette sitting above him finally spoke. Chapter 72. Then let's split up the family. King Su, although you are the head of the family, I am not convinced. Su Zhantian arched his hand at the silhouette above him, his words still raw. He was very upset with King Su. King Su was the contemporary head of the Su family, and it was he who had nodded his head and given his approval in the first place. Su Qiankuan was the real young master. Then they were sent to the alien demon battlefield. It was also because Su Qiankuan had become the young lord that they were willing to lead all the supreme beings of their lineage to run to the alien demon battlefield. The purpose was to create momentum for Su Qiankuan and enhance his fame. But I didn't expect to come back to this situation. I know that you are angry and resentful in your heart, but Su Qiankuan really did voluntarily give up the position of the young lord. Did they even lie to this king? King Su's words were without ripples, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. King Su, are even you going to start favoring their lineage? Su Zhantian really came under fire, directly turning you into you. It was evident how much anger he had in his heart right now. Unbridled. You're daring to disrespect King Su? Su Jian drank in a colorful manner. King Su, our lineage wants an explanation. Su Zhantian's face began to turn gloomy. The words also got tougher and tougher. He, Su Zhantian, was going to harden himself against the Su clan's immortal king today. Their lineage must have a say. This king will give you an explanation. This king will say it again. Su Qiankuan voluntarily gave up his position as the young master and was not coerced by anyone. The high and mighty King Su still had some anger. Is that so? But that's not what Lin Xiaoran said. Su Zhantian first laughed coldly, then exploded a heavy bomb. What? Lin Xiaoran? Isn't she dead? Su Jian's face changed drastically. Then he blurted out. You guys really have big dog guts, hardening my Su family's closest friend and pushing him to the opposite side. If it weren't for the fact that King Lin traveled through the cosmic flood and found a Dao harmonization grass, perhaps some of the truths would really have been buried in history. Su Zhantian laughed a little maniacally. Lin Xiaoran was Su Qiankuan's wife and the daughter of King Lin Song Lin of the Wangu Lin family, originally an ironclad ally of the Su family. Now, Lin Song was even preparing to make a move against the Su family. Lin Xiaoran is Lin Song's scales, and some people who didn't know how to die dared to touch Lin Xiaoran. Lin Song would never let it go. It was only recently that Lin Xiaoran had revived and informed them of the truth of that year. So Su Zhantian was actually testing King Su from the start. It hadn't occurred to me that King Su had openly harbored Su Jian's lineage. Su Wang Su Tian was also from Su Jian's lineage. So thinking about it like this, it wasn't a big deal. King Su, is this your explanation to our lineage? Su Zhantian's words gradually calmed down. He had learned everything he wanted to know. So what do you want to do? King Su answered the question, and there was a chaotic aura flowing through his eyes, causing his entire person to turn dangerous. What do I want to do? Big deal. The Su family will be divided. Su Zhantian's hands were lowered, his words flat and waveless, but it was instantly cooked. Oh no! Boiled over on the scene like a mediocre little boy dropped on top of an island. Split the family? Su Zhantian, how dare you split the family? Splitting the Su family into two. You're going against the ancestral tradition. Su Jian's entire body trembled in shock. Su Zhantian dared to propose a separation? How bold is he? The Su family's main vein, since ancient times, had only two branches, and they were two branches that could not be separated. It's an ancestral tradition. Not only was it Su Jian, even Su Tian's eyes instantly narrowed. He wanted to know, what kind of backbone did Su Zhantian have? How dare he propose to split the family? Such a Su family is no longer the Su family that was united as one. All a bunch of villains. Su Zhantian was unrelenting in his rebuke this time. Su Zhantian, do you really think that this king doesn't dare to kill you? There was a hint of anger in Su Tian's words. Su Zhantian's words were directed at him. What did it mean? Calling him Su Tian a villain? Unworthy of becoming the family head of their lineage? King Su is used to being high and mighty. Killing me, Su Zhantian, is certainly a handful. How can I, Su Zhantian, be so virtuous as to make the high and mighty King Su personally take action? Su Zhantian completely let go at this time. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. He's going to tough out King Su today. Su Zhantian. King Su's words already carried killing intent. The aura on his body was also beginning to crush towards Su Zhantian. This was the might of the immortal king. No one could stop it. Su Zhantian's face instantly turned pale as soon as he made contact. The pressure of an immortal king was not something he could afford. Although there was only a large realm difference between them, this one great realm was the chasm, and immortal kings could be easily exterminated. Even just a look was able to directly decapitate. King Su, are you deceiving me that there is no one in my lineage? Although Su Zhantian's face was pale and even his 7 orifices were beginning to ooze blood, his words were still crazy to the extreme. I'm just bullying you that there's no one in your lineage. What can you do to me? Su Tian's words carried boundless killing intent. A Su Zhantian dared to provoke him again and again. His crime should be punished. Good for you. Good for you. Su Tian, do you remember Su Qiankuan's father? Su Wuxie? Su Zhantian asked with a laugh up to the sky as blood seeped from his mouth and nose. Su Wuxie? Su Tian was rarely silent for a long time. That's right. Su Wuxie of my lineage. The father of Su Qiankuan. He's still alive. Su Zhantian looked straight at Su Tian and said word by word. Boom! The great hall shook as all of Su Tian's aura erupted, nearly crushing all of these powerhouses below. Su Wuxie is still alive? Where is he? Su Tian appeared directly in front of Su Zhantian the next moment, carrying his collar with killing intent. There's no need to rush. Soon he'll be coming for you. Ha ha ha. Su Zhantian laughed loudly, his entire person becoming more and more maniacal. Su Tian really didn't deserve to be their clan leader. This person's mind's eye is really too small, and the Su family will be heading for destruction under his leadership. Looks like you all know the truth. So what if Su Wuxie? This king was able to kill him once back then, so he's able to kill him a second time now. Su Tian's ferocious look was revealed as he looked at Su Zhantian and said with his eyes slightly narrowed, "Is that so? I heard that the family head, Su Wuxie, is already in the immortal king realm. Su Tian, are you ready?" Su Zhantian asked as he looked at Su Tian somewhat teasingly. Chapter 73, True Immortals Descend to the Realm. Arrest Su Qianquan. Su Zhantian directly addressed Su Wuxie as the family master. It was clear that he thought Su Tian was no longer worthy of this title. Back then, this king was able to push him into the abyss at the alien demon battlefield, and nowadays, he has long since ceased to be this king's opponent. He will never be seen as a rival by the king again. So what if it's the immortal king realm? This king is also an immortal king. Can he kill this king? A strong confidence erupted from Su Tian's body. How many billions of years is this? A Su Wuxie who had just broken through the immortal king realm wanted to decapitate him? That's ridiculous. Since it's already been said and done, this king doesn't mind telling you that not long ago, Su Jian detected that the seal in Su Qianquan's body had unexpectedly broken open. Moreover, he managed to cross the heavenly emperor's tribulation. The chaotic mist on Su Tian's face at this time dispersed as much as it could, revealing a handsome face with the slightest hint of a smile on it. Su Zhantian's face did not turn happy just because of Su Tian's words. He knew that Su Tian would definitely do something. At the same time, his heart tightened. Could it be that Su Tian wanted to forcefully break through the barrier of the lower world to enter the 4 seas and 8 wastelands to personally obliterate Su Qianquan? Well, that would be bad. Su Wuxie was now at the most urgent juncture and could not be disturbed at all. Besides, he couldn't find anyone. No, it won't be. Su Tian is more life-thirsty than anyone else. The lower realms won't allow the existence of true immortals. Even immortal kings wouldn't dare to go down there at will. They would suffer terrible things. Su Zhantian's heart relaxed slightly as he thought of this. Su Tian would never dare to go down to the realm. This king has already asked Su Wei to head down to the lower realms with the boundary stones. Su Tian looked at Su Zhantian, wanting to see panic in his expression. Sure enough, as soon as Su Tian's words fell, Su Zhantian's face changed drastically. What is a boundary stone? It's the magical stone that can travel through any world, and there might not be a second one to be found in the entire immortal world. It's the bottom of the Su family, and as long as one's cultivation level was below that of a red dust immortal, one could travel to the 4 seas and the 8 deserts, and in a way that won't be noticed by the world's consciousness. For the sake of Su Qianquan, you even took out the Su family's greatest treasure? Su Tian, how badly do you want to put Su Qianquan to death? Su Zhantian was completely desperate. Desperate? There's even more despair in the back. Both of Su Qianquan's sons are going to die, and their talent is even greater than Su Qianquan's. Moreover, this king actually smelled a trace of the Su clan's ancient pale dome body billions of years ago. You say? Since this ancient vault body isn't in our Su family, could it be in Su Qianquan's heir? If this king obtains this Taiku pale dome body, immortal emperors are expected. Su Tian's eyes were filled with greed. That is the strongest battle body of the Su family. Cultivated to the fullest, can fight the sky, fearless of all the enemies in the world. Unbeknownst to him, the Swire Vault battle body was nothing more than a wisp of debris from the Swire God Mountain, and Su Zi's body had an entire mountain of Swidden gods within it. As long as Su Zi was willing, he could completely evolve himself into all the physiques in the world. Su Tian, this move of yours will definitely usher in the crazy retaliation of the evil-less family head and the Lin King, and will also cause the Su family to hit rock bottom. Su Zhantian drank. He wanted to use Su Wuxie and the Lin King to suppress Su Tian so that he wouldn't do something so crazy. But where would Su Tian listen at this time? Immortal King Realm. I am invincible. King Su only responded faintly. This king has already sealed their cultivation. Escort them down. This king will make them open their doggy eyes to see properly that this king's choice is the right one. Su Tian snorted coldly and disappeared. Humph. Still want to split the family? Split the Su family into 2? Su Zhantian, you're really looking for in a cesspool. Su Jian stepped forward and looked down at Su Zhantian and the others with disdain. Su Tian was a member of their lineage. How could he possibly hand over the young master position to someone from Su Wuxie's lineage? That's a complete fool's errand. Su Jian, you'll end up worse than me. Lin Xiaoran is also something you can pit against? You'll always be able to taste King Lin's methods in the future. Su Zhantian looked at Su Jian with a face of sympathy. Su Jian's entire body shuddered at his words. Indeed, it was originally thought that after Su Qianquan was relegated to the lower realms, a few of them set up a trap and then used Su Qianquan with Su Dao and Su Zi as bait, lured Lin Xiaoran to come and finally beat her to death. In order to be cautious, they had also begged a magic treasure from Su Tian that could conceal heavenly chances. Even if Lin Song was an immortal king powerhouse, there was no way he could have discovered it. It was thought that no one would ever find out about this for the rest of their lives. Who knew that Lin Song had actually searched for the harmonization flower, forcibly gathered Lin Shaoran's remnant soul, and warmed it for nearly 100 million years before recovering. Now that things have been exposed, Lin Song will definitely not let them go. Take care of yourself first. Su Jian waved his hand for people to escort Su Zhantian and the others down. He himself stood in place with his face clouded over. Su Zhantian was right. Their participation in the siege of Lin Shaoran was bound to be on top of Lin Song's must-kill list. At that time, once Su Wuxia joined forces with Lin Song, Su Tian would not necessarily strive to protect him. It's a death when it comes to that. He should make a life for himself. His eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where Su Tian had disappeared, and then his entire person disappeared into the Su family. Qing Shi, you go and cross the threshold. Suzy looked at the calm sky and said softly, "Yes, my lord." Qing Shi's entire body rose up and stood above the void. Everyone looked at Qing Shi with envy. What virtue and ability does the Celestial Emperor of Greenstone have, to have such heaven-defying fortune to be able to be accepted as a slave by a supreme immortal? Now that he was about to cross the immortal tribulation, there was no need to slowly accumulate the immortal Tao rules. They are really envious and jealous. Boo! Only to see Su Zi casually pointing. The sky dome was pierced through with a single finger, and it was not able to recover. All the heavenly emperors present then had shocked faces. This was because the immortal chi visible to the naked eye surged down furiously in the direction where Qing Shi was, until it wrapped around the entirety of Aoshi. Qing Shi didn't dare to slow down for a moment, directly sitting in the void, his body glowing, trying to absorb all of this immortal energy into his body. Undergoing a metamorphosis, he introduced immortal chi into his body, slowly transforming the aura in his body into immortal chi. This process was very slow, and some heavenly emperors with demonic talents would need hundreds or even thousands of years to completely complete their metamorphosis. Slowly, perhaps for the rest of his life, he could not fully transform the aura in his body into immortal aura. Finally, you achieve the immortal body. Too slow. Suzy frowned, then pointed a finger again. A ray of light instantly disappeared into Qing Shi's body. Qing Shi was originally extremely laborious, and he also knew that in the case of an abundance of immortal chi, he would be considered gifted if he was able to succeed within a few hundred years. But how many centuries can the Lord wait for him? What a joke. He didn't consider himself important enough for that. Just as he was feeling powerless, he felt that the immortal chi in his body was actually forcefully devouring all of the aura at an astonishing speed. Then the immortal aura covered his entire body. Chapter 74. The Void Collapses. Feeding on Ascended Ones. Why are you all watching? The overflowing immortal chi is a good thing. It's rare that it gathers like this. If it dissipates, you guys will have trouble becoming immortals even if you spend tens of thousands of years. Su Zi said to the Peerless Sword Emperor and the other heavenly emperors. The Peerless Celestial Emperor and the others instantly blushed with joy. Of course they saw the overflowing immortal energy, and they were tempted to sneak in and absorb a little. Well, just a little. But none of the heavenly emperors present dared to move. Without the permission of the Supreme Immortal, they wouldn't dare to do this at all. If he annoyed the Upper Immortal, the rest of the people would swarm to tear him apart without the Upper Immortal having to make a move. Now after receiving Su Zi's approval, all of them all sat down on the ground and began to frantically run their body's mana to start refining the immortal energy. It's a chance. A really big chance. And it's up to them to make it work. Su Zi naturally didn't have the heart to help them break through directly. It wasn't like it would benefit him. Why don't you guys absorb this immortal energy? Su Zi saw that there was a clan in the crowd that did not have anyone sitting down to absorb the immortal energy, and immediately asked. One must know that there were 3 heavenly emperors among them, but none of these people absorbed the immortal chi. Instead, they looked at Su Zi with somewhat expectant faces. Reporting to the Supreme Immortal, we are from the Leaving Flame clan, and we have come to the Sushan dynasty to pay our respects to the Supreme Immortal because we have something to ask for. The leader of the Departing Fire clan was a burly and strong man with a head full of fiery red hair, named Departing Fire Kuei. He was also the current patriarch of the Departing Flame clan, cultivating at the Heavenly Emperor realm. Li Huakue bowed towards Su Zi. This matter was too important to him, and to their Leaving Fire clan, so that was the reason they had come. Oh, what is it? Su Zi asked curiously. He was naturally able to penetrate the thoughts of the clan of the Departing Flame at a glance, but that would be too boring. We would like to know if the Fire God, the natural deity of our Leaving Fire clan, is true or not? Li Huakue clenched his teeth and said, so it is. Su Zi was a bit pensive. Seeing that Su Zi began to ponder after he finished speaking, the Departing Fire clan immediately felt that they should not be able to get the answer they wanted from Su Zi. The Fire God does exist. He's the first cluster of innate chaotic fire essence between heaven and earth. Since its birth, It was contained within the chaos and slowly gave birth to spiritual consciousness, calling itself an innate deity, capable of manipulating all the fires in the world. Well, your leaving fire clan is indeed considered to be the descendants left behind by him. Only the bloodline is pitifully thin, even if it is a branch. Suzy briefly deduced to Li Huakue. Vulcan is actually real. Li Huakue's tiger eyes were filled with tears and he was so excited that he was trembling. But then the gaze dimmed again. Their Li Fire clan was really the descendant of the fire god. And listening to Suzy's words, what chaos! What the first fire essence born in the heavens and earth! It just sounds awesome and awesome. But what does that have to do with them? They were just in existence with an incredibly thin bloodline among the fire god's descendants. Vulcan couldn't even notice them. Just like the branches of their bloodline of the leaving fire clan. They were the main lineage, and they were so high and mighty that they would deliberately pay attention to the branches? The answer is clearly no. So they're just descendants who have been left behind in these four seas. It would be very difficult for them to see the fire god in this lifetime, or for all the clansmen of their leaving fire clan in this lifetime. Li Huakue and the other three heavenly emperors respectfully bowed to Suzy, then sat down on the ground and began to absorb the overflowing immortal chi. The practice always goes on. Boom! A wave of immortal Tao rules erupted from within Qingshi's body. With Suzy's help, he condensed into an immortal body in barely an incense stick of time, instantly becoming a true immortal realm. The thunderbolt is coming! Some people exclaimed in shock. This thunderbolt was absolutely terrifying. It had only just started brewing, and it had already covered the entire Sugod dynasty, and it was still expanding at a terrifying speed towards all directions. The boundless thunderclouds gave a breathless and oppressive feeling. Bang! But the next moment, all the thunderclouds instantly disappeared. The originally dark sky returned to light in an instant. What happened? How did it disappear all of a sudden? Someone asked in disbelief. It couldn't be an immortal spell cast by the upper immortal, could it? The only ones who can do that are the upper immortals. Everyone thought that it was the immortal technique Suzy had executed that had directly dispersed the thunderclouds, but only Suzy knew that it wasn't even his doing, but that of those who fed on ascended beings. Coming, Suzy said faintly. Everyone had a question mark. What's coming? What's coming? Cough. This damned lower realm. Every time I come down, I have to suffer a backlash. If it weren't for half of the realm stone, we're afraid that we'd just sit down and die. Every time I fantasize, it would be so nice to have a complete boundary stone, so that I don't have to endure the torment of backlash. A voice pierced through space and fell on everyone's ears. The crowd was then horrified to see thunder and lightning intertwine with each other on the void, erupting into a powerful collision. There, the void collapsed and immortal chi surged in from the collapse. Almost instantly, immortal chi enveloped the entire Sugod dynasty. Is this the chance that the supreme immortal spoke of? But why is my divine soul trembling and my body about to explode? There were celestial emperors trembling and full of panic. This damn lower realm. There's only one that became an immortal this time, and after so many years, there's only one true immortal? No, one true immortal is not enough to make us pay that much. Go, capture all the great emperors, heavenly emperors. Be quick. We will only be able to stay for 2 incense burners, and if the immortal realm discovers us, we will all die, and then erase their memories, or there will be no food next time. 3 figures resembling gods and demons appeared at the void collapse, and the leader commanded. As soon as his words fell, the 2 silhouettes behind him instantly disappeared. You, who are you? The peerless sword emperor's face was grave as he looked at the youth at the collapse of the void. This youth just stood there, expressionlessly glancing at the peerless sword emperor. With just a single glance, it seemed as though the Wuji sword emperor was seeing a sea of blood directly drowning him. The indifference froze his very soul. Not bad. This place has gathered so many celestial emperors. Not bad. They are all transforming their immortal chi. Although the efficacy is not as good as that of a true immortal, it will do. Chapter 75, Heavenly Immortal, kneel down. And indeed, it does. What was his status in his eyes? The people of the lower realms were nothing more than barbarians, and he scoffed at the entire 4 seas and 8 deserts. If it weren't for the food, he wouldn't even want to set foot here. Although this was a barbarian land, which one who could cultivate to the point of ascension was not a son of the realm, the pride of the heavens, and also the son of Chi. Such a being was an absolute tonic for them. That was why they had come even at the risk of enduring being revolted by borrowing half a boundary stone. The youth just stood quietly in the void, his eyes gazing into the distance. He was waiting for the other 2 to detain all the heavenly emperors of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. As for these people below him, with him here, he wasn't worried about these people being able to escape at all. In the middle of the northern region's 100,000 mountains, a figure appeared above it without warning. This figure's eyes were like electricity able to see through illusions. TSK, TSK, surprisingly hidden in 100,000 meters of soil. Come out. This figure was clearly the true immortal who had just left the side of the youth above the Sushin dynasty, only to see his one hand vainly grasping. Immediately the soil below turned over. A fat relic with a glistening white body was directly taken out of the soil by him. It was an ancient relic species with a huge body size like a mountain range, but at this moment, it was two-eyed and somewhat unbelievable. It was a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, but now it had been ingested directly out of the 100,000 meter deep soil without warning. It struggled and raged too, but to no avail. It's a bedbug in front of this person, and no one else treats it right. That's why confusion surfaced in its eyes. Special confusion. Ancient relic species like it had a long lifespan, and usually cultivated without caring about time at all. And now it felt as if it had been practicing slumber for a long time. How else can we explain that true immortals have appeared in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses? Moreover, it clearly sensed that there was actually an immortal aura permeating the space. Superior immortal. Superior immortal, spare my life. I'm just an ancient remnant seed. I've always been in seclusion and cultivation here. I've never gone out or messed with people I shouldn't have messed with. I implore the supreme immortal to spare me. I've spent my life trembling as if I were walking on thin ice. I don't dare to go out and offend anyone at all. The fat man's words actually had the slightest hint of crying in them. Ancient relic seed? Not bad. Your white and chubby body is full of spirit proteins. If it were immortal proteins, it would be wonderfully useful. Don't worry, this seed won't kill you now. This seed will bring you back to the Fey Demon domain and train you to become a true immortal. The man looked at Fertile Legacy with a blaze in his eyes. He truly hadn't thought that this barbaric land would still have the existence of such a good thing. The fat legacy meat looks very fatty and is full of fat, but for the immortal practitioners it is definitely a rare and wonderful delicacy in the world. And not just because of its places where what looks like fat is actually stored cultivation. This is also the difference of the fertilizer. Other living beings may eat it, has a lot of wonderful use, but the fatty legacy was different. After eating it, it was able to directly transform its cultivation into its own. That's why this fat relic has been burying itself in the depths of the 100,000 great mountains, not daring to go out, because he knew that it was fine for him to go out and meet a weak one, but when he met a strong one, he would directly become someone else's dish. The greed in the man's eyes was visible to the naked eye, but he wouldn't dare to enjoy this fat relic all by himself, and he didn't have the qualifications to do so. These things are wanted by a great man. If the big man was in a good mood, he might even reward them with a bone. If we're unlucky, we might have to eat them all. Without further ado, the man gathered up the fertilizer and headed to his next target. They were true immortals, and there were almost no celestial emperors in the 4 seas and 8 deserts that could escape their probing. Su Shin Chao. What are you looking at? The young man's afterglow saw Suzy sizing him up. That gaze was like looking at an idiot, and it irritated him. I'm asking you, what the are you looking at? Have you never seen a true immortal? I'll give you a good look today. The youth was probably bored and wanted to find something to do. No. The youth's hairs stood up in sweat. He first looked at Suzy and realized that he could not even see him through. And then he operated his demonic pupil and was horrified to find that he still could not see through him. Suzy was like being in the middle of chaos. He was obviously sitting there, but his presence could not be perceived. The discovery startled the youth. Naturally, he would not be so sure that this man was immortal. It was only at this time that he realized that although these people below were scared of him in their eyes, they didn't have the slightest bit of awe. That in itself is very unusual. To suffer. The youth was secretly alarmed. Then, without saying a word, he collected half of the boundary stone and turned around. He now directly put away half of the boundary stone, completely disregarding the deaths of the remaining 2. Almost at the same moment, the other 2 people who came down to the realm at the same time as him were instantly and directly obliterated by the world's will. They couldn't even scream. Disappearing along with them were those heavenly emperors who were in his pocket. All of them were attacked indiscriminately by the world consciousness. The youth was surging with immortal chi, wanting to use the boundary stone to quickly leave this realm, but he realized with horror that no matter how much he pushed his immortal technique, he was never able to take half a step. Bang! The youth instantly turned around and knelt down in Suzy's direction. Yu Qian implores your excellency to be magnanimous, and I am only following orders. Yu Qian knelt down in the void, knowing that he had truly met a tough opponent today, but he couldn't understand even if he thought about it. How could such a strong person appear in a small lower realm barbarian land of the 4 seas and 8 deserts? Surprisingly, he was able to disable the boundary stones. Immortal king? Impossible. Even an immortal king holding a boundary stone wouldn't dare to come to this lower land. The higher the cultivation level, the less it would be accommodated by the world consciousness. Unless it was an immortal emperor. Only immortal emperors were able to travel among the worlds at will. and when their cultivation reached their realm, there was almost nothing in the world that could constrain them. As soon as this thought came out, Yu Qian's body was covered in cold sweat and his entire body was trembling with fear. The 4 seas and the 8 deserts surprisingly had an immortal emperor powerhouse traveling here in the red dust. He also happened to stumble upon it, and the key was that he had even mouthed off in front of the immortal emperor. Throughout the long history of the immortal world, perhaps he was the first existence that dared to rebuke the immortal emperor to his face? Yu Qian really wants to die heart. He this broken mouth why not more observation? What's the situation? What's with the kneeling? Even heavenly immortal knelt down to supreme immortal Su. What exactly is his cultivation level? Some couldn't help but murmur quietly. Chapter 76 Young Master of the Su family. Here he comes. No matter what cultivation immortal Su is, he saved our lives. The peerless sword emperor looked at Su Zi with gratitude in his eyes. Yeah, if it wasn't for immortal Su us people, we really would have been wiped out this time. A heavenly emperor said with a sigh. It had been thought that they were already the pinnacle of combat power in this world, but it didn't occur to me that in the end, after a lifetime of cultivation, I would become someone else's prey. How sad and absurd this is. They have worked hard all their lives, but in the end they are food for others. My lord! Yu Qian looked at Su Zi who didn't show any indication, and immediately shouted in fear. He was scared, really scared. In his heart, he had already decided that Su Zi was an immortal emperor powerhouse who could travel through all walks of life at will. That's the ceiling of battle power in the immortal world. The existence of a long river of time can be glimpsed. Such an existence was not something he could afford to mess with. Even the one behind him would have to deliberate carefully. So he had to kneel down and give up his condescension in order to beg for a chance of survival. What dignity is required in front of a towering immortal emperor? Actually, this seat really doesn't want to care about these things, but you guys had to provoke this seat's head. Su Zi inwardly actually didn't want to pay attention to these things at all. But nay, these people descended above the Su Xin dynasty. If it were anywhere else, he wouldn't even bother. It's none of his business if you arrest whoever you like. My lord, Yu Qian was wrong. Yu Qian will never dare again. And after Yu Qian goes back, he will definitely report truthfully that from now on, we Fey devils will not appear in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands again. Yu Qian bowed again and again, the inside of his mouth full of abject sincerity. He purposely used the word endowment, and he very subtly told Su Zi that there was another lord above him, and the cultivation level wasn't lower than Su Zi's. He was only following orders on this trip. He wanted to use this to make Su Zi have so much fear. As long as Su Zi was afraid of the person behind him, then he could live. There's no need for that. If I kill you, it's just that the lord you're talking about won't come looking for this seat. But if he does, this seat doesn't mind killing an immortal emperor. Su Zi's words were very plain, as if he was describing something that couldn't be any more normal. But in Yu Qian's eyes were all incredulity. Is Su Zi so confident? How dare he call out a true immortal emperor powerhouse? So you might as well go to hell. Su Zi had already lost interest in communicating with Yu Qian. No, my lord, don't kill me. I know many secrets of the Fey Devil. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to tell you all these secrets. Yu Qian's face was full of trepidation. He was wincing all over. He was really afraid of death. What this seat wants to know. Heaven and earth. Nothing can be hidden from this seat. This seat is just afraid of trouble. Su Zi finished with a gentle wave of her hand. Yu Qian, still in a kneeling position, instantly vaporized. Vaporizing along with him was half a boundary stone. What others saw as a supreme treasure was not worth mentioning in Su Zi's eyes. The moment he vaporized, incomparably pure and majestic immortal Tao rules violently erupted from the location where he had disappeared. This is Yu Qian's immortal Tao rules, and after his death these immortal Tao rules feed back to this heaven and earth. The aura was also starting to revive, and under the assimilation of the immortal Qi, the quality was far better than before. In this era, there were destined to be many outstanding people and prides rising. It was also destined that many amazing existences would be born and awakened. They're going to be popping up all over the place. It was also on this day that the Wugang era came to a complete end. The major powers had a tacit agreement to call this new epoch the first year of Su Zi. It was also after this day that Su Zi's idol was started to be built by all the major powers, clans, and cities. Moreover, the materials used to build it were extremely precious, and even a heavenly emperor would find it difficult to break it in a moment. It was enough to see that Su Zi's position in their hearts. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. I still underestimated the cultivation of the upper immortal. With a gentle wave of the hand, all the immortals in the heavens will be reduced to ashes. The cultivation of a superior immortal is not something we can speculate on. The infinite sword emperor sighed deeply. He then sat down and began to absorb the immortal Tao rules. This stuff is much more precious than immortal breath. That was the power of rules condensed from the immortal Qi in the body of a true immortal. But before they could settle down, suddenly the heavens and earth shook again. This time the vibrations were much stronger than before. Several strands of true immortal pressure instantly descended. Buzz! A large formation rose from the ground in Sushin Dynasty, forming a circle of light to ward off the true immortal pressure as much as possible. A single pulsating rune could be seen on its curtain of light, and they possessed bizarre power. Yo-ho! A divine dynasty in the district even has such a large formation? A slightly surprised voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Then, 5 figures slowly solidified in the void. Boom! The moment these 5 figures appeared, a terrifying and extreme killing intent erupted from Su Qianquan's body. Only Su Qianquan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were staring at the 5 figures in the sky. A bunch of lowly mortals. Don't you know how to kneel and salute when you see this immortal? What a bunch of lowly barbarians. Su Wei looked down from above at Su Shinchao and spat out icy cold to the extreme words from his mouth. Surprisingly to Su Wei, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear or respect in the gazes of these people as they looked at him. Instead, it was like looking at a little cutie. General gaze. Lowly mortals, are you deaf to what my young master says? A man behind Subi stepped forward to chide. The cultivation of a true immortal then directly exploded, pressing down towards the bottom. Buzz. However, his true immortal pressure was absorbed as much as possible by the grand formation. There's not an ounce of waste. There's something odd about this big formation, Su Wei said with his eyes narrowed slightly. I wondered who it was. So it was you. You're still alive. What a surprise. Su Wei felt a strong killing intent lock him in place, and he frowned slightly. Then he saw Su Qianquan. He hadn't thought that the coordinates given by Su Tian would be so accurate, and had thought that it would take some effort to find Su Qianquan. It doesn't seem to be necessary now. Yeah, I'm surprised to see you too. Su Wei, you shouldn't have come to the lower world. You could have lived a few more years, but now that you're here, you won't be able to leave. Su Qianquan looked at Su Wei and said word for word. His own son's cultivation was so strong that he, as an old man, naturally did not carry fear. Today we will return all the humiliation of the past. He was originally the young master, the next successor of the Su family, but because all the strongest members of his lineage had gone to kill the enemy in the alien demon battlefield, it led to Su Wei and the others seizing power, with no strong men available around him, and finally forced him to come to the lower realms. Chapter 77 Heavenly Immortals, Descending to Earth. Although Su Tian did not personally appear, Su Qianquan believed that there must be Su Tian's authorization. Su Wei dared to be like this, using his 2 sons to blackmail him and force him to leave the Su family. Even before he left, he gave him a seal of heaven in his dantian. It kept his cultivation at the peak of Sage King, unable to advance an inch. The goal of his approach was clear. They wouldn't make a move to kill Su Qianquan. They wanted to let Su Qianquan fend for himself. Su Wei even wanted to let Su Qianquan die in despair. Obviously he was gifted, but he was never able to go further, and in the end, he could only sit in the middle of the years full of despair. This way, even if the strongest person from Su Qianquan's lineage came back, they wouldn't be able to find anything to say. But they had counted on everything. But they had not counted on the fact that Su Qianquan, a tiny saint king, had not died for so long. Moreover, he had recently broken the seal of heavenly seal in his dantian, and his cultivation had even broken through the great emperor realm. Now that he saw Su Qianquan again, Su Wei couldn't help but sigh a word of creation. Worthy of being a member of the Su family, he is so eye-catching and radiant wherever he goes, and he even went so far as to set up all of my Su family's great formations in this barbaric land. Su Wei didn't care about what Su Qianquan said and didn't take it to heart at all. To him, if he came, Su Qianquan would be dead. He wouldn't go too far in getting angry with a dead man. He has such strong confidence. After all, he was in existence at the peak of true immortality. In the future, he would be a great person who would inherit the Su family. He attributed the arrangement of the large formation to the formation that Su Qianquan had taken out in the Su clan, rather than thinking that someone had set it up on their own. Are you kidding me? The highest cultivation level of the people in the lower realm is only in the heavenly emperor realm, and they are able to set up a large formation to resist the pressure of the immortal way? Suvi didn't even think in any other direction. Su Qianquan, you don't think that a mere large formation can stop a few of this young lord's people, do you? Su Wei had a scoff on his face and looked deeply at Su Qianquan. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qianquan had broken the heaven sealing seal, and if it wasn't for the fear of Su Qianquan's talent, he wouldn't have personally come to this place. It would be good to do so, once and for all, directly in the lower realm. Su Qianquan and his 2 sons were all settled to end their worries. Hey break it for this young man, and show these barbarians what it means to be an immortal in the sky, descending to the earth. Su Wei directly instructed a big man with a large body behind him. Yes, young lord. The big man had a smirk on his face. It was a condescending and disdainful smirk. He would let these lower realm ants take a good look at what it meant to be a true immortal today. Ha! The big man bellowed as a battle axe appeared in his palm, only to see him gently raise his battle axe up and press it down violently towards the large formation. A ray of immortal light accompanied by raging blade intent headed straight for the large formation. Because of the guardianship of the great formation, those in the formation could not feel the power of this axe at all. They even felt that this axe was average. Just like that, the knife light flickered and landed on top of the large formation, which erupted in a burst of light, and then the flash of knife light slowly disappeared. The burly man's face became quite ugly. What the hell? A formation in the lower realms was able to withstand his strike? He's a true immortal. He's an immortal. Can someone from the lower realms stop him? It made him a little less confident. This must be a great formation set up by Supreme Immortal Su himself. Is it not something he can break through? A heavenly emperor sneered as he looked at Heide, mocking inside his mouth. Heide, what are you up to? Bring out your strength. This is after all a formation that Su Qianquan stole from my Su family. Surely the defense is strong. Suvi chortled at Black De. The reason they dared to strike out recklessly was because they had a complete boundary stone. They wouldn't have dared to be so reckless if it was only half a piece. Got it. Young lord. These damned lowly people of the lower realms. How dare they mock the heavenly immortals? They really deserve to die. Watch me open the sky with an axe. Heide roared. And the immortal Dao rules boiled over. The axe in his hand erupted with radiant immeasurable light, then instantly chopped downwards. A blade aura as bright as a river of stars chopped down towards the grand formation. This time Ambassador Black went all out. With a full force strike, he was confident that he could destroy the grand formation and even wipe out everyone below. Buzz! On the large formation, there was a green-colored light that was frantically converging, blocking this terrifying blade on. What? Heida's eyes were rounded in disbelief as he looked on. A sound of disbelief coming out of his mouth. Ka-ching! The large formation let out a crunching sound after completely blocking this terrifying blade aura. Everyone then saw that the tough and incomparable grand formation was actually covered with dense cracks like glass. It then shattered with a bang. The great formation set up by the Supreme Immortal has actually shattered. Doesn't that mean they are really powerful? It might even be more powerful than even the upper immortals. A heavenly emperor was filled with horror. Even if the Supreme Immortal is not an opponent, then I should die in front of the Supreme Immortal. If it weren't for the Supreme Immortal, we would have been captured and reduced to blood food by those people long ago. The peerless celestial emperor's words were low, but carried determination. That's a good point. Even if we die, it should be us who die first. The heavenly emperor powerhouse from the Sun God Mountain also came forward with firm words. Not bad. Because of Supreme Immortal Su we have been able to survive until now. Why fear death? All of these heavenly emperors who had been sheltered by Su Zi stood up, and they were prepared to go straight to their deaths. I can't imagine that a large formation casually set up using some emperor soldier level materials from the Su God dynasty could block a true immortal's full force strike. At this moment, Su Zi was however lamenting a bit. He had really set up the big formation casually at that time, and the materials were also mostly saint artifacts, with a few of them being materials for building emperor artifacts. Such a composition Su Zi believed that blocking the district's heavenly emperor was certainly possible. Perhaps it was because he was so powerful that this formation could block a true immortal's full force strike. Su Qianquan, do you still have the means now? Su Wei's hanging heart relaxed after seeing the large formation shatter. If they can't even break the formation with this blow, then what are they, the true immortals? At the same time he was secretly wary. Su Qianquan was actually able to arrange the grand formation into this powerful appearance. If he set up a killing formation, would he be able to behead immortals? Su Wei had to be vigilant, and at the slightest sign of trouble, he turned and ran. Anyway, the boundary stone was in his hands, and if he wanted to leave, even an immortal king powerhouse would find it difficult to stop him. Thinking about it, Suvi put her heart down again. He was cautious in nature and generally unwilling to take risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven Su Qianquan away first and then surrounded Lin Xiaoran with the strongest members of his lineage to kill her. As far as he was concerned, everyone who might spill the beans had to die, and one of them, Lin Xiaoran, might know something about their conspiracy. Chapter 78 World Destruction. Immortal Realm Collapse, 10,000 spirits overthrown. So Lin Xiaoran must die. Once Lin Xiaoran died, how could Su Qianquan's old husband focus on Su Qianquan's body? He will definitely focus his energy on finding the murderer who killed Lin Xiaoran. In this way, Su Qianquan was isolated and naturally suppressed by their vain. Desperate? Su Qianquan. Su Wei looked at Su Qianquan's eyes with killing intent disdainfully asked. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that you pushed me down in every way, no matter what you did you were better than me. Even the position of young Master Chief you had to compete with me. Don't you know that the contemporary family head is from our lineage? And how could it be possible that this young master's position would fall by the wayside to someone else? The scowl in Suvi's eyes was clearly visible as he spoke. He was truly unwilling to do so. The Su Qianquan at that time was a rising star. He was not an opponent. And a battle in the same realm all ended in a crushing defeat. Now that the grievances in his heart were finally out of the way, he felt an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Didn't you Su Qianquan used to be quite capable? I'll have you kneeling at my feet like a dead dog later. I'll tell you even more desperate news that, well, you weren't even entitled to hear in the first place. But since you're still alive, I'll be merciful and tell you. Su Wei looked down at Su Qianquan. He had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He was looking forward to Su Qianquan's expression next. Your wife, Lin Xiaoran, was rounded up and killed by my command to Su Jian and the others to join forces after you were relegated to the lower realms. Oh yes, we had to use your name to coax her out. How desperate she must have been. And, at that time, the soul was so dead. A tisk-tisk sound came out of Suvi's mouth, like describing an ant being abused by him. He didn't realize that after he came out Su Qianquan's lineage of Su Zhantian and the others confronted Su Tian, Lin Xiaoran didn't die, or else he wouldn't have dared to go down to the realm. Instead, they had to prepare for the stormy retaliation of the Lin family. The Lin family isn't much weaker than the Su family. As soon as these words came out, Su Qianquan's eyes instantly turned scarlet and his complexion turned pale. There was originally a concentric induction between the couple, but at that time he was captured and sealed by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. From that point on the induction was broken, but he was clearly able to sense it when he was saved by Suzy. Obviously Lin Xiaoran is still alive. Could it be a mistake in telepathy? Su Qianquan simply didn't dare to believe it. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. Boom! Su Zi's body erupted with destructive energy. In an instant, the entire 4 seas and 8 deserts directly crumbled apart. The entire 4 seas instantly turned into pieces. The Su God dynasty bore the brunt of the attack, and Su Wei and the others couldn't even send out a look of horror, vaporizing instantly. However, this is just the beginning. The heavenly dome shook. The void was overthrown. It was a true mass extinction. Same time. What's going on? How is the immortal realm shaking? How did the immortal Tao rules crumble? There was an infinite amount of immortal light covering the immortal realm, and there were powerful immortal emperors reviving from their slumber. He then transformed into an immortal light and charged straight into the sky. If he had been any slower, he would have been directly crushed by this aura in an instant. His face was horrified as he looked at the entire shattered immortal realm. That's right, the fairy world crumbled. It was crumbled directly by a breath that made him tremble. This aura came extremely suddenly and exploded in an instant. The immortal realm was like a piece of papier-mâché that had been placed inside a shredder, instantly turning into confetti. This immortal emperor saw some balls of light which had some people wrapped inside them, and the immortal world was overthrown. But it's because of these clusters of light that these people are alive. Among these people, there were those from the Lin family, the Su family, and some lords of power. He had originally wanted to bail out the Su family, but it was simply too late to make a move. The entire immortal world crumbled too quickly, almost in an instant. If not for his first reaction to leave the immortal world continent and stand in the universe, maybe even he would be crushed instantly. He had discovered after becoming an immortal emperor that the Su family was actually related to that person. Out of kindness, he had been going out of his way to help the Su family, to make up for that year. The peak of immortality. Proud of the world. I'm already at the top of the immortals, but I'm surprisingly powerless under this person's pressure. This immortal emperor's eyes flashed with excitement. What does this mean? It showed that above the immortal emperor realm, there was still a real path to follow. He looked at the shattered immortal realm and could only sigh. Other than him, he hadn't seen any other immortal emperors survive. It looks like they were all shocked to death in the first place. Only he didn't realize that he had a circle of light wrapped around him, although he was an immortal emperor and could peer into the long river of time. However, for an existence that was able to shatter the immortal realm simply by virtue of its aura, he really didn't know exactly what the other party's cultivation level was. He was pretty sure that the collapse of the immortal realm was the result of one person's chi pressure. If Master was still alive, perhaps he could have gotten a glimpse of this realm. The immortal emperor shook his head somewhat sadly. It's a pity about that white-eyed wolf. He doesn't deserve to be a big senior brother at all. When I find that path, I will definitely make you pay. The immortal emperor fell into silence after he finished speaking. The immortal world was considered completely finished. Where should he go next? Even though he was an immortal emperor, he couldn't restore the immortal domain. He is the immortal emperor, not the creator. The continent that fell apart he took time to still be able to reunite. But the immortal Tao rules and the immortal Tao order divine chain collapsed. And even if he was an immortal emperor, there was nothing he could halfway do about it. The immortal Tao rules were generated by the immortal Tao order divine chain, which was able to constantly perfect and repair the immortal Tao rules. But now that the order God chain was directly broken, it wasn't something he could repair. The entire immortal realm, even if he gathered all the immortal continents that had crumbled out together, was a dead land. A dead land with no aura, no immortality, no life. No more beings will be born here, and none will be able to survive here. As for any magic treasures or immortal soldiers, they were all shattered into pieces, just as the immortal emperor was about to leave. The next moment, something that shocked him to the core happened, only to see that the immortal realm that had just collapsed had unexpectedly entered a direct time reversal at this moment. Those broken pieces of the immortal world continent began to border each other again, and then the people who had died came back to life all of a sudden. Only a flicker of confusion, a particular confusion, flashed in their eyes. It was as if I had just experienced something, but then it was as if I hadn't. The reorganization of the immortal Tao rules of the immortal world was completed in an instant. What is this? Is this turning back time? Is this creation? Chapter 79 I'm meeting the immortal emperor. I said. This immortal emperor had incredulity in his eyes. Just what kind of cultivation level could instantly overthrow an immortal realm that possessed a divine chain of order? Then the immortal world was instantly restored again, and everyone and everything all remained the same. These people don't even know what's going on. Why am I standing in the middle of nothingness? What am I doing here? In the next moment, Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Wasn't he practicing in his immortal hall? During this time he surprisingly didn't know what was happening. He somehow came to stand in the void. Is it possible that you've been traveling in the dark? Sleepwalking? Alas, it's better to cultivate well. And I don't know if there's a path above Immortal Emperor left to take. Sky Wasteland. Wait for me. I will find out that way. Yifan's face was full of determination. Time flowed backwards. Even if he was an Immortal Emperor, his memory regressed in an instant. The Su family at this time. What's with the hint of confusion? What am I confused about? Su Tian sat high above the throne as he sensed that there was something wrong with his state just now. Forget it. It should be a hint of a heart demon that arises when one's cultivation reaches a bottleneck. It's imperative to reach Immortal Emperor Yi. With Immortal Emperor Yi's help. Even if Su Wuxie and that old thing Lin Song join forces. I'm not afraid. There was a wise light flickering in Su Tian's eyes. In fact, up to now he was a bit confused. This Immortal Emperor Yi was a rising star, but he had heavenly goodwill towards the Su family. There was absolutely no image in Su Tian's memory of Immortal Emperor Yi helping him when he was weak. He had never been able to figure out exactly why Immortal Emperor Yi had been silently helping them. He also inquired about it, but Immortal Emperor Yi said to consider it for a deceased friend. That deceased person had done him a heavenly favor, and with the deceased gone, he gave back to the Su family. He suspected that the deceased person that Immortal Emperor Yi was talking about might be one of the Su family's previous ancestors. Once Immortal Emperor Yi had also said that that deceased person was called Su Zi, but the people of the Su clan had no impression at all, because Su Zi was still a swaddled baby when he left the upper realm. There was no name for him then, but the Su family was shamelessly admitting that Su Zi was their Su family. Immortal Emperor Yi naturally didn't think much about it. Help the Su family as much as he could within his power, including Su Tian's cultivation. It was only because Immortal Emperor Yi had found an Immortal Emperor level pill in a certain secret realm that allowed him to rise. Su Tian was a bit trembling at first. After all, it was an Immortal Emperor. But later on, seeing that the Immortal Emperor didn't suspect anything, he started to become greedy. This time, this Immortal King will make you come and go. You'd better come together as a team. Otherwise, how meaningless would it be to attack each of you? At that time, if you see that the backer behind my Su family is a current Immortal Emperor, I believe your expressions will not disappoint me. A cruel smile crossed the corner of Su Tian's mouth. This is good. A free Immortal Emperor level fighter. It's useless to use it. He, Su Tian, had settled for Immortal Emperor Yi, and it didn't matter if Jesus came. Su Wuxie. So what if you were lucky enough not to die back then? Even if you broke through to the Immortal King realm. So what? If this king can overpower you for a moment, he can overpower you for a lifetime. And this time it's just right for you to die in despair. Ha ha ha. Su Tian's laughter resounded through the great hall. The depths of the universe. Boom. An overwhelming fluctuation violently erupted. The surrounding large stars instantly turned into pieces. Who is it? Who the hell is it? That scent can't be faked. There was a shadow that appeared out of thin air. A shadow that was so huge that it seemed to fill the entire universe. The moment he appeared, all the starlight around him instantly dimmed. The endless power of starlight was instantly swallowed up by him, causing his shadow to be covered with star marks on top of it, which looked remarkably beautiful. I am in charge of earthly affairs and heavenly immortals, but I didn't think that nowadays I am somewhat out of control. How can this be? The shadowy figure muttered. One of the immortal domains he was in charge of first disappeared out of thin air, disappearing to the point where he couldn't even sense it anymore. Before he could explore a bit, that immortal domain appeared again? By the time his divine soul swept through, everything in the immortal realm was as normal. The divine chain of order was still in operation. It puzzled him. It was clear that there was nothing wrong with his senses. He had a contractual induction with the immortal world he managed, and earlier it was clear that he had disappeared in an instant, and even he couldn't sense it. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. At first he guessed that perhaps it was man-made, but then the conjecture was denied by him with a laugh. How is that possible? Even the most powerful of them in heaven and earth couldn't do such a thing. Turning back time, such a thing is impossible for anyone to do. Perhaps there are powerful beings that can walk through time and change things, but even powerful existences like them couldn't possibly go and make the river of time go back a notch. There are also some powerful people in the immortal world who attach their residual souls to a certain heaven-defying magic treasure before they die, thus realizing rebirth. But they count 4. He couldn't even break through to the immortal emperor realm and wanted to use it to be reborn and reconditioned. What the hell was that all about? Strange. A puzzled look flashed in the eyes of the gigantic silhouette. Is it really possible that I'm sensing it wrong? He shook his head, and the huge silhouette slowly dispersed, and a middle-aged man with a cold face appeared in its place. He was dressed in a wide white robe tattooed with golden lines, looking quite honorable. The 6 reincarnation eyes, to see through the world's falsehoods. A reincarnation seal appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. His eyes seemed to be evolving the heavens and deducing everything in the immortal world. But to his disappointment, even with the evolutionary deduction, he could not discern a single trace of unusualness. It's not right. 100 times not right. That aura is clearly something that cannot be faked, but it's not like it's man-made. Ugh, what a headache. The man stood torn in place. All this was naturally done by Suzy. After hearing Su Wei's words, the aura in his body directly went berserk, destroyed everything, but then he retracted it, tapping his finger, and the ruined world was instantly restored as before. For with a little extrapolation, he realized that his mother was perfectly fine. In the future, it is better to keep it in check and deduce everything beforehand to understand the causes and consequences. Suzy sighed softly. He was a bit impulsive today, but he divinely traveled through the long river of time, and in the midst of it he saw the image of his mother being pitted against him. He really wanted to strike directly and directly reverse what happened in the long river of time, but come to think of it, his mother had been saved by Grandpa, and he didn't do that. But he, for sure, would give Su Wei and the others a taste of what it meant to beg for death. Chapter 80, The Human Emperor's Green Mountain Seal. What? Su Qiankuan, don't you have anything you want to say? Su Wei looked at Su Qiankuan and asked. He was puzzled. Obviously the last second Su Qiankuan still looked like he wanted to eat him, but in the next second there was only disorientation in Su Qiankuan's eyes. His eyes were unfocused, like a walking corpse. It wasn't just him, but everyone else in the room, whose eyes no longer glowed. All of them were as disoriented as if they had been taken in an instant. Put. Some people went straight to the ground, their faces white and their lips trembling. This. More people were paralyzed on the ground, stuttering inside their mouths. They were obviously shocked by the previous scene and their livers were in shock. The real doomsday still has a ray of life, but just now that moment, there is no life. They saw everything except the Empire. The Empire all vaporized. Not a single living soul survived. It's straight vaporization, even the soil. In the vast 4 seas and 8 deserts, there was only one Sushin dynasty imperial capital left. Beyond that, it's all nothingness. They're really scared silly. What kind of cultivation is Suzy in the end? The 4 seas are even so. Even that high heavenly immortals are instantly vaporized. At this moment, where do they still have the mood to care about the heavenly immortals? Didn't you see that Su Shangxian was directly seconded the moment he erupted? Besides, if you're any good, you're still not a one-trick pony. My son, how dare he be as powerful as this? Su Qiankuan stared blankly at Suzy, muttering inside his mouth. Ha ha ha. The history of later times when it is recorded that the birth of a son should be like the son of Su. Su Qiankuan laughed up to the sky. Just now, Suzy had sent him a voice message saying that his mother was fine in the Lin family and nothing had happened to her. Su Qiankuan, are you suffering from insanity? Su Wei's brow furrowed as he was suddenly a little confused. What the hell is wrong with these people? Although those heavenly emperor powerhouses below earlier did not treat him with respect, the fear in their eyes was there, but now the fear is all but gone. Even their occasional glances at him were indifferent, without the slightest bit of emotion, all like looking at a corpse. Such a look irritated him. Go, slaughter those heavenly emperors and give this young lord a boost. Su Wei pointed Wuji Sword Emperor and several other heavenly emperors to Black Death. Yes, young lord. In a blink of an eye, Heide landed beside the several people of the Infinite Sword Emperor. Just as he was about to strike, instantly goosebumps rose throughout his entire body. He sensed an aura of threat. He looked back, and not far away, a green-clothed middle-aged man was staring at him dead in the face. A green coat is a green stone. His originally aged face instantly changed back to his middle-aged appearance after he successfully crossed the threshold. Of course, if he wanted to he could still turn into the face of his youth, but he didn't want to do that, thinking it would be unsettling and immature. True immortal. Black Daw's face changed. They hadn't really bothered to notice the presence of lapis lazuli just now. Inside their subconsciousness, it was impossible for someone who was a threat to them to appear in the lower realms, but now it appears. Not to say it was a threat to Suvi, I guess, but at least it was a threat to him. Get out! Qingshi drank with a cold face. You, a mere person who has just become an immortal in the lower realms, how dare you chide me? You're really looking for death. Heide first froze then stormed into a rage. He understands that this person's breath is unstable, and it's obvious that he's just broken through. That's why he was able to stay in the 4 seas. But time was running out, and he could be picked up by the immortal guiding platform at any moment. Moreover, this person had just broken through to true immortality just now, and had no immortal laws, no immortal Dao attacking techniques. The underpinnings were just too weak, and he could completely kill them in seconds. Roll or die. Qingshi didn't talk nonsense with the black majority and clasped his hands in vain. A large mountain of lapis lazuli condensed between his arms. This was his original magic treasure, which had changed from the greenstone seal to the green mountain seal. There was immortal light flowing from the green mountain, giving it a thick and deep feeling. The bottom line is too shallow. Suzy shook his head, then pointed out a finger. A ray of light instantly disappeared into Qingshi's body. Qingshan, who was struggling to condense the Qingshan seal, suddenly felt an additional immortal Dao technique in his mind. Moreover, he didn't even need to go to the enlightenment. This gongfu directly blended with him. He learned it on his own in a flash. He knew it was given to him by his lord. Only the lord is such a meritorious participant. The human emperor's green mountain seal. This was Suzy's self-created gongfu, and at his level of cultivation, billions of gongfu were at his fingertips, and each of them was a supreme immortal law, an existence that even immortal kings and immortal emperors would fight for. All of this was as easy for Suzy as a college student writing 1 + 1 is equal to 2. What? How is it possible? How could you have such depth? You have only just become an immortal. How do you know immortal techniques? It's still such a powerful attacking technique. Black Da broke his defense on the spot and cursed. Obviously the green mountain seal that had just been condensed out had immortal Dao rules flowing through it though, and could definitely crush any heavenly emperor in the 4 seas in 8 wastes. But it was still too juvenile for people like them who were born and raised in the immortal world. But the next moment this green mountain seal was emitting an aura that made his heart skip a beat. Boom! The human emperor green mountain seal in Qingshi's hand pressed down towards Heide. Wherever the green mountain passed, the void collapsed. An endless void storm strangled towards the black grate. No! Young lord! Help me! Black Da exclaimed with a pale face as he smelled death. There was absolutely no way he could have taken that hit. Waste! Suwei's face was cold. Although he didn't want to, he still made a move to try to save Black Da. Get out of here! You're next! Suzy glanced at Suvi, whose words seemed to have some sort of magic. Suwei just tried to move, but the next instant his entire body was imprisoned in the void. Suwei's eyes instantly widened, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. What the hell? He's actually confined? The cultivation in his body was completely immobilized, and he couldn't mobilize the immortal Dao rules at all. Even the throat couldn't make any sound. He could only look at Suzy in horror. This is the same person who just made a flippant remark and he turned into this. No! When did such a terrifying figure appear in the lower realms? This young man's cultivation was at least above that of a true immortal. At least they were all red dust immortals. But how can there be red dust immortals in the lower world? Can it be that they also have boundary stones? Moreover, the more he looked at Suzy, the more he felt that something looked familiar. As he watched, his soul suddenly shook. Isn't this just a few shades of Su Qianquan? This is Su Qianquan's son. Suvi roared inwardly. Chapter 81, A Point at Random. Su Qianquan becomes immortal. At this moment an overwhelming emotion of fear arose within him. Why? Why was the cultivation of Su Qianquan's son so powerful? Can it be that Su Qianquan also has a boundary stone? Did he bring it to the lower realm back then? Su Wei didn't know it. His mind was now a pile of mush and his whole body was in a daze. No, don't! When Heide saw Su Wei standing still, he thought that it was because Su Wei didn't want to save him at all. His eyes were filled with resentment. He's been following Suvi for a long time, and has done a lot of unseemly things for Suvi. But now it's been mercilessly abandoned by Suvi. but he didn't even have the courage to resist in the face of Qingshi's strike. Such a powerful attacking technique, he couldn't catch it. Su Wei, you shall not die. You have done so many unspeakable things. You will come down to accompany me after all. I'll be waiting for you in the Yellow Springs. Ha 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 ha. Hades simply turned his back to Qingshi and looked at Su Wei with a sinister laugh. He had already given up resisting. Rather than watching the Green Mountain Seal smash into him, smashing him to pieces. Why don't we turn our backs? That should make it easier to die, right? Black De thought so. Suvi's face turned blue. What the is this talking about? Is this because he doesn't want to save? It's that he can't even move. Bang! The human emperor's Green Mountain Seal had finally smashed onto Heida's body. It was also true that, as Black De thought, the human emperor's Green Mountain Seal smashing on his body really didn't feel anything, because just after making contact, his entire immortal body instantly burst into pieces. He didn't even have time to feel the pain as his immortal sense instantly shattered and disappeared into heaven and earth. As soon as he exploded, the immortal chi and immortal Tao rules within him instantly spread out. Today's immortal chi is just too rich. I feel like maybe it won't even take a few hundred years for me to cross the threshold and ascend. The peerless sword emperor sighed deeply. Today's true immortals from the upper realm are blowing up one after another, completely feeding this world. In the past, that would have been unthinkable. The fall of an immortal, that was a great event that shook an era. But now, they are all indifferent. It can be said that after today their eyes have all been opened up. In the past, their ultimate goal was to ascend to immortality and become that person who lives forever. But today their goal has changed. It turned out that immortals could also die and be killed in seconds by more powerful existences. Immortality cultivation is about immortality, not longevity. Father, what do you want to do with this what's-her-name Su family young lord? Su Zi thought about it or consulted Su Qianquan. He had said earlier that he would make Su Wei beg for life and death. Then naturally, he should be allowed to die 100 times beforehand. I want to kill this person with my own hands. I wonder if you have a way. Su Qianquan looked at Su Zi after a moment of contemplation, his eyes full of desire. He naturally wished that he could kill Su Wei with his own hands to vent his hatred. Even though his wife was still alive, she had once definitely suffered a siege from Su Jian and the others. He didn't dare to imagine how much pain Lin Xiaoran had suffered at that time. How much of a blow has she been dealt by the unknown presence of her husband and 2 sons? Not killing Suvi was not enough to quell the anger in his heart. Of course, there was also Su Jian, Su Tian and the others. When the time comes, through and through, there will be a liquidation. None of these people can run away. He doesn't have it, but his son does. He has looked to his son. With his son in front of everything, it was time for him, the father, to take a load off. He was already disinterested in any young master position of the Su family. Naturally, don't worry, I can kill him as many times as you want. Suzy nodded. He then pinched a seal in his hand, and a light instantly bloomed. This light did not enter Su Qianquan's body as much as it could. This is a gift from me to you, son. Suzy smiled and said to Su Qianquan. Ha! Su Qianquan was stunned. What the hell? In a few moments he had gone directly from the Great Emperor realm to the peak true immortal realm, belonging to the same realm as Su Wei. Moreover, there was no immortal tribulation at all. The true immortal realm became like this, naturally, as if it was a matter of water. And all the things in his brain directly melted together in a flash. And all sorts of cultivation epiphanies, all of them surfaced one by one. It felt as if he had cultivated it himself. At the same time, many more feats appeared in his mind. What immortal transition sutra? What immortal emperor fist? What human emperor poem? What immortal chaos method? Lots and lots. There were so many that he was a little dazzled. Just as he was about to make a choice, all of these scriptures transformed into a single rune pouring into his mind. No surprises, if there are any. These scriptures were instantly absorbed by him, melting together like an arm. The point is that his talent is not affected in the slightest. One must know that for those like him who were forced to raise their cultivation level, their future path was almost finished, and they would only be true immortals for the rest of their lives. But Su Qianquan had no such drawbacks. Oh, and the grass that I gave you earlier. You can bring it out when you meet someone who can't be defeated. Su Zi again seemed to remember something and said to Su Qianquan. Su Qianquan's expression stared. That grass is special? Su Qianquan asked solemnly. Suzy rarely brings up a thing twice. Anyway, Su Qianquan hadn't heard anything that had been mentioned twice by Su Zi. This is the only time. There's nothing special. It's just a sword chi that I sealed on it. Well, there's no way an immortal emperor could even have a hint of resistance under this sword chi. The immortal realm could be split in half. Suzy added again. Hiss. Su Qianquan sucked in cold air. What kind of existence is an immortal emperor? That is an extremely ancient and powerful immortal cultivator. They possessed words that followed the law. and their every word and action seemed to expound on the great Tao of heaven and earth. Such an existence couldn't even defeat a blade of grass given by Suzy? This really turned Su Qianquan's worldview upside down. He knew Suzy was strong, very strong, but there was no concept of it. Just know that when Suzy is angry, he instantly destroys the 4 seas. If you are an immortal emperor, you should be able to destroy the lower realm, right? But then to be able to instantly restore it to its original state. I wonder if immortal emperors can do that. Good. I know. My Su Qianquan having this Qilin child is truly a great fortune for my Su family. No, it is a great fortune for my lineage. Su Qianquan solemnly put that grass away. It was a big killer. It can save your life when it matters. Suvi, get your ass over here and fight. Su Qianquan's chi was sky high. He couldn't wait. With a wave of one hand, Su Zi teleported Su Wei directly to the martial arts arena. He then casually set up another large formation. Otherwise, the aftershocks of a fight between 2 true immortals would be able to shock and kill an unknown number of people. Chapter 82 Fishing for People from the River of Time. How can that be? How can that be? Suvi's eyes darted wildly. He witnessed Su Zi just flick a finger, and Su Qianquan's cultivation instantly skyrocketed to the same realm as his. Moreover, the realm did not show the slightest sign of instability. It was the peak of a solid true immortal, and there is not the slightest sign of instability in his foundation. Just what realm are you in? Su Wei's face was horrified as he looked at Su Zi, and there was no longer any of the strategizing that he had done when he arrived in his eyes. There was only endless panic. Seeing that no one responded to him, Su Wei secretly prodded the boundary stone and found that the boundary stone was actually able to be prodded. At that moment, his heart was greatly set. With the boundary stone in hand, the world is mine. This wave, steady. I don't care what realm you are in, but I believe that you still know something about the Su family from Su Qianquan, right? You are at most only red dust immortal realm. In this way, this young master view you are a buildable talent. Why don't you abandon your darkness? With your talent, you'll be able to make a name for yourself even in the immortal realm. Moreover, my Su family's contemporary family head, Su Tian, is an immortal king powerhouse, enough to shelter you. Suvi blandly tossed an olive branch at Suzy, or even, without waiting for Su Zi and the others to reply, Su Wei spoke again after a pause, or even, this young lord can introduce you to a backstage backer of my Su family. 1. The peerless immortal emperor who has been overshadowing the immortal realm for tens of thousands of years, Emperor Yi Tian. Maybe you have a chance to become his personal disciple. Su Wei couldn't believe that he, Su Zi, wasn't moved. That's an immortal emperor. Although his status was that of a young lord, he simply couldn't come into contact with an existence on the level of an immortal emperor. Everything he said was told to him by Su Tian. But it's just right to play pig in a poke now. Why? Isn't that heartwarming? Su Wei looked at Su Zi, and he realized that Su Zi still had an unperturbed look. As long as you execute Su Qianquan now, you will be the immortal emperor's disciple. Even this young lord will have to make a great bow of respect when he sees you then. Suvi's words were full of compulsion. He couldn't believe that anyone in the world could resist such temptation. That was an immortal emperor. Becoming a disciple of an immortal emperor would enable him to walk sideways in the immortal world in the future. He just wanted to see a father and son in love with each other. That would be a powerful image. As for what Su Zi had just said about a single blade of grass being able to cut down immortal emperor powerhouses and being able to split the immortal realm in half, he hadn't heard it at all. Because he was imprisoned in the void, he couldn't even activate the boundary stone, let alone be able to hear them speak from such a distance. Idiot. Suzy didn't even want to pay attention to Su Wei. Su Wei, let's not talk too much about daydreaming. Let's see it underhand. After all these years, I'd like to know how much you really weigh. Su Qianquan was enveloped in immortal light, and his entire person had an indescribable sense of majesty. Humph. Su Qianquan, you were able to suppress me for a moment before. Can you suppress me for a lifetime? Today, this young lord also wants to see if this forced cultivation of yours is false or not. Su Wei's entire body flowed with immortal laws, transforming into a single immortal Dao rune to guard him within. So what if your father, Su Wuxie, is a heavenly beauty? In the end, did he not die at the hands of the head of the family? It was a miserable death. No bones left. True immortal fist. Su Wei's words had just fallen. The entire person had appeared in front of Su Qianquan. He said these words to disturb Su Qianquan's mind. Obviously, Su Qianquan froze in his eyes after hearing Su Wei's words. In this instant he struck out directly. He wanted to crush Su Qianquan's dream of being a strong man with one blow. This punch carried an infinite amount of immortal light, and there were even hardened immortal Dao rules attached to its fist. This punch would be difficult for the usual peak true immortal existences to follow. Not to mention Su Qianquan, who had wandered off. Ha ha ha, Su Qianquan, go to hell. Do you really think that you can arm wrestle with this young lord just because you become a true immortal? You're still too young. Back then, this young lord wasn't your opponent, but nowadays, you've long been no match for this young lord. Looking at Su Qianquan's near face, Su Wei scoffed loudly. With such a close distance, Su Qianquan was simply too late to block. He was going to blow Su Qianquan's head right off with one punch. Immortality law. Su Qianquan felt the fatal blow from Su Wei's fist, and immediately his body operated the immortal chaos law on its own. This immortal and indestructible chaos law could be cultivated to the extreme to be invulnerable to all laws and immortal. Only light golden lines emerged on Su Qianquan's body surface, which looked densely packed and wrapped his entire body tightly. Boom! Suave's punch ended up on Su Qianquan's head, but to his horror, his punch did not even break through Su Qianquan's defense. What kind of body protection immortal technique is that? How could it be so powerful? Su Vi lost his voice and cried out. Today's fact was too bizarre. So bizarre that Su Wei now really wanted this to be a dream. He really wanted to wake up soon. Although it's not truly invulnerable to all laws, it can still be invincible at the same level. Su Qianquan muttered under his breath. He didn't know what level this chaos law was, but he knew that it was definitely a peerless technique. Cultivated to a great extent, one might really be able to achieve neither death nor extinction. Becoming truly immortal, not everlasting. What's next? My turn? Su Qianquan's face was expressionless. Heavenly Emperor's fist. One fist to subdue the world. This fist was radiant. It carried an endless power of destruction, and the surrounding void collapsed in pieces. There was actually a strand of time debris wrapped around Su Qianquan's fist. This punch of his unexpectedly broke the limit of time directly and instantly appeared in front of Su Wei. No! Put! Su Wei just shouted out a word, and instantly his head was directly crushed. Su Vi is dead. Blown away by a punch. It wasn't that Su Wei was too weak, but Su Qianquan's method was simply too advanced. The Su family, as a family of 10,000 years, Su Tian would no longer let a straw man sit in the position of the young master no matter what. It's too cheap to die like this. I told you I'd make you beg for life and death. The river of time. Now. Suzy drank low. He stood up and was seen waving one hand. Wow. The sound of the river rushing resounded. Everyone then saw an unbelievable scene. In front of Suzy was a banner. The banner wasn't long, just a circle around Suzy. The banner was surprisingly densely patterned, and it was the same pattern they had just experienced, and all of them were stationary in its pattern. Only Suzy flicked the pattern and the banner followed the rotation. Finally Suzy stops a second before Suvi dies. He only saw him put his hand into the scroll, and then lifted it with force. Su Wei was directly lifted out of the middle of the long river of time scroll by him. Chapter 83, Torturing Suvi. This. What kind of tactic is this? There were still 3 people left who had followed Su Wei to the lower realm, and all of them were shaking like chaff. Such tactics are simply unheard of, unseen and appalling. Not even history has recorded such a powerful tool. Surprisingly, it was able to bring back people who had died from the middle of the river of time. Such a tactic was enough to astound the world, enough to cause immortal emperors to lose their colors in unison. What kind of people are they messing with? Didn't I die? Was it all a dream? Su Wei was pulled out of the river of time by Su Zi, and there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes. His memories were forcefully infused by Suzy. Could everything be a dream? But how can a dream be that real? I feel like my head is still a little sore right now. Suvi stroked his head, feeling his brain ache. Su Qianquan, back then you were. Without waiting for Su Wei to open his mouth and finish, Su Qianquan directly killed. Human Emperor Palm. A palm to suppress all beings. Su Qianquan, you. Su Wei's face changed greatly, not thinking that Su Qianquan would not give him a chance to speak. He also wanted to say that Su Wuxie's death had messed up Su Qianquan square. Then he directly struck out and killed Su Qianquan with a single blow. In that case, even the red dust immortal shouldn't be able to react, right? When the time came, he would directly catalyze the boundary stone and leave in style. But that's not the right script for this. Su Qianquan didn't even listen to what he said. And the Heavenly Emperor's fist is finished, turned into the Human Emperor's palm right. Su Wei just feel how so familiar? True immortal fist. When Su Wei saw Su Qianquan's palm killing, he directly urged his body cultivation to fight Su Qianquan. He was convinced that it had just been a hallucination, a dream, and the weird golden lines on Su Qianquan's body in the dream were too scary. He couldn't even break Su Qianquan's defense with his full strength punch. Bang! A palm and a fist collided together, creating ripples in the void. Su Qianquan's Human Emperor palm directly broke apart Su Wei's true immortal fist with a destructive force. Suvi screamed miserably. This was because his fist was instantly worn down by the Human Emperor's palm. Then came his arm, the whole thing vaporizing instantly. He was horrified, but with that came deep despair. It was because he realized that he unexpectedly couldn't catalyze the boundary stone. Bang! Suave's entire body exploded right off the bat from the slap. Suzi's face was unperturbed as he reached out his hand to slowly pull the scroll of the long river of time apart. Suvi was pulled out again. His memories were still being forcefully infused by Suzy. What the hell is going on? Am I stuck in a dream within a dream? Hiss. That pain really doesn't want to experience it again. Sue came back to his senses, and a strong color of fear flashed in his eyes. Go! Suvi didn't want to say anything else this time. He felt like he couldn't say anything else. He directly activated the boundary stone and prepared to leave this weird place. He no longer had any thoughts of fighting Su Qiankuan, but the next thing he knew, his face fell. The boundary stone was surprisingly unable to catalyze it. No matter how much he poured his immortal energy into it, the boundary stone stood still. It's over. It's over. It wasn't a dream. It was real. Su Qiankuan. In the end, what kind of hatred and what kind of grudge is it? It's not just killing your wife. Isn't it enough that you've killed me twice? Su Wei roared with red eyes towards Su Qiankuan. Enough? Not enough. Killing you 100 times wouldn't be too much. You really deserve to die. But back then you said that if I left, I wouldn't hurt the people around me. And what happened? So you deserve to die. You deserve to die in endless torture. Su Qiankuan gritted his teeth. Here's the knife. Su Qiankuan roared. Then he only saw a round moon scimitar appear in his hand as he flipped his hand. This was Su Qiankuan's original weapon, which had been warmed up in his dantian. Now naturally, it has also become an immortal weapon, a blade to destroy the world. Chop! Su Qiankuan didn't give Su Wei half a chance to catch his breath. A sword slashed across the sky like a heavenly sword across the sky, splitting all of space into two halves. Immortal King Scripture! Su Wei yelled up to the sky as the Immortal King Scriptures emerged and covered his entire body. This time he had a chance to cast it. These Immortal King Scriptures guarded him within them, giving his entire being a hint of a special Tao. Swish! But then, his entire body was sliced in half horizontally. The Immortal King Scripture was instantly worn down by the blade chi. This time, I won't let you die like that. Su Qiankuan held the round moon scimitar and slowly paced in front of Su Wei. The tip of the knife sliced through the ground with an ear-splitting sound. For Suvi, that was the catalyst. His immortal body was broken by Su Qiankuan's sword, and his cultivation is rapidly fading. The most horrifying thing was that below the waist was chopped off by Su Qiankuan, and blood flowed all over the place. His wounds had a powerful force of rules preventing him from recovering. There was no way for him to recover from his injuries. He could only watch Su Qiankuan walk towards him step by step. Su Qiankuan, I'm wrong. I repent. I admit my mistake. I kowtow and beg you to give me a way out. Su Wei lay on the ground, feeling his cultivation gradually disappearing, looking at Su Qiankuan with a pleading face. He didn't want to die. He was an immortal. His lifespan was endless, and he still had a lot of time to waste. There are many other fairies who have stepped astray waiting to be rescued by him. Don't worry, at least for now. You'll be alive again when you die. It won't take long. I feel your hands are too cheap to waste your hands. The round moon scimitar in Su Qiankuan's hand swung down towards Su Wei's only arm after he finished speaking. Su Wei's only remaining arm was directly chopped off. Su Qiankuan, please, 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 let me go. Okay. I'm not going to be the Su family's young master anymore. I'll let you have it. No. The Su family's young master position was originally yours. It is I who am shameless. I am not a thing. Please, spare me. Su Wei's eyes were filled with hope for survival. I saw the hope for survival in your eyes, and I was so upset that I didn't want you to have any hope of survival. So, waste your eyes. Su Qiankuan directly stabbed the round moon scimitar into Su Wei's eyes. The monstrous anger in his heart was only slightly calmed. His father, Su Wuxie, died tragically under Su Tian. Su Tian is also going to be liquidated. Su Qiankuan, you killed me. You killed me. You gave me a pain. Su Wei's eyes had turned into two bloody holes, dripping blood uncontrollably. The whole thing looked incredibly miserable. Put. Su Qiankuan chopped off his head with a single slash. Suvi had a relieved smile on his face. What a relief for him at last. Well, do we still need to bring him back to life? Su Zi looked at Su Qiankuan, who seemed to be somewhat intolerant, and looked at him and asked, Phew, let's turn him into a mortal and never be able to cultivate. It'll be more torturous than killing him. Su Qiankuan said as he put away the round moon scimitar. Chapter 84, Forbidden Existence, Suzi's predecessor. Indeed, a high and mighty true immortal would have lived forever. Suddenly it turned him into a mortal who couldn't cultivate. The huge contrast was enough to make him ache. Wow. Suzi nodded, and it was a cheap shot for Suvi to do so. Suzi then opened the river of time once again. Just as he was about to pull Su Wei out from inside, suddenly the river at the end of the long river of time began to churn. A golden light converged at the end of the river of time, forming a huge eyeball. Who is it? Who is disturbing the order of the long river of time? The voice gave off a feeling that was filled with a pale and ancient feeling. It seemed to be coming from far, far away, giving a feeling of longevity. You have interfered with the order of the long river of time several times, and deserve divine punishment. This voice was cold and unfeeling, as if it was articulating the will of heaven and earth. That huge golden eyeball's eyes looked coldly and indifferently straight at Suzy. Who are you? This seat has no intention of interfering and disrupting. It's just that things happen for a reason entirely. Suzy was completely giving the other party enough face. He's also making a serious statement of his own. But the other party obviously didn't give him face and directly interrupted what he was going to say next. I don't care what you've disturbed the river of time several times because of. If you've done something wrong, you have to recognize the punishment. God's punishment to come. He was cold and unfeeling. He was like a machine that only knew how to carry out orders. Cold and impersonal. Okay, is it true that if you resurrect someone once, you have to accept divine punishment once? Suzy nodded her head in agreement with a quick nod. He did disrupt the long river of time. There's no denying that. Humph. The order of the long river of time does not allow outside interference. Do you want a second time? Be able to survive this divine punishment before you say there's a next time. The pale voice was tinged with coldness. Kind of funny. Suzy was instantly pulled into an unknown space. It looked like the so-called administrator of this long stretch of time had pulled him over. Is he afraid that the fluctuation of the divine punishment will affect the world? Or is he afraid that the divine punishment will directly destroy all the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands? Suzy surveyed the surroundings. Well, there were bodies of various species all around. Some broken arms and some broken legs. And almost none of the bodies were intact anyway. These corpses are all skinned and broken. And their souls are silent. But their bodies had existed here for I don't know how many years. And at a glance, it was clear that they must have been cleaved to death by this so-called divine punishment. Their cultivation in life was extremely powerful. And even after their death their remnant bodies had a feeling of power over the world. But even though they were as powerful as they were, they ended up dying here. By order of the heavenly Tao, I am in charge of the long river of time, and I am the god of the long river of time. Today, there are human cultivators disturbing the long river of time, and 2 divine punishments are hereby sent down to receive life, and death on the contrary. The magnificent voice exploded in the middle of the dark space. Suzy then saw a purple divine thunder fall from the sky without the slightest bit of brewing at all. It just came straight down. Well, the power is truly remarkable. Suzy nodded, expressing his approval of the divine thunder's power. This kind of thunder, which looked as thick as a tree, but only needed a mere trace, so much thinner than a hairline, to instantly blow up a group of immortal emperors. The divine lightning fell on Suzy's body, and Suzy also felt his body tingling and especially comfortable. Boom! The first divine thunderbolt hadn't even completely fallen yet, and the second one descended directly. So what? Is there any more? If not, this seat will leave. Suzy gently shook, and instantly, the divine thunder transformed into strands of electricity that shot out in all directions. This divine punishment could only feel a little bit of tingling to him. Who the hell are you to be so powerful? The ancient voice asked in a half-hearted silence. That's not your concern. Just do your own thing. Right. You chop another one. I have to pull one out later. Suzy shouted towards the dark space. These words directly gave the god in charge of the river of time dry silence. Ugh. That's just it. That's just it. That's just one time. And it won't happen again. The god of the long river of time sighed helplessly. That's not necessarily true. Let's go. Suzy waved her hand and turned to disappear. How could there be such an existence in the world? And how did I not discover it in the long river of time before? There will be a next time? Even if it were me. There's nothing more to be done with him. Alas! The god of the long river of time sighed deeply. After Suzy left, the god of the long river of time immediately flipped through the long river of time. He wanted to see traces of Suzy's existence from within the river of time. All things in heaven and earth. No one can transcend and jump out of the river of time. Since there is this person in the world, this person must have appeared in the course of time. Such an existence will definitely reveal traces even if it's covered by heavenly chances. The god of the long river of time then began to watch Suzy's life. I can't believe he's. The god of the river of time was filled with horror. He saw an incredible scene in the middle of the river of time. Suzy turned out to be a reborn. That was certainly not enough to appall him. What horrified him was Suzy's identity in his previous life. He didn't even dare to open his mouth to speak his name out. That kind of existence needed to be feared. That kind of existence has actually appeared. The previous generation was already at its peak. One of the most powerful existences in the world. But such existences actually all chose to be reborn and recultivate. What happened back then? The god of the long river of time didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He was afraid that a terrifying great karma would befall him. When he looked toward the river of time again, boom! A blurry figure broke free of the river of time and raised its eyes to him. Put! The god of the long river of time instantly flew out backwards, spewing blood in large gulps inside his mouth. He looked horrified. He knew that it was because his prying had caused this one's former body to get upset. It was warning him. This one was so terrifying to the extreme that he was able to break free of the river of time. But why did he have to be reborn and retrained? Hiss! The god of the long river of time was instantly covered in sweat. A hard cold shiver ran through his body. He didn't dare to think about it any further. To think about it any further would be touching some kind of taboo. He felt as if there was some kind of great karma coming down from the underworld. A karma that he could not bear. I'd better do my part, and leave the rest to the Lord of Time's headache. The god of the long river of time shook his head, emptying his mind of thoughts. An existence like that was not something that he, a deity, could recklessly speculate about. Anyway, even if the sky is falling, there is always a big one in front of it, and it doesn't matter if I turn a blind eye. The words of the god of the long river of time slowly faded away until they were gone. Chapter 85, The Misery of Suvi. As soon as Suzy appeared, Su Qianquan immediately stepped forward and looked at Suzy worriedly. Is it because of the resurrection of Suvi? It didn't hurt much, did it? Su Qianquan blamed himself a little. These things were all because of him. It turned out to be a way for Suzy to suffer all the consequences. Don't worry. This divine punishment doesn't pose a single threat to me. Suzy smiled and told Su Qianquan to relax. He also saw a glimmer of it in the middle of the river of time. He never thought about his birth. Now that I think about it, my own past life was really a figure at the top of the heap. Suzy didn't want to think about it too much. It was as good as it got. He was Suzy now. No one else. Suzy slowly opened the time river. Once again, Suvi was pulled out. This time the god of the long river of time did not appear, and the end of the long river of time was revealed to be somewhat calm. Put! Su Wei had just returned to his senses, instantly falling to his knees. He was literally in a state of liver and gall. He's scared. Really scared. The feeling that life is worse than death. The feeling that it is not enough to be tortured before you die, but after you die you will be resurrected to be tortured again. This feeling is really worse than death. So he chose to just kneel. Su Qianquan, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I apologize for my previous behavior for you. I kowtow to you. I know I won't live, but please give me a pain in the ass. Please make it happen. Suvi knelt down, just thumping his head. There was no trace of resentment on his face. For him, it was better to die in pain rather than be tortured. Devils, they are devils. I can't take it anymore. The ones who went down with Su Wei shouted madly. Their nerves were rattled to see Suvi being tortured repeatedly, dying and pulling out to die again. It's simply more demonic than the devil. My lord, we were wrong. Woo woo woo. We were really wrong. We've done a lot of hurtful things after Suvi over the years. And even though Suvi forced us to do it, we enjoyed it. We implore your honor's sanction. The three of them knelt in the void, all of them reverently facing in Suzi's direction. They didn't dare to commit suicide. A scene from Suvi was still imprinted in their minds. They were afraid that Suzi would be unhappy and directly abuse and resurrect them and abuse them again. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to handle such a cycle, so they can only hope for less torture. Send them to the world of mortals, where they will not be able to cultivate for the rest of their lives. Suzi's words followed the law, and as soon as his words fell, Su Wei and a few others showed ecstasy on their faces. They don't have to suffer anymore. A world of mortals is a world of mortals. Although they couldn't cultivate, their cultivation was there, and they were able to live a good life in the mortal world, and make himself king. Think what? This seed is for you to become mortal and spend the rest of your lives in a mortal kingdom. Life and death you are all able to taste. Suzi's words just fell. The three people in the sky suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings. They were not dropped to their deaths at this moment by Suzi's deliberate action, but they all became mortal. A common mortal. My cultivation? No, my cultivation is gone. Wouldn't that mean that in 100 years we'd be in our graves? Turned to dust? Perhaps it won't be 100 years before mortals hear of any sickness or disease. Alas, it's better to be a mortal than to be repeatedly abused, right? They kind of accepted that. Suzi waved his hand and instantly moved them to the mortal realm. Young lord, earlier it was just for the sake of staying alive. I still hope that you can be an honorable man. One of the three said to Su Wei with a fawning smile. Oh, no harm done. He thinks he can torture me like that? Unbeknownst to us, we are all able to return to the top simply by virtue of the immortal laws in our minds. Moreover, the Su family will definitely pour out their clan's strength to find me. We'll still be able to return to the immortal realm by then, so after we go back, all lay low and don't mess with him anymore. Suvi whispered. He then revolved his immortal technique, wanting to start recultivating. But surprisingly, he couldn't even sense the Dantian. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't sense any Dantian. Even the immortal laws in his mind gradually blurred, finally forgetting completely. No way. Su Wei looked horrified and yelled. In an instant, all the spells he had ever seen cultivated were all forgotten cleanly. Can't think of a single word. It's over. It's completely over. Not only Su Wei, but also his 3 followers, all of them were desperate. So what do we do now? One of Su Wei's followers asked anxiously. What to do? What to do? What the hell do you say? Are you all pig brains? Su Wei also fumed at this time, pointing at the 3 of them and cursing angrily. Su Wei, you were the one who said you came down to the world to have a fat job. And what happened? Being able to retrieve a life is already a great fortune. It's all because of you, Suvi. The 3 pointed at Su Wei with righteous indignation. Why didn't you guys say anything when your damn Laozi bestowed you with cultivation resources? Don't you guys forget that Laozi is the young master of the Su family. There will come a day when the Su family will come and find old me. And I'll remember everything you guys said then. Su Wei's eyes blossomed with a cold aura as he looked at these 3 slaves who had once served him. Yes. I'm sorry, young Su. We were also blinded by the rush. Yes. You forgive us, Mr. Su. It's because we were in a momentary hurry. It's reasonable to say that with young Su's status, it's almost certain that he'll be picked up and returned to the Su family in the future. The 3 men started taking turns kissing ass again. I'm hungry. You guys go find me some immortal dew to drink. Su Wei rubbed his rumbling stomach and instructed the trio. Young Su, we're in the mortal realm now. Where can we find immortal dew? The 3 of them immediately revealed bitter faces and said, buy buns, hot meat buns. This is the meat of the first order beast spirit tiger. It can polish the muscles and bones of martial artists. Just then a big, burly man was hawking on the street. The 4 who smelled it drooled. Young Su, why don't we go eat 2 buns? The 3 immediately suggested to Suvi. Although Su Wei was disgusted, he walked with them towards the Baozi store down the street. A few guests. Some buns? The burly man saw that several people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and hurriedly greeted them. Get 4 drawers of buns. Quick! Suvi opened his mouth and drank. His tone was condescending. Okay, sir, you wait. The burly man saw Su Wei's compelling temperament, and his tone was like that of a male son from one of those big families, so he nodded his head at once, only to see him wrapping the 4 drawers of buns in oil paper extremely quickly and handing them to the 4 people. When I think about it, where did we immortals need this kind of mortal food? Chapter 86, Greeting Et. Nowadays it's kind of like a tiger being bullied by a dog. The 4 of them wolfed down their food while saying disdainfully, 4 more drawers. The 4 of them devoured the food and were immediately overwhelmed by the mortal food they had never eaten before. Yes. The lanky man felt bad when he watched a few people devour the food. Several guests. A total of 8 drawers of buns, 100 spirit dollars. The burly man said with a nod of his head. What spirit element? I've never heard of it. If this young master casually instructs you on a few things, you will benefit immensely. Suvi remained in a lofty position. No money? You guys want to get a free meal? The lanky man's tone instantly changed and became dangerous. He was never a good person and now wanted to do some business and say goodbye to his past self once and for all. Mother ******** her. Why is it so hard to be a good person for once? The burly man, touching the scar on his head, said somewhat obscurely. Dare to eat my king's meal. Even if the king of heaven comes today, he won't be able to let you leave in one piece. The burly man slowly drew a knife from under the bunk. Thought there was going to be a big battle. Didn't think it was really just ordinary people. Really bad luck. Cowhide blowing to the sky. What immortal awe. Of what things? What class? Also dare to eat my bully meal. The burly man looked at the 4 people lying in a pool of blood and wailing, spat a mouthful of saliva and said disdainfully, all 4 men had their legs chopped off, and from now on they would have to reach out and beg. Or maybe they won't even live to see tomorrow. Who knows? No one sympathizes with them in the streets where people come and go. More disdain. With indifference. After all, even though it was the mortal world, it was also honored by martial arts, and the weak had no say. At the same time, the Su family. Family master. I have something important to report. Su Jian hurriedly walked into the great hall with urgency in his words. Didn't I tell you that you don't change your face and don't skip a beat when Tarzan is in front of you? Why are you so fidgety in doing things? Su Tian opened his eyes without a ripple somewhat unpleasantly. Although the Su Jian was in the red dust immortal realm, he was still a bit unsteady after all. It couldn't be compared to Su Zhantian and the others. Even if that old thing Su Wuxia and Lin Song come, this king is not vain. What other urgent matters can you have? Seeing the slight displeasure in Su Tian's eyes, Su Jian hurriedly confessed. Family master. It's really not that I'm in a hurry, but after the young master left for the lower realm, the immortal jade divine plaque suddenly perished. Before Su Jian could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Su Tian. Extinguished? It can't be, can it? He has the boundary stone in his hand. That's because this king trusted him before handing over the supreme treasure boundary stone to him. Even an immortal emperor powerhouse would need to expend a lot of effort if they wanted to obstruct it. Su Tian frowned and said, doesn't that mean that he's dead and the boundary stone is nowhere to be found? Su Tian's face was a bit unsightly. No, family master. It's his immortal jade divine sign that suddenly went out, then lit up again for a moment, then went out again, then lit up again, then went out again, then lit up again, then now it's lit up again. Only there's no difference between it and not being lit up anymore. It's just dull. We also made a point of checking his immortal jade divine plaque, but we didn't find it broken. Su Jian finished in one breath. Next time you speak, don't pause. Su Tian's face was a bit ugly, but then he fell back into contemplation. It goes out and comes back on? Lights up and goes out? What is this? Being reborn? A stroke of luck? Don't rule it out, and it's a strong possibility. It indicated that Su Wei was caught in a weird metamorphosis. His breath was suddenly strong and weak, but it could make the immortal jade divine plaque suddenly bright and dark. Don't worry about it. When Suvi comes back, tell him to meet me, Su Tian said softly. If Su Wei really had obtained a heaven-defying great fortune and chance, then it was not unlikely that he would personally take action. After all, there are those who can. He was able to make Suvi a young master or a dead dog. Old thief Su Tian, roll out. Get out. Get out. Suddenly, immortal light erupted, and the sound coming from outside shook the great hall. Immortal king powerhouses. Or two. Oh no. How did they get here so fast? I haven't even stood in line yet. Su Jian instantly changed his face. In the sky above the Su family, Su Wuxie, who was wearing a black robe and had a cold face, looked down at the bottom. Beside him was a middle-aged elegant man, Lin Song. At this time, Lin Song's eyes were also on fire, and his eyes contained monstrous anger and murderous aura. It seemed to be drowning the entire Su family. Those who didn't participate in the matter between Su Chenkuan and Lin Xiaoran, remembering that you are from the Su family's direct lineage, you can live today. The rest of you, kill without mercy. Su Wuxie's eyes bloomed with a cold aura. How dare you bully his own son like that while he's away? Do you really think he won't kill? Everyone in the Su family all trembled with fear as they looked at the two figures in the air with pale faces. The immortal king's aura was unconcealed. Immortal light rushed to the sky. The aura on Su Wuxie's body was even more bizarre and incomparable, and the immortal light emanating from him even took on the color of dark light. At a glance, it was clear that Su Wuxie had taken the path of entering the devil. Ha ha ha, brother innocent. Haven't seen you for many years. How are you doing? A loud laugh came from the middle of the hall as Su Tian flew out laughing. Su Tian, you villain. Back then this seat remembered that you were a member of the Su family, kindly saved your life in the alien demon battlefield. I didn't think that you would even assassinate this seat, and plundered all of this seat's chances. In the end, he even took advantage of this seat's inattention and knocked this seat down into the foreign demon abyss. Su Wuxie's body was covered in dark light wrapped around the entire person like a god or devil. Since ancient times, great chances have been won by those who are capable. So what does that mean? It means that you, Su Wuxie, have no affinity with great opportunities. How can this be blamed on this seat? Su Tian didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment. Instead, he spoke with great righteousness. Cultivation matters. How can we say take away? At best, it's borrowing. But whether or not you pay it back, that's a different story. After all, I borrowed it by virtue of my skill. So why should I return it? Su Tian showed his shameless side. But it's not unreasonable for him to say that whoever has the biggest fist has the most sense. If morality can be used as a constraint, then what's the point of practicing immortality? It doesn't matter. Su Tian, you will die today. Pick your dog's head. Lin San's black hair was spread out, and the immortal light in his eyes pierced through everything. Ha ha ha. It's not certain who will die and who will live. Su Tian greets immortal Emperor Yi. Su Tian laughed loudly, then bent down and arched his hand respectfully toward the void. Immortal Emperor. Su Wuxie and Lin Sang both changed their faces in unison. This Su Tian, was he even able to invite an immortal emperor? How in the world did Su Tian do that? Immortal emperors controlled a side of the immortal realm, and were the well-deserved ceiling of the immortal realm's war power. Chapter 87, The Truth. A flash of immortal light appeared, and a young man stood with his hands in front of the crowd. He was flat and didn't look like an immortal emperor powerhouse at all, but the shards of the great Tao surrounding him could not be faked. He's just standing there almost into the Tao, and the whole world is revolving around him. Su family head Su Tian pays his respects to immortal Emperor Yi. Su Tian bent down 90 degrees and respectfully said. He lowered his head, a smug smile crossing the corners of his mouth. The Su family has the backing of the immortal emperor. No, it's him who has the backing of the immortal emperor. He walks sideways in the immortal realm. These two are intent on destroying my Su family. I implore immortal emperor to take action to put the two to death. Su Tian once again bowed deeply. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He had just stood in the void already to understand something. This Su Tian's way of doing things was far from him. He has always been open and honest and will not do anything for a little something. Su Tian's approach gave him a bit of a chill. He sheltered the Su family not for Su Tian, but for the entire Su family. He also wanted to make his master's former family glorious. It was only then that he picked out a Su Tian in the middle of the huge Su family. Wanted Su Tian to inherit his master's will. But Su Tian was too much of a disappointment to him. If he had known, he shouldn't have given the immortal emperor pill to Su Tian in the first place, allowing him to become an immortal king. Between you two, who is the Su family proper? Yi Fan ignored Su Tian and instead looked at Su Wuxia and asked. There are two direct lines of the Su family, one of which is my lineage, and the other is Su Tian's lineage. The successive generations of Su clan family heads have been chosen from our two lineages. Originally, my son Su Qianquan was the next head of the Su family, but he was relegated to the lower realms by this Su Tian villain. Su Wuxia could not hide the anger in his heart. So what if immortal emperor? If the immortal emperor wanted to help Su Tian, then he, Su Wuxia, had nothing to say. The big deal is just death. He was a man who had died once. Was he afraid of dying again? It was just a pity that Su Tian didn't die before him. Unbridled. What are you babbling about? Su Wuxia? This king is the Su family's family head. The young master of the Su family is whoever this king says to give it to. As for Su Qianquan, he was indeed the young lord I set out to be in the first place. But it was he himself who was unwilling to be this hooked-up young lord. It was he who took the initiative to ask to travel to the lower realms. This king didn't force it. Su Tian retorted without turning red in the face. Su Qianquan? Why is this name so familiar? Yi Fan was puzzled to hear the name Su Qianquan muttered. Su Tian's face jumped tremendously when he heard this. No way. No way. The timing is just right. Yi Fan was the one who ascended from the 4 seas and 8 wastes, and at the time of his ascension Su Qianquan had already been relegated to the lower realms. But nowadays, Yi Fan is somewhat familiar, which is a very bad omen. Could it be that Yi Fan was a close friend of Su Qianquan in the lower realm? If that was really the case, Yi Fan probably wouldn't have helped him. His heart was in turmoil at the thought that Yi Fan wouldn't help him. Things were already going in a direction that was beyond his expectations. I should have known to directly strike out and fight with Su Wuxia before. At that time, Yi Fan saw it designated to directly help him exterminate the two Su Wuxia. Are you saying Su Qianquan is your son? Yi Fan looked at Su Wuxia seriously and asked. He was incredibly serious in this moment. To suffer. Su Tian's face changed in and out. That's right. Su Qianquan is my son. The Su family members present all know that. Su Wuxia replied with some confusion. Then do you know who Su Qianquan's son is? Yi Fan asked again. Qianquan's oldest son was named Su Dao. The youngest son is unknown. And at that time I was assassinated by Su Tian before I had the chance to return from the Fey Demon battlefield. Su Wuxia's eyes were a little bleak. His 2 grandchildren, neither of whom he had ever met. Yi Fan was still unsure if this Su Qianquan was the same person as the one in the lower world. He had once glimpsed the long river of time after becoming an immortal emperor, but he was never able to find Su Zi's figure. Lord Immortal Emperor, don't be fooled by this sinister villain. Su Qianquan came down to the realm voluntarily. Although, in the lower realms you have an old relationship with him, it is still a matter of opinion whether it is the same person or not. Su Tian said carefully. Is this man your son? Yi Fan thought about it and with a wave of his arm, Su Qianquan's portrait appeared in front of Su Wuxia. Yeah, it's Drika's. Can't go wrong. That's my wonderful son-in-law. Su Wuxia and Lin Sang both nodded their heads. Ugh, I was wrong to begin with. Yi Fan sighed. Immortal Emperor. Su Tian immediately let out a shriek. You're right. Su Zi is indeed a member of your Su family, but not your Su family's ancestor, but Su Qianquan's youngest son. What Yi Fan said made Su Wuxia and Lin Sang feel a bit puzzled, but it was deafening in Su Tian's mind. It's over. Paper can't hold fire after all. How did he know that Su Zi was Su Qianquan's son? Was it for Su Zi that Yi Fan had been helping the Su family all these years? Just how much this Su Zi has done him a favor? Su Tian couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Lord Immortal Emperor, my lineage of the Su family is the authentic one. Please kill this person to correct the prestige of my Su family. Su Tian himself didn't even know what he was expressing. All he knew was that if he didn't do something, today was the day he would die. In front of an immortal emperor, he was simply powerless to fight back. Oh, I've done a lot for your Su family over the years, and I've always thought that Su Zi was in your lineage, but it didn't occur to me that it came close to being a disaster. Do you realize that if I hadn't come earlier and heard these conversations, perhaps I would have regretted it for the rest of my life? Yi Fan's face was devoid of joy and sorrow as he spoke softly. Su Tian's face turned pale. Just what kind of person is this Su Zi? How could he make an immortal emperor be like this? For an immortal emperor to be willing to go to such an extent for the sake of a person from the lower realms is truly baffling. Although Su Tian's heart was full of unbelief, the facts were right in front of him. Su Zi, he's Su Qianquan's second son. His talent is earth-shattering. Anyway, even if it's me, I can only look up to him. If he's still alive, his cultivation is definitely more than the immortal emperor realm. Seeing the doubts of Su Wuxia and Lin Song, Yi Fan opened his mouth to narrate. What? Su Zi is Su Qianquan's son. It's over. Su Tian had a lifeless face. He had thought of many possibilities, but the only one he hadn't thought of was that Su Zi was actually related to Su Qianquan, or Su Qianquan's second son. What? My grandson? How did he not? Su Wuxia's words were all tinged with a tremor. My grandson? Why is he gone? Chapter 88. Su Zi is the immortal emperor's master? Lin Song's tiger eyes were filled with tears. This was his own grandson. He only had one daughter, and he was doting on Lin Xiaoran. For Lin Xiaoran's son is naturally also loved tightly. But today I heard such bad news. Su Zi has never lost a single battle in his life, and is pressed down on the various heavenly prides who cannot raise their heads. He's like a god. No one can be defeated. No one dares to be defeated. And he can't lift his head up with one punch across the face of an absolute heavenly pride. A palm is even more oppressive that the older generation doesn't dare to fight against it. But, in the end, he still sat down under the emperor's tribulation. Yi Fan said with a sigh. Su Zi was a leader in the midst of his life, and he had deep feelings for him. He even thinks of Su Zi as his father. Su Zi had once said that he was Su Zi's youngest disciple, and had followed Su Zi around the mountains and rivers at the age of 10. It was only when he was 30 that Su Zi let him leave and practice on his own. Years later, after hearing the bad news coming out of the Sushan dynasty, his entire body was in a trance all day long, and his spirit was disheveled. It took decades to adjust. He wanted to cultivate immortality. He wanted to become the most powerful immortal. This might make it possible to perform immortal means and bring Su Zi back to life. But to his despair, after so many years of crazy training, he finally became an immortal emperor. But the immortal emperor's means simply couldn't do anything to resurrect a person. So he begged to the great disciple of Su Zi, Tian Wu. He could never forget what Sky Wasteland said that day. Those words also became a thorn in his side. More than anything, it was a goal that spurred him forward. So, he must find out that path. And he'll give Sky Wasteland a good look. Even without his heavenly wasteland, he could still do everything. Sitting down? No, it can't be. How could a generation of supreme celestial pride be seated by a calamity? Su Wuxia took a few steps backward, muttering under his breath. Alas, your obsession is so deep that you are still at the immortal emperor realm even now. You're deep enough that it's logical to have transcended out long ago, but you've always had an obsession in your heart. Just then, a sigh rang out. Everyone looked around to see where the hell they were talking. Only Yi Fan trembled with excitement. It's him. It's his voice. There's no mistaking it. It's his voice. It was a voice he was all too familiar with. Every time he was hurt, this familiar voice would appear to encourage him and support him. It has brought him one step at a time to where he is now. Su Zi appeared in the void with Su Qianquan and Qing Shi. Qianquan. Su Wuxia saw Su Qianquan at a glance and his lips were shivering as he spoke. Father. Su Qianquan saw a goodbye for many years. Father. The heart has a million words, but at this time is unable to say. How could it be? How could you possibly come back alive, and still at the peak of true immortality? Su Tian was like seeing a ghost as he pointed at Su Qianquan. Surprised? It's a pity. I've come up, but Su Wei and his lapdogs are permanently left in the lower realms. Su Qianquan shook his head and said, How the hell is Su Vi doing? Su Tian asked with a gloomy face. He guessed wrong. Su Wei was not blessed with a great chance, a great fortune. Instead, they were left in the lower realms, and since they didn't die, they were wasted. Originally, he had wanted to snatch Su Wei's great chance to see if he could go further, become that supreme immortal emperor powerhouse. Everything is always a dream. Su Wei, who was burdened with the world stone, was wasted and turned into a mortal, and the world stone naturally went nowhere. Not to mention that right now he, Su Tian, was facing the threat of death. Even if he wasn't facing the threat of death, he couldn't do the stupid thing of raising his clan to save Su Vi either. The boundary stones are lost. The big deal is not to go to the lower world, right? After he became an immortal emperor, the world was so big, where couldn't he go? Now all of this has become a dream. Bang! Master! You, indeed, are still alive. Disciple fought so hard about you. What left everyone dumbfounded was that immortal Emperor Yifan had directly knelt down. Hiss! The immortal Emperor's master? Surprisingly, there is such a layer of relationship in it. It seems that the heavens are going to kill me. Su Tian's face instantly became disheveled. Today, he categorically had no life to speak of. Not even a chance to put up a fight. A struggle. Hachi, all these years, it's been hard on you. Su Zi looked at Yifan's soft words, and a rare touch of softness unexpectedly appeared in her eyes. Disciple is not bitter. Disciple just misses you a lot. Yifan giggled. The master had returned, and the trace of obsession in his heart instantly dissipated. He would not allow anyone to denigrate his senior, not even his eldest brother. Master teacher, eldest brother he. When Yifan looked at Su Zi and wanted to say something else, he was directly interrupted by Su Zi waving his hand. There is no harm. Everything for the teacher has long been known. This matter, you do not need to care more. There is a teacher to deal with. Su Zi's expression was ghostly. There was nothing in the universe of heaven and earth that he didn't know, nor can anything be hidden from him. Yes, Yifan stood directly behind Su Zi after he respectfully finished speaking. From now on, he wasn't the master of any immortal hall. He was just a little follower. And you don't need to. You have your path to follow. Without the obsession in your heart, that path naturally appears. As Su Zi's words just fell, a void portal appeared in front of Yifan. The void portal opens up, and there's absolutely nothing to be seen in the chaos inside. It was like an ordinary portal. No breath could be felt. Go, I believe it won't be long before the master can see you. Before that, the master still has a few things to take care of, Su Zi said to Yifan with a smile. Master. Yifan was quite reluctant to give up, but he knew that Su Zi had Su Zi's plans. Moreover, Su Tian was not a match for Su Zi at all right now. So naturally, he could not threaten Su Zi. Master, I'm sorry, in the past I thought you had sat down and thought of sheltering the Su family, but I didn't realize that instead of sheltering your lineage, I was sheltering this villain's lineage. The hallowed generation of immortal emperors was actually at a loss for words at this moment, like a child who had done something wrong. Go, and if you meet Sky Wasteland after you arrive, bring a message to Master. The devourer will eventually devour himself. Yifan carefully noted down what Su Zi said. He trusted Su Zi unconditionally anyway. What Su Zi says is what Su Zi says. My disciple has made a note of it, and if I see eldest senior brother again, I will definitely convey Master's words to him as they are. Master, disciple will leave first. Although Yifan was unwilling to let go, he knew that he was too far away from his master. To close the distance, you have to keep climbing upwards. Immortal Emperor, just the starting point. He was also convinced that it wouldn't be long before he could see his master again. Chapter 89, Half a Life in the Drift. Not meeting the right owner. Yifan turned around and looked at Su Zi rather reluctantly. This being who was like a father in his heart. Hachi, above the immortal emperor is transcendence, transcending the 5 elements and the 6 paths. But there's always order in this world. And no matter what level you're on, there's always a he dead ahead of you. They are the enforcers, the executors of the world, who patrol the world in place of the heavenly Tao. So, you want to be unbound, then you have to keep moving forward. Forward, and forward. Just when you think you've reached the end of the line, you look back and see that there might be something unexpected. Su Zi meaningfully taunted Yifan. This youngest disciple of his was extremely talented and had a heart of gold. Proper guidance will be like a light to show him the way. Cheer up. You're the weakest in cultivation amongst your several elder brothers and sisters. Sure, you may not be the most talented, but you're definitely not the least talented either. Shao Qi is immortal in flesh, but today's achievement is the strongest among the 8 of you. There are times when talent and special physical qualities can make a person's achievements infinitely higher, but they are definitely not the only standard for measuring whether one is powerful or not, nor is it a measure of one's ability to make it to the end. Su Zi said seriously to Yifan. The disciple is taught. Yifan thought seriously and deeply. He felt that his master was mentioning something to him, but he was never able to catch that ray of inspiration. Go, beyond the immortal realm is the great immortal domain. That's where there are as many strong people as there are strong people, and that's also where you'll be most able to be honed. Your senior brothers and sisters, they are all in the great immortal domain. Report for Master when you see them. Su Zi gently waved her hand. Yes, Master. With a deep bow, Yifan turned around and plunged into the void portal and disappeared. Immortal Emperor? Actually a disciple of Su Qianquan's son? Su Tian's eyes were full of dullness and disbelief. He thought of many possibilities, but the only thing that did not occur to him was that Su Qianquan's son had actually taught an immortal emperor. Moreover, the immortal emperor treated him with quite a bit of respect. How deep is the duo's master-disciple bond? But with immortal Emperor Ye's departure, Su Tian's face appeared ecstatic. Once the immortal emperor was gone, his survival rate rubbed off. Without an immortal emperor to suppress him, who else in the world could forcefully leave him behind? He didn't believe that a Suzy who had just ascended could forcefully leave him behind. Suzy's cultivation was only true immortal realm at the top, though he couldn't see through it. Even he thought Suzy was mortal, but he didn't think that was possible. No wonder Su Wei had been defeated and descended to the lower realms. Su Qianquan was already at the peak of the true immortal realm. He was aware of Su Qianquan's talent. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone and put some kind of heaven-sealing seal on him, sealing his dantian. He wasn't surprised at all that Su Wei lost to Su Qianquan at the same realm. It's not even a quantum of existence. You will never be able to become the Su family proper. As long as this king doesn't die, you will never be recognized by the Su family. Su Tian looked at Su Zi and the others with a cold smile on his face. In a great battle between immortal kings, it would be difficult to tell the winner without a few months. It was even harder to leave an immortal king behind. Therefore, Su Tian was not afraid at all. At this point, he still had a breezy demeanor, because he pressed on with no concern for his own safety. Su Jian pays his respects to Su family head Su Wuxie. At this time, Su Jian, who was on the side, saw that Su Tian's power was gone and decisively bowed down in the direction of Su Wuxie. He knew that Su Tian could only flee from today onwards. Since they were fleeing, it was naturally impossible to take them along as a burden. That being the case, he simply chose to become a wallflower and fall on whichever side the wind blew. This villain, Su Tian, coerced us to do things for him, and even made us drive my Su family's #1 pride, Su Qianquan, to the lower realms. Even more so, let us design to lure the Lin family's eldest miss here, set up an ambush, and finally, obliterate the Lin family's eldest miss. Although I am under the command of this shameless villain Su Tian, my heart has always been on your side. Every time I thought about it over the years, I couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning. Su Jian fell to his knees in tears, as if he had suffered a great injustice. It's almost as if it makes you sad to hear and cry, but please rest assured, family master, Su Zantian and the other elders have all been released by me, and they are currently completely safe. These are all my Su family's brachycephalic ministers. For the sake of the Su family's reputation, they don't hesitate to kill their enemies for billions of years in the altered demon battlefield. Su Jian said rather emotionally. It's true, the walls are falling down. Su Tian sighed a little. He had actually expected it. How could these people in the Su family return to their hearts? Especially those in his lineage. There were countless hookups. Some days he wondered about that. Why can't people in his lineage work together? Work together? Where else would there be any Su Wuxie's lineage? Unbeknownst to him, the root cause lies in himself. He himself is a man who will do anything to get what he wants. How can the people under him be the purest and the best? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Su Jian, you're also considered an existence of my Su family's patriarchal level. How do you want to die? This king will fulfill you. Su Tian looked at Su Jian's expressionless face, and his words were calm. But the more this happened, the more fear flourished within Su Jian. He knew that Su Tian was going to make a move on him. His only chance of survival lay in Su Wuxie's body. As long as Su Wuxie protected him, then under the deterrence of the two immortal kings, even Su Tian wouldn't dare to make a move easily. Family master, the shameless villain Su Tian even dared to commit murder in front of you. Although Su Jian is not talented, this is tantamount to slapping your face. This Su Tian is completely not putting you in his eyes. I, Su Jian, have never met a clear master in my life, like walking on thin ice, trembling with fear and trembling. In the way of Su Tian's villain's obscene authority, the sword had to listen to it and recognize it. The sword's life is not worth mentioning. Today, whether Su Tian villain wants to kill me or not, whether it's death by 1,000 cuts or not, the sword also recognizes it. Everything the sword does is only to let the family master see the sword's heart of sincerity. After Su Jian heard Su Tian's words to kill him, he was not half afraid. Instead, there was a slight sense of anticipation. He's not a pervert. He's just using this time to show his loyalty. He was about to cry at himself. He didn't believe that Su Wuxie would be indifferent. He firmly believed that the moment Su Tian moved himself, Su Wuxie would definitely step in to save him. Even if he doesn't make a move, he'll move his mouth to bail him out. Well, he was convinced. Chapter 90, The Immortal World Split in Half. Su Wuxie, you want to protect him? Su Tian looked at Su Wuxie and asked with some curiosity. Su Jian thought correctly. If Su Wuxie really wanted to protect Su Jian, Su Tian really couldn't lay his hands on him. It was really difficult to try to make a move to exterminate someone in front of two immortal kings. Feel free, this kind of trashy goods, my lineage doesn't need it. but you won't be able to leave today either. Su Wuxia and Lin Song formed an angle with each other, surrounding Su Tian in the center. As long as Su Tian stormed out, or Su Tian fled, they would be able to intercept him at the first opportunity. Today, Su Tian will die. New grudges and old grudges together. Dying once is not enough. This time Suzi's words pulled everyone's gaze over. Grandson. Su Wuxia's gaze towards Su Zi suddenly softened. He and this little grandson had never met. Back then, he had thought about going back to visit when he was in the alien demon battlefield. Moreover, he had obtained an extremely rare immortal king level great medicine. Wanted to give it to this little grandson who was just born. In the future, this little grandson's accomplishments would be at least a red dust immortal. But before he could return, he was assassinated by Su Tian and had the great medicine taken from him. That's a billion years of waiting. By the time he saw his little grandson again, he was 100 million years old. There was so much he wanted to tell them, but it was surprisingly a little hard to say at once. Grandpa, hello, I'm Suzy. Oh yeah, my brother Su Dao is still in the lower realm because he wants to experience alone. I calculated that his ascension should be in 100 years. When the time comes, you guys remember to pick up the slack, Suzy said after a moment of contemplation. Good. After this matter, you father and son must go to my Lin family. Your mother misses you a lot. Lin Song was instantly in a good mood when he saw that both of his grandsons were fine. He had been searching for a way to resurrect Lin Xiaoran all these years, and had no time to care about anything else, and there was no way for him to care. Only by resurrecting Lin Xiaoran could we find out what really happened back then. ZZ is right. Dying once is not enough to quell the anger. Su Qiankuan also opened his mouth, words filled with killing intent. Liquidation. From this moment on, this shameless villain. If you don't kill me, I'll kill him. Su Qiankuan looked at Su Jian. Words were full of icy cold killing intent. He was one of the men who surrounded Ren. Su Jian must die. Su Jian was first startled, then turned calm. A peak true immortal trying to kill him. A red dust immortal? What are you thinking? Are you kidding? Even if he stood still and let Su Qiankuan blast him, Su Qiankuan couldn't even make him lose half a fluff. That's the difference in realms. In the history of the immortal realm, it had yet to be heard of any peerless celestial pride blasting red dust immortals with the true immortal realm. This is completely two levels. Any of your talent is even higher. Martial arts wizard. As long as you are a true immortal realm, then the red dust fairy to destroy you is as simple as a joke. Crossing realms? Think farts eat. You're still possible in the mortal world, never in the immortal world. This was Su Jian's bottom line. Kill you once first. Su Qiankuan naturally knew that he was no match for Su Jian, but he has a big killer in his hands. What do you mean? Kill me once? If you kill me once, can't you kill me a second time? Funny. Su Jian almost laughed outright, but he didn't dare. After all, Su Wuxia was still there watching. Even Su Wuxia, Lin Song, Su Tian and the others thought that Su Qiankuan was in a hurry and said the wrong thing, and did not take it to heart. Then only a weed appeared in Su Qiankuan's hand. Well, similar to dogwood. The dogwood swayed against the wind and looked very fragile, as if they might be snapped by the wind at any moment. Put. Su Jian couldn't help it after all, and directly burst out laughing, but he quickly put away his smile after seeing the ill will in the eyes of Su Wuxia and the others. But the face was gradually reddening, only as Su Jian's immortal law surged. His face instantly returned to normal. Are you kidding? Seeing that solemn look on your face did startle me, but didn't think to take out a weed straight away? Guess it's a step down for this elder. Well, later, no matter what the power of this grass is, I must act like I'm seriously injured. After all, if you give a step, you have to take it. This is the future young lord. We can't offend him now. Su Jian thought so. Seeing Su Qiankuan take out the grass that he had given, Su Zi really wanted to say that it was unnecessary, right? But thought better of it. This is, after all, revenge for my mother. A little waste is a little waste. This, however, could kill a lot of people. Forget it, father has only just returned to the immortal realm. It's better to make fewer killings. Suzy shook her head and secretly pinched an incantation without anyone noticing. Su Jian, you deserve to die. Today is the day you die. Su Qiankuan raised the dog's tail grass in his hand and slashed down hard towards Su Jian. Ha! Yes, 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 yes. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Su Jian nodded his head as frantically as if he were pounding garlic. What a mouthful to admit that you really deserve to die. Acting, naturally, you have to be more serious and careful. But next, his face changed instantly. The top of that dog's tail grass exuded annihilating sword intent, and a wisp of breath leaked out, directly chafing his body as it pressed down on him. What is that? How can it be so scary? Su Jian's eyes looked at the dog's tail grass and Su Qiankuan's hand in horror. But no one answered him. All of them were all stunned by this saber intent. Su Jian was instantly overwhelmed by the blade intent. Not just Su Jian. The entire Su family was split in half by the blade intent. No! The saber intent was still spreading. No! It was the saber intent that was too big. So big that it instantly split the entire immortal realm in half. If it wasn't for the Su family pinching the spell and moving all the living beings along the path of the blade intent, if this blade went down, there would be at least hundreds of millions of dead souls under the blade. Is this, indeed, humanly possible? The composure on Su Tian's face could no longer be seen. In its place was a deep sense of trepidation. This knife, not to mention Su Jian, even he could not carry it. There is no place to hide. How could Su Qiankuan have this terrifyingly great killing weapon? Even if an immortal emperor powerhouse came, they'd have to leave dead, right? It's a ing exterminator. Earlier, he was still calmly able to easily leave from the hands of the two immortal kings, even if the other side presents a hand. That's why he can sit openly on his throne and play with them. For a moment he just felt like a pinprick. He realized he was so stupid. So irredeemably stupid. He should have left in the beginning when Immortal Emperor Yi didn't make a move. What kind of superiority complex do you have to display? Now I guess I can't even leave if I wanted to. Same time, deep in the immortal universe. Boom! Who is it? Who is it again? And how did the immortal world lose contact again? This time the immortal Tao Order God chain has been cut in half. Chapter 91, Request from the God of the Long River of Time. How come it's back as good as new? A trace of confusion flashed through the figure's eyes. Can it be that the cultivation has gone awry recently? It caused the mind to become unstable, and that's why such a thing happened? Alas! It's just a matter of returning to the great immortal domain first. The once in a billion years great immortal domain trials are about to begin. The figure said the whole thing and directly disappeared. The immortal realm that had been split in half was instantly restored to its original state by Susie's interference. Buzz! The rules of time surrounded Susie, and a circle of light rapidly reorganized. An image from the middle of the long river of time surrounded him. He then found Su Jian's drawing, reached out and grabbed it, yanking Su Jian out of it. After a short period of confusion, Su Jian came to his senses. Bang! Family master! I was wrong. Although Su Jian has made unforgivable mistakes, but Su Jian's heart is only for the Su family. I beg you to give me a chance. Su Jian still had a strong look of fear in his eyes, the kind of fear that only someone who has experienced death can understand. Su Jian understood that there was a great power on Su Wuxie's side. It was able to kill him instantly and revive him. This kind of existence is unheard of and unseen. Even after so many years in the immortal world, he had never seen or heard of anyone who could pull the dead out of the river of time. This time he experienced it firsthand. It wasn't just him, the entire Su Tian on the side was paralyzed on the throne. Such a tactic, even immortal emperors couldn't do it. Doesn't that mean that this Susie is stronger than an immortal emperor? Who is it? Who the hell is it again? Day in and day out. It's not even a problem if someone in the lower realm interferes with the long river of time. Why is it that even someone in the immortal realm is now able to interfere with the long river of time? Is it that I'm still awake? The waves of time at the end of the long river of time were so great that they covered the sky. This time he must teach these people a lesson. Do you really think that anyone would dare to stir up the rules of the river of time? It seems the world has forgotten to follow the rules. Let them relive it today. It's him Su Zi. This person is too ambitious. He even dares to interfere with the long river of time. I also request that your excellency make a move to exterminate him. Su Tian, who was on the side, almost jumped straight up in excitement. He pointed at Susie with great excitement. My lord, and these men, all of them are his kinsmen's families, and they are all in league with him. Everything he did was for his family, so they deserve to die too. Su Tian felt the hope of his return to life appear. It's really a mountain with no way out and a village with flowers in the dark. This feeling of hope emerging after reaching the Jedi is just too damn good. Not only that, but also Su Jian. My lord, they of the Su family are too ruthless. They kill people, and then they have to revive them and then kill them again. Such tactics are simply appalling, and the crime is horrendous. I implore your excellency to do right by the sword. Su Jian wept and cried to the god of the long river of time. He naturally didn't know what cultivation level the god of the long river of time was. But to be able to be in the middle of the long river of time and in charge of it, one would think that their cultivation would not be too bad. As for whether or not he could get through Su Tian's level after living through it, he didn't want to imagine too much right now. He just wanted to survive first. Survive. And everything has a chance. Everything is bull ***** if you don't survive. Getting more and more licentious. The lower realms are just fine. I'm no match for them. And now there's even someone who wants to challenge my authority. I'd like to see who gave you the courage. At the end of the long river of time, a huge golden eyeball appeared to look at Suzy. The same seemed to break time and space, and wherever it passed space avoided retreating in time entwined. Buzz! The moment the huge eyeball saw Suzy, the entire eyeball shook. Why again? You! Huge eyeballs with questions, with emotion, with incredulity. That's right, it's me again. More divine punishment? This seat also knows that it has destroyed the order of the long river of time. So don't worry, this seat willingly accepts divine punishment. A great deal. A great deal. As long as you're happy. In the future, when I encounter something irreversible, I'll ask for your help. The huge eyeballs lowered their posture in a rare manner. There was a deep glow in those eyes, as if they had seen a glimpse of the future. You want to transcend the long river of time? Don't want to be trapped here for the rest of your life? With just a glance, Suzy saw through his thoughts. Even the god of the long river of time cannot escape the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Suzy shook her head inside. You? How do you know? The huge eyeballs carried a strong sense of shock. Immediately after saying the word you changed your name to you. Being around time all the time would drive a person crazy. Boom! The giant eyeball had just finished saying this, and in an instant, black clouds rolled and gathered above the river of time. Extinction black thunder! The giant eyeball exclaimed. He said something he shouldn't have said, and heaven sent down a punishment. This world-destroying black thunder. If it struck him, even if he didn't die, he would have to retrain for trillions of years. Get out! Suzy opened her mouth to chortle. His words follow the law. As soon as the word came out, the black clouds collapsed as if nothing had ever appeared. Worthy of being, at one time, the most powerful few in the heavens and earth, with the ability to repel the heavens. Huge eyeball exclamation. The heavenly Tao couldn't do anything about these people. So why did this person choose to retrain? It's still a secret that tickles the heart. This is considered a gift from this seat to return the unsplit god's punishment with you. Your claim is known to this seat, and when the time comes, if this seat is interested, it will give you a hand. Suzy looked at the giant eyeball and said lightly. He didn't commit directly, because in this life, he was a lazy character and generally didn't actively look for things to do. I am here to pay my respects. The god of the long river of time was ecstatic. Being able to make a slight connection with such an existence, the possibility of him jumping out of the long river of time was infinitely magnified. But beware, today's extinction black thunder is not simple. He may have already discovered your existence, and will surely not stop there. The god of the long river of time spoke cryptically. He didn't dare to say directly who he was coming from, but could only say this. Suzy has the power to repel the heavens, but he doesn't. In his presence, one's only option is to die. There's no harm in it. If he dares to show up to deal with me, I'll dare to tell the sun and the moon to change the sky. Suzy's words were flat, but they were filled with a great majesty. Even the god of the long river of time was shaken, but he didn't even dare to answer. The subject was not one he could take up. He's not at a high enough level. An existence like that could be detected by the other party even with a couple of casual discussions. You go about your business. I'll leave you to it. Chapter 92. Once a young master, turned into a beggar. The god of the long river of time disappeared. Only the dumbfounded Su Tian, Su Jian and the others remained. They couldn't figure out how they were still chatting even if they tried. They couldn't understand what was being said between the two though. But what they could be sure of was that this so-called god of the long river of time had a request for Suzy. This had to make them all go into a tizzy. Surprisingly, even such an existence was begging for Suzy. What cultivation level should this Suzy be? Sultan here slumped in his chair. Send you to Suvi. Suzy watched as a ray of light crossed Su Jian's hand. In an instant, Su Jian felt that within his body, the immortal Tao rules were actually frantically flowing away. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the dissipation of the immortal Tao rules. Almost in a moment's effort his cultivation plummeted. No, you guys can't do this to me. I'm an elder of the Su clan, and I've made great contributions to the Su clan. Fear appeared in Su Jian's eyes as he shouted in terror. The collapse of his cultivation could be more terrifying than having him die. Su Jian was also a talent, able to utilize the words wallflower and shameless to the fullest extent. Go to the land of mortals and keep Suvi company. After all, he is your young lord. After Su Zi finished speaking, he directly moved Su Jian to Su Wei's side. At this time, Su Wei and his 3 dog legs or fluffy face and eyes as beggars on the roadside. All 4 of them had no legs. Having been chopped off by the burly man from before, they were sprawled neatly on the side of the road, the whole lot of them dying. In front of them was a broken porcelain bowl. These days they rely on this found porcelain bowl to hang on to their breath. After all, there were always people with good hearts who couldn't help but give a few spirit dollars when they saw their miserable state. They can always shiver a couple of mouthfuls of cold hog food. 2. It's hard to swallow, but it's not like you're going to starve to death. They all had a strong hope in their hearts. The people of the Su family will come to pick them up. So even after having their legs chopped off, the 3 doglegs remained loyal to Su Wei. They knew that whether they could return to the immortal world depended on Su Wei. If someone comes to pick up Suvi, if Suvi puts in a word for them, even if he didn't receive them back to the immortal world, he could at least let them live in a good way. No more begging on the street. This kind of life is totally something that I didn't dare to imagine before. A true immortal begging for food on the side of the road? I don't know how many people are going to die laughing if this gets out. Young lord, I still have some food here, so pad your mouth first. One of these doglegs carefully fished out a piece of already rancid ebony steamed bread from his bosom and handed it to Su Wei. It was a ration he'd been storing for days. He can't even bring himself to eat it. Why are the buns black? Totally just being touched and groped by him, stroked when he wanted to, and licked on his fingers. Just shag of flavor. Over time, white buns become black buns. It's still you kid who's on the right track. When the Su family comes, this young lord will definitely bring you along. Su Wei nodded in satisfaction and reached out to take the ebony bun. Only the strong smell of saliva coming from the top of the ebony bun made him frown slightly, but he took it into his mouth anyway. Hiccup! Suvi burped in satisfaction, completely unaware of the extra person at his side. The man looked left and right after a brief moment of confusion. He pinched his nose in disgust when he saw that he was surrounded by 4 beggars. Almost subconsciously, he exerted his immortal law to make these 4 beggars directly void, but it took him a moment to come back to his senses. He was wasted. Long. At this moment, one of Su Wei's side dog legs pointed behind Su Wei, shivering and unable to speak. He was full of excitement and anticipation. Long? What kind of stuff are you talking about? Suvi frowned with some displeasure and chortled. He had just eaten his fill now, and was reminiscing about his past life of unparalleled freedom in the immortal world. It was a bad mood to be interrupted at this point. He craned his neck. Saw Su Jian. Elder Su Jian. Suvi made a surprised sound. Elder Su Jian, you're here to pick me up, aren't you? Ha ha ha, I knew it. I'm the young master of the Su family. How could the Su family abandon me in disregard? Su Wei looked at his 3 lapdogs with his head held high like a victorious rooster. Yes, the young lord is right. Young lord, you have a magnificent appearance and amazing talent. How could the Su family possibly give up on you? No, the Su family actually sent Elder Su Jian to come and greet you. They really do attach the utmost importance to you. Young lord, you must put in a good word for us. The 3 leg-breaking doglegs moved through the pain and all surrounded Su Wei's face. Hope erupted in their eyes after all. That strong hope. Of course they themselves knew that. How could the Su family possibly want them as invalids? It was also even less likely that they would be given any more cultivation resources. But of course, whether they could cultivate or not was still a matter of opinion. They now only hoped that the Su family would just give them a good end, like healing their broken leg and giving them a little bit of treasure along the way. At least these things keep them fed in the future. Humph. Don't worry. When this young lord opens his mouth, Elder Su Jian will still listen. At least it will be able to restore your broken leg on the spot. Suvi said, tilting his head high and proud. Su Jian was at first horrified that he had become mortal. Moreover, all of the immortal laws in his mind had been erased, and he couldn't remember a single word. Also, his dantian was gone. He couldn't sense it. It means that it's impossible for them to cultivate in their lifetime. Just as he was losing his mind, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He looked in the direction the voice came from. 4 dwarfs. The leader of the group was none other than Suvi. At this time, Su Wei was pudgy, but still tried to look somewhat imposing. Suvi? Su Jian shouted tentatively. Cough cough. It is precisely this young master. Elder Su Jian, are you here to bring this young master back to the clan? Su Wei backed his hands and tilted his head to look at Su Jian. Words seemed calm but with a tremor. He was really fed up with staying in this mortal world. He was not going to stay a moment longer. That's right. They've all been wasted. They can also be brought back. After all, they've also contributed to my Su family. Suvi had a directive tone, but seeing Su Jian just looking at him like that, he didn't answer. His heart sank at the moment. Can't it be that the Su family is here for the boundary stone? Not to take him away? However, the boundary stone was long gone from him. Fine. This young lord will take one more step back. Heal our legs. Feel free to give them a little bit of unwanted immortal herb medicine, and leave the 3 of them right here in the mortal realm. It's a good way to keep them safe for the rest of their lives. 2. Chapter 93, Want to eat again? Itchy legs? Then cut it. Even the immortal herbs that they could not see. In the mortal realm they all belong to the absolute immortal medicines that everyone fought for. Leaving a little behind would be enough for a few of them to have no worries in the future. Do you think? Maybe? Su Jian indifferently asked back. Su Wei's face was completely gloomy. Good. Then we won't take them back. Give this young lord the chance to heal his leg first. Su Wei looked at Su Jian's indifference, and finally gritted his teeth and directly gave up on the 3 dog legs. The 3 showed despair after hearing Su Wei's words. Sure enough, how could the Su family accept a bunch of invalids like them? They are nothing more than household servants in the Su family. Young lord, look. You did say you were going to take me away, but I gave you my only bun. The houseboy who had given Su Wei a black steamed bun looked at Su Wei with begging in his eyes. They didn't even dare to show the slightest bit of killing intent. You have to know that it was Elder Su Jian, the top powerhouse among the red dust immortals. They wouldn't dare show the slightest bit of disrespect. Su Jian's eyes were icy cold. All of this could be said to be caused by Su Tian and Su Wei. If it wasn't for Su Tian ordering the siege of Lin Xiaoran and Su Wei secretly planning everything, why would they be here now? It's all their fault. Su Jian felt that he was not wrong. He was the executor of the order, not the issuer of the order. So he's an accessory at best. So he resented Suvi in his heart. Oh, and you want to go back? You're thinking about farts to eat? I want to go back. Who will take me back? Su Jian carried Su Wei's neck and spat, spraying Su Wei's face with saliva. I want to get you killed now. Ahem. Su Wei was almost suffocated by Su Jian's chokehold. Luckily, he was a bit younger than Su Jian and made a strong effort to break free. Otherwise, he would really be directly choked to death by Su Jian. Humph. It's cheaper to get you killed like this, seeing as how you haven't even had a proper meal since you became mortal. Let me, Su Jian, discipline you today. Don't be in a hurry. There will be a long time to come. I'll take my time with you. After Su Jian finished speaking, he walked towards the roadside Baozi store. Don't miss it if you're walking by. The buns wrapped in fresh deep-sea auger meat can strengthen your chi and blood, and are a great choice for martial artists. The lanky man was still hawking at the bakery. 10 buns for this seat. Su Jian walked directly to the front of the Baozi store and said in a domineering manner. Alright customer, 10 jiaolong meat buns. You take good. The burly man looked at Su Jian's extraordinary clothes and hurriedly fawned and smiled as he wrapped up 10 buns and handed them to Su Jian. Su Jian was visibly shaken as he smelled the aroma of the buns. All he ate in the immortal realm was immortal birds, and all he drank was jade dew. Ever eaten mortal food? He looked with a hint of resistance, but the inside of his stomach was protesting. He then closed his eyes and took a bite. Instantly his demeanor changed. This auger bun is fragrant in the mouth, smooth but not greasy, soft and sweet, simply delicious. As he ate, he turned his gaze to Suvi and the others. That look was as arrogant as it could be. Su Wei and the others froze, then silently lowered their heads. They were croaking with hunger, but they didn't want to trade their hands for another meal of buns. What? You guys don't want to eat? Seeing the 4 people lowering their heads, Su Jian asked with some confusion. He had meant to crave the 4. Then make the 4 kneel down and lick his shoes, and then maybe he'll give the 4 of them a bun in a moment of weakness? Split one between 4 people, so at least one person will be able to get a bite. But at this point the 4 were not looking at him at all. It puzzled him greatly. Hello customer, 10 buns or 2 drawers. The total is 50 spirit dollars. The burly man looked at Su Jian and nodded. It's not easy for him to run a legitimate business. He had decided to completely wash his hands of all those things that hurt the world. That's why his buns are priced reasonably. Many people rave about his buns. Spirit element? What spirit element? Su Jian asked rhetorically with an obvious blank stare. The lanky man's complexion instantly darkened. This is the second time since he opened his business that he has encountered a bully. The first time was when 4 people ate bully food and he cut off their legs, currently begging not far from his bakery. Now for the second time. They all look like well-dressed people, not like people without money. You ate my bun. Don't you want to pay? The burly man's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Ah, yes. I have a piece of immortal realm crystals here. How about exchanging 100 buns for you? Su Jian looked at the burly man and asked. Ha, do you take me for? Also immortal realm crystals. Where in the world is there an immortal realm? Even if there is an immortal realm, would you, a person who can't even afford to eat, have that kind of supreme treasure? The burly man didn't believe what Su Jian said at all. Really? Just look at it. Su Jian hurriedly waved his hand, stating that what he said was true. Well, then I'll see if you have it or not. The burly man sneered, holding his shoulders as he gazed at Su Jian. Su Jian hurriedly pulled out his left and right, but he was never able to take out the immortal crystals. A cold sweat gradually began to break out on his forehead. This big man had a stout figure and his face knew at a glance that he was not a good person. There was a faint fury on his body, and at a glance, he knew that he was not to be messed with. If he were in his prime, this kind of person wouldn't even be an ant in his eyes. But now, before him himself was the mole. What? Can't get it out? The lanky man loosened his arms around his bladder. Slowly, he drew a large, Bloodstains soared out from underneath the bunting store. Son of a Suvi punked me. Su Jian's face paled as his heart continued to hurl curses. Were they need to give any money for food in the immortal world? He forgot about it for a moment. Seeing the large sword with bloodstains, Su Jian immediately fell to his knees. His face held back. He was a heavenly immortal, but now he was humiliatingly kneeling down to a mortal. It's all about lives. The heavenly fairy kneels to the mortal. If anyone else knew about this incident, they would be afraid to laugh until they got cramps. In the end, it will also go down hard in history and be stigmatized for billions of years. I'm sorry, please leave me alone. I'll wash your dishes and scrub your platters. I'll do whatever you want me to do. There were tears in Su Jian's eyes. This is too suffocating. But in order to live, he has to do this. Washing dishes and scrubbing plates? No need, the burly man said coldly. Then a blade light flashed. Ah! Su Jian planted himself in a pool of blood. Go and make company with them. The burly man looked at Su Jian, who had lost his legs, and pointed at the 4 Sui people and said indifferently, if there are a few more kingpin eaters, will I be the head of the beggars gang? The burly man looked at the Sui 4 not far away and muttered under his breath. Chapter 94, Su Tian, without me you guys could have achieved what you have now? Son of a, you guys purposely punked me? Su Jian endured the pain from the broken places of his legs and moved to Su Wei's side, gritting his teeth in hatred. Elder, that's no nonsense. You're the one who wanted to eat it, and you even wanted to show off. It's not my fault. Su Wei shook his head in contempt. Originally, he thought that Su Jian had come to pick him up, but he didn't expect Su Jian to be wasted as well. It seems that Su Zi has gone to the immortal world Su clan. Maybe it won't be long before Su Tian comes too. This time, Su Wei had completely given up hope. All the things they had done to Su Qianquan's family over the years, Su Tian was definitely not spared either. So many people in the Su family will be involved, and it looks like it won't be long before many people in their lineage will come down to accompany them. The Su family and their lineage will also change from the Vanguard family to the mortal realm beggars Su family, unable to cultivate. They are even worse than pigs and dogs. In the past, they didn't have to care about anything except for some cultivation talent. What's missing? The Su family will naturally send down. It could be said that all of them had no skill and they really didn't know what they could do except beg. Meanwhile, the immortal realm Su family, Su Tian sat paralyzed on the throne, his eyes cloudy at this time. The whole thing was as if it were sick. He knew that today, he might end up just like Su Jian, or perhaps even worse than Su Jian. Su Zi's methods were simply too terrifying. So terrifying that he could no longer afford to have the heart to think about how he could get out of this place. All is futile in the face of absolute strength. You guys do it. Su Tian sat up straight from his throne, his back straight. He was an immortal king, and even in death, he had to straighten his spine. This is the pride of an immortal king. Although he was shameless, at this point, he had a fearless spirit. Want to die that easy? It's not that easy. Su Wuxia opened his mouth, his face covered in coldness. What Su Tian had done, dying 100 times was not enough. Su Wuxia would not let him die so simply. At least enough torture to banish him to the mortal realm. Su Wuxia, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Back then, I pushed you down the abyss because of a moment of greed, but I didn't torture you. And aren't you still alive and well? And Lin Xiaoran, didn't she come back to life after failing to kill her? And Su Qianquan, didn't he come back in one piece? And didn't his 2 sons come back safe and sound? Su Tian ordered all of Su Zi's several people in one breath. He thought that even though he was guilty as hell, none of these people he was going to kill and wanted to kill were dead. They're all still alive. I have to say it's ironic. Each one he thought was certain death, but it just so happened that each one showed up alive, and each of their appearances was unexpected to him. First, it was Su Wuxia, who was pushed down the abyss and was lucky enough not to die. Surprisingly, he had also acquired a supreme demonic skill, and his entire person was like an ancient demon king, with a demonic aura that rushed to the heavens. Lin Xiaoran had thought it was too dead to die. As a result, it turned out that this old thing, Lin Song, wandered among the universes and managed to find the precious and incomparable harmonization flower. This harmonization flower was something that even immortal emperor powerhouses would fight over. In the end, the Hito flower was used to save Lin Xiaoran. Su Qianquan had his Dantian sealed, and his cultivation could only stay at the Sage King realm for the rest of his life. He was relegated to the lower realm for so many years, but he didn't die. Don't you think it's ridiculous? It was completely impossible for a Sage King's lifespan to last 100 million years, but people just didn't die and came back as peak true immortal cultivation. Su Wuxia, to say 1,000 words, your family should be thanking me. After all, if it wasn't for me, could your family have gotten to where it is now? You and I should still be able to become immortal kings. But what about your son? Alright, I admit that he's very talented, and the true immortal realm is a handful. But what about your son's son? Will he have that kind of achievement? Will he receive an immortal emperor as a disciple? So Su Wuxie, not only do I have no faults, but I have merits. Because of me, I made your family. Su Tian's words were extremely loud and clear. That makes some sense. Suzy nodded in agreement. What Su Tian said was not without reason, right? I'm a great credit to you guys. When Su Tian saw Suzy nodding his head, his face was instantly overjoyed. This speech he himself thought was very reasonable, and it seemed that instead of being 10 deaths, he had become 9 deaths. But it's better to have hope than no hope at all, right? Well, it makes perfect sense. So we decided that we'd let you experience what happened to us as well. Maybe it's a great chance for you, too, provided, that is, without dying. Suzy nodded thoughtfully. Boom! With a wave of Suzy's hand, everyone present only felt the sky spinning. It only lasted for a moment, and everyone's eyes all narrowed slightly. They had unexpectedly appeared in the alien demon battlefield in an instant. Su Tian's face paled. He clearly remembered that the dark, bottomless abyss in front of him was the place where he pushed Su Wuxie down. The devilish aura there covered the sky, and just the devilish aura that surged up seemed to be able to corrode all living beings in general. That place where the alien demon immortal emperor is said to have fallen. There are several alien demon kings guarding inside. Whether it is true or not is unknown. But what was known was that even immortal emperors were not willing to go down there. There are horrors inside. There was a great terror inside. Perhaps the fallen Fey Devil Emperor. Why else would there be several other worldly demon kings guarding this place? Are you going to jump yourself? Or are we going to give you a hand? Suzy turned his head to look at Su Tian and asked. You don't have to get hurt if you jump yourself. But if we help you, it's doubtful you'll make it down alive. Of course, if your fortune is against the heavens, in case you are a son of fortune, this jump might directly fulfill you, in which case you still have a way to live. Suzy looked at the hesitant Su Tian and said again. Suzy has a good point. What if Su Tian's luck was against the heavens and he got some kind of treasure down there? All of a sudden, he became an immortal emperor powerhouse. Of course, Suzy only said that there might be a chance of survival by jumping. But after going down, if he didn't die, then Suzy would have to help him out. And that's just the first way to die. There were several more waiting for Su Tian in the back. Can't afford to put it off here for long. Chapter 95, Strange Soil. Su Tian's face paled. Even though he was now an immortal king-level powerhouse, at this moment, he could more profoundly feel the gusts of palpitating aura emanating from below the abyss. He thought to himself that he wasn't as lucky as Su Wuxie, going down and coming up alive. He looked at the abyss where the demonic aura was rushing into the sky, and he was a bit intimidated in his heart. But as soon as he thought of Suzy's methods, he instantly clenched his teeth and closed his eyes and jumped straight down. Just after jumping down, Su Tian regretted it. He was shocked to realize that he couldn't even move in the air. Moreover, the immortal Tao rules in his body looked like they had solidified, and he couldn't mobilize them even a little bit. His body plummeted. What the hell kind of place is this? Surprisingly, even the cultivation of the immortal king realm is sealed and suppressed, and even the scope of the 6 senses has been reduced. Feeling the whimpering and mournful sounds that kept coming from his ears, Su Tian only felt that his goosebumps were rising all over his body. It was better that he had his cultivation in place, but he was like a mortal now, and that feeling of helplessness was something he was experiencing for the first time in his life. The feeling is truly overwhelming and overwhelming. To Su Tian's relief, other than the constant thrilling sounds coming from all around, there was no substantial damage. He was at least an immortal king's physical body, and this kind of evil spirits couldn't even get close to him. There was no telling how much time had passed in the darkness of the descent. Boom! Only a violent explosion could be heard. This is really too much for him. Su Qianquan looked at the huge picture made by Suzy and said with some displeasure, "What are you panicking about? It's only just begun. You think you're safe when you land? The danger has just begun." Su Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Tian, who had just smashed on the ground in the middle of the screen, and said, he was just like Su Tian in the beginning, and he directly smashed into the ground, smashing the ground into a large pit. Although their cultivation could not be utilized, they were at least immortal bodies, and this kind of free fall simply could not cause them half a bit of harm. But it was a real use of God's luck to get out again by myself. I just don't know if Su Tian has the luck. The cultivation works? Su Tian climbed out of the deep pit, his face flashing with surprise. This way, he wouldn't have to be afraid. It's really hard to be mortal. What kind of dirt is this? How come it's reddish brown? Su Tian discovered the weirdness after regaining his cultivation. The land here was all reddish brown, and he had originally guessed that it was because this was the place where the alien demon king was located. It must have been soaked in blood, but then he denied it. This soil exudes an otherworldly fragrance above it, as if one inhalation would enable one to become immortal. It makes you want to take root in the place when you smell it, and indeed it does. This was because Su Tian realized that his feet, at the moment, were sprouting some meat buds. Moreover, these flesh buds looked soft and weak, but they were able to pierce his immortal king's treasure boots right through. It's like the roots of a tree, and it looks weird as hell. And as soon as those blood-red flesh buds touched the soil, they began to grow crazily towards the inside of the soil. Su Tian's face changed drastically. He felt that the cultivation within his body was actually frantically draining away. His cultivation was madly channeled towards the soil along these flesh buds. Boom! Su Tian's cultivation erupted, and a direct immortal light chopped at his feet. The soil tumbled, and those flesh buds were instantly chopped off. Hiss! Su Tian felt pain that surpassed normal people, and these flesh buds were like they were originally one with him. When you chop it off, it's like chopping off your right or left hand. He finally did know why the color of the soil here was reddish-brown. It's because the soil here has absorbed too much essence of the immortal way. It causes this whole soil to turn into a big drug. It was only that those of them couldn't absorb it, and only the existence within this could do so. Jia. Why are you all so stupid? It's obvious from the outside that this place is a Jedi. But you people had to come in and find out. Have times changed? Or are you people just filled with inside your heads? Sharp laughter resounded around the darkness, waking Su Tian from his contemplation. It was several laughing voices, and Su Tian was surrounded by these voices. The most terrifying thing was that there was an inexplicable force of rules here, and even if he was an immortal king, his immortal sense couldn't detect much farther. He simply couldn't detect how many altered demon kings were in the darkness. The cultivation of these speakers was on the same level of existence as him. Su Tian turned around without stopping. He moved towards where he had fallen. He wasn't going to think about whether or not he could use the immortal Tao rules in that place now. He only had one thought now: get the hell out of here. But the rule force here was just too restrictive for him, and he simply couldn't directly tear open the spatial passage. His speed was limited, and the voices in his ears became like shadows. Immortal King Curse! Su Tian bellowed. His body then violently erupted with an extremely bright immortal light. This was the Immortal King spell seal. Using one's own essence blood as a guide, one could instantly stimulate one's potential to the extreme. For example, the current Su Tian was originally at the peak of the Immortal King realm, but after using the Immortal King spell seal, the immortal Tao rules in his body suddenly bombarded out directly like a waterfall. His cultivation level could be said to have touched the edge of the Immortal Emperor realm at this moment, but only just on the edge. But it was perfectly adequate for his current situation. With Su Tian's outburst, his surging and majestic immortal Tao rules washed away all the demonic chi around him. It was surprising that he couldn't get close to Su Tian for a moment. This incantation mark may seem powerful, but it will also bring him irreparable injuries to his origin, and he will never be able to take another inch in his life if he doesn't die or get wasted. In front of the huge screen, Suzy explained to the crowd. It was clear that he was the youngest of all, but at this moment, he was like an elder. The current him has already touched a hint of the rules of the Immortal Emperor realm, and that's what makes the Immortal King's spell seal so powerful, being able to forcibly elevate his realm. For this little bit of realm, the power is incomparably powerful. Dealing with a few altered demon kings is not enough to kill each other, but it's still easy if you want to clean each other up. But then, with this kind of king spell, if he can't make up for the loss of essence and blood, then he won't be able to cast it a second time in his life. Do you guys think he'll choose to fight or flee? Suzy asked with interest. Su Tian's nature has doomed him to be weak and incompetent. Escaping is already a foregone conclusion. Su Wuxia knew Su Tian's person very well. Almost as soon as his words fell, everyone saw Su Tian turn around and run after he really erupted. Chapter 96. Do you believe me when I say it was a misunderstanding? Answer correctly. That's how Su Tian's character is. Just bullying softness. Except I'm curious. Is he afraid of the Fey Lord? Or is he afraid of me? Suzy was indeed curious about this. Moreover, Su Tian hadn't gone towards the core area of the abyss at all. Just by encountering a few altered demon kings of the same realm as him, he was scared less. In theory, the one Su Tian was afraid of should be Su Zi, but now he was darting towards the location where he had fallen. What Su Tian thought in his heart was that Su Zi had said that there was a hope of survival if he could go up alive after coming down. Now that he was down, he was going to go up right away, and he had fulfilled the conditions Suzy had spoken of. It's not good to be this easy. Suzy carried his hands behind his back and lightly snapped his fingers. Boo! An invisible ripple instantly enveloped the entire abyss. That rushing demonic aura was also instantly pressed back. He came down and just ran away? Several unbelievable voices rang out behind Su Tian. Why did Su Tian come down? Wasn't it to find the treasure? That just came down and ran away? And it's still burning your own origin essence blood. What's the point of this? Is it possible that he is really as sick in the head as they say? The dawn is ahead. A light of hope flashed in Su Tian's eyes when he saw the crater he had smashed. He had long since left the shadowy altered demon king far behind after burning his origin essence blood. At this time, his was surging. What you Su Wuxie did, I, Su Tian, can also do the same thing. You were able to walk out of this demonic abyss unharmed, and I can do the same, though you were entered by the red dust fairy. But that was all worthless trivia. Cultivation aside, were they not experiencing the same thing? It must be exactly the same. Su Tian was incredibly excited. He realized that he had reached the location of the deep pit. Surprisingly, his cultivation had not been sealed up. This meant that the seals in this place were only capable of sealing immortal kings and cultivations below them. He was now just a hair beyond the immortal king realm in a sense. It was this glimmer that allowed his cultivation to no longer be suppressed by the seal. Ha 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 ha, old man go too. You guys still chasing my ass. A bunch of trash. Really think that old me is awe? If you have the ability, you guys come after me. One of you chased out, I'll kill one of you. It's all my men out there. Instead, Su Tian was in no hurry at this time, slowly ascending into the air while cursing at the several black shadows that were chasing after him. Damn it, why didn't you just take him down and seal him up in the first place? That's an immortal king. Using him as a feeder is much stronger than those so-called sons of Qi in the lower realms. In the darkness, an exasperated voice came out. By the way, why haven't the people who traveled to the lower realms to capture the sons of Qi returned this time? They didn't take that blood food and enjoy it themselves, did they? Do they dare? And, do you really not know? Or do you pretend not to know? All of their demon jade god tags have been shattered long ago. They're dead. What? How did they die in the lower realm? Isn't there half a boundary stone? It's probably because the boundary stones weren't able to shelter them this time. Several voices kept exchanging words. They had given up chasing Su Tian. They are here for a great thing. They can't leave here, or billions of years of scheming will be ruined. Ha! I'll run away. You guys chase me, I'll fly with my wings. Come on, you guys come after this master. When Su Tian saw a few of their figures emerge and stop chasing him, he immediately turned on taunting mode. He is truly damned. You must not fall into my hands, or I will tear your mouth out. A pitch-black figure appeared at the location of the deep pit where Su Tian smashed down. His gaze was dead on Su Tian, who was rising. Ha! In your hands? In your next life, you black bastard, Su Tian directly said with contempt. Ah! I'm going to show you one day what it means for trouble to come out of the mouth. Su Tian's words exasperated the 5 altered demon kings to the point of wow. You don't wow me. You think you're going to be able to scare me if you wow me? That's not going to drop. Su Tian made a rather indebted expression. Ha ha ha. I wonder what Su Tian's expression will be when he realizes he can't get out later. Those Fey demon kings will surely make him want to die. Su Qiankuan let out a big laugh as he looked at the screen. You think you're an immortal emperor? What's with the wow wow? I come and go as I please. You bite me? Well, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. Bye. After Su Tian finished speaking, he directly moved towards the top. Bang! Just as he was about to reach the top, he suddenly bumped into something. The hit was a dizzying one. He looked at the top of his head in horror. There was nothing, but with a hand. Hiss! Su Tian sucked in cold air. How did an invisible and intangible barrier appear here? Susie, didn't you say I'd have a way to live as long as I came up alive? And you didn't keep your word. In an instant, Su Tian knew who had moved, and immediately broke into a rage. But then he subconsciously looked down. All 5 figures heard the sound and came towards him. It's over. Su Tian only felt his eyes go black. How much it hurts to curse just now. How much it will most likely hurt later. He's the one who almost cursed them to the point of vomiting blood. If he fell into their hands, Su Tian felt his soul shudder at the thought. Even worse, he felt the immortal king's curse he had cast begin to weaken. It wouldn't take more than a few moments for it to dissipate completely. At that point, he would fall straight down, and it will become a toy to be played with at will in the hands of the alien demon lord. Run! Why don't you run? The 5 alien demon kings appeared not far from Su Tian, although the inside of their mouths were frivolous. They never dared to get too close, because it's just too close to the top. They were worried that this was a plot by Su Tian. Wait for them to rush up and then take them out in one fell swoop. Didn't Su Tian just say that down there? It's full of his people up there. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that they clearly sensed 2 immortal king-level existences above them. If they had laid out a big formation ahead of time, they might have waited for them to drill into it. Ha ha, that what? You guys don't need to see me off. I'll be leaving soon. So what? Do you guys believe me when I say it was just a misunderstanding? Su Tian revealed an awkward smile and said to the 5 Fey demon kings, Big brother, be careful. I'm afraid there's a scam. One of the alien demon kings wanted to go there, but was stopped by another alien demon king next to him. They were still pondering where exactly Su Tian's bottom line came from. 3 immortal kings want to take down 5 of them? Chapter 97, Why can't we become immortal demon emperors? Su Tian watched as the 5 immortal kings didn't dare to approach, and fear arose in his heart as he rejoiced. Suzy is trying to bring him to his death. Just based on what he just said to the alien demon king, if he falls into the hands of these people, it would simply be unthinkable to imagine how miserable he would end up, and he had already begun to feel the effects of the immortal king's curse begin to wane. If he didn't go up, he was afraid that his cultivation would be suppressed again and he would fall straight down. Su Wu Xie, Su Qiankuan, Su Zi, I was wrong. If you guys want to kill, you guys let me up first. Okay, please, I'll make it right. Su Tian couldn't care about anything else at this point and directly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. When these words came out, those few otherworldly demon kings were even more astonished. What is this person talking about? They don't understand a thing. This is the devil's abyss. It's hard to believe that there's someone else reigning supreme here? Since when did we need to get someone else's permission to leave the demon abyss? Have times really changed? Don't worry, even if you die, this seat will be able to revive you and then die again. Su Zi's voice reached Su Tian's ears. Su Tian instantly felt like the sky was going to collapse. I had known Suzy's tactics, but there was always a glimmer of hope in my heart. Now that hope is directly buried. Die and come back to life? Are you kidding me? Even my emperor wouldn't dare to say something so contrary to heavenly harmony. And even my emperor needs us to bring him back to life. It's only because my emperor didn't die through to be resurrected. If he died through to be resurrected, what the hell? A muttering sound came from inside the mouth of an alien demon king. Caution! The alien demon king on the side hurriedly reminded him to be careful in what he said and did. That was the demon emperor. His methods were beyond imagination, and his ruthlessness was even more unmatched, just by virtue of what was just said. If the demon emperor awoke and heard it, they would all have to die. Su Wu Xie, I really know I'm wrong. From now on I'll do whatever you guys tell me to do, okay? I will henceforth. No, it is my lineage that will henceforth look up to you, not daring to half refute you. Will you let me off the hook this time? Su Tian pleaded. He had already felt that his cultivation had begun to rapidly spill out, and it wouldn't be long before he would fall down again. The 5 altered demon kings still didn't dare to make a move. They looked at Su Tian with a guarded expression. Who was Su Tian begging? Didn't he say it was all his people out there? What's going on? Su Wu Xie, I hate you. I hate your whole family. Finally, as soon as Su Tian's cultivation fell to the immortal king realm, the immortal Tao rules on his body immediately solidified. He also instantly fell headfirst straight down. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? The 5 altered demon kings looked at each other in disbelief, but they couldn't figure it out. Humph. For the sake of my emperor being able to revive without the slightest hindrance. Old 2, go up and see what's going on. The oldest of the 5 looked at the second after a moment of contemplation and said, Big brother, although I'm the second, but I'm not a douchebag. Can you always treat me like a cutie? Look at. The second had one eye on the oldest and one eye on the ground. A look of defiance. Is this the penis taking over the high ground again intellectually? The oldest 3 looked incredulously at the oldest 2 mouth tsk. Oh, I'm the one with the most intelligence within the 5 of us. The oldest 2's eyes full of wisdom made the rest of the 4 feel really intellectual anyway they looked at it. Alright, the second and third go up and see what's going on. And the remaining 3 of us, we'll go and tear his mouth off. Doing what I say is my style. The boss grinned, the inside of his mouth full of sharp teeth. With me, no surprises. The second's eyes rolled in agreement, but Lausan had a constipated look on his face. The other party has 2 immortal kings. In case if they set up some kind of killing formation in advance, then it is very likely that they will be finished. Although he didn't want to go, he agreed. After all, someone always has to go up there. The big deal is to get the dick up there first and see what happens. What's going on? Why is it blocked? The oldest 2, the oldest 3, appeared at the location where Su Tian was just now. It was also just like Su Tian, directly hitting on top of an invisible shield. It made them blush. Boom! The black immortal Tao rules surged wildly, like a raging storm bombarding the invisible barrier as much as possible. They couldn't even see the slightest fluctuation arising from above. Bad. We've become fish in a barrel. The older 2's intelligent eyes said solemnly. If they can't get out, can the people outside the face get in? It would be a bad thing if the people outside couldn't get in either. The constant stream of cultivators' cultivation they needed was incorporated into the soil below. Because there was a big grave in there. Inside the grave is buried the emperor of their clan. Unlike the immortal emperor, he was a demon emperor that was a bit stronger than the immortal emperor. Those soils could be called burial soils, and no one but the Demon Emperor could absorb the immortal Tao essence in them. Now that a large portion of the burial ground has been completed, it's just a matter of finishing touches. But they can't get out, and the sons and daughters outside can't get in. Then where to get the rest of the essence of the immortal way? That's a lot of questions. Amir Su Tian. Although he was an immortal king-level existence, feeding the Demon Emperor was still several Su Tians short. With heavy hearts they turned and disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, Su Tian's entire mouth was torn in half. It was so bloody that you could faintly see the ghastly white bones inside. It looks rather intimidating. Why are you guys moving so fast? How else are we going to ask something if you guys rip his mouth off? The second's intellect stood on high ground again and opened his mouth to ask. Big brother, I don't know who up there sealed the top of our demon abyss, and now we can't get out at all. Moreover, the combined efforts of older two and I failed to make it react in the slightest. It looks more like the means of an immortal emperor. The oldest said worriedly to the oldest. What? Is it hard to believe that someone from above did this? There are immortal emperor-level existences among them? But that's not right. Since they have the presence of an immortal emperor, why don't they just charge down? Something didn't feel right about the boss. Though even if the immortal emperor came, they weren't afraid. The demon emperor had left a backhand. It was to prevent immortal emperors from coming in strong and blasting them. Can it be that an immortal emperor has sensed our movements? Therefore, they sealed us here, not allowing us to resurrect the demon emperor? The boss gave what he thought was the correct answer after thinking for a long time. It does seem to be the case. In that case, the demon emperor doesn't have enough sustenance, and resurrection is far away. The boss sighed. Boss, everyone can be a demon emperor. We've been guarding this for billions and billions of years. I'm really tired. An inexplicable glow danced in the oldest two eyes. Chapter 98, The road is wide. Just to torture Su Tian. Penis. The boss aggravated his tone. Big brother, this time I agree with what Lauer said. The silent fourth stepped forward and said in a low voice. Ergo has a point. The oldest five also stepped forward to agree with what the second had said. Big brother, you are really too foolish. You should have a longer vision. How much have we paid for the demon emperor? With just one word from him, we've waited here for billions and billions of years. All these years we've been running around. Have we ever lived a day for ourselves? Brother, we want to live for ourselves. The IQ-bearing penis was speaking quite solemnly this time. Is he stupid? Not stupid. He's just long and stupid. Yes, billions and billions of years. How many billions and billions of years can life be? Okay, I'll admit, we'll have many more billions and billions of years. But is it worth it to do this for such a long time? Once the demon emperor comes out, no matter if it's the immortal demon region or the immortal realm, it will have to be in chaos. Are we still acting as punching bags at that point? Big brother, I'm tired. I just want to practice cultivation, swim in the mountains, and find a demonic couple to love each other. I don't want to get involved in the struggle anymore. Laosan said yearningly. The demon emperor's ambition is to conquer the immortal realm. But has he ever conquered it once? To speak of conquest? Which time has he succeeded? No, not once. Every time, when he was about to succeed, a terrifying existence came out of nowhere and killed him. Do the math yourself. How many times has the demon emperor died? Which time wasn't we the ones who took the trouble to bring him back? Do you believe it or not? This time even if he is resurrected, he will have to die again. Old Four's eyes seemed to see through everything. Indeed, no matter in the history of the immortal realm or the history of the immortal and demon realms, demon emperors had died many times. Not once has the immortal world been completely conquered. It's just a little bit closer every time. It was that little bit that became his final swan song. Instead of resurrecting the demon emperor, it was actually a new divine soul being reborn within the demon emperor's body. He inherited the will of the demon emperor. Berserk, killing and crazy. This was the real reason why the demon emperor had been resurrected again and again. His consciousness is dead, but the torso was never burned. What's so good about the demon emperor? Shouting and killing every day. If you ask me, why don't we pull him out of his grave and absorb the power of the rules from him? If we become demon emperors, let's just directly sign a peaceful coexistence contract with the immortal world. How nice to be a loose and happy Fey Devil from now on. Old Five's eyes were filled with yearning. Su Tian on the side couldn't believe it. He couldn't even believe his ears. What is it that these devils are saying? How dare you want to wash your hands of the world? They're about to stop the demon emperor's resurrection. What? This is trying to get a good job. Gentlemen, why don't you listen to my little brother? Su Tian looked at the 5 altered demon kings and used his divine soul to communicate with them. What are you trying to say? The boss looked at Su Tian and asked with some displeasure. The words of the second, third, fourth, and fifth were making his heart pound. Now it was interrupted all of a sudden, and it made him very upset. So what? If you guys want to wash your hands in gold and never fight against the immortal realm again, then little brother, I'm willing to act as an emissary for all of you. I will convey your words to the immortal emperors as they are. At that time, I believe that the immortal and demon realm and the immortal realm will reach a peaceful coexistence, and will henceforth exchange marriages and move towards prosperity. Su Tian said fawningly, there is some truth in that. The boss nodded. But it's time for you to say what those people up there are. And that one of them is really an immortal emperor powerhouse? Boss pointed at the top of the demon abyss and asked seriously. Harm. They're all from my Su clan. Ah. Only there are 2 immortal kings and an existence that surpasses immortal emperors. Su Tian didn't dare to hide anything, and immediately gave a direct account. Hiss. An existence beyond the immortal emperor? The 5 altered demon kings looked at each other with some shock. One must know that the demon emperor only surpassed the immortal emperor by just a hair at his peak. It was this hint that almost allowed him to hang on to all the great immortal emperors. Now that an existence that surpassed the immortal emperor had appeared in the immortal realm, wasn't that destined to be useless even if the demon emperor was resurrected? And die all over again? And, this time the death might just be a real death, never to be resurrected. At the thought, the boss's eyes firm up. Since you're destined to die, then don't resurrect, the boss said quietly in his mind. You go. Then he turned around and said to Su Tian again. Since there was an existence above that surpassed immortal emperors, it was an existence that they couldn't afford to mess with, and they were all from the Su family. He didn't dare to touch Su Tian now. Su Tian was overjoyed. It's still a surprise. He originally thought that he would suffer inhuman torture, but he did not expect that the other party would simply let him go, although his mouth was torn in half. Wait, you can't leave. Just as Su Tian nodded and turned around, ready to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Lao Er. What are you doing this for? 2. The boss looked puzzled. Boss, something is very wrong in this. If he's a member of the Su family, then why did he jump down and seek his own death? Didn't he say that the Su family has an existence beyond immortal emperors? Then why didn't he come down to save him? Okay, let's put these aside for now, even if we don't save him, but it's not as if the entire Devil's Abyss is sealed, right? Doesn't that just set him up to die? The oldest 2 immediately calmed the remaining 4 with a flurry of analysis. The second one is worthy of his intellect. That's quite a point to make. Previously, don't I remember a guy also named Su coming here? Only that guy was lucky enough to find the demon emperor's scriptures. That's why we didn't give him a hard time and let him go. That guy was tortured in front of him. Do you think it could be that guy's family wants him to experience the same pain he suffered in the first place? The second analyzed again. Su Tian. Su Tian. I remember. That red dust immortal who fell down kept saying inside his mouth, Su Tian. If I don't die this time, I will definitely tell you to go to heaven and go to hell. He's Su Tian. The Su Tian that the red dust immortal with the surname Su spoke of. So that's how it is. So that everything can be right. Since that's the case, we naturally can't let that lord down. A sense of inexplicable excitement flashed in the boss's eyes. He felt their path go wide. All this is really thanks to Lao Er. If it wasn't for the dick, we wouldn't have been able to tell the true amount of bends and turns. Chapter 99, Su Tian who was cut into human sticks. Yes, second brother is worthy of being the wise man amongst the few of us. The oldest 3 also said with emotion. If it weren't for penis, these guys wouldn't have thought of that. Instead of an existence beyond immortal emperors making a feud, it would be better to let this one see their sincerity. Since that one wanted to torture Su Tian, then they would do so. It also prepares the parties to sign a non-aggression clause later. They didn't have much interest in the immortal world. No, to be precise, they didn't have much interest in conquering the immortal world. They don't have much ambition. As for people, they have already become magic immortals, with endless lifespans and immortality. Why do you have to fight for it? Marry a lovely wife. Take a few concubines. That's not good, right? Is there anything more wonderful than that? Not for a couple of the older ones. Anyway, they were tired of following the demon emperor. Either you're killing someone or you're on your way to killing someone. And there's no telling when you're going to die. The entire Su Tian on the side was as if he had lost his life. He didn't think that this person who possessed great wisdom had already guessed everything. This was undoubtedly the heaviest blow he had ever received. He no longer knew how to beg for mercy. Since the other party had guessed it, everything he did would be in vain. Let's power up together and first wear out his immortal king body, turning him into a mortal body. The boss immediately made a joint seal with the 4 of them, and the demonic energy within them exploded out as much as they could. After becoming an immortal king, one would cast the immortal king body. This was a body of rules, and powerhouses of the same realm would generally find it difficult to exterminate each other in a short period of time. The immortal king body was a hindrance. That was why they had to go all out to break Su Tian's immortal king body. The 5 demonic chi that had almost condensed into substance instantly wrapped Su Tian in it. This was the rule power of the 5 alien demon kings, and their power instantly skyrocketed when they struck at the same time. Su Tian was in a period of weakness at this time. This was a side effect after using the Immortal King mantra, so he pressed on with no way to resist. He could only let the 5 of them's rule power crazily wear down his Immortal King body. Ah! Su Tian looked up to the sky and yelled in pain. His Immortal King body was disintegrating. The power of the rules was collapsing, and his cultivation was flowing even faster. The pain Su Tian felt was tantamount to appealing pain. The pain almost made him faint, but at this point he was dreaming even if he wanted to faint. This was because the 5 Fey Demon Kings were not only disintegrating his Immortal King body, they were also targeting his divine soul. As the old saying goes, physical pain is still bearable, but the pain of the soul really makes you want to cry. Soul suppression. The boss alien demon king bellowed. A vertical eye then appeared from the center of his brow. With no eyeballs, there was just a darkness, but it was this darkness that gave the feeling of being able to engulf the mind. Boom! From his vertical eye a dark light flashed and instantly disappeared into Su Tian's sea of consciousness. The shrunken version of Su Tian in the sea of consciousness was sitting in meditation. His hands took on an orchid shape resting casually on his legs. The moment the dark light intruded, the shrunken version of Su Tian instantly opened his eyes. 2 extremely sharp sword chi burst out from his eyes. Get out! The shrunken version of Su Tian was quite majestic, with a bellowing voice like thunder. The 2 sword chi then chopped down directly towards the crow's light. Put! The sound of blood and flesh melting away rang out. The aurora was like it had encountered something terrible. Originally the size of a fist. In a split second it had actually shrunk and been ablated by a 10th. Chaotic ancient flat sky sword chi. The shrunken version in Su Tian's sea of consciousness then clenched his hand with the sword technique. He only saw his right index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the boss's divine soul. A terrifying sword intent erupted from the shrunken version of Su Tian's hand. The boss was really not expecting Su Tian's divine soul to be this powerful. This was a technique that had majored in the divine soul, and it was also a major offensive technique. Quickly help me. This person's divine soul is simply too powerful. The boss immediately hissed in a low voice when he felt that terrifying sword intent. Boom! The 4 dark divine souls unexpectedly drilled into Su Tian's sea of consciousness at the same time. Facing these invaders, Su Tian could not defend himself at all. The boss was right. His divine soul technique mainly cultivated offensive techniques. The defense really isn't that good. Otherwise, the boss's divine soul wouldn't be able to enter his sea of consciousness. The 5 divine souls instantly mingled together to form a huge shield. Su Tian's sword chi chopped down on top of the shield. Surprisingly, it only made it vibrate a little, not being able to directly shatter him. The combined attack technique of the 5 of us has long since been perfected, and even if you are unrivaled in your attacks, you will not be able to break the combined attack technique of the 5 of us. Demon King Divine Spear. The boss bellowed. Instantly, their intermingled divine souls instantly wriggled and transformed into a black lance. The tip of the long spear was surprisingly continuously gulping the spear's aura. Even Su Tian's sea of consciousness began to distort. This long spear was like a spear of annihilation, blooming with a terrifying aura of annihilation. Chaotic ancient flat sky sword chi. Su Tian once again used his strongest attacking technique, trying to break the combined attack of the 5. The long spear and the Ping Tian sword chi instantly collided together. Buzz! The moment the 2 came into contact, a terrifying explosion directly exploded in Su Tian's sea of consciousness. Ah! Su Tian covered his head with both hands. With this level of attack, cracks appeared in his sea of consciousness. He had a splitting headache and just felt like his whole head was going to explode. What made him even more desperate was that the little Su Tian in the sea of consciousness was transparent and dull. This was the result after the divine soul had suffered a heavy blow. His cultivation was even more in tatters. Throw him into the soil and let him be the nutrient. The boss said directly. This is really too cheap. Why don't we chop off his 5 limbs and cut him into sticks? The second shook his head to indicate that this was a bad idea. It's not enough to die to satisfy the 1. Okay, let's do what the second said. The remaining 4, move the demon emperor's corpse out. Let's take him down first while the newly born spirit intelligence in his body can't manipulate the demon emperor's corpse yet. The boss gave direct orders. Yes, the boss took the 3 men forward to dig the grave, and the task of dismembering Su Tian fell directly on the oldest 2. No, don't, spare me, I'm a Su. The Su family has an existence that transcends immortal emperors. If you really kill me, how will you explain to him when the time comes? Su Tian's words were hoarse. He didn't care if any of this worked now. Shout first. As expected, after hearing Su Tian's words, the oldest 2 clearly had a halting movement, but then a small smile appeared on his face. Seeing Lao Er reveal a smile, Su Tian only felt himself grow hairy inside. If that one really cares about you, just by the fact that we just tortured your divine soul so much, he wouldn't let us go. Chapter 100, Su Tian's lineage. All relegated to mortal status. Then since it's death either way, I might as well torture you to death, so that when the time comes, you'll still have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Are you right? Lao Er's eyes that were filled with wisdom looked at Su Tian. No, you can't. Have you ever thought of a possibility? Is that because they want to grind me? That's why they let me down alone and won't let me up. It's just a bet that you won't dare to kill me. You kill me, and all 5 of you will die. Su Tian shouted at the top of his voice. Oh, the second just responded with a faint word, only to see him slowly fumble out a small dagger from his arms and crouch in front of Su Tian. Although this dagger is an immortal artifact, in the past it couldn't even break through your immortal king body. But right now, it's a chipper baby in front of you. Let's see, which arm would be better to unload on you first? Oh, let's remove the 5th limb first. There's no use for you to keep it anyway. Lao Er used his dagger to gesticulate on Su Tian's body, and finally stopped the dagger on Su Tian's 5th limb. As his movement stopped, Su Tian's entire body suddenly shivered. It's brutal. These foreign devils are just too brutal. His whole being was now without the slightest thought. It's all dead anyway. Put. Blood splattered and a column of blood gushed out. Ah! Su Tian screamed miserably. It's a pain that no one else can know. This pain is a pain that goes deep into the soul, to the bone. Su Tian's face was ashen, and the intense pain made his entire body jerk. He couldn't mobilize his cultivation right now, so he was now like a mortal, only able to endure this intense pain. Remove your fingers one by one first. That must taste good. The constant slurping sound from inside the dick's mouth was creepy. Su Tian, in particular, felt like his entire body was going into shock. Ah! Lao Er sliced Su Tian's thumb off with a slow cut. The pain of cutting his fingers is still bearable for Su Tian, but when Lao Er sliced off all 10 of his fingers, he still rolled his eyes in pain. It was that feeling of immediately fainting, but always being unable to faint, making Su Tian's body twitch and wobble. They've gone wide. In front of the huge screen, Su Zi said in admiration as he looked at the image of Su Tian screaming miserably. The world had its own development, and Su Zi would not deliberately change it. Originally, he wasn't going to kill these people. Now that this is the case, he's even less likely to kill. As Su Tian was dismembered, he screamed miserably as the soil below slowly drained his body of cultivation essence and blood. His entire being also became part of the soil. Boom! Su Zi gently waved his hand, and the cover above the demon abyss instantly disappeared, and the demonic aura once again rose to the sky. Bang! The instant the transparent cover disappeared, 5 figures neatly fell to their knees in front of the Su family's crowd. The 5 great protectors under the former demon emperor's seat pay their respects to your excellency. The 5 alien demon kings shouted in unison. They extinguished the newly born spirit within the devil emperor and absorbed all of the devil emperor's rule power. Even though none of them had made a breakthrough, yet it had touched the edge of the immortal emperor realm. Becoming a demon emperor in the future was almost a nail in the coffin. They didn't know which one was the lord, so they knelt down in front of all of them. This seat agrees to your non-aggression clause, but first you have to make an oath of the heavenly Tao. Su Zi looked at the 5 people in front of him and directly agreed with what they had said earlier. The heavenly Tao oath was still binding on them, but it was useless to Su Zi. We hereby make a heavenly oath that we will not invade the immortal realm from now on, and we will not set foot in the immortal realm for the rest of our lives, and if we violate this oath, we will be annihilated in our godly form. The 5 men shouted solemnly. As soon as their words fell, something seemed to appear from their celestial aura and then quickly disappeared into thin air. Su Zi knew that this was a heavenly oath, and once sworn to, one had to abide by it. Otherwise the heavenly Tao will obliterate it. The long river of time scroll reappeared. Su Zi directly lifted Su Tian out. Su Tian's gaze was dull, his eyes were lifeless, and his entire body was somewhat insane. This, what kind of means is this? To be able to resurrect someone in an instant? All 5 Fey Demon Kings were scared and lost their colors. This kind of tactic is simply unheard of and unseen. The immortal realm had unexpectedly appeared a being like this. It's just horrible. They were beyond blessed. Fortunately, he was resourceful enough to immediately make a heavenly Tao oath. With such a character in the immortal realm, not to mention any demon emperor, even 100 or 1,000 more demon emperors would have to hiccup. And it's the kind that's impossible to resurrect. What a wise and great choice they've made. Otherwise, once the demon emperor revived, he would have to go and attack the immortal realm again. Wouldn't this one just blow his brains out and they'd all be dead? As they rejoiced, they all set their eyes on the oldest 2. How could they have had a better tomorrow if the second hadn't brought it up and the second had guessed everything? Finally, it's time to stop fighting and killing. The second felt the complexity, gratitude, excitement, and respect in the gazes of several people. His slightly bent waist couldn't help but stiffen a few points. As the former head of the Su family, Such a heart is not as good as Su Wei's. Suzy shook her head. Never mind. Send you to be reunited with Suvi. Suzy's words follow the law. As soon as he spoke, the immortal Tao rules on Su Wei's body instantly disintegrated. His cultivation also instantly disappeared into nothingness. He went straight from immortal king to mortal. Then he was sent directly to the mortal world by Suzy. It's the same familiar street, the same familiar bakery. Only this time, along with Su Tian, there were also all the people from Su Tian's lineage who were relegated. That's right, all of them, including the elderly and infirm. Suzy has always been ruthless and understands very well what it means to have a wildfire that cannot be eliminated and that grows again in the spring breeze. He was naturally fearless, but his parents and relatives are still in the immortal world. He always leaves, so all of these people were made mortal by him. They can also practice, but they need help. As long as that person's cultivation exceeded Suzy's, he could help them rejoin the immortal realm. We've really fallen on several lifetimes of bad luck. What you, Su Tian, have done. You've made all of us bear the consequences. Next to the bakery, a shrill woman's voice rang out. Yes, it's all his fault. If he hadn't dealt with the Su Wuxia lineage, how would we be like this? It's really ridiculous. Now that you've become an ant that you once looked down on, it's over. From having an endless lifespan to having a lifespan of only a few decades. I can't stand it. When I'm full I'll just jump off a cliff. No, even if we die. Su Tian must die before us. Chapter 101, the Su family beats up Su Tian. That's right, now that everyone doesn't have cultivation, who still thinks he's the head of the family? Get him, someone bellowed. Okay, beat him up, beat the out of him. He's the one who turned us into these damn mortals. Everyone, with your words and my words, looked furious as they rushed up to punch and kick Su Tian a bit. Su Tian looked sad as he could only drop to the ground to protect his head with his arms. Even then he was beaten and bloodied. There was not the slightest gleam in his eyes. There was just a grayness. The people in his lineage only know how to resent him. Have they forgotten that since he became the head of the family, were the cultivation resources within the family all tilted toward them? Wasn't it his credit that they were able to have that level of cultivation? His goodness is not remembered at all. The crowd rubbed their croaking stomachs as they tired of fighting. It's done. Let's eat first. It has been proposed. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they turned to leave, intense killing intent erupted in Su Tian's eyes. Everything they had was from him, Su Tian. But now these people are taking all their hate out on him. At the first opportunity, he would raise the butcher's knife in his hand and slash at them without hesitation. He tried to stand up through the excruciating pain in his body. Hiss! But it felt like it hurt wherever I touched, and I lowered my head to realize that my finger arm was broken. This made the hatred in his heart even more piqued. At this time Su Tian hid the killing intent in his eyes and limped towards the Baozi store. There was only one bakery here. The rest were some kind of herb seller or some kind of seller of so-called magic weapons. So naturally the first thing they saw was the bakery. At this time, the door of the Baozi store is surrounded by 5 pimply-faced beggars. They had now been taken in by the lanky man. Let them beg a short distance on either side of the bakery, so that someone comes to buy buns there or some kind-hearted people may give them a lot of reward money. This way the lanky man had an extra income. It's not a dream to go to the top of your life from there. Su Wei, look if that's Su Tian? Su Jian's cloudy eyes instantly brightened at the sight of the limping Su Jian. On the side, Su Wei's face was yellow and thin, and it was obvious at a glance that he didn't eat much every day nowadays. Severe nutritional deficiencies. He was listlessly holding out his broken china bowl and shaking it up and down, praying for a little charity from anyone passing by. Otherwise, a whipping is designated for the evening. After hearing what Su Jian said, Su Wei was first stunned before reacting. Wasn't Su Tian the head of the Su family in the upper realm? It's only been a few days, but it's like a lifetime ago. Life had smoothed out his edges and he was no longer arrogant. You can only lower your head in order to live. Oh, Su Wei glanced at Su Tian with numb eyes and didn't have any special expression. How could he care about others when he was about to die himself? Perhaps the moment Su Jian came down, Su Wei already knew what would happen to Su Tian. Or perhaps it was that he had brought himself down to a small person who was so small that he was inside the dust. All of them, none of them had anything to do with him. He was no longer the young master of the Su family, much less the boss of a few dog legs. Even the former lapdogs used to beat and scold him. He was now thinking about how to please the people passing by, so that he would be able to get some more spirit dollars. Just ask for more money so you can eat at night. It's the way to live. Seeing that Su Wei didn't say anything, Su Jian also touched his nose resentfully and stopped talking. He saw so many people from the Su family coming down, and on closer inspection, not so many people were coming down. Instead, they are all down. It's good that the Su family is a vanguard family. However, in order to ensure the purity of the bloodline, there were very Very few direct descendants of the Su family's main lineage. The rest are all slaves and servants. When Su Jian saw Su Tian heading this way again, he immediately lowered his head down. He didn't want to be seen by Su Tian, so as not to make Su Tian suspicious of how they broke their legs. If we don't go to the buns then, how will we keep him company? He oppressed the pit once Su Tian. Su Tian always felt that those few beggars were somewhat familiar, and was about to go over to take a closer look when he was attracted by the voice of the owner of the Baozi store. Several guests. There aren't many buns left. The burly big man smiled and took out all the remaining buns, handing them to the group of Su family members outside. Don't grab it, hey. Score a point all the way. The lanky man's mouth fell open with laughter. I didn't expect business to be so hot today. A whole day's worth of buns were sold out in no time. But the next moment he was in deep thought. The way these people eat, the way they talk, what they talk about. How the hell is it exactly the same as those beggars from earlier? Something about being immortal. Something about being relegated. It's all jumbled up, but it's all pretty much the same thing. Hearing these words of talk, the burly big man's face gradually became gloomy. He no longer wanted to be evil himself. He wanted to be converted. But nah, one by one, these people are joking with him. Chapter 102, Su's family. All of them have broken legs. Had to force him to go back to his old ways and take up the butcher's knife. Although the burly man had a rough guess in his mind, he didn't make the first move. What if he guessed wrong? So he was going to give these guys a chance. Gentlemen, this store is a small business. One drawer of buns is 25 spirit dollars. In total, one of you ate one bun, but it was 30 drawers. This money? The burly man revealed a naive smile, then rubbed his thumb and index middle finger to gesture to the crowd. Money? What money? Old me hasn't heard of any money in my long life. Any spirit dollars or anything. How dare you ask us for money? Do you have any idea who we are? Do you know that I can kill you 10,000 times if I blow on it? An arrogant and domineering youth among the Su family crowd pointed at the burly man's nose and cursed. Seriously. For a moment the lanky big man was really subdued by this young man. Could this young man really be from some great power? If that's the case, he really can't afford to mess with it. After all, he was only a small martial artist. You can only bow down in front of the big powers. He saw that these people were indeed imposing, with an air of superiority. He was more careful and cautious. Even he was ready to ask to send all these people away without money. Big deal. Just let those beggars order more and recoup their losses. That's right. A member of my Su family has to pay for food? What a joke. A beautiful woman said disdainfully as she pointed at the burly man. Speaking of which, you filthy griffins of the lower realms don't even know. Eating one of your buns. That's a blessing. If it were usual, even if you were to come begging for this madam on 3 knees, this madam wouldn't even take a look at you. The beautiful lady sneered again. Yes. The burly man's face flushed red, and bean-sized beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead. He was really a little scared, and he couldn't see through these people's cultivation at all. Either they were all mortal, or they were all more powerful than him. He was really panicking a bit now. My lords, these buns are even a small offering for you all, where money is needed. Just eat your fill. My lords, the burly man said as he kept nodding his head. You know you're wrong now? Then why don't you hurry up and go steam some more buns for us to eat? The beautiful woman chided. She stood tall, angling her slender white neck like a noble swan. Humph, my immortal realm Su family has to pay to go out to eat? Saying that out loud is laughable. The beautiful woman saw that the stout man was about to walk into the inner room respectfully and start steaming the buns, and immediately snorted out a laugh. It was hearing her words that made the lanky man stop in his tracks. Turning around with an ugly face, he looked at the Su family's crowd. What? Why don't you get your ass out there and steam the buns? The beautiful woman loudly chided in dissatisfaction. You're from the immortal realm Su family? The lanky man wanted to ask for clarification. Yes, didn't this lady say so? Lowly mortals like you won't know the gold content of the Su family in the immortal world, the beautiful woman said triumphantly. So, you know Su Wei, Su Jian and the others? The burly man's face hardened as he walked over to where the buns were placed and placed his hands under the table. Ha! Looks like you've seen them before. Not bad. We're all from the Su family. The unruly youth stood out and looked down at the burly man and said, Oh, then I knew it. It really is a bunch of freeloaders. But it's a good thing you just said more. Otherwise I would have let you guys go. His grandmother, want to be good people really hard. One after another rushed up to send. The lanky man touched the scar on his head, and swearing words came out from inside his mouth. Unbridled. You lowly mortal. What are you talking about? Someone from the Su family stood out and chided. What for? Today, I'll let you all taste the sharpness of my old man's blade. The burly man drew out his long knife with tainted blood amidst the disdainful gazes of the Su family. His grandmother's bear. After today, I will never sell buns again. I'm going to set up a gang. Let's call it the Beggars Gang. All of you go out and beg for money. If you can't come to spiritual yuan by begging every day, you'll just wait to endure the pain of skin and flesh. The burly man with a knife rushed into the Su family crowd, like cutting vegetables and chopping melons, cutting down all these people's legs and feet. The Su family was shocked and terrified. Isn't this man honestly going to steam their buns? What's with the blink of an eye and the knives? They were scared out of their wits. It was only at this moment that they finally realized the fact that they had truly become mortal, handless mortals. In front of a martial master, they couldn't even run away. Wailing, screams, and pleas for mercy kept coming out from inside the bakery. Su Jian shrunk his head, a hint of quickness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 103, Upper Immortal. Even immortal king powerhouses had been relegated down and were treated the same as him. What could he possibly be upset about? What's done is done. Beg well. Strive to be able to have a steamed bun to eat in the evening, as a way to congratulate the Su family members on their relegation. The sound coming from the bakery drew passers-by who couldn't stop looking inside. A number of people covered their mouths and ran out. It's like a hell on earth inside, all with chopped off legs. The blood was in rivers, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Stop it! Stop it! When the lanky man walked up to Su Tian hastily reached out and yelled, I didn't eat your family's buns. I didn't share any of them. Su Tian hurriedly said it. He really didn't share any of it. He was the last to come. And how could those who beat him up share his buns? The burly man slowly lowered his large sword. It was true that Su Tian didn't eat his buns, so he wasn't going to do anything about it. There's no reason to make a move on someone. After all, although Su Tian was also a member of the Su family, the lanky man sulked for a moment and walked quickly into the inner room. Phew! Su Tian let out a vicious sigh of relief. Luckily, the man still makes so little sense. Otherwise he's going to break his leg today. Su Tian then coldly looked at the Su family members who were lying on the ground and wailing. There was no mercy in his eyes. There was just endless cold. Serves you right. If it wasn't the wrong place, he really wanted to lean back and laugh, as a means of venting the bitterness in his heart. After Su Tian turned around and took a deep look at the beautiful woman who was frozen in place, scared and at a loss for words, he was ready to leave this place. Hey, where are you going? There's one bun left here. Here you go. The burly man said to Su Tian with a naive smile on his face. He then handed the steaming bun in his hand to Su Tian. Su Tian was first stunned. This man, he's still strangely good, Su Tian thought in his heart. Many thanks, boss. A great favor is not appreciated. When Mr. Su becomes rich in the future, he will definitely come to repay the favor of today's bun. Su Tian said solemnly as he took the bun. Ha ha ha, say it again. Say it again. Eat it. You won't be able to eat it when it gets cold and unpalatable. The burly man shook his head and smiled broadly. Then Mr. Su will accept the honor. Su Tian swallowed and stuffed the bun into his mouth. Clank! A sound of a sword being sheathed rang out. A blade on then flashed past Su Tian's leg. Ah! The bun that had just been stuffed into his mouth tumbled to the floor, soaked in blood. Su Tian planted himself on the ground, and his legs were severed by a slash. He couldn't believe that the big man who had been smiling nervously a second before was looking at him with a blank face. You didn't eat it just now, but now you put it in your mouth. So you did. I know you don't have any money, so I decided for you to cut off both your legs as payment, the burly man said coldly. He's not a nice guy. Su Tian lost a lot of blood resulting in a pale face. It hadn't occurred to him that he would one day be fooled by a mole. After today, all of you go to the streets and beg for food. A minimum of 10 spirit dollars a day, or I will let you know how cruel my methods really are. The burly man said indifferently as he looked at the Su family members who were lying on the ground and wailing. He then walked straight towards the beautiful woman. Didn't you say that your Su family is high and mighty? Didn't you say that your Su family is immortal? Immortal? Why don't you kill me? I'm so scared, the burly man said as he spoke towards the beautiful woman. You stay back. Where was a trace of the superior's aura left in the beautiful woman at this time? There is nothing left but endless fear. Of the Su family, she was the only one still standing intact. Aren't you a mouthful of lowly mortals? Aren't you condescending? The burly man shook the long knife in his hand and directly slashed down as he passed by a youth. Put! That unruly youth who had stood out at the beginning to scold the lanky man was instantly split in half. Blood spurted and red and white flowed from his stomach. Ah! Don't come over! Don't come over! Don't kill me! Do whatever you want me to do. The moment the beautiful woman saw the split body, she directly collapsed. I've worked so hard in this life for so many years, and I haven't even gotten to enjoy it yet. Today the breeze is yo-yo, the sun is just right, and I want to go to the immortals. You're some kind of Wangusu family. You're all immortals. Immortals must taste 1,000 times more wonderful than the mortal world. What do you say? The burly man looked at the beautiful woman with a hint of a smile on his face. Yes, whatever you, as long as you, don't kill me, ask me to do. The beautiful woman lowered that noble head, and a flash of whiteness passed by. So do you know what to do? The burly man asked, pointing underneath him. The beautiful woman's face was pale, and she was trembling all over. But still, he forced his courage to walk up to the lanky man. She slowly crouched down. Chapter 104, The Last Thing in the Immortal World. All spread out and come to me one at a time to receive a broken china bowl. Your mission today is to get me 10 spirit elements or more per person. Or don't blame me for being merciless. The burly man wrapped one hand around the beautiful woman and said to the crowd as he kept probing into it. Su Tian's face was gray. Originally, he had wanted to find these Su family members to vent his anger. But as a result, he was now also having his legs chopped off. It was also included in the ranks of the Beggars Association. He'll never get another chance at revenge in this life. He can only be a begging beggar for the rest of his life, with no possibility of turning over a new leaf. Now that there is one more thing in the immortal realm, I will head to the great immortal domain after I'm done. Su Zi in the middle of the Su family said to his father in person. Leaving so soon? Our families have been together for less than a month. Lin Xiaoran was filled with reluctance when she heard that Suzy was leaving. She was filled with joy to see this second son. He also heard that his eldest son was now safe and had the amulet given by Suzy, and that it wouldn't take much longer for him to ascend to the immortal world. The husband is safely back again. Right now she just felt like the happiest person in the world. But now Suzy is leaving. She was upset, but she also knew Suzy had her own things to do. She couldn't be a stumbling block on Suzy's path to success. The thing Suzy was talking about was naturally the Lin Yuan honored one that he had encountered when he was in the lower realms. It had to be said that Lin Yuan was smart. After that will of his returned to his body, he then knew what was going on. He was annoyed at how he was so much at that time, and he even left a true immortal legal decree for the Lin Yuan Holy Land, leading up to running into the pervert that is Suzy. He even let this wisp of his will return to his body and then told him that Suzy was coming to him. It was literally killing him more than killing him. Ever since he learned that Suzy had faked her death, he had understood. After all this time Suzy was definitely a terrifying and incomparable existence. He couldn't afford to mess with it at all. That's why waiting for death is the worst. He was on edge all day at first, just afraid that Suzy would just kill him one day. The whole back end has lost a lot of weight. It's hard for anyone to eat and sleep. By the end of the day he was even more anxious and felt like he was depressed as a whole. In the end, he simply gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, directly turning around and plunging into the Fey Demon domain. Luckily, he was rewarded by a great man in the Fey Devil region. That big shot was a big name in the foreign demon region. It is rumored to be the guards of the former demon emperor. It was a resounding presence in the alien demon region. That was when Lin Yuan finally let go of his heart. Even if Su Zi's cultivation was heavenly, that was absolutely impossible to be that person's opponent, because that one is the real king of the foreign devils. It was the immortal king level of existence that the immortal world referred to. The current Lin Yuan wasn't afraid at all, and he didn't believe Su Zi dared to come to the Fey demon domain to kill him at all. The alien demon region was a place that even immortal king powerhouses didn't dare to go deep into. A Su Zi, no matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to cultivate to the realm of an immortal king or even an immortal emperor in a short period of time. At most, the red dust immortal realm was already considered the limit that Lin Yuan had estimated. My king, the day Lord Demon Emperor is resurrected is the day the immortal world is destroyed. Lin Yuan looked at the words of an alien demon king in front of him with an excited face. He knew that this king was one of the demon emperor's most loyal henchmen. They have also been burdened with the responsibility of resurrecting the demon emperor. Boom. The oldest two sitting above instantly blushed at the words. 2 rays of dark light burst out from his eyes, instantly bombarded Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan flew out backwards on the spot, spraying blood from his mouth. This time is just a lesson. Next time you dare to mention invading the immortal realm, your life will be taken by this king. The oldest two's words were filled with killing intent. The fact that several of their brothers were able to obtain their current creation was all due to that one's fulfillment. Moreover, they had made a heavenly oath that they would not be allowed to take half a step into the immortal realm in this life. The word immortal realm was a taboo existence in his eyes. Lin Yuan covered himself at his chest and looked at the Fey Demon King with a pale face. His eyes were full of incredulity. Weren't these several altered demon kings once most eager to attack the immortal world? How did it come to this now? Can't even mention it. Lin Yuan didn't understand. Couldn't figure it out at all. In the future, no one will be able to mention the word immortal realm. Demon Emperor? The Devil Emperor is dead, and there will be no more Devil Emperors from now on. Of course, in the future, Our Fey Demon clan will also live in harmony with the people of the immortal world. When these words came out, Lin Yuan was immediately startled. You're in the north? We're at peace? Then what am I doing with the foreign devils? Isn't it just that the two sides are hostile? My lord! Never! The people of the immortal realm are extremely cunning. It must be a trap they used. It was because I couldn't endure the despicable shamelessness of the people of the immortal realm in the first place that I chose to defect to you. Lin Yuan was unwilling and wanted to try to change his second's impression of the immortal world. There's no need to say anymore. This time this seed has come back to dissolve you all, and from now on this seed is all alone. The second one is a longing for freedom. He came back to disband his men, not willing to fight anymore. As for the future, if a new demon emperor appeared to attack the immortal realm, it would be none of his business. He wouldn't go anyway, not for the rest of his life, to the immortal world. He wants to be a foreign devil who is at large in heaven and earth. Ha! Lin Yuan froze. He really hadn't expected that a hallowed Fey Demon King would want to dissolve the forces under him. What about him? Without the shelter of the altered Demon King, if Suzy found him, wouldn't he be dead? My king, I actually defected to the Fey Demon realm because I met someone in the immortal realm who wanted to kill me. He's despicable to the core, using a fraudulent death to make people think he's dead. In reality, he secretly cultivated, and as soon as he was born, he let out words all over the world to kill me. So please do it for me. Lin Yuan ignored the injuries on his body and directly fell to his knees to plead. If this one didn't help him, he really wouldn't be able to find anyone to help him for a while. In case Suzy killed him at this time, he would be finished. Don't worry, this is the foreign demon region, and people from the immortal realm won't come over easily. This seat has said that it won't be traveling to the immortal realm, so it can't help you. Unless, that person is now in the Fey Demon region. Seeing as you're doing your best, this seat can consider helping you out. The second said, shaking his head. Oh, really? Then you can do it now. A voice came, instantly making the second's heart jump. The voice was all too familiar. The brothers could not remember anything, but they had to keep Suzy's voice and his looks in their minds. The voice was definitely Suzy's voice. Chapter 105, First Visit to the Great Immortal Region. Bang! Before Suzy appeared, he only saw the oldest two straighten up and fall to his knees. He pressed his head dead against the ground, shivering all over. Greetings, my lord. The second's words trembled, like he had encountered some terrifying presence. Seeing Lao Er in this posture, Lin Yuan didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly followed Lao Er's example of kneeling on the ground to put his head dead against the ground. Why are you on your knees? Aren't you going to help him? Aren't you going to make a move? I'm the one who's going to kill him, so you can do it. Suzy's figure appeared on the throne, looking curiously at the second old man who was trembling all over and said, I wouldn't dare. I didn't know that the person he offended was His Excellency. If I had known, I would have personally taken him down and sent him to His Excellency to apologize. The second didn't dare to lift his head up in fear. On the contrary, it was Lin Yuan, whose face turned pale after hearing Suzy's words, who raised his head to look at Suzy. At this look, his entire body froze. Surprisingly, it was Suzy. He was completely paralyzed. How could Suzy be so strong? Surprisingly, even the heterodyne king had to kneel down to greet him. Didn't you say you were going to step in and help him once as long as he was in the Fey Demon realm? Are you sure you don't want to make a move? Suzy asked again. My lord, even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to take a shot at you. Earlier I was blinded by this man and that's why I said what I said. I implore your honor to let me live. The second's words trembled. He hated to slap himself twice. It's good to come back and disband the handlers. Originally, what was said was just a scene. How could I have known that that person had really appeared in the Fey Demon region? Even less so, that person was actually Suzy. I should have known he should have asked for the other man's name in the first place. Even though he didn't know Suzy's name, he knew that Suzy's surname was Suo. That condition alone is enough. If he had known that the other party's surname was Su, he would have definitely refused with sharp words. He now shuddered when he heard the word Su family. Get lost. This matter has nothing to do with you. This is an old grudge between this seat and him. Suzy waved her hand impatiently. Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks. The oldest two cried tears of joy and quickly kowtowed in gratitude. Then standing up and bowing his head deeply, he slowly backed away. Phew! After exiting he exhaled a deep, cloudy breath, feeling the sweat on his face. Never get involved in these things again. So close to actually dying. The second one still had a look of fear on his face. It was a close call. This is the second time he's come back from the dead. He would make sure to check out the other party when he decided to find a demonic couple in the future. Have you messed with the Su family? These are prerequisites. Suzy, I was wrong. Please spare me for once. Will you? Lin Yuan used all his strength to support himself and kept kowtowing to Su Zi to admit his mistake. There was no great enmity between us, but you had to be a. It's fine for you to be, but the one will you left behind also dares to speak words about destroying the Su divine dynasty. Do you think it's a crime to seek death? Su Zi's was indeed not wrong. This was all Lin Yuan's own fault. Originally, Lin Yuan could have lived. Yes, I'm the guilty one. I'm just a little person, so you can just let me go like a fart. I won't dare to do it again. I'll find a deep forest and never come out of the world again. Lin Yuan begged bitterly. That will was what he had left behind in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. There was even some hostility towards Su Zi left behind on purpose. After all, Su Zi had pressed him to lift his head back then. This was what led to the matter of that Dao of Will trying to exterminate Su Zi. I'll stop torturing you, and in the next life, be good. Su Zi felt tasteless at once and waved his hand to directly make Lin Yuan instantly disintegrate. The great immortal domain. A paradise for the strong and powerful. It's time to go and see those sinful disciples. This great world. You can all still be alive. That's great. The account has to be settled one by one to be interesting. You've been so used to being high and mighty. I'm afraid it's been years since you've experienced what it means to be afraid. But soon this seat will be coming for you. Su Zi's gaze looked as if he had seen through the heavens. His gaze ghostly. Once in 100 million years. The great immortal domain trials. Such a grand occasion. How could this seat not participate? After Su Zi finished speaking, a brilliant light shone on his body. This pillar of light was like a spacetime channel, directly wrapping him up and disappearing instantly. The great immortal domain. The entire great immortal domain was divided into tens of thousands of large domains. The power of the rules here was unknown, how much more powerful than the immortal world. With the space here, even a normal immortal emperor powerhouse would have a hard time making the void shatter. It was enough to see the terror of the power of the great immortal domain's rules. Immortal emperors weren't even considered to be the most powerful, but today the entire great immortal domain was all abuzz. Forces large and small were preparing for the once-in-a-billion-years trial. This trial was a very ancient legacy of the great immortal domain. It is a joint effort led by many major powers. All forces, large and small, can participate. Yet there is one important condition. That is, one must be in the top 10 of that one domain competition in order to participate in the final trial. There is no age requirement, but there is a realm requirement. The strongest person in a battle of the same realm, whether you are old or young, as long as you are the strongest in your same realm, you are qualified to participate in the trials of the entire great immortal domain. A domain here could be far bigger than the immortal world. There are 10 realms in total, and the strongest of the 10 realms will be able to participate in the trial. There's even a chance to be spotted by a superpower and taken in as a disciple. That's when it's going to fly. It was important to know that those superpowers usually didn't take on disciples easily. There's never been any talk of opening up a mountain and taking on disciples, either. They all go out and travel, and when they see someone's talent, they take them back. They don't open their doors to disciples on a large scale. The disciples they take in are all mature and stable. This is the way to continue the splendor of a great power's legacy. What outer disciples? Inner disciples, all of them. As long as it was in their sights, it was a shut-in disciple, the core of the core. They treat every disciple the same, but there is a cruel rule that you can rob. It is also limited to the same realm. Of course, the restriction here is that the higher cultivation level is not allowed to bully the smaller lower realms. Only those with low cultivation can rob those with high cultivation, provided you can grab it and make it work. Otherwise, forget it in this life, but be careful in the next. This is the reason why these great powers have been able to stay at the head of the table. Chapter 106, Cultivation is not fighting and killing. It's the human condition. The group of heroes and the pride of the heavens gather together, and the winner gets to listen to the true words of the great Tao. This time, I will let the world know my true name. In a certain large domain, a young man with eyes like electricity and wings on his back walked out from a divine mountain. The divine mountain behind him after he left it unexpectedly exploded. Look, that's the Wing clan's pride of heaven, Wing Rufeng. Someone recognized Wing Rufeng and immediately shouted in surprise. The winged race, which is one of the top great races in this great domain, looks down on the human race even though it is similar to the human race, considering the human race to be only the lowest of the low. They are of the noble bloodline of the gods. Someone of the clan whispered. The great immortal domain was divided into tens of thousands of great domains, and the great domain where the winged race was located was the divine wind great domain. So what? Nowadays, most of the top powers among the great immortal domains are human races. Someone said with a disdainful face. Humph, do you guys think I'm deaf? How dare a lowly human race talk about me? Tsubasa Ruffing stopped his steps, his gaze peering out at the few people who had just spoken. The words were cold and unfeeling. as if they were 1,000 years of cold ice. Tsubasa Rufeng's words caused a few people to tremble. They knew that Wing Rufeng was very strong, and that this person was extremely conceited and very murderous. Winged as the wind. I am. Someone amongst the several people stepped forward to declare their identity, wanting to use this to make Wing Rufeng jealous. Boom! Tsubasa Rufeng raised one hand high, then a bright light converged in his hand. A divine lance of wind appeared in his hand. It wasn't a weapon, but was condensed from the winds of heaven and earth. He didn't even give the man a chance to speak and directly threw the lance in his hand. This long spear carried unparalleled killing power, instantly piercing through several people directly. A dead man has no qualifications to make me stop, even if you have a background and power behind you. After all, dead people don't give out information. Without even looking at the several people who were killed, Wing Rufeng turned around and was about to leave, but then he stopped. Not far behind him a young man seemed to be looking for something. Tsubasa Rufeng frowned slightly. Why hadn't he realized there was someone else here earlier? When did this man show up here? And did he see himself kill someone? Killing someone? He didn't care at all. But if this person had a big power behind him, he would feel troubled. That's totally giving yourself a hard time. Buzz. Wing Rufeng didn't open his mouth, but indifferently condensed his lance once again and directly shot towards that youth explosively. He was the first of the younger generation of the Winged clan. His natural talent was astonishing, and at a young age, he had already crushed some of the older generation's powerhouses to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. He totally has the power to kill people at random. He didn't even intend to look at it after he threw it. In his thoughts, this person must die. But to his surprise, before the spear touched the young man, it instantly dissipated into nothing. Strong man? Wing Rufeng, eyes slightly condensed, looking at the youth not far away, gently said. But he had no fear. Behind him was the premier major power, the Winged clan, backing him up. There was still no one he couldn't afford to mess with in the Divine Wind region. Count your blessings. Tsubasa Rufeng snorted coldly from his mouth, then took a step forward to leave. He's just so glib. Knowing that the other party was a powerful person, still dared to be so condescending, proving that he really didn't have the other side in his sights. What do you want? Tsubasa Rufeng's face instantly sank when he was just about to leave. The youth appeared in front of him at an unknown time. The speed was unbelievably fast. He knew that this person must be a strong one, but he didn't panic in the slightest. He had enough backbone, to the point where he was even counter-questioning Suzy. Suzy had a question mark on her face. Is it possible that this one is the landlord's stupid son? Are all cultivators nowadays just talented and don't need brains? Such words are spoken. You want to kill me for no reason. I stop your way. You ask me back what for? For a time directly to Suzy Hole will not. Forget it. Not doing anything. Just killing you. Suzy had lost interest in talking to the cutie. The interest in conversation was simply tasteless. Don't you dare. I am from the Wing clan. Do you know the Wing clan? Who in the Divine Wind region dares not give face to my Wing clan? With a lowly, humble human like you? Wing Rufeng directly drank while his face changed drastically. Which direction are the wings in? You pointed out to me. Suzy felt 100 times more bored and inquired about the wings like the wind. Ha ha ha, you dirtbag. You're not from the Divine Wind region, are you? Otherwise, how could you not know where my Winged clan is? My Winged clan is one of the top great powers in the Divine Wind region. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, and become my servant, I can consider sparing your life. Tsubasa Rufeng looked down at Suzy with a condescending and unbeatable face. Have you no brain? You point me in the right direction, and I'm curious to know if there's a winged race or not. This seed even wonders how you cultivated your immortal emperor realm? Suzy was getting a little impatient. That's me over there. Wing Rufeng coldly snorted and pointed in the direction where the Wing clan was, but without waiting for him to finish, he was shocked to see Suzy casually throw a punch in that direction. It wasn't Suzy's punch that shocked him. Instead, the space in front of his fist exploded after he threw that punch. On the other side of the void, it was clearly the location of the Winged clan. This punch had actually directly broken the boundaries of time and space of the great domain. How powerful should this person be then? At the very least, they must be at the level of those old monsters of the Winged clan. The sun was shining and the weather was just right for the wings at this time. A few big shots are gathering for tea. I have to say, Wing Rufeng is a rare and proud son of heaven. There's no saying in terms of cultivation, and his heavenly beauty is unparalleled. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work for people. I've told him that cultivation isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings, but he just won't listen. A Winged clan elder shook his head inside. There's no need to worry too much. When he hits the wall at some point, he'll naturally change. Another clan elder said with a smile. Also, even if he touches the wall, absolutely no one dares to kill him. Here, our Wing clan is this. Who dares to touch him? A clan elder raised his thumb and smiled. Ha ha ha, that's extremely true. Extremely true. A few people looked at each other instantly and laughed. Suddenly several people felt a frightening aura appear on their side of the winged clan. They were shocked and turned towards the direction where the frightening aura was coming from. Chapter 107, Little 7 Nangonyu. They saw the void explode there. A huge fist came crashing down towards them. The frightening aura that made them all suffocate came from above this fist. They even saw through the shattered space the other end of the winged roughing who stood dazed in the void. Seeing Wing Rufeng, they understood everything in an instant. Everything is a wing like wind screw up. The clan elder who had previously said that Wing Rufeng would change when he touched some walls. His face was as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. The fist looked to be slowly slamming towards them. It's actually really slow too. So slow that even immortal emperors felt like they could easily dodge it. But it didn't matter if it was the Wing clan elder at this moment, or the rest of the Wing clan. They all stood still and couldn't move a muscle. This punch directly blocked all of space and time. If I had known, I should have let him learn what it means to be a human being in the first place. Otherwise, why would my winged clan be here? Some clan elders cried out with their eyes dulled. What can they do? Even though they were all renowned powerhouses in the Divine Wind region. But at this point, it was extremely difficult for them to even move a finger. Where did this powerful man come from? Only a few large domains in the center region of the Great Immortal Domain had such an existence, right? And how did Wing Rufeng get into trouble with such an existence? They don't know, and they won't know anymore. Under this fist, everything shatters. Tsubasa Rufeng's lips were trembling. He watched his pack crumble little by little before his eyes. All of this is what he brought to the wings. If he hadn't been so reckless, why would the winged clan have ended up like this? Bang! Tsubasa Rufeng instantly collapsed to the ground. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from the mouth of Wings like wind. It's his heart's blood. His chi and blood attacked his heart in an instant, and his cultivation was instantly nullified. His chi and blood instantly decayed, and his hair unexpectedly turned gray rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Essence, chi, and God, all three of them surprisingly dissipated at the same time. Self-inflicted evil. Suzy snorted coldly and turned to leave. Self-inflicted. Not to be lived. Not to be lived. Wing Rufeng muttered inside his mouth. Then there was no more gleam in his eyes. Only his eyes would never close on their own again. I didn't think that after 100 million years, you would have already reached such a realm. And how is the mortal body not an existence that accommodates all the physical qualities in the world? Suzy took one step to disillusionment, and his feet did it in one step across the great domain. Below him a group of people were fighting furiously. Instead of a fierce battle, it was more like one person against a group of people. Nangonyu, why don't you keep running? You escape and we chase. You can't fly even with your wings. Ha ha ha. The leader was a young man in white. He stood on the periphery and laughed. Humph. Skyfall sword. If you have the ability to fight with this ant, do you even have the courage to fight? Nangonyu fought dozens of people back and forth, creating a ripple in the void. Nangonyu, it's useless to show off your tongue. Want to fight me? Do you have the qualifications? The Skyfall sword said with disdain. As long as you hand over the Venerable One's inheritance, I can give you a chance to be my concubine. The Heavenly Waterfall sword looked at Nangonyu's exquisite body, and his eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Why don't you take a look at that pussy of yours? You're not good enough for me? Nangonyu's words were quite spirited. She had just received the inheritance of an exalted one from this secret realm, and she had a chance to strike first in the Saint Ruler realm. Realm divisions: Martial Apprentice, Martial Artist, Samurai, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Zun, Venerable, Void Tao, Chopping Me, Transporting One, Supreme, Celestial God, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Saints, Great Saints, Saintly Kings, Quasi-Emperors, Great Emperors, True Immortals, Red Dust Immortals, Immortal Kings, Immortal Emperors, Immortal Monarchs, Immortal Venerables, Saintly Juniors, Zuns, Grand Venerables, and Deities. Humph. Give face. Skyfall Sword's face was gloomy. He hated it when people made fun of his looks. Looks are hard on him. As the saying goes, there are no ugly women in cultivation. This applies just as much to the men as it does to the men. But the Skyfall Sword was because of the cultivation technique, resulting in a pitted and strangely ugly face. That's what he cares about the most. Capture her alive for me. I'll show her what cruelty means. Skyfall Sword drank. Boom. This place was full of all kinds of functional feats and divine abilities, and Nangonyu was somewhat unable to hold on. The Skyfall Sword was at the same Saint Ruler realm as her, but he was a peak Saint Ruler, while Nangonyu was merely an early Saint Ruler. Of the 10 people who surrounded her, at least 5 of them were early and mid Saint Ruler existences. She was really tired of it. What's wrong with you being with me? What part of it dishonors you? I'm at the peak of my cultivation as a saint ruler, so I'll definitely be able to get first place in the same realm of the great domain this time. In the future, it's unknown if they will travel to the central region or even be accepted as disciples. Besides, I have the heavenly family behind me. I can also introduce you to a Saint Exalt as your master. The heavenly waterfall sword looked at Nangonyu as she gradually became unsupportable and opened her mouth. Ah shucks, even if all the men in the world were dead, this ant would never look at you more than once. Because, one look at you will make this auntie Nana sick to her stomach and she won't be able to eat for thousands of years. Nangonyu had a few more scars on her body, but she was still quite spirited. Auntie's master, there is only one person in the whole world. No one in the world is half as good as him. Nangonyu was a bit weak, but her words were still strong to the extreme. Only, master, this time, I'm afraid that little Seven will really have to come and accompany you. Shao Qi was incompetent, thinking that cultivating to the extreme would resurrect you, but who knew that a mountain is still higher than a mountain? One hill after another. Seven is tired, really tired. Seven really misses the days when she could hide behind her master. Nothing to do, nothing to think about. How nice to be carefree. Nangonyu exerted all her strength and swung the 10 powerhouses away, saying silently in her heart. You could even see the crystals flashing in her eyes. At this moment in time, she was incredibly homesick for her master. She was physically and mentally exhausted and scarred. She lifted her head, ready for the final battle. This time, she couldn't go all the way back. She would use forbidden feats and die with them. But suddenly, she was in a daze. She saw the figure that her heart had been longing for billions of years was now looking at her from above with a smile on her face. It is true that people are capable of seeing something beautiful, or people, before they die. Nangonyu knew it was a hallucination she had before she died. How great would this all be if it were true? If there really is an afterlife, I must find you, but you can't be my master anymore. I'm going to be your. Chapter 108 Master, you're still alive. You little girl, what do you want? Is it hard to believe that you still want to be my master? Before Nangonyu could finish her words, she was directly interrupted by Suzy. Master, you're actually still alive? Nangonyu was first stunned. Then her face reddened with excitement. Nangonyu, what are you barking at? This is an exalted secret realm. Strong people above saint rulers can't enter. Could it be that you're hallucinating because you know you're going to die today? And what's your master? But I've heard that it's just a mortal from the lower realms of the immortal world. That's all. And what do you say about no one in the world being half as good as him? Sure enough, the lowly are born with lowly blood flowing inside their veins. The heavenly waterfall sword looked towards the direction where Nangonyu's line of sight was. There was nothing. It was empty. This Nangonyu was afraid that she had fantasized before she died. No, Nangonyu can't die. She must be captured alive. I haven't enjoyed her yet. There's also the venerable one's inheritance. I must get it today. Otherwise it'll be hard to be number one in the same realm rankings. The Skyfall sword made up its mind in an instant. He's going to strike. With so many of their powerhouses, plus him, a peak saint ruler, they were able to take down Nangonyu at the fastest speed. Could it be that I'm really hallucinating from missing my master too much? Nangonyu rubbed her eyes vigorously to look at Suzy once again. Suzy was still there, looking at her with a gentle smile on her face. Yikes! Nangonyu suddenly screamed, startling Skyfall sword and the others. They then saw Nangonyu's entire body rise up in the air. Stop her! She's trying to escape. Skyfall sword's face was gloomy. He knew. This was a trick that Nangonyu had used. Throwing out the master, trying to get their attention, then take advantage of their moment of trance to immediately flee. Sure enough, women's mouths can't be trusted. Nangonyu didn't care about that much as she darted towards Suzy. Even if it was fake she recognized it. Anyway, even if it was death, to be able to see the man who had been reading for billions of years in these last moments, she had no regrets. Su Young had always been her soulmate. If she hadn't had that faith to hold her up, she would have been out of it long ago. She was a mortal body, with no special physique or special bloodline. Step by step on your own. After Suzy came to the great immortal domain, the first person he looked for was Nangonyu, this little girl who followed him back then. Nowadays, however, they have also fallen into a beautiful country. When Nangonyu rushed in front of Suzy, Nangonyu stopped in her tracks. She reached out her hand as if she wanted to touch the youth in front of her, but never dared to, because she was afraid it was a dream. The moment she touches it, it instantly becomes a bubble that shatters. So she hesitated, but the hope in her eyes was even better. Boom! At this time, all of a sudden, several attacking techniques slammed towards her. Every single one of them was terrifying. Can't you even give me a little time to meet with my master? Did you guys have to shatter my last bit of hope? You, all of you, deserve to die. Nangonyu's pretty face was chilled, and she drank with gritted teeth word by word. Boom! In an instant, her aura changed drastically. The whole person was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, making everyone shudder. Her cultivation was insanely skyrocketing, almost as if she was about to directly break through the Saint Ruler to become a Saint Exalt in the next instant. This was a secret technique she used, capable of forcibly raising a large rank, but the side effects were also irreversible. After using it, her foundation was shattered and she had no hope of cultivating in this life. All of those attacking techniques were instantly disintegrated. She was like an ice-cold goddess of the 9 heavens descending to the earth, and her entire person gave off a feeling that was not to be blasphemed. No good. Quick, get out of here. Skyfall Sword's face changed wildly. He wanted to catch them alive because he didn't want to force Nangonyu to this point, but it didn't occur to me that for the sake of a mere illusion, Nangonyu had directly gone berserk. Even he did not dare to harden himself against the Nangonyu at this moment. The only way to escape is to run for your life. Well, you're trying to damage your own foundation. Susie's words were as soft as a spring breeze. The furious aura on Nangonyu's body was instantly smoothed out. Master, you're really still alive. Nangongyu felt that his meridians and roots that were shattered by using the secret method earlier were instantly restored as before. Immediately, he exclaimed in surprise, like a little kid meeting his dearest and favorite person. The expression was complex, first ecstatic, then aggravated. Stop it all. Looking at the fleeing Skyfall Sword and the other, Suzy said softly. As soon as Suzy's words fell, the heavenly waterfall sword and the others who had just left in a hurry instantly stood still. What's going on? A powerful existence has entered the exalted Forbidden Land? The Skyfall Sword said with a shocked expression. No matter how much he struggled, he was never able to move a bit. His gaze then looked in Nangonyu's direction. He is? Skyfall Sword's face changed drastically. Earlier he couldn't see Suzy at all. Only Nangonyu could see Suzy. Now that he was able to see Suzy, he was shocked that Nangonyu had actually said the truth. She really did have a master teacher, but her master is just a person from the lower realm of the immortal world. How can it be so powerful? Without making a sound, without a sound, he was able to enter the exalted secret realm. You have to know that in a secret realm like this, if an exalted being came in, this secret world will collapse instantly. All the chances inside would also be instantly reduced to pieces. If those existences beyond Saint Rulers came in, they would be instantly obliterated by the power of the rules inside. That's why those powerhouses that surpassed Saint Rulers couldn't come in. Moreover, each time the secret realm opened, it was only a short time to burn incense. Now they had spent hundreds of days inside the secret realm. The secret world can only go out now, not in. So the question is, how in the world did this young man get in here? This person's cultivation definitely exceeded the exalted realm, and was most likely a great exalted. What does it mean to be an honored one? An existence that can command a large domain is an exalted one. To be able to command 100 domains is to be a great exalted one. An exalted one was already a supreme existence, and a great exalted one was even more divine. Now he's run into it. Moreover, he wanted to kill the disciple of this great exalted one. My lord, I know I'm wrong. I didn't know she was your disciple. If we did, we wouldn't have dared to treat her like this. It's me who has the eyes to recognize and Tai. I hope that your excellency will forgive me this time for the sake of my heavenly family. The Skyfall Sword rolled its eyes and kept begging for mercy. Meanwhile, move out of the heavenly home. Although the heavenly family didn't have any great exalted ones, there were 2 exalted ones. He just hoped that Suzy could forgive him this time for the sake of the heavenly family's honored one. He didn't dare to threaten Suzy. He just hoped that the other party would spare him. Chapter 109, I'm a little girl. 7. All of these people, all of them will be given to you to deal with. You can do whatever you want, Suzy said with a smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Nangonyu. That naturally makes them all unable to be men in the future. How dare they covet this aunt's stunning looks? They already have the way of the eunuch. Nangonyu said ferociously as she revealed 2 small crystal-clear tiger teeth. This moment returned her to her true nature. According to the plot, shouldn't you have said that you're going to fight in the same realm? Or is it that the shame of today will be returned 10-fold and 100-fold in the coming day? Suzy froze, then asked with some curiosity. A proud daughter of heaven like Nangonyu was bound to walk out on an invincible path of her own in the future. People like them have a vendetta against themselves. Even if they had a powerful master, they would grow up on their own before taking revenge. And their masters don't bother with them intentionally. You could say it's basically free range. And some masters even let slip that if you lose or die in a battle at the same realm, the masters will not say anything. I don't want my master to be so powerful. In the future, I'll just follow my master's lead and be a well-behaved disciple. It would be nice if we could succeed in getting to the top, Nangonyu said playfully. Susie's head was full of questions. Don't worry about those details, Master. Anyway, my cultivation is so powerful. As long as I don't make a mistake, I won't die. Life, it's all about playing and being invincible. Cultivation is fine. Just casually cultivate. There's no need to be serious. Nangonyu spoke very easily. She didn't want to cultivate right now. They are such a cultivation. A retreat eyes closed and open easily is 10,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. She didn't want that. She wanted to see her own master every day. I don't want to open my eyes and hear bad news. Bah! No! I don't want to open my eyes and not see my master. Okay. Su Tian only thought that it was because Nangonyu was tired of cultivating madly all these years and was tired, so want to take a break and rest. None of this of course mattered to Suzy. He was fully capable of sheltering his disciples. His disciples were no longer the same people who needed to experience rashness back then. They have their own path to follow. Suzy wasn't going to intervene, nor would they be forced to cultivate. In the end, I am afraid it will backfire. And the heavenly wasteland is an example. Master, it's great that you're still alive. Nangonyu stared straight at Suzy. The inexplicable meaning in her eyes made Suzy's scalp numb. If I don't live, is it any wonder that you're looking forward to your master? Me? Actually dying back then? Suzy was speechless. Nangonyu immediately patted her red lips and said in a hurry, Master, why did you fake your death back then? Master, couldn't you have told me back then and then you faked your death? Master, why didn't you come to me? To us first when you came alive? Master, do I have a master mother? Where is my master mother? Mastermind. Now can you go ahead and take care of them? Suzy pointed at the Skyfall sword and the others, directly interrupting the chattering Nangonyu. He had quite a headache. They're all small matters. How can they be as important as master? Nangonyu said this, but still took a step with her straight and slender long legs towards the heavenly waterfall sword and the others. She instantly put away her small woman posture, and became cold again as she looked at the heavenly waterfall sword and the others. Nangonyu, I was wrong. Will you let me go? The heavenly waterfall sword looked at Nangonyu, who seemed to have changed in an instant, and hurriedly opened her mouth. He had never seen Nangonyu smile once before. Not even once did I see it. Now that he saw it, that smile made heaven and earth lose their colors. The sun and the moon. Only that smile wasn't for him. It was for her young master. This iceberg-like woman had a day to melt. Now you know you're wrong? What did you do? You know what? Today is the happiest day since I ascended since the great immortal realm. Master, that omnipotent godlike handsome and extraordinary man is finally back. So I'll make your deaths painful as a way to celebrate the fact that I'm a person with a master again from now on. Law. Nangonyu revealed two small tiger teeth and said with a smile. Only this smile caused the heavenly waterfall sword to feel a sudden chill. Earlier he had said that Nangonyu hadn't smiled at him once, but now immediately smiled at him. Only, the smile was like an imp that gave him goosebumps. The smile was still nice, but it was, well, unnerving. Nangonyu, if you let me go, I'll give you whatever you want. You can mention whatever you want in terms of cultivation resources or whatever. The Skyfall sword was truly panicked. He knew that whether he could survive or not all depended on Nangonyu. Her master really doted on her. As long as Nangonyu opened her mouth, that godlike handsome man in Nangonyu's mouth would definitely let him go. There's no need. My master will definitely give me whatever I'm missing, so you might as well enjoy yourself. Nangonyu had a haughty look on her face. A dagger appeared in her hand. She raised her dagger to slash down, but it stopped instantly. Is this going to look bad? If it's crossed out, wouldn't that be what I'd see? Then if I see it, won't I be unclean? No, absolutely not. I can't look at this filth. Nangonyu instantly associated a lot of things and hastily shook her head. Unless it's the master's. Oops, what was I thinking? Nangonyu's pretty face was scarlet. Hastily shaking his head, he threw all these thoughts out of his mind. The idea is just too shameful. Nangonyu quietly glanced at Suzy, only to see Suzy was looking at her curiously, and all of a sudden she was shy. Suzy had a curious look on her face. What's with this 7? Why did you stop when you were about to do it? Why does your face look green, white, and red at the same time? It's like the ceiling of the face-changing world. Never mind. Who told this ant to be naturally good-natured? This time, I'll keep my hands to myself. Nangonyu put away the dagger in her hand, patted her jade hand and said, Thank you. The Skyfall sword instantly breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could say anything else, he only saw Nangonyu directly throw the dagger he had just put away to Suzy. It's better to let my master do it. After all, I'm just a tender little woman who can't do these bloody things. Chapter 110, 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Skyfall sword? Suzy? Suzy felt rather speechless. How did you get such a disciple? What are you doing this is? Using Master as your punching bag are you? Suzy was speechless. You're the best. Master, you're the best master under the sky. My disciple is just a weak woman. How can you bear to let me, a weak woman, be stained with blood? Nangonyu clasped her hands around Suzy's arm and shook. Feeling the otherworldly sensation coming from his arm, Suzy's old face flushed. Without moving, he pulled his arm out of Nangonyu's embrace. So how do you want to torture them? Suzy looked at the pampered Nangonyu, somewhat unable to bear it. Master, look after yourself, any way you want. Nangonyu felt that she should maintain a ladylike demeanor. Wasn't he too rough earlier when he said he was going to make them unmanly? Will it leave a bad impression on the master? She was rather torn. Since he dared to try to slight you, Master naturally made him incapable of doing so. These people, not a single one of them can escape. So let's waste their 5 limbs and let them be crippled people from now on. Well, that's not good. Wildfire can't be burned. Then let their cultivation never advance an inch again. Cultivation gets weaker every day until you become mortal. Every time Suzy uttered a punishment, the Skyfall sword trembled a few points. By the end of the day, it was so bad that they just peed themselves. This person's methods are truly vicious to the extreme, and he should be one of the great devils of the great immortal domain today. Shoo! Suzy's words had just fallen. A few cracking sounds rang out. The heavenly waterfall sword and the other 11 people immediately saw 11 swordchi chopping down towards them. Put! Blood splattered continuously, and a lump of flesh was directly churned by the swordchi. The swordchi left a terrifying force of rules in their wounds. These rule forces will prevent the recovery of their wounds. It will make them experience this biting pain every now and then. Unless there was an existence with a cultivation that exceeded Suzy's to restore him, it would be impossible to be able to recover for the rest of his life. How? My sea of consciousness. My dantian has actually split open. Someone yelled in horror. A wisp of rule power from that swordchi directly cracked their sea of consciousness and dantian. Not broken, but broken all just a matter of time. From now on, their cultivation would dissipate in a steady stream every day, and they will never be able to practice again. You demon! Demon! Someone looked at the year-old screaming in horror. They really broke down. Physical mutilation is still acceptable to them, but the crippling of the dantian and the sea of consciousness would be the most fatal blow to them. Killing and killing is nothing more than that, is it? Someone's eyes dimmed. How many heavenly materials and treasures had it taken for them to become this level of existence? That's how much chance and chi was seized. Again, that's how much time it took them. I didn't expect to go back to the old days. They are as good as dead. Are you satisfied with this punishment? 7. Suzy turned her head to look at Nangonyu to solicit her opinion. Everything is at Master's disposal. Nangonyu wore a smile. She was satisfied as hell. It wasn't satisfaction that Suzy had wasted all those people. Rather, he was satisfied that Suzy would really go ahead and waste these people for her. Although the means are quite brutal. But she likes it. A stream of light flashed in the sky not far away. That's someone flying past with a sword. Suzy hadn't cared. But at this time he seemed to have some heart. He looked at the stream of light. Black and white colors churning in his eyes. A Taiji Bagua was formed. His mind was suddenly clear. Everything was completely invisible in his eyes. Is it also a reborn person? Suzy muttered inside his mouth as he looked at the stream of light. Although it didn't reveal the slightest breath, the resentment that was hidden in his heart couldn't escape this seat's senses. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. This person's cultivation wasn't high. It was just that of a peak saint ruler. Previously, Suzy had discovered this person meditating and cultivating on a mountain peak in the distance. Everything in this secret realm was invisible in his eyes. He naturally wouldn't deliberately pay attention to anyone else other than Nangonyu. Now he saw a glimpse of it. Interesting, so interesting. Suzy suddenly smiled and said to Nangonyu with a smile, Master, what are you talking about that's interesting? Nangonyu felt her head full of questions and looked at Suzy with some curiosity. You silly ninny, you've been set up by someone else and you still don't realize it. Suzy reached out and nudged Nangonyu's white head, shaking her head. I'm just being set up in a trap by someone. Isn't it just these people from Skyfall Sword? Nangonyu's face gradually became grave as well. She knew that Suzy would never be without a point. There are other people involved in this, and most likely, including the Skyfall Sword had been designed by that person. What's that guy trying to do? Sit back and watch the tigers fight? Snipes and snipes? Quite possibly. That person knew her extremely well, and even knew that she was harboring secret techniques. When it really came down to the last moment, she would definitely use a secret method to die with the Skyfall Sword and the others. Even if they couldn't die together, at least both sides would have to be wasted. At this time, the person in the dark came forward that is not really all in the bag. At this point in time it could be said that all of them could be taken down effortlessly. Or perhaps, the other side was on to her? Use this trap to save another hero? It had to be said that Nangonyu was very smart and clever. In just a moment she thought of the two most likely possibilities. Of course that doesn't rule out any revenge seeking or anything. She was more convinced it was the first two. Master, who is that man? Nangonyu calmly inquired. She didn't have an ounce of anger. Anger would only blind her, not keep her mind clear. This will only kill her faster. So all these years, even if I wanted to kill again, even if I was angry, she was able to keep her mind clear. And that's what brought her back from the dead countless times. Before, I didn't deliberately pay attention to the people here, but that stream of light just now makes me feel that this matter is not simple. Then the master pinched his fingers, and everything was clear about the causes and consequences. Suzy said with a wave of his arm, and a picture instantly appeared in front of Nangonyu. Nangonyu knew that her own family was powerful, but she hadn't expected to be so powerful. Casually pinch your fingers and see the cause and effect. With a single wave of your hand, you can capture images from any point in time between heaven and earth. Such tactics are simply appalling. Chapter 111 Master, I want to kill someone. At this point in time, the secret perimeter, a figure stood in place. His face was ugly as he looked in the direction where Suzy was. How did this happen? A full 10,000 years ahead. Shouldn't he be in the immortal realm at this time? The youth Tang Hao said with a serious expression. I've spent thousands of years trying to plan this. Originally able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Now it's all been ruined by Suzy. Suzy, back then I was lucky enough to be reborn. This time I will definitely make you a mass traitor. Let's give you a taste, too, of what it means to be in pain. Tang Hao's face was covered in icy killing intent. Today's Suzy's realm is at most at the peak of Saint Ruler, and in his last life, he was so gifted that he was unrivaled among the same realm. Give me a little more time, and I will leave you far behind, and then, it will not be up to me to torture you however I want? Tang Hao withdrew his gaze. He thought to himself that Suzy hadn't noticed him when he had just left the mountain and flown away, and he himself did not show the slightest bit of hostility or killing intent. He believed that Suzy would naturally not notice him. In the previous life, Nangonyu was your beloved disciple, as well as a few other disciples of yours, so I'm sure that loving each other will be of great interest to you, or even, to kill you with your love interest. Think you'll want to die? Tang Hao said with a sneer in his heart. Humph, when I find that old grandpa great exalted one, that's when my Tang Hao will rise. Moreover, this secret realm is but one more shocking secret that no one can know except me. Tang Hao finished speaking and headed straight toward an unknown place in the secret realm. This place has the legacy of the Great Exalted One. That's right, it's the Great Exalted One. The world thought that this was the secret realm of the Honored Ones. Unbeknownst to them, the Venerable One was just a cover, and this was actually the secret realm of the Great Venerable One. After the Venerable died, his body was transformed into a secret realm and his divine soul was forcibly refined by a Great Venerable. That was why the remnant soul of this Great Exalted One was able to hide in this secret realm. Surprisingly, it's Tang Hao. Nangonyu's face showed a hint of disbelief when she saw that the person in the picture was actually Tang Hao. This person turned out to be the one who had helped her repeatedly. In an instant Nangonyu understood everything. Many times it was when she was in the most dire straits that Tang Hao stepped forward and saved her several times. It didn't occur to me that all of this was an illusion, and Tang Hao was the person behind it. Nangonyu did not know that Tang Hao was trying to deal with Suzy. She thought that Tang Hao must have done this for her. Tang Hao actually coveted her beauty, which made Nangonyu furious. On the one hand, I want to win you over and take you down when the time is right. Suzy also nodded in recognition of what Nangonyu had said. The second aspect is trying to use you against me. Suzy's words had just finished, and instantly Nangonyu's pretty face turned cold. Suzy was an absolute no-go area in her heart. A reverse scale. No one shall desecrate the Suzuki. But now someone wanted to use her against Suzy? That's a really ridiculous idea. She regarded Suzy as more important than her own life. So how could she deal with Suzy? She didn't even think about why Tang Hao knew Suzy at this time? Didn't Suzy just come to this realm? How could Tang Hao have a grudge against Suzy? These were all automatically filtered by Nangonyu. Anyway, she believed 100% of what her master said. It turned out that Tang Hao had done all this just to win her favor and then take her down. Finally used her against Suzy. This person's mind was so vicious that he came up with such a poisonous plan. It made the killing intent in Nangonyu's heart skyrocket. Thirdly, he is also trying to get back at those who clashed with you. 3 birds with 1 stone. Just right. As Suzy's words just fell, Nangonyu fell into reminiscence. If she remembered correctly, the heavenly waterfall sword did have a grudge against Tang Hao. Relying on his big family and background, Skyfall sword had humiliated Tang Hao more than once. Tang Hao also had a reason to take revenge on Skyfall Sword and the others. If it wasn't for Suzy, this handful of 3 birds with 1 stone was really flawless. But Tang Hao had miscalculated one thing. That was Suzy's position in Nangongyu's heart. No one can shake it. Master, I want to kill someone. Nangongyu looked at Suzy very seriously and said word by word. Although she was an early saint ruler, she wasn't the least bit afraid of the peak saint ruler Tang Hao. There's no harm in it. The district is just a small figure that can be destroyed with your hands. Suzy said it lightly. And indeed it was as he expected. He had already seen Tang Hao's past life clearly. To him, Tang Hao was really an insignificant little person. There's no rush to kill him. He's still got some use. The main reason was that Tang Hao had an old friend behind him. Only now Tang Hao hadn't yet discovered him. But Tang Hao will find him soon. When the time came, Suzy would naturally have to meet the two of them. When the time came, Tang Hao would never be able to turn over again. Suzy certainly wouldn't spend time looking for that old friend. That would be a waste of time for him. After all, he too had almost become a dead soul under Suzy in his previous life. It was only a fluke that survived. Are you going to participate in any more Great Realm battles? If you want to participate, Master can protect your path for you. Suzy felt that Nangongyu should be participating in the grand competition. This is the path that Heaven's Pride must take. This is also a way to gather one's own invincible momentum, breaking out from amongst the thousands of absolute demons. It's something they're bound to go through. Only then will they go longer and become stronger. Don't want to participate. I'd rather go to the so-called Middle Kingdom to have a look around. It's said that that's where the real prosperity is, where there are as many Zunis as dogs, and great Zunis walk everywhere. Nangongyu had a look of longing on her face. Now that her master's father had returned, she really didn't want to participate in any of the Great Realm's 10 realms competitions anymore. You're right. The Central Domain is indeed the most prosperous place. That place used to belong to the same independent as the other great domains. But later on, there was a superpower that fused hundreds of great domains together. The Middle Great Domain, thus becoming famous. Moreover, the fortune and chance of hundreds of great domains converging together is even more astounding. That's why so many powerhouses beyond the pinnacle appeared behind the Middle Great region. Suzy explained for Nangongyu. Master, you still haven't told me. Where is Master Mother? Do I have a Master Mother or not? Nangongyu's words caused Suzy to freeze. That's a big jump in conversation, isn't it? What kind of leap of faith is that? Your master, me, just awakened less than half a year ago. This sleep is 100 million years. Where to find what master's mother? Suzy was speechless. Chapter 112, Master. I want to challenge my soft spot. That's great. Doesn't that mean? Nangongyu's face was red with excitement. But after noticing Suzy's strange look he immediately stopped what he was about to say. Master, this person Tang Hao cannot be kept. He must be killed. This person is too sinister. Nangongyu returned to her proper color. At this moment, her killing intent towards Tang Hao was already at its peak. Her heart could not rest until this person was removed. She would never allow anyone to affect her relationship with Suzy. Not even a potential threat. Okay, then it'll take a little longer for you to get out of the way. Suzy had originally thought that if Nangongyu wanted to participate in the Great Domain trial, then he would temporarily escort her for a period of time, then directly lead her to the Central Great Region. It was important to know that throughout the entire Great Immortal Domain, all the remaining Great Domains, except for the Central Great Domain, had to compete in the 10 Great Realms. The first place winners of the 10 Great Realms of each Great Realm will be received into the Middle Great Realm. At that time, the real trial opens. It is said that those who can make it to the end will be given a complete avenue. That's a big road. To break the shackles of heaven and earth, the Great Tao was essential. As long as one mastered a complete Great Tao, even the Heavenly Tao would pose little threat at that time. Then again, his disciples, even if they didn't participate in any Great Domain competitions, were still qualified to directly advance. Face is not given by others. It is fought by oneself. Master, some of them say that my journey to this point in a mortal body is already a feat of taking over the heavens. But the end of my path is the peak of the Saint Ruler. Master, is a special physique really that important? Am I really only going to be a Saint Ruler for the rest of my life? On the way to be taken by Suzy to look for Tang Hao, Nangongyu couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Isn't that a phrase you've been hearing from the four corners of the earth until now? What's the result? The end? Didn't you prove what they said wrong by your own practical actions? Suzy didn't answer directly, but instead asked Nangongyu to think back to the voices of skepticism she had received over the years. Indeed, when she was in the 4 seas, it was said that she was nothing more than a mortal body. It's just a matter of having a good master. But how far can a mortal body go? Some people said that at most, she would only be able to go as far as the Divine King realm at the very top, but she ascended with a mortal body. hardened. There was more skepticism after the ascension to the immortal world. It was because she hadn't transformed her mortal body into an immortal body composed of immortal Tao rules. Still a mortal body, though just as long-lived, but faced with more skepticism. Some say she will stop at true immortality. However, she was the first existence in the history of the immortal world to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm. No one can hope to do the same. Now that he had reached the great immortal region, there were still people who questioned and disdained him. Mortal bodies aren't bad. The world has misconceptions about mortal bodies. And even those who can't cultivate merely haven't practiced the right gong methods and haven't encountered the right guidance. The world says that talent and special physique determine your height. Yes, having these can indeed allow you to soar on the path of cultivation, and even be called a genius, a heavenly pride, and a demon. But there are times when they are blocked from the path of cultivation by their own special physique, and the upper limit of such a person is deadlocked, because he has already reached the highest achievement and realm of his kind of physique. Suzy explained to Nangonyu without reservation. Nangonyu, however, was the first time she had heard such a refreshingly uncluttered explanation. I felt blessed, as if something had vaguely crossed my mind. Oops, no good, it's going to grow a brain. Suddenly, Nangonyu covered her head with both hands in a more screaming manner. Bang! Suzy was speechless and directly rewarded Nangonyu with a popping chestnut. Master, what are you doing? Just kidding, Nangonyu muttered as she covered the place where she was hit by Su's bullet. Boom! But in the next instant, Nangonyu unexpectedly made a direct breakthrough and became a mid-saint ruler. Mortal bodies, no limits. Suzy said these words with an unmistakable seriousness. Of course, it's not as if all mortal bodies in the world are able to cultivate and are able to do so without limitations. This thing, it relies on perseverance and persistence, and most importantly, a famous teacher to guide you. Just like your mortal body, having cultivated to this realm now, it has taken on the shape of a body that embraces everything in the world. Now, as long as you want, you can completely transform your own mortal body into a special physique, such as chaos body, supreme body, holy body, innate Tao body, etc. Suzy's words seemed as if they were like a magic voice filling her ears, causing Nangonyu to straighten up and reveal a look of disbelief. Is her current mortal body that powerful? Surprisingly, it can be transformed into a special body for everything in the world, just like the one Suzy had just cited as examples. Those were the top special physiques in the world. And there's a battle bonus. To be honest, Nangonyu had a heartbeat for a moment, but soon she shook her head. Almost fell for it myself, especially when she saw Suzy smiling and looking at herself. Nangonyu knew that this was another test from Suzy. Luckily, she wasn't confused by these dazzling special physiques. Master Teacher would surely have to tell the benefits of a mortal body next. That would be a shame. Suzy shook her head regretfully. The most powerful existences between heaven and earth can all have special physiques. Suzy sighed. Ha? No? Nangonyu was dumbfounded. Shouldn't Suzy be praising her for not being confused? Then name the heavenly benefits of a mortal body. How about it? Is your heart moved yet? The master can help you. Achieve the body of the swift ancient, and mess up the world. Suzy said solemnly that there were only 2 or 3 swift body. Every single one of them is an existence that shakes the world. Such an existence was able to achieve the pinnacle. Seeing Suzy's face suddenly serious, Nangonyu did not dare to playfully laugh. Senior, I don't think it's necessary. I feel that my current physique is quite good. Nangonyu also responded solemnly and seriously. Ha ha ha, congratulations on passing the examination for the master. Not bad, it really didn't let the master down. Suzy laughed out loud. He really didn't want Nangonyu to be seduced by these vain things. This disciple, the 7th in line, but it was the most powerful existence among the 8 disciples. It was also one of Suzy's most gratifying disciples at the moment. Ha, master, you're so annoying. Is this what you're using to test the little girl? What little woman could not stand such a test? Don't you dare test me a little on my soft spot. I'd like to challenge my soft spot too. Nangonyu looked at Suzy in a revitalized manner. Soft spot? You have a soft spot? What's your soft spot? Suzy laughed and shook her head. Being with his disciples did make him happy. Chapter 113, the cry is silent but deafening. This feeling though after hundreds of millions of years. For his disciples it was 100 million years that passed. For Suzy, it was really nothing more than a nap. It seems like yesterday. You have successfully withstood the test, and now you don't have to transform into any physique. When your cultivation surpasses that of a saint ruler, your mortal body will contain all special physical qualities. When the time comes, you can convert whatever you want. Suzy looked at Nangonyu and said very seriously. What? There's such a thing? Nangonyu was shocked. It did shock her to the core. She'd never heard of such a thing. Even the superpowers don't know about this. This matter, if leaked out, would definitely break everyone's perception. Mortal body cultivators could only be considered oddballs. Not enough to break those people's inherent perceptions. Even those like Nangonyu, even if they had gotten first place in the great domain Saint Ruler realm, it's probably hard to get the approval of those big powers. Being able to transform into any physique in the world at any time would cause a tsunami if word got out. Of course, the prerequisite is that there has to be a famous teacher to guide you. Otherwise, you don't even know. How are you going to transform? What the transformation is again? You don't know, Suzy said again. It's really terrifying as hell. Nangonyu smacked her lips. This is it. On the other side, Tang Hao rushed to the location of a small dirt bag full of joy. This is the place where the great man lay in state. This man was ferocious and ruthless in life. Even a remnant of consciousness left behind after being killed devoured the remnant of the exalted one's consciousness, wanting to be still and wait for the opportunity to be resurrected. Although he still had a remnant of consciousness that hadn't dissipated, Tang Hao had something on him to deal with. This person was also very clever, burying himself in the outskirts of the exalted secret realm. There's not an inch of grass here. It's barren. Some of the cultivators who came in to look for opportunities had a hard time staying here. Tang Hao in his previous life naturally didn't know about this place either. All because this place was discovered by a youth, who was later taken over and discovered by the great power behind the youth. Therefore, Tang Hao realized that the original Zunsher secret realm did not only have the inheritance of Zunsher, there is also the legacy of a great venerable, the inheritance of a great exalted one. This is definitely a heavenly chance. Tang Hao looked around, saw that no one was here, and quickly plowed a man-high hole in the small mound of earth and directly drilled in. As he went in, the earth bag he had dug up outside was instantly restored to its original state. He had just entered, and in the spot where he had just stood, the two of them, Suzy and Nangonyu, slowly appeared. The hole that had been closed by Tang Hao also appeared. Master, wait here. Let me go and get that insidious thing killed. Nangonyu rolled up her sleeves and was about to head inside, but she was pulled by Suzy's hand on her white wrist. Master, what are you doing? I'm embarrassed in public. Feeling the warmth coming from Suzy's hands, Nangonyu instantly blushed. Even if you want to hold hands, it's not the right time. Forget it, master. You do it. Nangonyu had a red face and closed her eyes with an expression that she didn't care. What's going on inside that little brain of yours? I told you not to kill him. He's still somewhat useful. Killing him would be cheap. Might as well torture him, Suzy said breathlessly. What? Pants down and that's what you're telling me? Nangonyu was greatly speechless. What a rebellious teacher. Nangonyu turned around and entered the small dirt bag with a fling. Really? People are only in the middle stage of Saint Ruler. That Tang Hao is in peak Saint Ruler cultivation. Stinky master, not considering my safety and telling me not to kill Tang Hao? Am I that powerful? Nangonyu muttered as she walked. Her mind was going crazy too. Why did Tang Hao, why did he choose such a deserted and uninhabited place? This place doesn't have any inherited treasures or any cultivation resources at a glance. However, Tang Hao was such a shady person. He must have some unseen secrets when he came here. It's just as well. This time, let's do a mantis catching a cicada and a yellow bird in the back. Ahem. Nangonyu cleared her throat. A trickle of blood trickled from the corner of her own mouth. It was still only after she bit her tongue herself. Old pain in the ass. Acting? Who wouldn't? She, Nangonyu, was bound to act very well, and would have absolutely no problem winning a Deuxième Domaine Oscar. At this moment, Tang Hao had already walked to the deepest part. There indeed a burial chamber appeared. The crypt looked Spartan and would make one think that the owner must have been average in life. But still, Tang Hao was instantly energized. But he knew that this person's insidiousness was not below his own. This person was doing this completely on purpose to make people's minds relax and even lose their guard. This would increase the success rate of the takeover by a large margin. The crypt was really simple, with only a coffin, a small wooden table, and a chair. What was inside the coffin, Tang Hao didn't know. But he knew that on top of that small wooden table, there was the great exalted one's heavenly feats. That's true heavenly work, and that's what this great honored one has. It was the basis of his ability to become a great exalted one. Tang Hao didn't feel unbelievable. The legacy of a great exalted heavenly skill was just placed there silently, like a trap. It's actually a trap in itself, because that great exalted celestial skill was a heavenly trap. That remnant of that great exalted one's consciousness was hidden within it. Utilizing the special nature of the gong method had been warming up its residual consciousness inside, though not able to restore some of his residual consciousness. Yet it would also allow his residual consciousness to stop dissipating and be able to stay that way, not to slowly dry up and end up literally dead. The rest is nothing. Not even a bottle of elixir. How stingy. Not even a single elixir. Tang Hao said with a face full of disgust as he looked at the gongfu on the table. Tang Hao did dislike it. There's nothing but kung fu. And even the coffin is empty. Just as Tang Hao's words fell, the gong fu on the table moved imperceptibly. Son of a, what a standoff. My goddamn soul is destroyed. My body is shattered. Escaping a wisp of residual soul is already a great fortune. Even then it was still the residual consciousness attached to the gong fu that managed to escape. And bring elixir? My life is at stake. I'll take you with. Among the secret books of feats on the table, a silent cry, though silent, was deafening. Chapter 114, The Li Family of the Divine Race in the Central Great Region. You thousand dagger dog. You wait for me. When I take you over I will definitely make your divine soul feel good. Think of how majestic my grand venerable Yuwen Heoji was back in the day? Now to be ridiculed by a little doll with no hair. However, none of this matters anymore. After my father recovers, he will definitely make the Li family pay the price. Yuwen Heoji's eyes flashed with mad hatred. His current appearance is all thanks to the Li family. But fortunately, their Yuwen family had also slaughtered their Li family's stray young master, Li Jun. The tactics are disgraceful though. Moreover, it is rumored that stray young master of the Li family, Li Jun, had once worshipped his master in the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses. This made the faces of the people of the Li family disgraceful, even though they were very reluctant to let Li Jun move into the Li family. However, there was no way around it. Jun Li's father was the Li family's most powerful person and the Li family's contemporary family head. The fact that he hadn't been by Li Jun's side since he was a child had caused the head of the Li family to dote on Li Jun. The head of the Li family also had only one son, Li Jun, and had not given birth to a second one in all these years. It could almost be said that he was spoiling Li Jun to the point of outrageousness. Not only the head of the Li family, but also the father of the head of the Li family. Although it hadn't appeared for nearly 100 million years, no one dared to underestimate it. The Li family, in the central great region, that was a large family that ranked high. Although the Yuwen family was not weak, it was inferior. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the Yuwen clan was facing heavenly trouble. As for the reason, it is naturally because of Li Jun's death. People change all the time, but the master is willing to go ahead and trust you for once. Suzy, who was outside the small hillock, sighed to the sky. His 8 disciples had nowhere to hide in his eyes. And what kind of mind he himself knew all about, but he could only give a sigh. After all, people have their own aspirations. Kuda, the Yawabi clan, old thief Yuwen, give back my son's life. In the sky above the Yuwen clan, a man wearing a silver-white battle armor holding a golden lance looked down at the Yuwen clan below and shouted violently. This man was very young, but the killing intent in his eyes was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens. He carried a monstrous killing intent on his body, and his silver-white battle armor was bloodstained above. It wasn't hard to tell that he had just been in a bloody battle, and it was not clear if the blood on it was his own or the enemy's. The golden-colored lance in his hand was blindingly bright, seemingly illuminating the entire universe. How did Li Candle Sky, the head of the Li family, dare to kill on my Yuwen clan? Countless powerful people among the Yuwen clan said with horrified faces as they looked at the dominating figure in the void. Although they said so, they didn't dare to make a direct move. Not to mention how powerful Li Candle Heaven's cultivation was, they were no match. Let's just say that the Li family is an ancient divine race, and its power is so great that even the Yuwen family would have to retreat 3 times. Li Candle Heaven, you even dared to kill in front of my Yuwen clan's door. If you don't give me a statement today, you won't be able to leave peacefully. An old voice in the middle of the Yuwen clan droned. Pass on this seat's order. Li Candle Sky, head of the Li clan, has acted in a perverse manner, openly disregarding the ancient covenant and bullying no one in my Yuwen clan. His crime should be put to death. Buzz. The old voice came out surprisingly with a brilliant avenue majesty. The moment these words came out, the sky and the earth changed, and a golden decree coalesced out of thin air, with only the word execute on it. Although there was only one word, it emitted a radiant light that made this heaven and earth lose color. The power of a deity. Yuwen Xiong, you old thing, is that all you're capable of? Deceiving no one in my Li family? Put. The golden decree had just appeared, and a middle-aged man appeared beside Li Candle Heaven and said gently. As soon as the man's words fell, the golden legal decree directly died out of thin air. This middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, and he had an invincible grandeur. Although he had his hands behind his back, his entirety had an indescribable aura, especially since there were actually 2 divine flames leaping within his eyes. Those with weak cultivation would have to sit down on the spot with just a little glance. It was as if his eyes contained the rules of endless years. Li Daoran, even you have come out. Does your Li family really want to break the ancient covenant? The pale voice in the Yuwen clan once again came out and drank. Only this time the voice was slightly fearful, and one could hear his scorn for Li Daoran. Doesn't your Yuwen clan want an explanation? This seat is the explanation. Li Daoran said softly as he looked at the Yuan clan below. As of today, one person from the Yuan clan will come out and this seat will kill one. After today, for hundreds of millions of years, if anyone from the Yuan clan dares to take a step out of the Yuan family, they will be executed. This word is heard by the gods and demons of heaven and earth. Li Daoran directly drank. After he finished speaking, it seemed as if a mysterious secret power flowed all around the sky, instantly disappearing into the heavens and earth. Li Daoran, you dare to openly violate the ancient covenant. Your Li family dares to be like this. The man from the Yuan clan finally couldn't sit still and bellowed. He didn't dare to show himself because he wasn't a match for Li Daoran, and as long as he stayed within the clan, Li Daoran couldn't do anything about him. Because their Yuan clan had been passed down for so many years, there was always some underlying strength added. Ancient covenant? Chuckle. Li Daoran said with a snort. Laozi's grandson was forced to die by you old undead. What does Laozi care about the ancient covenant? Bull ***** ancient covenant. To hell with it. Li Daoran directly drank. Boom. He had just finished saying these words, but heaven and earth seemed to shake. Prickle. A toothsome sound appeared in the void. The sound of order chains shaking in friction. Shoo. The void broke open. And immediately, a divine chain of order with a glistening light pierced directly towards Li Daoran. Jia. Li Daoran. You dare to take the ancient covenant in vain. Now I want to see how you escape the divine chain of order. The pale voice in the middle of the Yuan clan once again rang out with a smile. Your grandson committed a monstrous blood fury, even sucking the blood of millions of people to strengthen his body. Such an extremely evil person should not exist in the world. Should be destroyed. This seat said. Bull ***** ancient covenant. Get the hell out of here. Li Daoran's eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed out with a horizontal slap. This slap seemed simple, but it contained the supreme principle of heaven and earth and possessed supreme power. Under everyone's unbelievable gazes, the divine chain of order unexpectedly snapped taut by inches. How can that be? You, the pale voice was completely stunned and speechless. The Yuan clan was only the first, and this seat knows that there are others involved. None of you will escape my grandson's revenge. It's really true that my Li family hasn't come out for billions of years, and this world is afraid that they've forgotten that my Li family was once a divine race. Chapter 115, Entering the Devil. Li Daoran said softly. When these words came out, heaven and earth were shocked. The Li family, which had been silent for billions of years, would create monstrous waves throughout the Middle Great Region. Li Candle Heaven wanted to say something, but it seemed that he had received Li Daoran's voice transmission, and his heart that was suffering to the core seemed to have received some sort of solace. Li Daoran's voice then appeared in Li Candelaria's mind. Juner never died, and the soul jade simplex rekindled its light after being extinguished. After hearing these words, Li Candle Heaven felt slightly relieved. I just wonder where his son is now. Li Daoran didn't leave, but just sat quietly in the sky above the Yuan clan. He was true to his word, and if one of the Yuan clan came out, he would kill one of them. If you dare to touch their Li family's young master, then let's see how many lives the Yuan clan has to fill. The Li family, today's fame is sky high. It made monstrous waves in the central great region, a large remote domain. Well, hiss. A voice that sucked in cold air resounded inside a dilapidated thatched hut. A young man's face was pale, frowning in pain as he opened his eyes. His robes were tattered and torn, and there were even quite a few bloodstains on his body. But what was strange was that there didn't seem to be a single injury on his body. I can't believe I'm not dead. Enduring the excruciating pain in his body, he said, Yuan clan, Shaking Light clan, and Sacred Tomb Mountain, you all wait for me. Li Jun gritted his teeth and drank. These people of great power had even teamed up to lay a large formation in the secret realm in an attempt to kill him, and had also slandered him for practicing the blood demon technique. That was a killing formation, and it was heard that it was a great formation carved by the hands of a saint ruler level powerhouse, and its might was enough to make heaven and earth change. It was a good thing that in that secret realm, only cultivators below the saint ruler realm could go in. Otherwise, he might not really be able to live. Devil? Oh, what a big hat. Since you all say that I am a devil, after today, I will completely transform into a devil. Li Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he drank in his heart. Sure enough, it's useless to believe in anyone. It's better to believe in yourself. Master? Oh, all have long been deceased for many years, and should have been forgotten long ago. After all, one should always look ahead. From now on, I'm just the young master of the Li family, not some native of the four seas, even less a disciple of anyone. The Li family is my background, my foundation. Li Jun's pupils were filled with demonic aura. It was that thing left behind by the old ancestors of the Li family that saved me? Li Jun reached out and touched his neck, where there had originally been a dragon jade pendant, but now there was only one divine chain. and the jade pendant on top of the divine chain was nowhere to be seen. Ugh, looks broken, Li Jun said with a sigh. That jade pendant was left behind by an old ancestor of the Li family, and it contained a huge amount of divine essence, which could be worn on the body to enhance enlightenment. Among other things, most notably, a small guardian array was inscribed in it. To say it's a gem would be an understatement. But then Li Jun was shocked. This was because a merit law had unexpectedly appeared in his mind. He didn't even know when this technique appeared in his mind. It was unbelievable to him that there was a supreme technique named Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Demonic Technique. The great completion of the Devouring Heaven and Devouring Earth demonic skill can even devour heaven and earth. And nothing can be swallowed and nothing can be killed. This kind of is the overbearing to the extreme of the devil, absorbing other people's cultivation essence blood and so on to constantly strengthen their own body, so that their own cultivation constantly break through. This was much more advanced than any blood demon technique. The most terrifying thing was that there was no such thing as a bottleneck for this technique. As long as one kept devouring it, they would be able to stay strong. Li Jun's eyes were soaring. Is this a cycle of karma? He had been vilified as a devil, and now he had just tried to be a devil, only to have a supreme devil skill pop up directly. The higher his cultivation level was, the more vigorous his chi and blood was. Then after he devoured it, he would gain a large amount of blood chi. He would be able to advance quickly. A breath of fresh air. Not dead or dying. The appearance of this technique out of thin air. Li Jun thought it was one of the treasures he had gotten in the secret realm at that time. It appeared in his mind only after it was tainted with his essence blood. Humph. Li Jun snorted coldly. He was directly about to take a step out of the ramshackle thatched hut. He didn't know why he was here, but it doesn't matter. Right now, he only wanted to kill people and suck the chi and blood of others to strengthen his body. Squeak! Boom! An icy cold killing intent blossomed in Li Jun's eyes, instantly looking towards the door. Yikes! You're awake! The tattered wooden door was pushed open and made a creaking sound. Then walked in a small child dressed in dirty clothes, looked at Li Jun and said. The child, who looked no more than about 10 years old, was carrying a basin of fresh water in his hand. This little child was all dirty, with messy hair and bare feet, but had incredibly bright eyes. I wonder how much chi and blood we'll get from sucking him up. Li Jun collected his killing intent and looked at the small child in front of him who was like a beggar and said inwardly, Brother, you're hurt so badly, don't move and then we'll clean your wound. Childish words surrounded Li Jun, making him hesitate. Next the small child walked directly to Li Jun's bedside and squatted down to begin gently wiping and cleaning his wounds. How come there are no more wounds? Anne murmured with some confusion. She saw Li Jun lying motionless on the riverbank when she was fetching water by the river, and Li Jun was still alive at that time. It took her a lot of effort to get Li Kuan to where she lived on her own. She clearly remembered that this person had so many horrible wounds on his body. It was a miracle that such a person could live. As Anne looked down in confusion, Li Jun's palm slowly lifted up against Anne's small head. Then it slowly landed on Anne's head. The 10-year-old Anne was yellow and thin, and she looked at Li Jun curiously. She didn't understand why Li Kuan's eyes were changing constantly. A trace of intolerance flashed across Li Jun's face, but the next moment, demonic chi instantly covered his eyes. If you can't even bear to kill a small child, how will you devour those millions of living beings in the future? Li Jun gasped for air, inwardly heavenly. Finally decided to get down to it. Boom! A deep vortex appeared in Li Jun's palm, and instantly felt like she was going to die immediately. She didn't understand that she had saved this big brother, but why did this big brother want to kill her? Buzz! Boom! But all of a sudden a burst of intense golden light suddenly erupted from Anne's body. In an instant, Li Jun was crushed out. Li Jun looked at Anne with a horrified face. His eyes were bright and darting in disbelief. He didn't understand why all of a sudden, a weak little kid with no cultivation had suddenly erupted to send him all crashing away. Moreover, the golden light on Anne's body did not disappear, guarding her firmly.